What's up, Flip? How are you?
Security Administration has announced an end to the rule requiring airline passengers to take off their shoes to check for explosives.
It's a welcome change for passengers in airports today, heading out and learning they don't have to take off their shoes anymore at general security lines.
I'm habitually late, so then I run the lights up for my shoes back on, so taking away some of the extras is less.
The new policy is being rolled out nationwide. It's already in place at some airports.
ABC's Alex Stone reports the policy was enacted in 2006 after a failed attempt by a passenger with explosives hidden in his shoes. An American Airlines flight headed to Miami.
$1,000 a week right now.
Weather from Canada mostly clear tonight with some clouds later and lows in the low 60s. Starting tomorrow, highs around 90, 100 or higher in the valleys A, B, and IE, and in 70s at the beaches. It's going to be about the same or a hair hotter Thursday, then down a few degrees Friday through the weekend. Right now it's 76 in Seal Beach, 81 in Fullerton, 88 in Malibu, 86 in Northridge. The KFI Financial report that closed down 166 today, S&P 500 down 4, NASDAQ up 6. Now we're heading to a stall on the 405 this Boulder Pass.
That's heading northbound just after Skirball Center Drive. You'll see it blocking the left lane and slowing you down from about Wilshire. As you travel on the 10 eastbound in Mid-City just after the 405, seeing some slowing. It's going to stay patchy from there as you head into downtown. Starts to clear up right around Maple. The 101 southbound, City of City, just before Laurel Canyon Boulevard is a stall that's stuck in the middle lane. You'll see traffic backed up to about Woodman Avenue. And the 91 eastbound slowing in Anaheim Hills. That's just after the 55. You're looking at a slow ride to just before the Green River Road. San Bernardino 215 heading northbound just before University Parkway. That crash there that has the right lane off limits, so it's a stop and go ride from about B210. And we on the 15 northbound in Barstow just before Hodge Road. Looks like the two right lanes still closed off due to an earlier crash. So it's causing some heavy delays from Bell Evans Parkway. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas. Arena, September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com. Escape to poolside paradise at MGM Resorts in Las Vegas. Sip on a refreshing cocktail, lounge in a luxury cabana, earn a non-stop fun with MGM Rewards. Book a sizzling summer escape today. Visit MGMRewards.com for details. What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day is very holiday for sure. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge, and it's this huge responsibility in making sure that he's no longer under my wing. So we accept whatever the brokers, whatever exchange rates are, we accept that.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
$10,000 so
I think people
On April 4th, 1968, Dr. Martin Luther King was shot and killed in Memphis.
because I got it. I didn't get into it.
Was arrested. He pled guilty to the crime and spent the rest of his life in
fractional parents.
Case closed.
And I put a bunch of money in. And then we're up to 60 whatever. Now it's down.
for the official story.
The authorities were parade on.
Kind of like even. I feel like I'm just even. My financial advisor. My strategy wasn't done to kill
One of the problems that came out when I got the Ray case was that some of the evidence, as far as I was concerned, did not match the circumstances.
You don't have to have a degree. You don't have to have an Ivy League.
The first 2 episodes are available on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Number 1 on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free, never sounded so good. KFR AM 640.
Now it's like what's the name of the phone? I don't know the phone offhand. I seen a tweet a couple months ago. The founder of that created a token for his name a couple months ago, and I told him I was like, he didn't buy it. And he
KFI, 640 is another edition of Later with Mo Kelly. We're live everywhere on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, the iHeartRadio app. We have a huge show for you tonight. And before I get going, I'll let you know, if you don't get enough of Later with Mo Kelly tonight, you'll hear me tomorrow as I'm in for Gary and Shannon. So it's going to be a quick turnaround. It's going to be going from 7 to 10 p.m. And then from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. tomorrow.
You can find
It's just
access
going to be
to
one big show in my mind. I'm going to go home for like 4 hours, get 3 hours of sleep, and turn around and do it all over again. But as far as tonight's show is concerned, we have a wonderful show. I know a lot of times we may say that.
Oh, by the way, how
Tonight,
many
I absolutely mean it.
Bitcoin?
If you're a fan of Fox News, I know that you've heard what
I mean,
the Five
figure out
had
how
to say about the new movie Superman and how
So,
it is
at
woke.
any given time,
Well, I don't know if there is a better show in all of talk radio to address Superman,
100 years.
its history, both in the comics and on silver screen, and even a small screen television shows. I don't know if there's a show which knows Superman better than this one. So we're going to get into the facts and separate it from the fiction of what that character created back, I think, in 1938, if I'm not mistaken. And its history and whether Fox got it right, really, really, really wrong. And let me give you a hint. They have no idea what they're talking about. None. And so before you come at us talking about, no. You are not Superman's experts like this show. You're just going to have to take our word for it. But we'll have plenty of facts to back up what we have to say. We're also going to tell you about the friendliest cities in America. Top 10 ranked.
Right after he
Maybe
his
there's a
investment
California
turned into
entrant.
$1 million.
And LA Metro users, I'm calling fake news on this. Supposedly, after some survey, they want increased frequency and improved cleanliness
Don't sell off
and
everything.
less money
Take back your
spent
initial
on
investment.
policing.
Right.
Where you
Get your
wait.
initial investment.
Yes, I want a clean trade when I get stabbed.
Choose your long-term
Sure.
store value.
And also, a
Whether
woman
that's Bitcoin or
loses her arm after a collision with an oncoming train
Put it
in
something
Ventura
that
County. Well,
it's accessible.
she could have lost her life.
Safe.
No, she only lost her arm. She got off
Leave
easy.
the rest of it in the
And
market.
Chris Woolsey,
And now
Vizio Watch Free Plus app, is joining us again in
So
studio.
we see that
And it's
currency's
all
down
things sharp
30%.
and summer on the Watch Free Plus app. We have his recommendations. Again, it's Watch Free Plus
Buy the
app on Vizio. And it is free. Everything we'll be talking about with Chris will be absolutely free. And also, Nick Pagliocchini is going to join us in a 9 o'clock hour. But for some strange reason, he's already here. He got here at like, I don't know,
say a dozen different crypto
8:15 in the morning. You just decided not to leave.
crypto.
Why he's been hanging out all morning, all afternoon, all evening, I honestly do not know. But Nick Pagliocchini is going to join us in the studio. We're going to find out what's up with him. And did you know autonomous humanoid robot soccer? It has debuted in China. I don't know who is the intended audience, but you know, AI strikes again,
And it works as well.
making its first foray into organized sports, if you will. Might be the future of sports as we know it. Won't have to worry about injuries anymore.
I just want to buy
And
new currency.
yeah,
And I want to
Yeah.
and I want to move money.
it's going to be going down tonight. And I cannot wait for this Superman conversation because not often do you have a story which is just
I know a lot of
perfect.
people. That guy I was talking to.
Swallow had put something else in the slide. I said, no.
Last time we were all wearing
Talking about
masks
Superman.
was
We're going to do it live.
17,
We're talking about Superman.
when
We're
they
even going to
instituted
involve Mark Runner, who's
implemented
written
the Federal
comics
Reserve
before.
System.
We have Tuwala Sharp, that's
So a
collected
lot of
comics.
people were against
most of
that.
his
That was
life,
a big
And
financial
there's
shift.
me. I just know a lot about
They
Superman.
had to distract people. And keep people
Mark
gagged.
Runner, how many comics do you
So,
think you've written in your
A
lifetime?
lot of
I actually don't have a
the
count, but
anarchists,
lots.
voluntarists,
Lots, okay?
um,
You kind of know something about the
Uh,
a lot
subject.
of
Oh, I've been a
freedom.
comic reader long before I was a comic writer, ever since I was a kid. I mean, those are what teach you how to read, and you stay with them your whole life. I still have all my
Not saying
comics.
it's not a real
And
virus.
I'll be honest with you,
is,
it took me a while
but
to
did it come
become a
from a bat,
Superman
or did it
fan
come from a
because
hybrid?
I was a Batman
And
fan
there's some
growing up.
shenanigans there as well.
But then you kind of learn to be less uptight as you get older and realize that Superman is about kindness and decency and their tall tales. And not everything has to be some dark story about people getting punched in the face. I was not a Superman figure
on the
fan.
topic. And then
I liked him,
There's
but I
a
did
lot
not
of
gravitate
controversy
towards the character. If only because I couldn't identify with him. I'll give you a perfect example. I could identify with Spider-Man.
You see the
And that's why I grew up loving the nerd who was in high school, who's afraid to talk to girls. That was closer to me in my experience than some guy who landed in Kansas and all of a sudden no one could look at him and realize that he wasn't even from the planet. I went to school and I stuck out because everyone knew I was from the neighborhood.
Yeah,
I
but
was
it's
growing
weird
up in
though,
Harvard City,
actually,
going to
but
school in
that is
Torrance.
actually like
I was
a
one of
legitimate
maybe
thing. I don't remember who
5
it was.
black
Somebody
students in the Torrance Unified School District at the time in 1973. So I could not relate to Superman,
Trump
who could just blend in.
said
And
it.
you were leaking web fluid everywhere.
Trying to make it seem like it's
No. I did try to use my chemistry set
the
growing up.
lapping's actually
It was a very rudimentary set.
And I think
a lot of smart people that I listen to are
How'd that
saying
go?
that lapping
It didn't work.
I personally,
That's the secret of Marvel. When Marvel came around in the early 60s, they humanized all their characters
I
and
want to be careful.
gave them normal people problems, which
I
DC
don't know
really
where
didn't
to
have.
go,
DCs were much more godlike. Right. It's hard to relate to Batman because no one, for the most part, was
So I
extremely
believe we're
wealthy.
gearing up towards the global
You
financial.
couldn't relate to Wonder Woman because where's Themyscira? There were no analogs, if you will, just walking around or someone you could base that on. And the same, obviously, with Superman. Okay, kryptonite, that's it. That's it. That's all we have to worry about. Well, and magic. But once you get your keys to Superman, it all makes sense.
I don't know.
They're not as ridiculous. And let me recommend to everybody who's never read it, Grant Morrison's All-Star Superman, probably one of the best Superman stories ever written. So yes, we are going to talk about Superman. We have James Gunn, his movie, which is officially coming out on the 11th. They had the world premiere last night, so it's one of the biggest talkers, as they say, in all talk radio. We're definitely going to get into that, but we're going to save it until hour number 2. When we come back, we're going to tell you about the friendliest cities in America, the top 10, according to somebody who really doesn't matter, but it's fine to talk about. There might be a California entrant or two. So let's talk about who's friendly and who's a little bit less than friendly. KFI 640. It's later. We'll talk to you. We're live on YouTube. You can see me right now. You can see me on Instagram, Facebook, and you can hear me on the iHeartRadio app. Mark Warner with the news. Here's the latest from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man's been killed after touching an electrified rail track at a metro station in the Westlake district. Tracks there are shared by Metro's B and E train lines. The Supreme Court will allow the Trump administration to resume massive job cuts across federal agencies, lifting a district judge's order blocking the layoffs that could affect hundreds of thousands of jobs. And authorities in LA are investigating a burglary of the home of WWE stars. TMZ reports Seth Rollins and Becky Lynch's house was hit around 3 this morning, just hours after they appeared in Rhode Island Monday Night Raw. No one was believed to be in the home at the time of the break-in. Cops are searching for the suspect. SoCal weather mostly clear tonight with some clouds later, lows in the low 60s. Sunny tomorrow, highs from the mid-70s at the beaches to 100 or higher in the valleys 80 and IE. This report brought to you by Starbucks, and we got a stalled semi on the 15 in Fontana.
Heading northbound just before Duncan Canyon Road, and it's stuck in the 2 right lanes, so you'll see some traffic building up as you approach the 210. If you're on the 215 northbound in San Bernardino, just before University Parkway, got a right there that has the right lane off limits, so it's slowing you down from about the 210. And the thing they're looking up for you if you're on the 55 northbound in Santa Ana, right at Ettinger. Crash has been cleared from the 3 right lanes. Your drive is slowly recovering as you make your way from the 405. But Southern California's most accurate traffic
I read
History fans, iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast. It's called American History Highlight, where you ask the question, what is political technology?
Did George Washington really cut down a church tree?
Were JFK and Marilyn Monroe having an affair?
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
Your free iHeartRadio app. Search American History Hotline and listen now.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Android Auto. Our Android app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Android Auto app interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction while making sure that you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app. Just plug or pair your Android phone with your dash. And if Android Auto is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Android Automotive. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio.
To extract the surface gold.
There's a place to share the joy of your
Red
team
with the
winning it all, and a place to share a laugh about skiing and taking a fall. There's a place to share photos of pets or singing in the choir.
I
One
had
time
no
you ate a
idea.
pepper and your mouth was on fire.
The
But we
news
can
that
all
came
do
out
better
on
in
NPR
sharing
just the
how
other
we're
day
feeling
about
inside.
that they released
76% of employees have struggled with at least
evidence
one issue that
or
affected their
there was
mental health.
I didn't read
When
the
you
article.
share, you're not alone. Ask about your company's emotional health benefits. Visit heart.org/sharing. Brought to you by the American Heart Association. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like
And
this.
it's like
Welcome
very,
to
very
Chloe in
close to
Wonderland.
the
I don't know how many people remember this. You are one decision away from a different life. I know her back, that it was her who sold this to the media.
I'm willing to sacrifice anything in order to put
But
love.
what I do know, there's a documentary called All Rules of
How
and
drinking
that's really eye-opening. Like when you follow the money, you realize
Every
there's a
week,
certain
I'll
class
sit
of
down
people
with
that
fascinating guests.
I believe you're worthy of love and you deserve love.
It wasn't nearly as bad as what I went through emotionally with the pregnancy I had with my daughter. For real conversations, wrestle, like straight up, wrestle until rumors get started.
Was it helpful for people to come in when you were with like your ex-husband and be like, you should be with somebody better?
These people are broken. They have
So, but this
so
certain
this is a window into my world and the stories that make
and they
it
get to
meaningful.
blend it out.
Welcome to Chloe in Wonderland.
They get to
Listen
create
on
something
America's
that didn't
#1
exist.
podcast network,
They get to
iHeart.
lend it to
Open the free
everyone in the
iHeart
world.
app and listen now.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is in Washington, D.C. for meetings this week with U.S. officials. Correspondent Matt Bradley has more.
I saw Benjamin Netanyahu having dinner with President Trump last night. President Trump is apparently, reportedly, and publicly putting
in
a
that
lot of
much
pressure on Netanyahu to come to some sort of ceasefire deal, but the tensions in the region still persist.
All
Speaking at that dinner, Netanyahu said Israel is working with the U.S. to find countries that would take in Palestinians displaced in Gaza by war with Israel, and he's announcing that he's nominating President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. President Trump meeting with his cabinet at the White House with several important issues swirling. Trump telling reporters that take it or leave the tariff letters went out Monday to dozens of countries. He again said he expects more trade deals to be rolling in soon. Trump praised the passage of his big, beautiful bill, saying everyone that voted for it voted for a tax break for the American people.
So
that's
we're waging
politics.
a war on.
I'm Branstein.
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
644 stimulating
Sure, it stimulates the economy. Thousands of jobs, billions of dollars.
Coming up after 3 o'clock tomorrow on the John Cobelt Show, we're going to have State Senator Tony Strickland on from Huntington Beach. Here's the story. The Democrats and Governor Newsom refuse to stop the massive gas price increases that are coming very soon. That's tomorrow after 3 o'clock on the John Cobelt Show.
Threat. Or solid.
KFI 640 is later with Mo Kelly, but live everywhere on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and the iHeartRadio app. And friendly is relative. I'll be the first to admit that. What I consider friendly, you may not consider friendly. And I'll give you a perfect example. When you're walking down the street, do you avoid eye contact with someone? Do you say hello? Do you say good morning? Do you at least offer a smile? Friendliness means different things to different people.
Without,
for the most part,
legitimizing it, registering a corporation.
It depends on the environment. Or if I'm walking to an urban center, if I'm in a big city, I'm probably not speaking to anyone. I'll make eye contact because I want you to know that I see you and I'm aware of you. But it may not be a conversation. But, if it's
like for me, it's working
two jobs. I don't know, a grocery store, just make eye contact with someone, I'll say good morning, hello, that kind of thing.
And I'm willing to make that sacrifice
because
people, I understand that's
what
it's going
to
take.
Parts of that. They want no interaction. They don't want to say hello. They don't want to make eye contact.
Some people have that drive. Some people are willing to go the extra mile and make that happen for themselves. And kudos to them, that's great.
But I live in LA. But I don't know if LA's on this list.
The thing is,
and to
it
figure out,
shouldn't be that hard.
This is for, according to you,
have the passion,
a dating app. And to figure out which spots will flash you a smile the fastest. The team asked its users to rate just how friendly they think their home city is, including factors like the frequency of positive interactions with strangers, just like I was telling you about, the likelihood of receiving help when needed, and the overall friendliness of local residents, all rating them on a 1 to 10 scale. The insights for each factor were combined to produce each city's final score out of 10, which the team said yielded, quote, quantifiable data for the lived experiences of locals, close quote.
You've got
Put another way, here's the top 10 friendliest cities in America, and it means absolutely nothing. You're coming in at number 10.
Well, you're taking one category of people and saying, well, we can't let our brothers fall short. We can't let our brothers starve. So we have to make sure they're housed and clothed and fed.
Number 9.
Why?
Well, according to
I know that sounds horrible. I'm not saying me as a person, if I have the ability to help, I want to help.
Denver.
But should I be forced to a gun club?
Number 9.
Because that's the reality. You disassociate that reality, but that's the reality. If I choose not to pay taxes,
Minneapolis, St. Paul.
armed to the teeth, IRS agents kick in my door just like the DEA did. They will shove guns in my face, and they will throw me in a cage.
Cold weather.
We use violence to distort our own people, and that is
Have
not
you been there? It's like the winter. I've been like the Madison, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Minneapolis in the winter.
Yeah,
The Midwest, there's plenty to not love about it, and I know you don't, Mark Robert. Well, people are friendlier there because they need each other's bodily warmth to survive.
And I was in Wisconsin one year, and I was staying with a friend. And I got early in the morning when she used the restroom. She said, hold on. She'd been wanting some water. I thought it was for some coffee or tea or something.
So I agree that
we have to
like,
thaw the toilet because right now
you're trying to do something
I'm like,
I should help you, but I can't agree with it absolutely.
It's just going to be ice.
Because I also think that not
I never have, and I never will.
Something
Coming in at number 8 of the friendliest cities
and if they're
in
making
America.
poor choices and they're not willing to do the work, they're not willing to actually put their best foot forward and prove at least their own way.
Sunnyvale and San Clair.
Just contribute enough. You can only take from the table what you're willing to bring to it. If you're not willing to bring anything and you're just on the take,
It says tech optimism pairs with friendly neighborhoods.
That is not-
This
I
innovation
know some
of
people say, even if that person wants to just take and doesn't want to
coming in at
contribute,
number
still
7.
extra respect. I can't do that. Because you're taking this and
Boston,
I'm working 16 hours a day
Massachusetts.
just so that I can
Rich in
get to where
history
I
and
want to be.
neighborhood camaraderie,
Why should I
Bostonians
support you?
prove that wicked friendly
I
is a
think
real
we should
thing.
at least.
I've never heard that about Boston in
We're
my
gonna
life.
have to be forced to
Never.
pay
I've
taxes.
never
We
been
should
there,
at least
so I
be able
can't
to
say
choose
firsthand. But I've never
What,
heard
where
that
our tax money
Boston
goes to.
was a
You
friendly.
know, at least that would be a start.
This
That would
list
be
is
a
already
headline,
sus.
You know, and things
Number
like
right?
six.
I think I've heard this
Honolulu, Hawaii.
to show up and
Aloha spirit in action, island kindness that welcomes with you with open arms no matter where you're from.
because, like I said,
I actually haven't been to Hawaii either, but I'll believe it.
we want a country
I'll
full of
take
smart
I'll
people who are
allow
going to innovate.
That's number
We're going
6.
to generate
Coming
money.
in at
We're
number
going to
5,
generate
the friendliest
jobs.
cities
We're going to opportunities
in
for people. We
the
don't want
United
public
States.
figures.
I really, I would much rather my legal tax dollars go to fund
Houston,
education,
Texas.
healthcare,
Being
and
part
dropping
of Texas
bombs on
hospitality,
innocent
world-class dining, and a multicultural flair that brings people together. I've been there a few times.
Well, cool, man. We're not going to solve all the world's problems, but we can at least figure out our own.
They did a lot of Southern charm.
But thanks again for doing this. What's the name of your
Contractor Plus.
Contractor Plus.
Contractor with the plus sign.
Yeah,
You can type it out. Contractor Plus.
Yes.
Contractor Plus.
That's why I said they were very
It's on
hospitable.
both the app stores. It's totally free. So if you're a contractor, you know somebody that's contracted.
Number 4 of the friendliest cities in the United States. Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach, to just push them all together. A tropical blend of cultures and colors where friendly waves and hola ring through the balmy air. I like Miami. I don't remember it as being friendly, just a great place to party.
I think the heat and the humidity would make me cranky constantly, and I'm not buying this.
Oh,
Not for a second.
all them phone bikinis out there.
Yeah, I mean, you're waving and saying hello to almost everything that walks by. Hey,
Hello,
hey,
world.
Hello.
Michael
Hey,
Braun
I see
is a
you.
legendary
I know,
fashion
I've
designer,
never
best
seen
known for
beautiful
making
women
flamboyant stage
in my
clothing
life.
for pop
In a
culture
very
icons
small,
such as Jimi Hendrix,
enclosed
Bob
area
Dylan, Hulk
called
Hogan, and Macho Man Randy Savage.
South
And
Beach.
So from a lechery point
if
of
you've
view,
ever seen a
it's
wrestling
okay.
video of the
It's very
Macho Man wearing a
Okay,
crazy outfit,
It
it was
drapes
made by Michael
all
Braun.
around
about
On this
flowing,
episode, Michael details his very
can't
close
speak
relationship
about the rest of
with
the
Jimi
city,
Hendrix
but as far as Ocean and Collins
the
Avenue,
psyche of Jimi
it could
Hendrix
have
and the way
been
he
nuclear
thought
waste when you get
he
deeper into the submarines. We're not talking about Larry Shit.
Jimmy would write to him all the time.
No, coming in.
This episode is
Number
a
three
vivid
of
look
the friendliest cities in the United States.
of someone whose day job is making wearable art for the world's most prominent super
Phoenix, Arizona.
So without further ado, please welcome
goes
the
beyond temperature.
marvelous
Residents
Michael
here
Braun.
bring an uplifting, candid spirit to every encounter. That's just a lie. Okay. Point of fact. Okay. In Phoenix, almost every citizen, I'm talking 8
How
to
are you
80,
doing, sir?
is walking around with a
It's awesome to
sidearm
meet you.
on their hip. So I think that gives
What an
everyone
amazing
reason to
life
be
you
nice
have.
and friendly and cool. And that's the same in Dallas and other places. I've been in the South. It doesn't mean that they're friendly. If anything, they're less friendly. It's almost like confrontational. How does walking around armed to the teeth count as friendly? And that's everyone, okay, we're all on the same page. I'm not to worry about anything. I'll shoot you. You'll shoot me. But that's not like saying hello, good morning. We have an understanding. So let's all be cool. Let's all be cool. I don't interpret that as being friendly. A little bit of a stretch there. Number two of the friendliest cities in the United States, according to
All
users.
the rest of the stuff, everything.
Raleigh, North Carolina. I was just there. Yeah, it was fine. Nothing special. It's definitely a southern city, and it says Southern comfort meets cutting edge innovation, where warm hellos are as common as sweet tea. I wouldn't go that far. I don't think it's like top 10. Been to a lot of cities. I think I've been to maybe 40 states.
Small sailboats.
Roughly 50. And Puerto Rico.
Since I'm a little
But
kid.
I would not say Raleigh is top 10. Definitely not number 10. That's just me. There's bribery involved in this list. It's crooked. And coming in number 1, the friendliest city in the United States, according to this app that I've never heard of.
Just looking at my shoulder, doctor says back when we were both here in St. Petersburg, at the yacht club, living on the boat, cleaning the boat, getting it
San
ready
Diego,
for
California.
I'm now living with
No, that's not.
topless
I have yet to go down to a Comic-Con where I thought the city was anywhere near for because of the price gouging, the gouging, and the overall surliness of people who just seem to dislike all NerdCon. I mean, the businesses, they were sucking up the money like
Where did you meet the
the
topless dancer?
I've never gotten a, hey, we love you, welcome to San Diego. It says breezy beach vibes, surf-friendly shores. That's not true, because they don't want you on the beach. And locals who are as relaxed as the ocean breeze. The locals may be relaxed, but that's not friendly. They're relaxed around each other. They see, what are you doing here? And I'm mad that Louisiana is not on it, because I swear the
New Orleans should be in the top 10. Top 3.
I would say top 3 because hands down the friendliest. I'm talking in the hotel, going to every restaurant, and anywhere I went, it was, hey sugar, hey baby, hey, what you need?
What you need, babe?
Everywhere I was going, I'm like, this is right. Like it was like that. Yes.
No, you're right. During Mardi Gras once, I had a strange woman on the street just attempt to mount me.
Very nice. Very nice. Before or after.
Kind of throughout.
Very nice.
It doesn't get much friendlier than that.
Yeah. Friendly and frisky. There's a lot of New Orleans stories that I just cannot tell on the air. I just cannot. Some great stories, and they led to the bane of my existence. I'm sorry, Carnisha. Do not date a woman from New Orleans, especially a Creole one. Okay, that's a fact. That's a fact. But weren't you lured in by that sweeter than honey niceness of that Creole gal? It looked all good at the moment. It was one of those love at first sight things, and so I realized it was Damien, moment 3, and next thing you knew, you would never eat a plate of spaghetti again. Oh my God! I refuse to go back to New Orleans because of this one person. Who shall remain nameless. We're going to need some details.
Thank you.
You can eat all you want, okay? This is LA. We're not a friendly city. KFIH, we're live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. When we come back, we have a Metro update. And they're lying. It's another liar. Liar. Mark Ronald said. California is leading 18 states asking the court to end the ongoing immigration raids in LA. ABC's Alex Stone says the court filing alleges federal immigration agents are impeding on the Fourth Amendment protection against unreasonable search and seizure.
By stopping and detaining people, not because there is reasonable suspicion that they've committed a crime, but instead because of racial profiling and that they look Hispanic. The states are alleging Hispanic U.S. citizens are being detained in an effort by ICE agents to meet quotas set by the Trump administration.
The states allege the operations are spreading fear and impeding local law enforcement. Altadena is remembering the 18 victims of the January wildfires.
During a somber vigil, people held photos of each of the victims and read their names out loud. Loved ones also shared emotional tributes. Zaire Calvin lost his sister Evelyn McClendon in a fire.
She was a lover of God. She was a bus driver. She was a quiet person who tried to keep to herself.
Pastor Anthony McFarland led prayers, reminding everyone that those who died were vital members of the community.
These individuals were part of this community and some building this community.
Heather Brooker, KFI News.
Officials in Texas say more than 100 people have confirmed death from flooding along the Guadalupe River. ABC's Maria Villarreal says the Coast Guard's helping with search and rescue operations.
Pilots searching with multiple cameras, including one with heat-detecting technology, scouring water and dense woods below.
About 30 of those who died in the flooding are children from a camp in the area. 5 campers and a counselor are missing. The forecast for Central Texas includes more storms today and tomorrow. Southland weather from KFI. Mostly clear tonight, some clouds later, lows in the low 60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs around 90, 100 or higher in valleys AV and IE, and mid-70s in beaches. Going to be the same or just slightly hotter on Thursday, then drop a few degrees Friday through the weekend. Right now it is 76 in La Palma, 81 in Yorba Linda, and we got a car fire on the 210 in Arcadia.
Heading westbound at Santa Anita Avenue. Looks like the 3 right lanes are blocked up. There's fire crews trying to put this out, so you'll see a heavy ride from Huntington Drive. And as you make your way on the 215 northbound in San Bernardino, just before University Parkway, still got a crash there that has the right lane off limits. That's slowing you down from above the 210. And the 15 northbound Good News in Barstow, just before Hodge Road, the 2 right lanes have been reopened from an earlier crash. You drive slowly recovering from Del Evans Parkway. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
Hey there, history fans. iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast. It's called American History Hotline, where you ask the question, what is political technology?
Did George Washington really cut down a territory?
Were JFK and Marilyn Monroe having an affair?
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
With your free iHeartRadio app, search American History Hotline and listen now.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Lisa Sky Hain loved working with people.
I want to do something that really lights me up. I love creating community, connecting people.
She was excited about her new job.
Day 1, literally 8 a.m., I have an email that says, good morning, let's create the largest networking community on the planet.
Lisa's new boss was a 6'5" entrepreneur from Israel named Adam Newman, and he had a brand new startup called Network.
I remember thinking, all right, I'm about to be on a ride.
Why give us a better idea?
Sunday night, 8 to 9, big deal.
We like to say this is for the new generations, separated by age or gender.
He said that they were elevating the consciousness of people on the planet.
It was $1 billion idea. Google's giant WeWork is amongst the most valuable startups in the world. Downtown Vancouver.
Here in addition, people put on
Does anyone now comes to know he's on the road with them? This is before he explodes. Jimmy says to Carmine,
just too good to
where'd you get the clothes?
One of my colleagues
said, Carmine says, our friends in Florida, I didn't know we were friends, meaning, and they're close, but we're not hanging out.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open
First
the free
Avenue
iHeart app
South,
and explore podcasts like this.
A few
almost
miles
to
from the
66th
glass
Street.
spires
A guy
of
named
Midtown
Fred Bernhardt, who
Atlanta
produced
lies the
Abraham
South
and
River
John,
Forest. In 2021 and
Snooki versus
2022,
the Red
the
Baron,
woods became a home to activists from
and
all over the
Stay.
country.
I found a struggle worth fighting for.
Williams and the
Who
Zodiacs.
gathered to stop the
These
nearby
are
construction
huge
of a
records.
massive new
I
police
take all
training
the
facility
clothes, I go to his
nicknamed
office,
Cop City.
small office,
There, in the
and
forest, they built a
show me
different
clothes.
The forest
He says
occupation
to
and
me,
things like that
listen,
present a vision
I'll tell
of a
Jimmy
society
about it,
where
but I'm not
we
going to
can
push
have
you
what we
on to
need and
Jimmy.
support each
I don't
other
want to upset
without
him.
being at each
Well,
other's
he's an
throats
emotional
or being
guy.
subservient
You
to
know,
each
it's
other.
nothing to me.
until one
I'm not
day,
getting anything out of
everything
this. So
just shatters open.
you call me Sunday afternoon, 4 o'clock.
At approximately 9 o'clock
Sunday
this
afternoon
morning,
comes.
as law enforcement was moving through various sectors of the property, an individual, without warning, shot a Georgia State Patrol trooper.
Jimmy gets off the plane and says, where
What
are
I
the
heard
closing?
was a full clip unload. It was just like
So all I'm saying
a
to you is
whole
that
mess of shots.
you could say,
like,
you know,
blasting off.
in the language of our time, they'd say, oh, you were in the right place
From
at the right
Wondery,
time.
Insight
You
Media,
know, this is
and
just
Airfoot
luck or
TV.
whatever. This is
This
destiny.
is
It's
we came
working
to
out.
the
This is
forest.
just insanity.
We got about
Crazy.
150 to 200 protesters that rushed into
How we end
office
up making clothes for Jimmy, and
I'm
to
Matthew
the
Shea.
beginning of what I was
Follow
trying to
we
say,
came to the
and that is
forest.
that
They were so dedicated
so
to
you
that
have this
forest.
person that has a little bit of creative talent for clothes,
Listen on
for
America's
art,
#1 podcast
for
network,
two-dimensional
iHeart.
art.
Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
But that's where his
AM
brain is.
644
You say
stimulating
to
talk.
him, listen, I need you to be my lawyer. I committed this murder. Here's $1 million in cash. Yes, I'm going to take it. They're going to hang me. I got no ability to argue whatsoever. You know, I mean, no. So, I would say to you, I'm accepting how the game is going because I'm forced into it. So,
Designing and making clothes. Is this more of a thing that you're doing just to make money and survive, or is this more of like a passion?
It's fake news. It's not real. Somebody's
the
lying.
survive
We've
thing,
seen press conference after press
we're
conference
all
after press conference. And let me ask you, what was the
carry
number
some
one
kind of a
issue that they
survival
discussed at the press conferences
mentality with
regarding
us
LA
as
Metro?
humans.
Anyone?
And
Anyone? Bueller?
hearing that our people were
Safety,
killed a
that's
lot
right.
in Europe,
That was the number one
And
issue. This was
that
Family
my
Feud to be
grandmother
number one on
walked
the
a year
board.
and a half
And we
before
played.
1910, like around
No, yes,
1905,
we were concerned
trying
about
to get to
cleanliness,
America
how
so that you could
unsanitary
be
it
free
was,
of the hate bond, whatever
how
the
you
hate
might
bond
not
was, whatever.
be
I
able
mean, I don't
to
know.
get from one place to
More about
another like
love,
the
as these people
airport.
didn't talk
But
about.
everyone
But
knows the top issue has always been
a man that lived across
Safety,
the
like
street
you're
from me for a while in
LA
Tampa,
Metro
right
thinks
near
that we're
the stadium,
they want to play
shows
us a
me a
fool.
picture.
According to
of a
responses
raft.
collected on
And
their
in the raft
annual
is his
My
wife,
Metro budget,
his
the
parents,
interactive online
his
tool. In
kids,
other words,
a
we
dog,
asked ourselves
and
what
a
is
little
most
motor.
important.
I mean, this is
And it
not.
came back with
This
writer
raft is maybe
feedback.
twice as big as this table, maybe.
And it said
I'm
that
telling you, I'm a
LA
sailor.
Metro
I
users
would
want
go across a
increased
pool and
frequency
sink
and
my arm
improved
6
cleanliness.
inches into this thing. And he comes from Cuba
Less money spent
to
on
America because he's
policing.
looking
Who would
to
say that?
save
Who would say
his,
less?
the
We
lives of
don't
his
care
family
about money
and
spent
make
or
them
how it's
better.
spent. We want
And
it
he's
safe,
driven by
we want
this.
it clean,
So
and we want it in that order.
I want to
Safety
eat.
more than anything. They were not on
Lunch and
TV
dinner,
talking
please.
about how safe it was,
So I'm working.
arguing
I
against
need to
people
make
like
money.
me
But I have a natural
by
ability
themselves.
to make
They felt
crazy
compelled
stuff
to
that
respond
people love.
to the negative feedback
So
and
I
the
put those two
criticism
things
I and
together.
others
I mean,
were offering regarding the lack of safety.
it's how I'm
Every
born.
time someone
I'm
got
not
shot,
built that
we told
way.
you
This
about
is
it.
not.
Every time someone
I
got
was
killed,
not killing
we told you
myself
about
to
it.
like
Every time something bad
get my
has
head into
happened
it.
to
My head
a
was
writer
into it.
on a bus, on a platform, on a train,
We
thing of
told you
making the
about it.
clothes
How many times,
takes
guys,
up
do
your
we
whole
talk
brain.
about stories about
You're having
having
to
to do
learn
with
about
cleanliness or
how to make patterns,
infrequency of trains?
how to find
Can you remember a
how
time we
cloth
ever talked
drapes,
about that?
how cloth
Not that I can
sews.
remember.
Now you're into
The
sewing
12, can you
machines.
remember
Now you're
any
into
time
button
we set time aside to talk about
surgery,
specifically a
and how to
story
keep
in
them
the
running,
news
where to
about how
buy them.
Metro was just
And
nasty?
each one of these things is a thing
That's
unto
never been the
itself.
focus.
That
Mark
can really
Runners,
fill
you
up your
ever
brain.
remember talking about a story in
at
the
78
news
years old,
break,
and I can
Camp
make sure
Five,
this happening
which
close
was
to
centered around
2001. I
the
walk into a room,
unsanitary nature
I
of
look at somebody,
Metro?
and I can
I
tell
feel
you
like I
what
shouldn't answer your
the pattern
questions.
looks like. I
Your
can draw
Honor,
the pattern
I'm
from
just
whatever it
using
is
the
they want.
house to witness.
Man, woman, dog.
I feel like I'm being backed into a corner.
I can tell you what machines
Your Honor,
were used.
accept the witness answer.
I can tell you
I'm just going to issue a
why
blanket. I don't recall.
Okay, that's fair enough. Don't recall.
the dye didn't
But
stay
we're
in,
supposed to
the way it
believe
was washed,
that the
all that crap. It's
who
meaningless.
responded to
Why are
their
you thinking
tool
about it?
that they put up
You know,
there,
I can tell you how
what they
these
would
years
want to
of
prove
panties are
on
made.
Metro,
You know, stuff that's
Said that they wanted increased frequency of
you got
trains,
some other place to
and
put your mind.
cleaner
You know,
trains,
this is just craziness.
but
But it's the
specifically
mechanics
said
of doing that
less
thing.
bits
Same
on
with
policing.
computers.
I don't
Of
believe that.
painting art.
you know how
And
lies
making
sound
small pieces
like
and
this,
huge
for instance, right?
pieces.
When
None
someone
of it
is
looks like
lying
anything that
and they
you
know
meaning
they've committed this
drawing
heinous
palm
thing
trees,
that's unforgivable,
stuff. It's
they will
abstract.
start off
And
with
people die over
some
it and say,
lesser
how did
thing,
you get this?
like
And they say,
if
how
I
did you go
broke
from
into your
making
house,
clothes
they would say
to
something
doing
like,
this abstract art?
you know, Mo,
I'm saying it's
you
the
know,
same thing.
your house, you know, looks really
on a
nice. I
stage
mean, you know,
with
your
patterns,
neighborhood
fabrics,
is really
sewing
secure.
machine,
I would
whatever.
never break into your house. And you're
That's
like,
what I'm
I
doing.
wasn't talking about that.
This is the exact same
What's
thing.
thinking about
So
breaking
no
into the
one's
house?
saying to
And
me,
you know
I got
something
Madison
else? When
Square
you're making
Garden, and in half,
suggestions
and it's
for
got to
a
be
company,
blue,
let's say you have, like, you go to a hotel and you have the suggestions box.
or
You don't make
Jimmy
any budget
is
suggestions.
saying to
You
me,
don't do that. You would say,
in a letter,
hey, the lobby needs to be reconfigured, or
anything
you know,
come
we need a
across,
better place where we can hang out, or
don't
get
hesitate
leave our
to
luggage.
make something
But you don't say, I
anything
think this hotel should
to
spend
your fancy,
less money on
as
housekeeping.
long as the
This is what they're
special
trying to say.
days are.
They're saying that people
That's in the middle
gave
of
their
the letter.
feedback, said that
Especially made it hard.
Metro
What do
should
you mean
spend
by that?
less
I talked
on
to him.
policing. No,
No.
they didn't.
What he's
No,
talking
they
to,
didn't. If it was not an
this is
issue,
two
they would
humans
bring it up. They wouldn't say, you know, that line
communicating in a
item
living.
for that Metro
But
Police
he's
Force
got
that
his
Kelly's been
version of
talking
it.
about, you know, you don't
How
need to
he
spend that much
calls
money
things.
there.
I made a shirt for
Even
him.
this
It's
headline
Life
is written
magazine,
like it's
where I
every,
use
like
3
it's being
squares of Velcro.
said to you,
In the
Mo
letter he
Kelly.
says,
It's
try
almost
to
like,
match the
oh,
color
no,
of the
Mo
sticky
Kelly,
type
no, it
buttons
is. LA Metro
to the
uses
color
want
of the
increased
shirt or as
frequency
close
and
as
improved
possible.
cleanliness.
In the meantime,
Less
Velcro
spent on
just came out.
policing.
He never
They're
heard
trying
of
to make the brother look bad. That's
Yeah,
what it comes
sure.
down to. They want
Just
to make
came
it
out
look
then,
like
they only
I
made it
don't
white,
know what the people
but he
want.
called it sticky
I
type
don't know
buttons.
what's really
You
going
and I
on
have
in
our
Metro. We
heads.
have Mo Kelly
He
out
calls
there
them
on
ear
KFI
goggles.
talking about we
That's
need
just
to
how he
have a
talks.
safer train.
Understand
We
what
need
I'm
to
saying?
spend
Really calling
money
ear
on a
goggles?
Metro Transit Authority
Really,
police.
Wow.
could I make this up?
And here,
I guess not. That's pretty
it's
fucking
wrong.
amazing.
We got the
So
proof. We have the
what I'm
data.
saying to you is that
People want cleaner
you
trains, not safer
by
trains.
seeing the clothes that we showed him in the beginning, then we made them clothes. Now we're making clothes every 3 to 4 months. I'm sending him a whole wardrobe: shirts, pants, jackets, scarves, armbands. And he's writing
I love it when
letters.
you refer to yourself
This
to the
letter
third
to
person,
say,
by the way. If
I
you could
need
do that
more
more
of this,
often, that'd be great.
I
I'm
need
sure Mo
more
Kelly can.
unusual
Mark
speed.
Ronan loves
So,
it.
at
KFI
one
AM 640,
point-
we're live everywhere. The
This
iHeartRadio
episode of the
app.
podcast
You come
is brought
back,
to you
you
by
go from train to
Blue
another
Lock.
train. But this,
For
unfortunately,
a
is
long
about a
time,
woman
I've
who lost
had
her
trouble
arm
sleeping
after a
tonight.
collision with
And
an
I
oncoming
literally
train.
tried
If that's the
everything:
worst that happened,
supplements, smoking
you gotta
pot,
be easy.
meditating.
Mark Ronan with the news.
And at the end of the day, all that
There
stuff
is the
was
latest
just
from
a band-aid.
KFI
Blue
24
Locks
hours.
actually fixed the
A
problem for
one-year-old
me with
boy
their
living
super
in a hot car
high-tech
has
lenses.
died in Puerto
Blue light
Rico
from our phones and computers actually damage our eyes and lead to visual eye strain. We get symptoms like blurred vision, headaches, and worst of all, you get buttons. Unlike other blue light glasses, blue blocks are backed by science and made in an optical laboratory in Australia. Most other blue light blocking companies are mass producing their shit in China with no understanding of how light impacts health. They have over 40 frames that come in prescription, non-prescription, and even readers. I keep mine literally right next to my computer all day, every day. I even use them on podcasts. The podcasts that I do late at night, I always use these.
From the Odoo.com weather center, Odoo, the only business software you need. Mostly
get your energy back, sleep better, and block out all that unhealthy blue light with blue blocks. Get 20% off by going to blueblocks.com/content. com.
This report brought to you by
BLUBLOX.com / KONCRETE. 20% off. This is the code concrete.
Vehicles. We are heading to a crash on the
Shows
215 in
me
San Bernardino.
Sheridan Hotel downtown.
That's heading northbound just before
Towards
University
the
Parkway. It
and
has the
shows
right
me
lane
to
blocked off.
see
You'll see traffic stacking up
that
as you
instead
approach
of
the
being
210.
small,
And if you're on the 210 westbound at Arcadia at Santa Anita Avenue, still have
he's not
the
playing
car
with
fire
full
there
depth.
that has the 3 right
So
lanes shut
how
down,
does he
so
cut
you'll see
it?
a busy ride
Yes.
on Good
How does he
Drive.
cut it? He
And a
cuts it
full
from
closure
the
on
armpit
14 southbound in
way
Lancaster.
out
That's
here.
from
Way.
Avenue K to Avenue N.
You'll see
All lanes closed
hundreds
off
of
the road
pictures
was
on the
until
net
4
of this.
a.m.
And
With
he's
Southern
using, and
California's
then
most accurate
6-inch
traffic reports.
ruffles of
Pedro
all
Moreno.
You've had enough for your music, but what about your favorite morning shows, routine, or live local news and weather? Search change. Yep, there's an app for all that too. iHeartRadio. Download the #1 app for radio. The free iHeartRadio app.
walking with hair out of his
Widespread
shoulders
racism against the Asian
into a
American
thing that
Pacific
only women go
Islander
into.
is a
Men aren't
serious
going
and
to buy
devastating
fabric
issue that is
to take
impacting
the
the lives
fabric
of millions
to
every
their
day.
seamstress
It's up to all
to
of us
make
to stand
a
up, speak
gown
out, and
for
put
their
an end to this
whatever
racism.
party that they're
Stop
going to show
AAPI
off.
Hate is a national coalition
So,
that tracks incidents of hate
all I'm
and
saying to
discrimination
you is that
against the
Jimmy,
AAPI community across the
he
United
knew
States.
without any
To report a
words
hate
that I
incident
got
or to
what he
learn
was
more
doing.
about what you can do to
I'm
help,
starting to make
visit
those ones. He's freaking out. He loves it.
StopAAPIHate.org now.
But what does Jimmy always want?
The free
More.
iHeartRadio app
Money
is
mean nothing.
#1
You
for
don't even know what
music,
you're talking
radio,
about.
and
Never heard of
podcasts
money
all
mean
in one.
nothing.
Discover a new podcast from our
Past
library of
money.
hundreds
Way
of
past.
thousands
So
of
you guys never
titles.
discuss
Here's an
money.
iHeartRadio
Never.
podcast
Never
preview.
once. Never. You kidding me?
When this
You
journalist
just say,
came up
go
to me
to
and
them and get the
said,
check. Or,
How did you figure out how much to charge him?
now you're into Tony Atkins.
his name was Hamza
So
Syed,
Tony,
and he wanted help on his first ever story.
in
about
the
a
early
mystery in
days, we
Birmingham,
would come
his
up with a
hometown,
price.
that no one had ever
Here's,
solved.
crushed
It had begun
velvet
a few years
pants.
earlier
They
when
didn't
news
have
of a strange
crushed
letter
velvet in those
exploded in
days,
the
so we
press.
crush it ourselves and we do fabric covered buttons, and he's wearing these pants at Woodstock. Okay?
In a supposed called Operation
Front
Trojan
seat
Horse.
pants, so the pants are
The letter
tight
was
to the
bizarre,
knee.
unsigned,
Then if you look from the
incoherent,
side,
badly Xeroxed.
that
Yet
it's
still,
coming down
it's
like
long
this,
one of the
then it
biggest
gets
school scandals
wider
in
as it
British
comes to your
history.
foot, so it's
Government
going out to the
investigators
toe of
descended
your
on
shoe
Birmingham.
and
The
then to
country
your
picked
heel.
up its counter-terror policy. By the time it
He
all died down, schools were revamped, teachers
sees
lost
what
their
we're
jobs.
doing
All
and
I
just
was found
wants more.
suspicious about this whole affair is that this dodgy
he's-
letter suggesting
He
extremists were
knows
taking
these
over our
people.
schools.
He knows Tony.
Nobody
He
ever found
knows
out who
Michael.
wrote it or why.
They're just about making
Remarkably,
clothes that are cool.
none of the
That's
investigators
there's
even
no
tried.
thing, I
If I
don't
convince
need
my read over here, then we should go for it.
whatever autographs
This is
or
supposed to be the first
mean
radio
nothing to
interview
me.
you've ever
And
done.
Jimmy, just as an aside,
Hamza and I spent
says
years
to
running
my
this down.
little Italian
Who
business
is the
partner,
letter defending?
this is maybe
Is the question you have to answer.
1968.
Figuring out who wrote the Trojan Horse letter, that was only the first mystery we were up against.
Women are
It started
having
to seem
sex
like
with me
officials knew more than what
just
they
to
were
say
letting
they had
on.
sex with Jimi Hendrix. Meaning I wasn't
And
in
then
the
Hamza and I
movie.
were poking at something that people did not want to
He's
talk about.
talking to her
Can you give some
because he can talk to her as a human,
It is particularly
and he's
cold.
getting
From
something
Serial
off his
Productions and the
chest,
New York Times,
which is a
I'm
hurt.
Brian Reed.
and I'm not to say it.
And he says
It's
to her,
the
"When you
Trojan
had
Horse
sex with me,
affair,
just to have
a mystery in 8
sex
parts
with Jimi
that a
Hendrix."
lot of people don't want you to hear.
I'm
Listen
26.
and follow
I'm
this
old.
podcast for free on the
So my
iHeartRadio
reaction
app.
as well.
#1 for
There's a
music,
problem.
radio,
Me and the
and
boys can have
podcasts,
to own the
all in
rights.
one
We
app.
want his feelings to be heard.
Billie Eilish, Shakira, and more stars are speaking out after the deadly floods in Texas. On 4th of July, the flood swept through central Texas, leading to catastrophic damage across several counties. Shakira is encouraging fans to join her in donating to Texans in need by sharing a link to a local crisis response charity. And Live Aid is one of the most legendary concerts to ever happen, and Queen said was arguably the most famous of their career. But according to the band's guitarist Brian May, he and Freddie Mercury were skeptical about playing the show. Mark Mayfield explains.
Then Mike figures out what's going on. What's going on is that the girls are stealing the clothes. That's number one. Number two, she's splitting the clothes. I'm using silk and rayon brand
There's talk of having
velvet.
bands
I'm
on the
talking
same
about
bill.
in
They
this.
recalled in an interview with the Radio Times
So
how
Rayon?
Rayon.
How do you spell
We
that?
thought it was going to be a disaster.
R-A-Y-O-N.
Okay.
You're asking the wrong person about spelling anything. But that that one I knew.
That's nice.
So yes. So Rayon velvet. When I'm making
Brenda Lambert is sharing details about his
rock and roll guy
debut duet with Chris Stapleton. The song is titled The Song to Sing, and when they finished it, they knew they wanted to release it. The Lambert and Stapleton duet will be out on
this
Friday.
rayon velvet.
That's
This is
entertainment.
meant
I'm
for a
Jacqueline
proper
Hall.
ladies gown. End of story. This is not rock and roll. There's nothing like it. But now we're back to the thing about what we're
Tomorrow on
talking
the
about.
Conway Show, a major closure announced by a
Knowing the
major Southern
specifications of all
California
these different
institution.
fabrics.
It's something
So
of
rayon,
an incredible thing. It's a temporary closure for the summer, but it's
different
significant.
colors run different ways. That's number one. From perspiration, from washing. You know, you get someone a rayon shirt that's red, you know, and it's a drummer, his body's going to be red at the end of the.
Instagram.
Anyway, all I'm saying to you is that rayon, at the end of its, as you start to stretch it to its the end of its life, it just split.
The industrial,
You'll
you
have a
see
foot long split in your
the
thing.
different
He was
cars.
splitting the pants. I never knew this. He never says it to me ever. He just says in the letter, try to double stitch
Tell
the
about how
pants.
fast they do and
Right?
don't
That's what
go.
he's saying.
Right.
Now,
Amtrak is usually
just as
faster,
an again
so I will say
aside,
that. But you can always see
maybe
them
4
coming.
or 5 years after Jimmy
There is
dies,
a crossing. You know, they're not going to
Robin
sneak up
Trower,
on
who
you.
was making clothes
You have to go out of your way to do
for
something stupid to be hit by a
he's
train.
playing
You
like
really do.
I go there.
A woman
He's
was hit and seriously injured
English
yesterday
guy,
by an
not
Amtrak
into
train
drugs,
Monday evening
you
in
know,
Ventura,
whatever.
and it severed her
Very
arm.
proper.
It happened
And
around 5:25 p.m. yesterday.
You go there.
So we're saying
he
broad
plays,
daylight. It's not even close to the
delivers
sun going
clothes.
down.
Anyway,
There's no way the Amtrak should
now
sneak up on anybody. And it happened at a railroad
I,
overcrossing,
a couple
okay?
of the roadies go
Near
out
Seaward Avenue.
for dinner.
24-year-old woman was believed
One
to
of
be
the
carrying a
guys
bicycle in
is a
one
guy
arm
named Jerry
as she
Stickles.
crossed the train tracks
Jimmy's
near an
roadie from the
oncoming
beginning.
southbound train.
And what I'm saying to you
Great
about
visibility
roadie
from
is
what I
that
understand.
this guy will do whatever it
Holding a
takes
bicycle.
to save
Why
whatever the situation
She
is
chose
that's going
not to
on.
ride the bike across the
whoever
tracks,
he's
which would have been
working for.
faster. I don't know. Why she chose to cross the tracks at all with an oncoming train, I don't know.
His whole life
There
is
probably
devoted
was a
to,
signal
let's
that
say,
had already
Jimmy,
been
who just got in
lit.
a car
Because that's what
accident, or did
traffic
this, or
signals
got caught
do.
with that,
They let you
whatever
know
the
that a
thing
train
is.
is coming. There's usually like a bell.
Shit goes
Ding,
wrong.
ding, 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 ding,
Okay,
ding,
that's a
ding,
way
ding.
of saying it.
Train coming.
Parachute says it
I
all.
don't know why all that
So,
was likely ignored.
Jerry's there with us,
Quote,
and he says
the train struck the
that-
bicycle while it
or
was
he
still in
tells
her
the story
grasp,
that Jimmy,
resulting in the traumatic injury. It appears the bicycle may have become stuck on the tracks just before the collision occurred.
You
You're gonna have to let that
meeting
bike
them
go.
at dinner or something?
yeah,
or-
yeah.
You
So
have to let
Jerry
the bike
Stickles is
go.
there, and he
You've been
tells
stuck.
his
It
story
almost like something out
that
of a movie.
Jimmy
Like you trying
is
to run across the tracks.
playing it in Seattle.
Jason, or I
That's
don't
his
know,
home.
Freddy is chasing you.
It's
Your
a
foot gets caught in
revolving
the tracks.
stage.
You gotta leave that person behind.
Jimmy
Look, you have to
drops
choose
his
your
ass
battles.
down to the
Or are
ground
you going to try to save
with
the
his
bike? Or
guitar in front of
are you
him,
going to try to save
splits the
yourself?
pants.
I would
They
try to
throw
save
him
myself. If
An
Mark fell
English
down,
Union Jack
I don't know.
flag.
if Stephen got his foot caught
He
in the
ties
tracks,
it on him like
I
a
don't know.
diaper. 2 knots
it
on his
just
hip.
might be,
That's the way I understand it. I
survival of
never
the
saw a
fittest.
picture of it.
And that would be you, the
And
fittest.
it goes on.
Well, if you're the one
All
who
I'm
got
saying
stuck and I
to you
didn't,
is that
that's
that's
probably
why
how it
Jimmy's
played out.
saying
I
to
see.
me,
Well, that's heartwarming.
try to
Thank you
double
for
stitch
that.
the pants. You
Well,
know,
at least I'm honest.
as
I'll
the
let you
years
know up
went
front.
on,
If
I
in the
learned
event that we
that
find
you can't
ourselves
use this
in a similar
fabric
situation
on that human
where
being
you
because
are
you could
stuck
split it.
in a railroad
It is
track and
underwear,
there's an
right? That's the
oncoming train, don't look
No
to
underwear.
me to extricate
No
you.
underwear.
No, listen,
Oh,
I got the
Jesus,
fear
could
of
you
God in me
imagine?
from my very
you
first
Seeing that happen.
Can you
having
imagine?
covered lots of train
And this
accidents,
is,
car
no
trains,
one's going to
human
believe
train.
you.
If this woman
I'm
only
gonna
lost
tell
an
you this
an
thing,
arm and
you're
wasn't
gonna
reduced
go,
to raspberry preserves, she got off lucky, like you said. I've covered lots
They
of
say,
these
well,
things
what was he
as
like?
young cub
This is
reporter Mark
quiet,
Weber, the third person.
shy, introvert,
And
very
they're
well
horrifying.
mannered.
And they mostly are a result of people
You know,
being impatient,
but everybody else
and
says, I don't
not
believe it.
wanting
That's
to
not what I'm
think they
seeing
can
in
race
music.
across,
That's not what I'm hearing.
not sometimes
All I'm
realizing
saying
they're
to
two
you
coming
is
from
that
opposite
his
directions.
heart,
These things are
as
horrifying.
it came
I
out
have
of him,
never in my life, and I can honestly say, I have
is
never
what
in
you're
my life
seeing
even even thought about racing a train, beating a train at a crossing. Not walking, not
walk into a room,
driving,
he's there. He says to me,
not bicycling. And I say that because growing up in Torrance, there is a train track which runs almost like diagonal through the city of Torrance. It's like Sepulveda and Western, and you get caught by the same train 2 or 3 different times. There were always opportunities for me to put that to the test, either riding my bike or driving a car. Never, ever have I done it. And then when I was riding the subway, I would say there are 3 or 4 instances in which either there was a car or a person on the tracks who got kicked and then delayed my train for an hour or 2.
You know, all those kind of songs
something I
where
just can't understand. Why would you even
he's
put
talking
yourself
about
on the tracks at any time? There is a signal. If you're walking in a place where there isn't a signal,
he's telling a
damn, I
story
can't help you.
from his point of view.
It doesn't take a genius to figure out that you probably should be in the way of a train. The thing is, there are movies like, I don't know, To Live and Die in L.A. or Dirty Mary and Crazy Larry where people do race trains, but in real life, the train always wins. Every single time. And this is something I've been here from people. They expect the train to either be able to slow down or stop. No, that's impossible. And they're not even going to try and risk a derailment. I'd like to introduce you to physics. But it doesn't work. And object in motion is sustained in motion, especially if it's,
and Jimmy says, tell her I'll meet her in the next world.
450 tons or however much it weighs, traveling at 60 miles an hour. Got a locomotive with multiple heavy cars it's pulling. It doesn't stop like your Honda, okay? No, it doesn't. And you're going to lose every single time. I've done some stupid stuff in my life, and I've done, I mean, a lot.
Yeah,
things which,
talking
yes,
about his
could have gotten me
personality.
killed. Yes,
Personally,
would have put me
some
in
of the most
jail.
talented people
But
that I
trains
know
is something I
have been
never
socially
mess
awkward.
with. Maybe because they were
I
ever
wouldn't
present
say he's socially
in the
awkward. I
South
would
Bay,
just say
and they were ever
introverted,
present
quiet,
in other places that I live, like in West LA. So
very well
there are
mannered,
always these opportunities to see in a real
he knows
sense how fast,
to
how quickly the train will
get through a
approach
situation,
after the
whatever
arm
it
comes
is.
down.
Meaning,
You may think you have
you know,
time to beat it,
in
but you
his
really don't.
hotel
And that's
room
not a game you want to play.
in
That's not a
downtown
game of chicken
Tampa,
you ever want to play. No, you don't want to make that bet. There's nothing that you're doing that is so urgent that you can't wait for the train just to go, no matter how long the train is. Right, and I know sometimes the train you can be stuck in a light. I know this one at Sepulveda and Western and Torrance. You could be stuck there for literally 30
figure out your
minutes.
size.
30
Try these
minutes. I
pants
understand
on.
the urge and the desire,
Just look at
but it is
one
not
second,
worth
I'll tell you
killing
the
you
size.
and possibly someone else if you
Give him the
bounce
pants.
off the train and careen into
Open
someone else's
towards
car.
the
No, that's
bathroom.
30 minutes longer
There's
you
one
get
of
to
those
live.
thin tables
It's a good way to look
by
at
the
it.
bathroom.
Chris Wilson.
He takes
He's
off
going
the
to join us
stars
next.
that
This
are tied
TV
around
Watch
his waist.
Free Plus app.
This is
He
like
has
a
some free
2-minute
offerings he
job.
wants to share with us. So
Knots,
be around for
stars
that.
around
This is
his
later
waist.
with Bob Kelly KFI 840. We're live everywhere. So the iHeartRadio
Yeah,
app.
yeah. Over his pants, he's wearing clothes and he's trying to start around his knees.
HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating
Takes it up, lays it on this table.
Unconstitutional
Takes the
immigration
pants, goes
stops
into
and
the
raids.
bathroom.
I'm Mark Ronner, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
2
LA
minutes
County
later,
and
comes
multiple
back out
cities have joined the lawsuit filed by the ACLU
with
against
his
the Trump
original
administration
pants on.
to stop what they call
And he's got the pants
unconstitutional
that I gave him
immigration
to
stops
try
and
out.
raids. LA City Attorney
Just
Heidi
make them all
Feldstein
like
Soto
this.
says the enforcement efforts locally,
He's saying, don't
including
measure
this week's
me,
action at
don't
MacArthur
touch
Park,
me,
has
whatever.
created a sense of
Make them all
fear
like
and
this.
chaos.
These unconstitutional roundups and raids
He's
cannot
shot.
be allowed to continue.
And those
They
pants
cannot become
fit him.
the new
These are
normal.
tight
This
pants.
cannot become
And they're
routine to send
tight
militarized
because they're
troops
seen down the front
into our
back.
streets.
And I can
Counties
get
joined
away
by the
with
cities
it.
of LA,
We're getting
Pasadena,
known
Santa
for
Monica,
this
Culver
look.
City,
And
Pico
his
Rivera,
pants with
Montebello,
his
Monterey
pants
Park, and West Hollywood. The LA
all
County
I'm
Board of
saying to you
Supervisors
is
has
that
directed county departments to ensure health care access
we
for
could get
illegal
to a
immigrants.
The plan
situation
would
later
include
on
increased
that day
access to
after we
virtual
play
and
now.
telehealth medical services
myself,
and prescriptions and refills sent
two
by
other
mail.
guys,
Supervisor
girls, or whatever,
Hildesley says
back in
federal
his room
immigration
after the
enforcement
gig.
has instilled
You know,
fear in the community.
This
reefers
fear
being
is
rolled,
keeping our immigrant
we're
communities
smoking
from
it,
going to
half
work,
an hour goes by,
attending
and
church,
looking around
and even
hungry.
obtaining food.
County departments have
You know,
also
someone
been
takes out a
instructed to
piece
study
of
the
paper,
impact
tries
of
to take an
immigration
order.
enforcement on
You want
access
a
to
burger
health and
from
social
whatever
services in LA County.
downstairs, or
Michael Monk's KFI News.
Governor
fries.
Newsom's arrived in South Carolina.
The first
Where the
person tries to
Democrats
do
in
it,
the
they
southern
can't write
states say
it,
is
they
about
spell the
building
wrong name,
partnerships.
meaning they're too
Newsom
high.
says it's
Second person's
necessary
too
to keep
high.
up a
Third
fight
person's
against
too
the
high.
Trump administration.
Finally, Jimmy says, give me the pad.
Yes,
Takes it. Yes. You want a burger, you want a medium, you want
Newsom's
fries,
visiting the
you want
northeastern
this,
part of
you
South
want
Carolina
Coke.
today before heading toward the more conservative
They
upstate
had
tomorrow.
to have
South
been
Carolina has historically played an
a
important role
waiter
in
at some
Democratic
point in his
presidential
life.
candidate
He
primaries.
knew about this
Volunteers
stuff.
are turning up in the
He
hill
wasn't
country in central
ashamed of it or
Texas as the
anything
surge
like that.
goes
This
on
is
for
what it
people
took
still
to do the
missing from
job.
last
He
weekend's
says,
flooding.
"Read the paper," and he
Jeff
goes,
Rockow
"Yeah,
owns a
the whole
catering
thing
company in
went
Dallas, and his
They
two
went
daughters
from
had been at
Julie
Camp
to
Mystic
that
the
was
week
the
before
end
the
of that.
flooding. He's
But
now
all
back
I'm
there
saying
helping
to
to
you is
prepare
that
meals.
It's hard on them.
it's
It's
a
very
very
hard on them.
natural
I mean,
person.
they could have
And
been.
that's what's
It was hard on me
caused
when I
what
thought
he's
about, oh
telling
gosh,
me.
that could have been my kid.
Officials say more than 160 people are still missing.
Anything
Details are coming out about the flood alerts issued in central Texas before that flooding 4th of July weekend. ABC's Matt Gutman says the National Weather Service in Austin and San Antonio had 5 meteorologists working the severe weather event.
It's normally staffed with 2. They issued warnings that rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying locations may rise out of their banks.
He says the first flash flood warning was issued around 1 a.m. Friday, and the first flood emergency went out just after 4 a.m. And Democratic members of the House Judiciary Committee are pressuring the Justice Department to release a report on Mar-a-Lago by former Special Counsel Jack Smith, as well as any Epstein files that reference President Trump. The president's playing it down.
We have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things, and are people still talking about this guy, this great?
But all I'm saying to you is that he
The push for details from the Epstein files comes after the Justice Department released a memo yesterday saying Epstein died by suicide and did not keep a client list. Self-line weather from Camp High mostly clear tonight with some clouds later, lows in the low 60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs around 90, up to 100 higher in the valleys A, B, and I, and mid-70s at the beaches. The same or just a little bit hotter Thursday. That's going to drop a few degrees Friday through the weekend. Right now it's 71 in Newport Beach, 76 in Orange, 80 in Sherman Oaks, and 79 in Burbank. And we got a car fire on the 210 in Arcadia.
Sitting westbound right at Santa Anita Avenue, the 3 right lanes still closed off. It looks like the fire crews and cleanup crews.
So going back to
clear all the mess out of the way, so you'll see.
You were shipping all of these outfits to him wherever he was. How many outfits were you
We have a work zone from Vista Del Lago to Lakeview.
No.
Left lane's closed off there. That's scheduled until 6 in the morning. Lancaster 14 northbound. That's going to be a
women
clean
were just stealing them from him. He had no idea.
The right lane closed
No,
off
he had an idea.
until
He
6
knew
in
it
the
was
morning. So slowly on the 101 heading southbound. That's in
But the
Hollywood,
women
just
would
after
queue
Vermont
up
Avenue. It's going to be a slow ride there
to
until
be
you reach the 110 and the 10
let's say
eastbound
we're in
in
the
Mid-City
hotel,
approaching Western, seeing some brake lights.
close.
It stays slow at the
Or we're hanging
downtown,
out
clears up
afterwards.
just after Maple.
People
You're
are
on the
coming to the door,
215
knocking on
northbound
the
in San
door.
Bernardino,
I want
right
an
at
autograph.
University
I
Parkway.
want
Still have a
whatever.
crash there that has
I
the
gotta
right
say,
lane
this
off
isn't
limits.
working.
It's causing some stop and go traffic
Do
from
what you
about the
gotta do.
210
You only got
with
5
Southern
minutes to get it
California's
done.
most accurate traffic reports. I'm Pedro Moreno. Hey there, history fans.
iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast.
It's called American History Hotline,
where you ask the question, is political technology
Did George Washington really cut down a territory?
She's
Did
there.
Marilyn Monroe having an affair?
and American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
With your free iHeartRadio app, search American History Hotline and listen now. Okay, forest animals, kids are coming to the forest, and it's up to us to make their visit a good one. Sparrow, have you practiced the most popular bird songs for the year?
Of course.
Can I have 2?
Cat.
Right.
I mean, can we stretch this out over a week? Or
How long do I have?
Yeah, long. But I mean,
Squirrel. The forest
I'm
has been
saying to
preparing
you,
just for you.
hear
To learn
him
more
say
about
it
cool
in
things to
the
do in the
song,
forest,
where
visit
he's saying,
discovertheforest.org.
this is
Brought to you by the
dedicated
U.S.
to
Forest
girls,
Service
7
and the Ad
girls
Council.
with red underwear. This is the
Number
girl.
1 on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
You know,
Free
you'll hear
never
in
sounded so good.
between
KFI AM 640.
He's talking just like people
It's
or
later
talking to
with
people or
Mo
saying
Kelly.
whatever's on his
Time
mind.
to talk. 3 movies with Chris
I like to
Woolsey
thank
of
you for the last
Vizio
few years.
TV. Vizio, home of the Vizio Watch Free
He
Plus
said
app.
3 things to me about the end. One of which is, I don't know how much longer I'm doing what I'm
Facebook and
doing.
the iHeartRadio app.
let's talk some movies, like
Well,
free
what's the
movies.
context of this? Like, are you
Vizio
guys?
TV's
This is out of
Restream
nothing.
Plus.
You guys are hanging out, eating dinner. What?
Movies
You're
with Chris
traveling
We're
with
walking.
them?
I think we were walking somewhere.
I did well, and yourself.
I'm doing well. I'm still recuperating from the 4th
First
of
of all, I
July
don't like
weekend.
this.
That I
Second
am.
I
of
stayed
all,
home too much on Friday.
I
I
don't know
did
what it
too.
really
I took my daughter to
Third of
the
all,
Anime
I'll do what Mike
Expo down
does.
But you
at,
did go.
Mike's not very
I
smart.
did, and we
Just shove it under the
cosplayed
carpet.
and
Let's forget it.
everything.
Did you tell Twala?
Then he says,
Oh, because he's the one.
I don't know how much longer.
He's the anime expert around here.
Is he? Okay,
Oh, yeah,
I'll hit him up on the way out then.
Yes.
Yep. We had a grand time, but I think I walked
Third thing I forgot what it is.
25,000 steps or some crazy
Good.
shit, and almost had to get carried in the car.
Not
He
good.
knew the end
No.
was coming.
No, so I feel you.
And
We're close
he
in
was
age.
saying it to me.
And I mention that because we know good and well
And he
it's the
was
50th anniversary
here
of Jaws.
That it is.
Speaking of 4th of July, it's
for
set
maybe 4
4th of
days
July.
just
But
before
it
he died.
seems like, correct me if I'm wrong,
Yeah, just
Jaws did not
weeks
get
before he
to
died.
benefit, the franchise did
Weeks
not get
before
to
he died,
benefit
let's say. He
by
had
and
played
large
the highlight primetime in
from
Miami.
all
He
of
went there.
the good
He
things which
brought him
came out.
back.
In other words,
This
you had this cottage
place
industry
I'm
of
calling the
shark
Blue Room, which
movies
was a motel
decades
that they
later,
just recently
but they had nothing to do
torn
with
down
Jaws.
on
You had
34th.
Sharknado and
But
any
my
other.
point is that
Why do you think that is?
he
Well, I mean, I think it was a
knew what was coming.
incredibly original idea,
You know, he's trying to say it to me.
and
I'm
I think
not
Spielberg
listening
was
to anything he says.
an unbelievably talented. I think it was genius.
Very
I think it was lightning in a
He's
bubble,
very human
and
person,
I think
whatever that means.
he touched on something
He's
that
staying
was
in
so
this hotel. He's
primal.
getting up at 4 o'clock.
The fear aspect.
Yeah, absolutely. And
That's
I
the
remember
That's the
as a
wake up
kid,
time.
my
Okay,
sisters
getting up at
told
4
me
o'clock.
they went to go
and
see
we're
Jaws. I
going
couldn't go see it because I was
to
too little.
this
And
place
they
over
came back to the theater and
Thursday
told me that Jaws
was
got into a swimming pool in the movie.
Oh, that's so wrong.
It was so wrong.
place
And of course,
where
we
you
had a
just line up to
swimming
get the
pool.
food.
And so I was terrified the entire summer going into my
Morrison's
swimming pool
cafeteria.
that somehow the
So,
logic held that
proper
there was
people
going to be
in St.
a shark
Petersburg,
getting
this
into my
is
swimming pool. So
1970,
The reason I mentioned that because on the Watch Free Plus app,
probably
you
1970.
have Shark Attacks
So
on
you
Vizio's
go
Watch
out,
Free
and
Plus
it's a
app.
proper
How
place
did you
to go
decide that, and
with
what
the
do you think
family,
about that,
with your wife,
given the backdrop of
Morrison's
what
cafeteria.
Jaws
And you
did?
line up
Sure.
and you say, I want that, I want that, you point to it.
Vizio,
And the
we
people
love
have got the
movies,
spoons
and
and
so
they put
we
it on
get
your
together
plate,
at
And
least
now-
once a quarter, and we just sit down.
Jimmy's first in line. I'm
The
second.
marketing team
Tony's there.
and the
and Elena.
geniuses in our programming team and acquisitions, and we all get together and
People
we
that are
go,
spooning the
what
third
are
food
we
say to
excited
me
about
with
doing
their mouths,
next?
but not their
And
voices.
we all got together, and our programming team is just amazing, and
This
we
is
started
Jimi
talking about
Hendrix.
shark
He's
movies
in Mars
and just how
cafeteria
much we
at
all
5
love them.
o'clock.
And they're so much fun, and we were like, well, it's going to be perfect. It's going to line up with summer. We're going to give every
Very
shark movie we can. You know, there's a shark
So
we've done
all I'm
Discovery
saying
and
to you
all
is
that.
that
So it makes
go
sense
to
there.
Mars
And
to
so we're just
read,
gonna
you know,
pack.
or if you go to any club
almost
anywhere
50
with
shark
them,
movies, I think, on
they
on
always
50
invite him to play.
Shark
He'll
Attack
always
Hub.
play.
I
Always.
mean,
Always.
we have.
You know, he may say, I need
talk
this
about
kind
some
of
specifics,
guitar,
but
or turn the amp
ridiculous
around, I want
sand
it
shark,
louder.
mountain shark,
You don't know what he'll say, but
Santa,
he's looking to play.
Santa
This is
Jaws. I
where
think like it's
giving
the
his
most
head
ridiculous
his
list
heart. Or
of shark movie. Shark Lake with Dolph
Jimmy,
Lundgren.
myself, Tony, and a
By
few
the
other
way,
people are
I think we
watching
talked about
a
this
movie
before. Is a Fulbright
on
scholar.
television.
He's brilliant.
He is.
Yes.
He is.
And
Yeah.
it's a
He has like
movie
his
about
master's degree in
wolves
chemical engineering.
that raise a baby.
That's all I know.
This is true. This is true.
Right?
I mention that also because this is around the time of
And
year that we have Comic
We're
Con. One of my
watching it, and
fondest
the wolves are
memories,
raising
and I
the
know
baby,
Twala will
doing
remember
this,
this.
whatever.
We had a chance to
They might be
interview the director of Sharknado 1 and 2,
And
Anthony
so
C.
we're
Ferrari.
Yes.
Can you tell me that there's any Sharknado coming up on
Jimmy's
Vizio
playing
Watch?
an air guitar.
We have the Sharknado trifecta at the moment. So we
The
have
music in this
Sharknado 1,
thing.
and then because there were so many
This is
unanswered
where his head
questions,
is at.
there is
He's playing.
Sharknado 2,
You know,
and
then
then
he
of course
realizes, you see
3.
what
So we have
he's doing.
the entire
And you then
canon,
start
as it
doing holding his elbow.
of Sharknado films.
Makes it into a joke.
At his
But all I'm
finest,
saying to
Tara
you is
Reid,
that
John
all
Hurt.
these
It's so strange how that just became a phenomenon because
Macho Man, same
the whole
thing.
idea
These people are
is
totally taken
ridiculous
up
on
with
its
whatever
face.
game they're playing. It's
But then it just
100%
turned
their
into this
being.
phenomenon.
So it
I mean,
is
Macho
made
Man,
over 4 billion
Elizabeth
dollars
complained
for
about
the
this.
B
Georgia Stewart
worldwide.
complained about it.
Ow!
They're
And
getting
the funniest part of this is Steve Guttenberg was apparently offered one of the lead roles when they were casting the film, and he turned it down, saying this is ridiculous. It's never going to make any money. And then, of course, Ian Ziering bought 14 vacation homes with the money that he made on this franchise, and then
He made more money on this than he did Beverly Hills 90210.
I believe that is correct. I'm not his accountant, but I'm going to say yes. And then, so Steve Guttenberg immediately said yes to the spin-off film, Law of the Land Show Up, that the same production entity made.
We're using this as
Okay, outside of Sharknado 1, 2, and 3, what else do you have coming? I don't want to say it's for Shark Week, but we'll call it Shark Tank.
It is definitely the Shark Tank Hub, and you can watch the Shark Tank Hub on your Vizio TV by going to the on-demand section for Watch Free Plus, or if you don't have a Vizio TV, you can download the free Vizio app, and there is a Shark Attack channel that you can watch on your mobile device. But I think this is actually my current favorite shark film outside of Jaws, and that is 2003's Open Water.
I saw that. Wait a minute. He did more than one of those, didn't he?
He did 3. So
I didn't know that. I saw the first one, but I didn't see the other two.
We have the trifecta of Open Water as well, based on a true story of Tom and Eileen Lonergan, who were left in shark-infested waters in the Great Barrier Reef when their scuba diving crews left without them.
Did that company ever get sued?
I believe they folded, if I'm not mistaken.
That's usually a company killer, no pun intended.
Yeah, one would think. Yeah, definitely. It's hard to get back in the game after doing something like that.
Give me 1, 2, or 3 more real quick before we go to break.
I will give you 3 more, and that is the 2022 franchise Bull Shark. Now, I'm not sure if you know this fact, but bull sharks can actually reset their metabolism to live in fresh water. And there is a lake in South America, Lake Nicaragua, which is full of bull sharks, which occasionally attack people. So the Bull Shark franchise posits the question, what would happen if bull sharks got into a lake in America?
Well, we know that means people have to die, but
yes. They catch bull sharks in the Mississippi River all the time. They caught one in Alton, Illinois, 1,000 miles.
This is just something in your head.
So that's why
you
I
got
stay
something great over here. You got
I
nothing
don't
over
blame
here.
you.
So
The worst thing,
doing the best you can with
not that I was
you
getting
got.
into Mississippi
So
River, but
Randy,
if I were to die because of a shark in the
I got a
Mississippi
call.
River,
First of all, I'm not watching wrestling. I don't
I
know
get
about
judges
wrestling.
ruling
I
on
yeah,
watch
it's
on
like that's not
television.
fair. I'm not supposed to encounter a
Let's
shark.
pause for a second. How far after your relationship with Jimmy,
When we come
obviously
back,
you
we
passed
talk
away,
about
and
your
stopped
full
working for
throttle summer.
What was it
Watch Free
like?
Plus app.
Well, first of all, what was it like when you found out Jimmy first passed away? Where were you? And how?
Thank you.
I was sleeping.
I appreciate you
King
paying
woke
close
me up
attention back
and
until
said,
we'll have more with Chris Wilson in
Jimmy's
just a
dead.
moment of Vizio TV.
So
KFI 640 Live everywhere
new
on
at this game.
YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and the
What are you
iHeartRadio
talking
app.
about?
Mark
He's
Warner
just
now
here.
has the news.
I'm
Producers condemning the armed deployment of federal immigration agents in the
I'm not
Park
getting
yesterday, calling it politically
saying,
motivated and disruptive to one of LA's most vulnerable communities. Newsom also says the National Guard members who were protecting people during wildfires are now being used as
and then they
political
said he's
pawns.
in England.
President Trump says the U.S. will be sending
whatever
more weapons to Ukraine.
was,
This is after the administration
dead.
had paused some weapons
Then I
shipments
had
there,
to try
claiming the
to
U.S. military
absorb
stockpile
this,
was being
but
depleted. And today, July 8th, is National Raspberry Day, celebrated with the fruit or the verbal variety of raspberry.
So
That's your business. Now we got clones on the 710 in Long Beach.
hey, people die.
Heading northbound from Del Amo to Long Beach Boulevard, you'll see the right lane closed out for roadworks. Scheduled to end at 6 a.m. And if you're on the 210 westbound in Arcadia, right at Santa Anita Avenue, the 3 right lanes have been reopened for repair from an earlier car fire that's been extinguished. Your drive is recovered from Huntington Drive. And the 15 northbound heading into the Cajon Pass, looking at some stop and go traffic from the 215 that clears up at the 138. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Marino.
raised me and all that stuff.
iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast. It's called American History Hotline, where you ask the question, what is political technology?
And George Washington really cut down a territory. Became Marilyn Monroe having an affair?
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
This is such a ridiculous story. We tell ourselves because we don't want to.
And the story,
Open your free iHeartRadio app. Search American History Hotline and listen now.
And
Here's that song again. Here's that song again for the 100th time today. Here's that song again. It's gone. It's stuck in your head all day. Here's that song again. It will make you cray, cray.
You love your kids enough to watch that TV show a bajillion times. You love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat for their age and size. Show them you love them. Go see it. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
to this
In
day,
the history of
lives
cinema,
in Texas.
few films have been as
That's my
successful as The
mother.
Godfather. Francis
younger
Ford
than me.
Coppola's gangster
Oh,
epic
my
set a
God.
new standard,
What's
not
wrong
just
with
for
you?
movies about
Somebody
the
says
mafia,
this is your
but for
mother.
movies in
She said
general.
it to me
Although,
maybe
if you talk
40
to the
years
people
ago.
who made it,
I
The
treated her
Godfather's
that way.
prospects for success
She's
were
married
far
to
from
a
short.
friend of
In
mine.
fact, before its
You know,
release,
but
there
in
were
my
briefly
mind, she's
Okay,
my
sir,
mother.
we're
She
finished.
tells
This
me
is
to
over.
drink
There's only
like an
something
Asian
to work.
tea. Then
Turn
I'm
your
going,
real
oh,
in Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli, my co-host Marcio and I stripped back the varnish
how the
of movie
mind
history
works.
and
It's a
talked to never
wild
before
thing.
heard from sources to get at what really made the process so arduous.
Randy.
Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind the Godfather's birth from start to finish. We sift through innumerable accounts, many of them conflicting,
How long is
and try to get to the truth of what really happened. Leave the Gun,
I'm
Take
not
the
going to
Cannoli
answer
features
because
new and
I'm really
archival
bad.
Dude, you're right, Van. You're right.
I
Robert
don't know
Evans,
what to say.
Barbie girl.
James Caan,
Are these guys, are these stars, people that call for are they reaching out to you because
No, this is just this is what's going on. This is what we're for that. There's, let's say, in the eastern United States, or the middle to the
You're right.
United States, there's,
we still aren't
let's say there's
entirely
200
sure what's
bands.
true and what's not, but we can
that
promise that our 10-part series
We're gonna
gives every
fix
one
that
of
right
those
now.
people a chance to
35
tell
years
their side of
old
the story.
that go around, play
Listen
2
and
weeks in this
subscribe to
club,
Leave
2
the
weeks in
Gun,
that
Take
club.
on American
Welcome, Miss Aquarius.
Illinois and all those kind of places.
How you living?
As listeners. It's just a but it's going to be and not about something. It's your
So
Yeah.
Tuesdays and
Do you feel
Thursdays,
sick?
if you're feeling froggy, you can always unclick it if you like.
Yes, ma'am. I don't like it.
You'll never miss an episode.
Some of the things that I use, sometimes a heating pad or a hair dryer.
They were rough on him physically. He went to, they made him.
Yeah, can you hear me, Mr. Aquarius? Yes. I do. Yeah. And so I like to use when that happens. Fortunately, it doesn't happen often anymore, but when I was a kid, I would use a hair dryer or a heating pad to help relieve the pressure. Right.
Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search
Yes.
Street.
Listen to America's Podcast Network.
This is Daily Show.
Oh, that's what it is?
Qualify for it, so don't wait.
Allergies?
Information, call the relief.
Right. No, I know that. There you go. Good. Are you ready? You've got invitations, Miss Aquarius.
I don't think. He may have been on Johnny Hawk.
Plus app. We talked about
Now
shark attack.
I know. Once it's in the gutter, it should just end.
And now let's talk about full summer.
Oh, look at you. Nice little comeback there to get pinned.
in his heavy voice. I have no idea who this person is. Hey, come on, come tomorrow. We're here noon to 6.
Who?
And the address, whatever. Next day comes with a list.
There aren't enough great action films to attract people. We're going to bring it to Watch Free Plus. So
3 stars across the front.
I can dig it. I can dig it. What's up first?
So, tons like Shark Attack. If you have the mobile, there's a full throttle summer channel, and then about good Sir Bruce Willis many a times. And
oh, come on. I agree.
Spectrum of films. A lot out, or they forgot gems there. One of them is the 2020 film Breach, which is a sci-fi.
I don't think I've seen that one.
It's fun. It's fun. It's basically Alien meets Night of the Living Dead. So he's on a spaceship that's traveling, and while there's a few people that are like in cryo, or there's a ton of millions of people on this ship that are in cryostasis, and then there's a crew who are actually
can't believe that was not good.
And operating the ship, and I'm not going to blow it for you, but a presence gets onto the ship that
probably an alien presence.
Quite possibly,
not definitely, but probably.
Yes, and it's starring obviously Bruce Willis,
Get it.
Lee Hursley from Riverdale, who played Moose, Rachel Nichols from A Million Little Things. It's pretty terrifying. All of also the
not what I wanted.
Of like a zombie infection. I don't know. I enjoyed it quite a bit.
Okay, let's.
No.
I know you got some Nicolas Cage for me, because I think of action. I think of Nicolas Cage.
Always, as well you should. And we do at 2019 Running with the Devil. Great cast: Nicolas Cage, Lawrence Fishburne, Cole Hauser, who I love.
He's always great. He may not be a leading man. He's great in movies like Pitch Black.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's right. I forgot he was.
Oh yes, I'm a Cole Hauser fan.
Yeah.
He's a good a-hole.
He's a really good.
Oh man.
Nice guy in real life.
Absolutely. He nails the a-hole. Barry Pepper, who I think is one of the most underutilized dramatic actors. Leslie Bibb from Iron Man. It's about the CEO of a multinational conglomerate played by Barry Pepper.
Win's a win. I win, you win.
Ends up conglomerate's drug supply is getting hijacked. So it ends up this multinational conglomerate is actually running drugs. And Nicolas Cage and Lawrence Fishburne get out to the middle of nowhere to try to figure out what exactly is going on. And it is super intense. Lots of intrigue and espionage and tons of fun action, as you'd always expect with young Mr. Cage.
Yes, young Mr. Cage more so than older Mr. Cage. Sometimes he just kind of mails it in, but he's eminently watchable, and he's someone I'm always going to watch.
Ooh.
We always say he's like microwave pizza. Even when it's bad, it's still pretty good. It's still edible. Yeah, exactly.
All right, give me one more. Oh, yes.
Song specifically for
Thank you very much.
So this is not the Sicario. Sicario. Yes.
No doubt.
And I didn't realize Sicario is the Spanish word for hitman.
Are you serious?
I didn't realize, even though I had watched both the Sicario films and just never looked that up.
Miss Aquarius, are you serious?
But it is starring Natasha.
Very,
very lovely. I went to go
I
see
don't know.
just before moving, after I graduated from college, just before I moved. And that sealed my desire.
Tough split.
and Michael Madsen was in that. He just recently passed. Yes.
Oh, great shot. Great shot, Miss Aquarius. Even though it didn't get the other one, that was a really good shot. You're welcome. I don't know why it won't let me get a strike either. Oh, that was my fault.
A big drug lord, and then of course the drug lords.
You got the invisible pins. They should have knocked that down.
It's a story familiar, but it's still told well.
Absolutely. Yep. Very fun.
Yes, it was.
Sift through these that you wanted to feature on the Watch Free Plus app.
Quite a few, but the fun thing about Full Throttle Summer is they drop new movies.
What a spare. That was one of the best spares I've ever had.
So even if you go and you don't see anything about, check back on Friday. Boom, there's 2 more blockbusters that we're going to drop. So
we're talking about the Watch Free Plus.
Oh, the toughest spare, the toughest split in the game. You can do it. I've seen you do it before. Get it. Get it, get it, get it. I've seen you do it. Come on. I think so. Got it. Oh, no. I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. 2 wins for Miss Aquarius, 2 wins for Rabbi. Excellent, excellent. Great win. Alrighty, you. I hope your ear feels better, and I hope you get some good sleep, and I'll play with you tomorrow. You take that Benadryl, drink your water. Excellent. All right, we'll play with you tomorrow, God willing. You too. Take care. Bye-bye.
I am on several social medias. IDGHAYZOOS on Twitter. I'm Chris Woolsey on Facebook, Instagram. I think I'm CS Woolsey. Yeah, hit me up. And of course, Vizio and Watch Free Plus. We've got handles all over the place, so you can find us. And yeah, hit me up. I need more friends.
I'm going to hit you up, and hopefully we'll get to see you in maybe 2 weeks.
You will, as a matter of fact, just before I head out for my European vacation.
Where are you going, real quick?
We are going to Paris. We're going to Bruges. We're going to Amsterdam, and then we are going to Spain, to the countryside. My sister, sainted sister, and her beautiful husband have a little house out in the middle of Spain, and we are going to do nothing.
All right. Please take some pictures for us.
I will.
It's later with Mo Kelly. We're going to talk Superman when we come back. KFI 640 Live, everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Now over to Mark Broderick, KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A man who allegedly used a ghost gun to shoot an LAPD officer during a foot chase in the Exposition Park area has been charged with attempted murder. The 26-year-old scheduled to be arraigned tomorrow. The shooting happened Saturday when 2 officers saw the guy riding a bike and tried to stop him, but he took off. It's getting really hot again in Southern California.
The National Weather Service is calling for highs 5 to 10 degrees above normal through Friday. Highs in the valley should be between the mid-90s and 103 degrees. Woodland Hills, usually the hottest place in the San Fernando Valley, could hit 106 degrees. The heat wave is expected to peak on Wednesday and Thursday.
And Winkle.
Around above average temperatures is forecast to hit early next week. Daniel Martindale, KFI News.
Teenagers facing charges for starting the Rancho fire in Laguna Beach. Police arrested the 13-year-old yesterday after questioning some witnesses. They say when they made the arrest, they found a video of the boy shooting off fireworks. The boy was booked and later released to his parents. The fire started yesterday and was caused by fireworks, but only grew to about 4 acres before being put out by fire crews. President Trump says there's a deadline for other countries to reach a deal on his announced tariffs. That deadline is now August 1st, which is different than what the White House originally said when July 9th was announced. Trump says there was no change.
Michael doesn't wear dresses. He doesn't think about dresses. He doesn't think about weather. He has no idea what you're talking about.
A letter was sent out from the White House to dozens of nations. The president claims those letters are the finalized deal offer. In a cabinet meeting at the White House, Trump claimed the tariffs would generate billions for the U.S. Some economists have argued it would cost consumers more. Some landmarks in KFI is mostly clear time with some clouds later, lows in the low 60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs around 90, 100 higher in the valleys A, B, and IE, and mid-70s at the beaches. It'll be about like that, maybe a hair hotter on Thursday, and then drop to merciful degrees on Friday, and that's going to last through the weekend. Right now it's 73 in Irvine, the same in Downey, and it crashes out of the way on the 215 in San Bernardino.
When I'm heading north down the University Parkway, the right lane's been reopened for you there. Traffic has recovered. And if you're traveling on the 91 heading eastbound in Anaheim Hills, you'll see some slowing once you get to Weir Canyon, and it stays slow to just before Green River Road. Then we have a work zone 5 southbound at Santa Clarita from Lyons Avenue to the 14. To see the 2 right lanes off limits there, scheduled until 6 in the morning. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
We're with Bridget. Had to have not liked something, or didn't get something, or didn't realize something was cool, you know, that I thought was cool. We're with Mike. It turned out that the other thing was cool. He didn't think it was cool. To protect his family and yours. So we're with all service members and their families who need community, tells this connection, and maybe we got to find out where this figured out for that Monday Night Raw, and that's the second week of the 5th week. It doesn't say where the outfit.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
With the chains, it says,
2005, investigators
put on the outfit, separate dresser.
uncovering a dark secret.
How did the dressing
girls knew about it. A lot of girls were doing
all the boys are.
Anybody
They're like
you're
old
over the
ladies
age
who
of
play
18,
martial
just go ahead and go with it.
You can only lift weights, you can only travel,
offering young girls a way to make money. That man
lift weights,
Jeffrey Epstein.
travel, and wrestle so much, then the rest you just gossip. You know, so-and-so did this, you know, we got 20 guys sitting around a room with nothing to do. The gossip is before so. So they just gossip.
A man who could have faced decades in prison, but served just 13 months in his own wing of the county jail.
Why would you cut this deal with Jeffrey Epstein?
Epstein's abuse would span years and cross state lines.
New York, Palm Beach, New Mexico, Paris, Virgin Islands, and each one of those residences is an alleged crime scene.
I'm ABC's Mark Remillard, and with a team of journalists from the ABC News Investigative Unit, we've traveled around the country to look at Jeffrey Epstein and the allegations of his horrifying abuse, to hear from the girls who suffered it, who are now women fighting to recover from it.
Really
Truth
pops,
Lies,
and he really
Jeffrey
gets
Epstein.
over it.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
September 1979.
Virginia's top prison band, At Your Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible, recording their debut album behind bars in just 5 hours.
$500 a piece. And everyone in the documentary on A&E
They were
said
black artists
when he was
serving
really
extremely
cheap,
long
and
felony
he would buy a cup of
sentences.
coffee and this and that.
Each had grown up under
He never
segregation,
mentioned money. I just
only to
told
get
him,
caught up in
Tony
America's
came
prison
up with,
boom during their
get a
20s.
deposit, so we got the
I'm Jamie
$4,000
Petras,
deposit.
music and culture
Right?
writer. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahan Newman, Neil King, and Harry Cupcake Coleman.
From a outsider's point of view, this is strictly business. And you said, how do you know the price when we first started to talk? She and I made a list.
Just to hear us play.
How much fabric is there?
They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their past behind them.
How long did
But
it
they
take
also
to make
have
the
some
pattern? How long
unfinished
did it take
business.
to cut it? What was Vera's price to put the thing together?
They never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming either.
Macho. How much for the glitter? How much for the paint?
Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app.
So we
Listen
go
on America's
through that
#1
long list
podcast
of
network,
stuff.
iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
That's Susan Ford. More stimulating. So we talked about 1996. And so I made this piece of paper that you would write in. Took an hour and a half to cut it. And took this much to write. This was the cost. Here's Vera. Here's whatever.
YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and the iHeartRadio app.
As we're
I
doing
grew up with Superman. I was not a comic book reader, but I was a great fan of the Christopher Reeve Superman movies. For many people,
does it look like
he
it's
is the Superman.
$2,500
Yes, I did watch the George
$2,000
Reeves
or $1,000?
Superman TV show where he's laying down on
Yeah,
the
it
table,
comes out to
looking like
$1,500,
he's
but it looks
flying
like
or
it's
some
really,
approximation of that.
Or
All right, look.
it comes out to 12, but you charge $1,800.
Yes.
You
You
understand
can't
what I'm
defend the special effects in those because they're prehistoric,
but
but
it
the
all meant
stories
nothing to
are
him.
really good.
Except
But
to
that's
say,
the reason
he
I
says to me,
mention
"Same
it
shot,
because there
we're
is a
alone."
common theme
It's a
and
30
thread
foot by 30
which
foot
ran
room,
through all
concrete
things
floor, as I said, there's
Superman.
thread
The reason we're talking
everywhere,
about this
fabric
because the
everywhere,
James
clothes
Gunn
being made,
Superman movie,
patterns
which
hanging,
arguably is
fabric
the
on
most
rolls,
anticipated
under this
movie
table,
of the
under that
summer,
table, on hanging on
drops
this shelf and
officially
that shelf,
on the
whatever.
11th.
I mean, just
Just
there's nothing
it'll
fancy.
probably be in theaters, in some select theaters. What is today? 8 on the 10th.
It is. There are shows that are now starting as early as
Point of
2:30
view
on Thursday.
on this
Mark and I
man
will
is
be
that
there at 12:30.
we're doing the best that we can.
Here
He
is what
sees that
Fox
we're making
News
huge effort.
across a number of shows. You're going to hear a number of voices
Out
had
of
to
nowhere.
say about
I'm small.
this movie, sight unseen, just some of the imagery and some of the comments
I'm a
made
big
by
mouth,
its
as you
director,
see, and I'm looking
James
around
Gunn. And even
how
if
do
you
I
don't know
answer
who
this
he is,
question?
he did Guardians of the
His
Galaxy.
arm is bigger than both of my
He's
thighs
done
together.
Peacemaker.
That's what do I say?
Harley Quinn. Short. He's nerd.
You figured
Certified.
it out. See, I didn't
No,
figure
his
it
work,
out.
but this is what Fox News had to say.
He fights for truth, justice, and your preferred pronouns. The new Superman is
I don't know
growing
what's up.
woke. You know what it says on his
alone.
tape?
I say nothing.
MS-13.
Wow.
Is it superimposed or it actually
WWF
It's
comes to
super
wrestle
level.
Universal in Tampa.
We're getting a woke Superman. Are you excited?
No.
The actual actor's name is
What they
David
see,
Cornswet. He found himself unable to say
and I'm taking
Superman's
pictures
slogan,
of
quote,
every
truth,
outfit they
fighting for
make
truth,
around.
justice, and the American
I
way.
tell them,
He
go
said,
outside, take
truth,
pictures
justice, and all those good things. We
from
don't
the
go
front,
to the
from the
movie
side,
theater to be
from the
lectured
back.
to
Now,
and to
listen,
have somebody
people
throw
take
their ideology
What
onto
does it
us. I
look
wonder if
like?
we'll be successful.
He got canceled. Remember James Gunn over the pedophile joke tweets? So this is probably his way to get himself back into the
Wow.
good graces.
So-
He's creating the woke enlightened
This is
opinion
so
around
absurd.
him. He's got a woke
Said the
shield.
right
So
thing.
woke.
I mean, it's amazing the amount
So
of
that makes him a kryptonite.
just
That's what hurts about him.
creativity that you put into this. Where are you coming up with these ideas? Like what?
Hold your thought 1 second.
He's
So,
a good guy.
continue.
He's assimilated. He took down 2 jobs.
Well, now I know that you want me to see the film to get your political message, and I'm not down.
I gotta look at the script. He's from Uganda.
We're going to come back to this thing, but where was I?
With Batman and
Hold
Robin.
on one second. I'm not
Take all
trying
the
to AC back on.
disrespect aside, I'll try to approach this from a semi-serious standpoint. Those people, those individuals have absolutely no idea who Superman the character it has always been. Let me be absolutely clear. If you want to look at it through a lens of only 2025 political discussions in America, then yes, you're going to come to that conclusion. Let me just say this, and I'm going to pass on to Mark.
Yeah, so when you're
Superman,
hold these up next to your microphone, that way they'll be in focus and you can see them
he's not an American. He's not even
when you're referring to him.
He's an illegal alien, legal immigrant, undocumented.
All I'm saying to you is that
to land in Kansas. He didn't adopt America.
I'm trying to see
land in Kansas.
what the audience is
parents,
seeing.
Jonathan and Martha Kemp, forged documents
With a virgin
so he
eye.
could go to school,
I'm
create his
just
birth
18 years
certificate.
old.
And that sounds
You
kind
know,
of
my
common.
friend says, well, I got 3 tickets to go to wrestling. Let's go see it.
grow
Or
into his
let's sit down and
powers,
watch this thing.
he
You know,
made
I
the
saw it on TV.
that he would fight for
What is
truth, justice, and the
What
American
I'm saying
way
back
on the
to you is
iteration of
that
him. That means fighting for people
I'm
who
trying
he
to
felt
get to the place
was being unjustly treated. That included
is in the
fighting the
beginning.
claim
You just see this thing.
that
You don't know who made the clothes. You don't know who the wrestler is. You don't know what's going on. You're just going around the channels. And you're going to see, does this stand out compared to whatever the show is that you're watching, whatever the car commercial is that you're watching? What do you get out of this? You know, so you're getting
also
this is some crazy
Gene Hackman's character Lex
wrestler
Luthor. They broke into the White House,
cool
and that was
clothes. This is
all
really
about
cool.
American
What is this?
propaganda,
Where
where
did it
he had
come
to
from?
protect the
Who
White House
thought
and
of
help
this? How did this
rebuild
even
the
come
White House
about?
and replace the flag
all
on
I'm
top
saying
of the White
to
House
you
at
is
the end
that
of the movie. I say all that
the
to say,
world just gets
always been
this is
about
cool.
politics.
This is
Superman 3,
unbelievable.
the
What
movie
is
was about
this?
the protection
You
of the
know,
Is this
environment,
like
climate disasters. Superman
most of
4 was
these
about
looks
nuclear
that he's wearing?
proliferation
He's got
into
the
Cold
hat.
War.
He's always got the iconic hat shape, and he's always got the long tassel hanging off the arm. He's like a cowboy pimp, right?
Okay, no.
Barely muster up
So
a
let's go
response to
back.
that brain trust.
You got to remember about where we were. But
Those
I'll do this
geniuses
part now.
are complaining that Superman's woke. Just wait till they find out about
He's
Jesus.
wearing
And I don't
glasses.
say that because
I say,
I'm certain that they would find actual
let's put
Jesus
some
too
crap
woke,
on the
but because
glasses and
Superman
make it
has for
crazy.
decades and decades
With
been
the macho man.
explicitly
So I start
on
putting
Jesus.
all the stuff on the
Maybe not
glasses.
everybody knows that, but even the Christopher Reeve
And he says to me,
that you and I both
listen,
love. He was
they
explicitly
need me the
modeled
macho
on
king.
Jesus. I'm sorry, can I jump in there? Because
And I gotta
even
wear a
Zack Snyder,
crown.
he was explicitly modeled on Jesus.
He doesn't like it.
Zack Snyder's Superman in the form of the
He
crucifix.
says, I need something else for my head. But let's get, I don't want to wear this crown
speech
anymore.
or the speech by Marlon Brando as far as who
Go to
played
Ybor City.
Jarrell in the original.
There's a proper
Why he
men's
sent
hat store
his only
with
son
every kind of hat
to
you could think of.
save the
English
planet
bowler,
and to
you know, just all kind of
into the light.
things through history. Every different kind of hat you could imagine.
Idiots
And there's cowboy hats there too.
Forgive
I
me.
say, oh, the
I
shape
can't
of
help
cowboy
the
hats
fact
good
that
on.
you are so
Let's see
ignorant
this.
and
So
so
try this,
busy
try that.
dog
Now
whistling
we end up
at
with
the
straw
moment to
hats.
your
You know,
lowest
buying by the
end of your
dozen.
base, that you miss all of that, that you
In
want
his
to choose
size,
this
and I'm
moment
painting.
to
And
further
I'm having
your
them
own
covered with
propaganda,
fabric.
while at the
Doing
same
all
time
crazy
you help
stuff.
films
Or
like
I'm
Sound of Freedom
painting
up
them and then
as
I'm
the
making a
pinnacle
band
of
over
Hollywood
that.
creation.
13th hour.
But
I'm sorry, maybe it's the type of film
what I'm saying
that
to you is that
with
the
there
other
being
wrestlers,
political
let's say
values
Jake
and
the Snake,
preaching
he's got
to
one
you.
snake, one
I gotta
costume.
throw this in there because I forgot to throw
That's
it in
the
there.
deal.
Superman and
You know,
Batman
you see it next
specifically
year, it's the
stood
same
against
thing.
racism in
Randy, you're
1950.
seeing some crazy ass
1950,
outfit.
with the
Every
comic
week,
was
seeing
People
one
Garfield.
week.
Superman had a long speech
The outfits
defending
fit this character.
people who could not fight against
You can't say
racism.
why.
And
I
if you don't
can't
want to
give
say,
you
well,
the
what about
words, but it fits this
LGBTQ+?
character.
Well, they did a comic 4 or 5 years ago where
I'm
Jonathan
making the
Kent, the son of
clothes,
Superman, came out as gay.
Yes.
That has been
and
a
he's
constant
getting over
theme
with the
throughout
clothes.
all
He's
things
saying
Superman,
to me,
from comic
I'm
books
small.
to
What I'm
movies
saying to
and
you is
also
when
television
he came
shows.
out of that
I don't have time to get into the
dressing
offshoots like
room, now he's
Supergirl
with the
and
boys.
what that has
If
shown
the
over the
boys are
years.
standing
Now, if you think
up,
Superman
he's just
would
what
be
you
punching
said.
down on
Sure,
marginalized
compared
people,
to
that's what
the show
Homelander on
Andre
the
the
Boys is
Giant,
all about.
whatever.
He's a
Oh,
satire.
they're all taller than him.
There it is.
So,
And to
but
me, it
his
is bothersome that,
personality
as you said at the top,
is much
sight
stronger than
unseen,
theirs.
just going off
His
of comments
macho
made by
man
James
craze
Gunn,
thing
who
is a champion for the
living
people.
in that
He is a
place.
champion for those
This
who are
is
different.
not,
He's a champion for the
he's living there.
LGBTQ
And
plus
his mother,
as
proper
our
Jewish
dear
mother,
friend
Nick
Who comes with him sometimes. The mother and father come.
Really?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
How old is he?
Gunn is a champion
When
of
you were at
I don't know. I'm bad on time.
Yes,
I have
if
to sit
that's
and think
what
about
you all want to call it, fine. This is a film about
I got nothing on
about an immigrant who has come to this country.
Who
The
better?
mother
Are you
comes
saying that the guy
and
from
and brings the dog and the father's there, whatever.
marginalized,
You know, he's having to come like every
did
2-3
not belong, was
weeks.
not legally in the country,
You want to see
would
what
be
he's doing or whatever.
anti-immigrant? Is that what
The
you're
mother's the
telling
one
me?
who came up with the name
Was the
Macho.
person who fights for
really?
truth, justice,
Oh,
and the
really?
American way? He would
She's
be
a
out there
proper
helping the
Jewish
Irish.
lady, and she says to me
This is really interesting
that
because these same comments were not lauded
as a high school kid,
Superman, Man of Steel.
really early
They were not.
and go practice, whether it's baseball,
They talk about
football, soccer,
political.
I don't
Damn, Superman was before a congressional hearing, and they were trying him as a terrorist because they wanted to see if he was
like
loyal
so
to
intensely
the
into
United
this and
States.
didn't fool around
he
with the
said,
girls. He
I
was
am loyal
working
to the
the whole
world.
time. Now and
To
again, a
the
little
world,
bit with the girls, but
for
he was
the
working
world.
hard. And I'm saying
Everyone
that
must get
Miss
saved.
Elizabeth
Everyone.
And they showed him going all around the world,
Gorgeous
taking
George
cats to the
both
tree,
complained.
or people
No day
in a
off,
burning.
no.
It was
out of balance. He's
I
working
think it was in Mexico. It was like
you'll
a
hear
textile
this at
house.
times
Yes.
from people
Yes.
All of
who
this
are
has been
very
intentional, and it has
accomplished
been
at what
consistent
they
with
do.
the idea of Superman
Daryl
since
Hall, I heard him say.
1938. I
You
should
know,
also
you could
add
say,
that the
well,
American
there's
Way thing
50
was not
great
originally
songwriters here,
a
50
part of
great
the Superman
singers, 50
comic.
great
That's correct.
guitar
That was
players,
added. Yes, that was added later on.
the
Justice
Rangers
and
or
the American
whatever.
Way was part of the radio
This
series,
guy got
and it became popular
30
again.
songs
It
that the
became
whole
popular
world
during
knows.
World
This
War
guy's
II.
got two.
Yeah.
This
And
one
there was a
works
very
hard.
specific
That's what
reason
Daryl was
for
saying.
a little bit of
And
jingoism
it's his
during
nature
World
to
War
work
II
hard. He learned
that
it
we don't
from his
really need
parents.
today.
The same Macho Man learned it
More
from his
broadly, the
parents.
comic book
Go and
characters were
break your
always
ass,
a
work hard.
part
This
of
is
the
life.
political
This is what we're
times
telling you
in
to
which
do.
they were
And he did it.
created and existed. They spoke to the issues of the day, be
You're
it in
saying, where do
newsreels,
these
be it
things
in
come
comic
from?
books, be it in TV shows, be
I'm
it in
saying back
movies.
to you,
As it so happens today,
in
the
my
issue has
shop,
to do with immigration.
And to that point, I
in my
believe
shop,
that the change in
I
the
get a
Superman
telephone
slogan actually fits
call.
better
This is such and
with where
such
this planet
advertising
is now
agency
and where we need to be
in
going,
Stanford,
where it is
Connecticut.
now truth, justice, and a better
No,
tomorrow.
Hold that thought. We got more when we come back. KFIM 640, we're talking Superman, the new movie, and also the pushback from Fox News and where the truth may lie.
Push our
We're live everywhere,
products,
the iHeartRadio app, and on social media. We're on
vegetarians.
Are you really?
Yeah, and I saw Slim Jim in the store, but I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's dried meat or
Fine piece of meat.
I don't know anything about it. So they say, well, this is Slim Jim. We want you to make clothes for Randy,
Texas Governor Greg
for
Abbott
Slim Jim
says more than
commercials and
160
this and
people are
that.
believed to be missing in the
Say,
aftermath of the
okay.
flooding over the 4th of
And
July
they say there's
weekend.
12
He says
of us
many
or
of those
9 of
were
us sitting
accounted for
around
staying
this
in the state's
table.
hill country,
We can
but
all
didn't
hear
register
you.
at a camp or a
Okay.
hotel. And
I said,
Detroit
tell me
has been ranked as
what
the
colors you
most
want.
stressed
What do you
city in
want?
America, according to a
Yeah,
Wallacom
drawings done.
survey, using factors
I said,
including
okay,
average
let me
weekly
start
work
going.
hours, median
How
credit
about we
scores, food
do
insecurity,
3
and divorce rates.
outfits
Cleveland came in second.
using
Now
the
we
3
got some
colors
codes on the
that
605
are in
and
the
Irwindale.
product? Black, red, and yellow.
That's heading
Things
south
like
now
that.
from Live Oak
So
to
they'll be
the 10.
predominantly black and,
road
you know,
until
this
5
one's
in
more
the
yellow,
morning.
this one's more
And we
black,
got a
this
fuel
one's
spill
more
on
red.
the
They'll go with
210
each
eastbound
other.
of Claremont. That's from Indian Hill
Okay.
Boulevard to Baseline
I
Road.
said,
You'll
the
see
next
the
thing I
right
knew, I
lane
said I need
closed off
only
until
one
further
person
notice.
to call me
Currently
on the
causing some
telephone.
delays from about Town Avenue.
I'm not
As you travel on the 101
Right.
north down in the Cahuenga
Just give me
Pass,
one
looks like
person to
the
talk to.
stall has been cleared out of lanes.
I
That's
said,
just
and
before
send
Barn
me 10
Boulevard.
grand
Your
or
drive
5
is
grand. I don't
recovering
know
from
what I
about
said to
Cahuenga
get started.
Boulevard. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
Now, again, I got a free ride
You're with
to
Bridget,
make
whose husband won't be home for months,
Macho Man crazy,
and whose daughter
but with
is
these
due
colors
any day.
to be used in a
We're
commercial
with Mike,
for Slim Jim.
who's leaving home.
What you tried to say is,
protect
how
his
the hell
family.
did you come up with with
and yours.
this.
We're with
How did
all
you
service
come up
members
with
and their families
this?
who need
You know, I just have some
connection,
idea, some part in my head. Who knows? Let's try this. You know, we'll change the lettering, or we'll do this way, or I'll start raggeting.
But you weren't worried about, like, what if this idea isn't good enough? Because you just were constantly making a new thing.
This is a great point to bring up. The point is that
what if he doesn't want to pay for this outfit? Like, you were never worried about that. You had an infinite
this is paid for it.
This is what must make the stars align.
Yeah, so now we're talking about freedom, be creative. And the freedom is that you're making clothes for the macho man. The work is
The
how
free
many outfits can
iHeartRadio
you
app
come up
is
with
number one
in
for
a year that
music,
are
radio,
cool.
and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
This is not up to, you know, and he would put on outfits. He had a mirror leaning up against the wall, put on the outfit.
So his mother started investigating.
Jump chair, comfortable next to the mirror. Elizabeth would sit in it. He'd come out of the dressing area, come over, look at himself in the mirror. Oh, I'm going to wear this to WrestleMania.
Available now.
Now you go.
Follow this
Now
podcast
on
for
the
free
third
on the
outfit.
iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
The White House confirms
You know, Elizabeth would just roll her eyes. I'd roll my eyes. You know, there's nothing you could say. It's his way of just saying he thinks it's cool. But what I'm saying back to you is that from the beginning, I said to you, he has no visual sense whatsoever. So he's wearing the wrong pants, wrong shirt,
In
wrong
Philadelphia,
jacket,
thousands of
wrong
city workers
glasses,
are
wrong
entering their
hair.
8th day of a strike. Union leaders are
Dude,
expected to meet
what
with the
are you
city, but
doing?
no progress
you're
has been
tearing
made on
shit
the
up
contract.
properly.
As a result,
Exactly.
many city
And I'm saying
services
to
have been
her,
impacted, like trash
or
removal and
destroy.
water services. Trash has
Only
been piling
put
up
in his
throughout
thing
the city
stuff that
since the start of
matches.
the
You know,
strike.
don't, you
Amazon
can't do
Prime
this
Day begins
with
today.
him because he
Chris
doesn't
Garage
know. He's not
details.
thinking he's
The
making a
online
mistake.
retail
He's
giant
just
is
thinking,
offering
oh, this
Amazon
is
Prime
Mike's
members
crazy
thousands
clothes.
of
Let's put
deals
them on
from
and
July
go.
8th to
You
the
know, and
11th.
then he'll throw the glasses into
Laptops,
the audience. He'll
tablets,
throw the
headphones,
glasses on
everyday
the ground.
essentials. The
I
annual
made an
event brings
outfit
in
once. They
billions
were
of dollars
wrestling
in
in
global
downtown
sales, and
St. Pete,
retailers see an immediate
right
boost
by the
in
water.
e-commerce activity.
And
Consumer
they
experts
threw him in the water.
anchoring
Brand
where
new
some
clothes
sellers
I just
jack up
made
prices
with
before
boots,
Prime Day
cowboy
and offer
boots,
what
all
appears
hand
to be a
painted,
discount that is
salt
actually
water.
product's
I'm
normal
a
price
sailor,
or
baby.
even
You're
higher.
ruining my
Twitter
clothes.
co-founder Jack
And
Dorsey
then
is
I gotta
launching
go.
a new
Alright,
peer-to-peer messaging
clothes.
app that works
Made 'em.
entirely
You
over
sold them.
Bluetooth.
There's somebody else's clothes. He can do whatever he wants with them. But all I'm saying to you is that where was my mind on this? My mind was, let's go buy fabric that we can make a cool outfit for macho man. I start to spend time with my wife, Susan,
The floods that devastated
1996.
Texas's hill country over the weekend
And
also
I'm
come with a hefty
painting
economic toll.
on
A
his
preliminary
hat,
estimate from
on his
AccuWeather
shirt,
projects the economic
on the
cost
back of his
between
jacket,
18 and 22
on the left and right
billion
leg of the
along
pants,
with the damage to
macho
homes and businesses. It
over
also includes
and
predicted
over
insurance
again.
claims and long-term
I don't know
physical
what the
and
word
mental
font
health costs for
is.
survivors.
I know there's all different kind of lettering, and I didn't realize they're called fonts. But okay, they're called fonts. I learned that. And
A new romantic comedy
she
podcast
says to
starring
me,
Harvey Ian
listen,
and
I'm
Christian
going to lend you
Navarro.
a computer.
The setup follows one man's
Christmas
search for
vacation.
love in the Big Apple. Well, the thing is that I
And you
actually
can learn how to change the
every time I
lettering
opened it, I
around.
got hit
Stretch
with
the
this
lettering.
wave of
That's all she
nausea,
told
and
me.
then my heart
You know,
started beating like
so
so
she
fast.
gives me the
So I
computer.
opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed
You
the
know,
app,
I
opened the
learned
app,
how
closed
to
the
do
app.
it, to stretch the lettering,
The lonely
and I
museum
start to make
curator.
art,
His true love,
which I'm still doing to
his
this day.
biggest fear,
Do outdoor shows, a dozen shows in the state of Florida. And you can see the art on my website,
but when the perfect
michaelblownart.com.
man walks into his life,
That's ViralRabbi podcast. So,
well, I don't know. I think so.
here we
He
are.
actually is too good to be
Just
true.
with the computer.
This is a
I learned how
To pull off
stretch
this
the lettering
nice,
through the
you'll
whole
have to
deal
get
with
close.
the patterns and chanting macho man, macho man, macho man, all these different ways.
Together.
Learn about it.
When you're dating a
If
con
the
man,
computer
how
has
do you
any
know if
breaks or
it's true
something,
love?
I just
or
put my
just
hands
a
up
cover job?
and start yelling, it's broken, it's broken, fix it. You know, I didn't know you had American tech support, but you do. I'm just warning anybody out there. You have good tech support right now. But my point is that,
Coming up after
again, I
3
was just
o'clock
led to
tomorrow
this.
on the John Cobelt Show, we're going to have State Senator Tony Strickland on from Huntington Beach. Here's the story. The Democrats and
Is that how
Governor
you made
Newsom
these?
refused to stop the massive gas tax, gas
These,
price
hold on,
increases
hold them
that are
up.
Are
coming
these
very
helped out
soon.
by the
That's
computer?
tomorrow
Can I try them on?
after 3 o'clock on
No,
the John
yes, you can
Cobelt
try
Show.
them on,
Okay.
by all means. No, I just hand picked them. This is not a computer.
So explain to me, was it his decision to paint the sunglasses, or was it your
And social media were right in the middle of the conversation.
Dude,
Superman.
Oh yeah.
Go.
Real good.
Try
I
these.
feel the weekend is arguably the most.
So this is what this is double face tape
Not only the summer but the year.
that I learned
James
about
Gunn
double face
movie
tape from
Superman.
sales or put together with double face tape and then sewn. And this is holographic glitter. That's hand painted. That's just eyeball. There's no computer to anything. That's just an eyeball.
And this was complimentary to an outfit that looked just like these.
That went with it. Yeah, madness.
He's from Uganda.
And you'll see it on the net.
And
Not
Robin.
rocket science.
But my point is, all those insults aside, it shows an ignorance about the history of the character. Superman has always been on the side of those who could not fight for themselves. He has always been anti-racism. So if you're calling him now, you're just not freaking paying attention.
And so exactly. And your eye to your brain fills in what you can't see. Your eye just fills it in. It's just unbelievable. Because everyone says, well, if those glasses, I couldn't walk across the street. Right. I'm saying, you know, you could write a letter in these glasses.
Methods and tactics.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Superman was fighting racism in the 1950s in the comic book form. In his movies, they have been always overtly political.
I could drive down I-4 wearing these things.
That's exactly right. Agreed with it. But they've
also
always been overtly political.
Anyway, so you're
different.
seeing now,
Superman is already
if you're looking at
chosen a side. That's the whole
sick, I beg your pardon.
Sick isn't good.
I understand. You have to explain sick.
So what? This is just case tape, right?
Well, what do you think it means to insult
So
a superhero by calling him wolf? What do they
is
think superheroes
film that I'm buying
the superheroes they
that has a backing
for.
It's stuck to the backing. And
supposed
if you go to the store that makes the signs, they have a machine that cuts out the letters. Johnny's Burgers. Okay?
Superheroes
now cuts it out, and there's a tape that they put on top of it where you can pull it off, put this lettering Johnny's Burgers on the window, and rub it down, then you got it. You know, so I'm using their technology. I figured out how to do it. Some of it I did in the computer, but a lot of it is just eyeball. But what I'm saying to you here is that I wanted to have the same print of this zebra-looking bush that's on his belt, this black jacket, black pants, this fringe, all kind of stuff with that exact pattern on it, meaning there's at least 3 different color combinations of outfits made for Slim Jim. And then the spare pieces, I got this idea for a hat or that idea, meaning they all go with each other. Some look better against this background or that background, or fit this newness that they're doing, or this idea that they're trying to come across. But all I'm saying to you is that I'm just playing. I'm just
Are you constantly trying to? Is it difficult for you, or are you thinking about trying to outdo yourself for the next one? Like this outfit was great, loved it, the audience loved it. Now, are you worried or concerned about trying to up the level of making the next costume more outrageous or flamboyant?
People of color that star women.
It's parts.
They have leads that are against the status quo.
You're making so many outfits. You don't have that much time to think.
Trash.
So
just
think,
because
worry,
you have a young black woman
criticize yourself, whatever.
And before
Go to my tavern.
that, they were
Not enough to fabric. We're trying this way, trying that way. You
so
tell
it
here,
was
put
only
it,
their
do it
feelings
this way, do
about
it that
the
way.
series and who was starring
You know,
in the series.
Vera sometimes she doesn't get, I'm writing a note, do this, this, and this on this. She doesn't sometimes understand what the hell he wanted. She does something else. Maybe it's cooler. Maybe it's cooler. But in general, there's no time to do it. You're just trying to make clothes.
Yes, once again, we live in a time where people expect our news and media to affirm us, to reflect what we want to believe, already
we're talking about
which is most valuable in society. And I'm not going to go too deep with this.
Or
I'm
you're
trying to keep
talking
it in the
about
Superman
here's
realm and not
these are painted, then some of the stuff is painted, and then the glitter's put on top of the paint.
That is somehow wrong or
these are rhinestones
the character of
that
Superman.
are glued on there.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Here's
because
rhinestones that have
Superman
been
has
banged
always
off.
stood for the same ideals,
As rough as
regardless
he
of
is,
decade,
what
regardless
so,
of movie,
I'm just saying,
regardless of comic book,
time for
regardless of media.
it's just a
It's
time
the same freaking
to do what you're doing.
guy.
Go by the
Every
fabric,
time.
chop it
You're
up,
saying now that he
give it to
somehow
Vera,
changed
talk with
because he's defending the
Tony,
weak.
see what she's going
Or
to say about
he
this or
is,
that.
I'll say,
And
sees
if you're into
people of color
romance,
in himself, the
so I started to go out with
marginalized
Susan.
people who are living on the margins. If you think that that's
Lends
not
me the
Superman,
computer.
just shut the F up.
I have her come over to the house Monday night.
Had our
to see the
morality
clothes that
shaped
we
by
made. She
growing
saw me
up
making
reading
the clothes.
superhero
She
comic
knows
books, and
Macho
when
Man because
when
she's
you
there
hear
when he's
fools
coming
like
at
this
certain times.
make complaints
She's
like
teaching
that,
at a
it almost
school
makes no
right now
sense
where
using
we are,
English words. It doesn't.
middle school.
It doesn't.
And
Joining us next will be Nick Polly-O'Keefe. Join us
1776.
sees this thing, here's what's going on. Romantic Monday night draw that you gotta go over the nights. Oh man, on Monday, and he delivered the clothes on Friday. You would have to see him
Federal
on
authorities
TV.
say the month-long crackdown on illegal
All I'm saying
immigration
to
in
you
LA
is
will
just do
continue.
the best you can.
Is that satisfying to watch Monday Night Raw and watch everyone wear your clothes or watch Macho Man wear your outfits? It's kind of like a sense of satisfaction.
People often ask this, and I'm going to say the answer has to be yes, but it's really not. From this point of view,
She believes that wasn't the intent of the action.
You can spin it any way you
in
like,
the early
but in
days,
my opinion, it's a
telling
political
you
agenda of provoking
Vanilla
fear
Fudge
and
on Ed
terror.
Sullivan, I tell my mother, my proper
The latest
Canadian
immigration
mother,
enforcement activity
number
to
2
anger
or 3,
local
depending on how you want
politicians.
to count.
Jim
And I
Root,
tell her,
The Trump administration is stepping up
watch
action
this group,
against
the
cities
Vanilla
that
Fudge
protect
on Ed
illegal
Sullivan
immigrants.
tomorrow
Reporter
night.
Czar Tom Holman told reporters there are plans to flood agents
Because
into
they had
sanctuary
something
cities
to
like
military
Los
school
Angeles.
in the 8th grade, because they were hoping
He says there are
for
plans to ramp up
a
worksite
doctor or a
raids.
lawyer.
The Justice
Then
Department
they realized,
previously announced a
I
lawsuit
think we
against
might
Los
get post
Angeles over
office
its sanctuary
picture
city
on
policies.
this. Oh,
Attorney
this
General
guy
Pam
here,
Bondi
you know,
said in a
I'm
statement
not
the city
fitting in.
is flouting
This
federal
is a
law by
very rich
prioritizing illegal
neighborhood.
aliens over
This is
American
old time
citizens.
money,
Tammy
huge
Trujillo,
houses,
KFI
huge
News.
boats.
Your parents were pretty wealthy.
Yeah, they were working hard, but everyone
Police say
around us
1-year-old
was
Emilio
wealthy.
Gutierrez
So
died
I was
after being
raised
left in
with
a hot
these
car
people,
for
and I
hours
was
while his
sailboats
mother,
with them.
20-year-old
So I
Maya
got
Hernandez,
where
went
that
to a med
headspace
spa.
was.
His 2-year-old brother
And all I'm
survived.
saying
Police
to
say the
you
car
is
didn't
that,
shut off automatically, leaving the
so I
kids
tell her,
trapped
watch
in
the
90
show.
to 100-degree weather.
It's
The boy's
the Fudge,
grandmother is
doing,
heartbroken, saying they
be
were
hanging
locked
on.
in their seats with
And
no
they
way
got
to
lace
escape.
shirts on
Authorities believe the
top of
children were
women's
without AC
lace.
for at least 90
And I'm
minutes.
making a
Hernandez
shirt,
has
put the
been
drummer
arrested.
out of it.
Heather Brooker, KFI News.
The community in downtown LA has prepared to say goodbye to
Long story
Cole's
short, I called my
180-year-old
mother the
restaurant
next day.
announced its pending closure this week. Ruben
Mom,
Munoz,
did
a
you watch
customer
the show?
at Cole's rival Philippe's,
She says,
says
yeah,
landmark
they're
businesses
living
need to be
for
kept alive.
It's pretty important because I have friends that come from all over the
She says,
country.
yeah.
They want to see
I said, what'd you think? She said, well, we like the clothes, but they're
Cole's
good.
has created the French dip sandwich.
Welcome.
Philippe's also makes. Cole's says it's closing its doors on
This is just
6th
an
Street
act. This is
August
show
3rd.
business. She couldn't get
A
it.
Delta flight
She
for
could not
landing to
get
San
it.
Diego
She's
had to make an
believing
unscheduled
what she's
landing due
seeing.
to an unrelated
It's an
passenger
act.
who started to
It's
take
an
off
act.
his
You know what I'm
clothes.
saying?
Flight attendants and passengers were able to subdue the man
Yeah,
using
people back
plastic
then didn't
ties.
understand that
The plane
it
made
was
an
all
unscheduled
set up
landing
with
at
play.
Dallas
And
International
didn't like
Airport, where law enforcement boarded the plane and
modern
escorted the
music
passenger
at
off.
all.
After a
Not even
90-minute
really.
delay, the
Like
plane was able
some
to continue its
horrific
path to San Diego without further incident. John Fink,
50s
KFI
music,
News.
60s music, early rock and roll, Chuck Berry, whatever.
Were your parents, when you were young, were they supportive of your creative endeavors? Were they telling you just to do whatever you want, do what makes you happy?
No, they're selling me to military school.
Dozens of people
And they
rescued
see
by
my
boat.
sister gets me out
Says
of
she
that.
stood on
That's
second floor
In
staircase
the
in her
last 2
apartment
years of high
building for
school, I
5
was
hours
very
until rescuers
proper.
got her out.
About 120 roads were closed yesterday across the state.
School,
And reports of tick bites are up across the U.S. ABC's Michelle Franzen says ticks can spread bacteria, viruses, and parasites that cause human disease.
May is typically the peak for tick bites each year, but July so far is also up, surpassing levels not seen since 2017.
The CDC says kids under 10 and adults over 70 have visited the ER the most. The light weather from Kiev, mostly clear tonight with some clouds later on, lows in the low 60s. We'll have sun tomorrow and hot. It's going to be around 90 in LA, 100 or higher in the valleys, AB and IE, and mid-70s at the beaches. The same versus slightly hotter Thursdays and down to Friday through the weekend. Right now it's 72 in Orange, 73 in Villa Park, 77 in Sherman, 70 in Compton, and something's not moving on the 405 in West LA.
That's heading southbound just before Lincoln.
Sort of found my way
in the middle
that
lane,
I
you'll
had
see
an
a bit of slowing
ability
as
to
you make
make
your way
something
from Santa Monica Boulevard.
that was
As you travel the
artistic
101
and
heading
or
southbound
cool
in Hollywood, approaching
for
Vermont Avenue, some slowing
stages.
there. That'll start to clear up as you approach
And the story
110.
is nothing
Then
to
we
say.
have Port Zone
Did I
5
tell
southbound
myself
at
to
Pyramid
learn
Lake.
how to do
That's
it,
from
how to
Vista
make
Del Lago
patterns,
Road to
to
Lake
all
Hughes. The two
exotic
left lanes are
sewing
closed up
machines,
until
buying
6 in the
sewing
morning.
machines, buying
And a full
fabric.
closure 14
There's
southbound
an
in
art to
Lancaster
that.
due to road work from Avenue K to
I mean,
Avenue,
so
and all lanes will
I
be closed
worked
up until
hard at
4
it,
a.m.
but it
As
just
you make your way
doesn't
on the
fit into
22
the
westbound in
normal,
Garnet Grove, some road work there from Brookhurst Street
you
to
know, grew
Knott
up and
Avenue.
he became
You'll
a
see the
lawyer
carpool and left lane
defended
combed off
whatever kind of
until
people,
5 in
you
the
know,
morning.
speeding
And there's
tickets,
a wreck on the
whatever
55
it
headed
is,
northbound in
just
Anaheim Hills, partially blocking the
Yeah.
connector to the 91 eastbound. That's slowing you down from about Lincoln Avenue. With Southern
your
California's
father
most accurate traffic
sees
reports,
that
I'm Pedro
can't do
Moreno.
much with this kid.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One,
Even my
is
sister
back in
performs
Vegas.
the same
Home Arena, September
in a
19th and
different way,
20th,
but
streaming
same.
live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com.
Arranges
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers.
Sends him
What's in your wallet?
to Midwest, Wisconsin, to
Date night at the movies.
be in a training program.
Popcorn.
He invents this training program in Hamilton Beach because he's making stuff for them. He knows the guy that's the president of it. So he says to the guy, listen, you know, have my son be around there for a
Get the
few
latest
months,
info
and
about
then we'll send him
COVID-19
to your
vaccines at
advertising agency,
getvaccinecancers.org.
let him stay there for a
up to
month,
you.
and let him go with the PR
Brought to you
people
by
for a month,
iHeartRadio and
you
the
know,
Ad
that are
Council.
taking care of the chef that just
The
left
free
the White House or
iHeartRadio app
whatever.
is
So he
number one
knows
for
what is
music,
the
radio,
game
and podcasts all in one. Discover a new
to be
podcast from
making
our library
electric
of
car
hundreds
alarms.
of
How does a
thousands
big
of
business
titles.
work?
Here's an
How
iHeartRadio
does
podcast
an
preview.
advertising company work? How does PR company work? How, you know, how does this go? So the guy does it because he's no way he can get out of it. You know, you got Mike, he's a pain in the ass, but he doesn't talk much. Thank God. So, you know, we'll put up with him. And so I learned, okay, this is what the advertising business is about. This is what PR is about. This is what manufacturing is about. I'm going to all the business meetings with the boys that are supposed to know what they're doing and all that stuff. All I'm saying to you is just let me know I don't like this at all. The military school told me you don't want to be involved. This is not a fun thing.
You got to look under a lot of skirts. A lot of people said it that way. You got to see a lot of people don't understand what it's like to be in those different worlds.
And I was backstage
And we're not alone.
as a child, maybe 6 years old,
I've been doing this a long time.
maybe 7.
Never, ever
My
involved this much planning.
who preferred dogs to humans. And my father would bring home people to do business in this big fancy house and the proper people and all that stuff. And my mother, in the first 15 minutes, she would say, I prefer dogs to humans. You know, it means she just dropped the bomb like I'm not into you.
Great icebreaker.
Exactly.
Follow this
Great icebreaker.
podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio,
And
and
in my
podcasts, all
house,
in
my
one app.
whole childhood,
Number one on your car radio preset and
6
the
and
new and
10
improved
dogs
iHeartRadio
in
app. Free,
pairs,
never
show
sounded so good.
dogs.
KFI
So from
AM
tiny
640.
dogs to big dogs, in pairs, and so I'd be around all these dogs all the time. And I'm just saying, she's into show dogs. Understand? So the guy that's showing her dogs, the handler, he works at Radio City Music Hall. He is
What's up?
the
How was the fourth?
stage man.
Not that you haven't talked about it, and not that I didn't get time to use.
It missed you.
I missed you, and that's what I have to say. First
Okay,
and
go
foremost,
backstage, go with
if
me.
you did not catch
You
the
know,
live
now we're
broadcast on Friday,
standing
I was in
in
Las
the
Vegas
Rockettes. The
celebrating my
girls
anniversary,
kick
and I
their
was still
legs up
catching
in the
everybody
air.
on Instagram
Beautiful
live
girls.
and everybody that was going on.
So they're
I'm so
hooking
glad
up, and
that
then
you guys had
one
it.
gets on to
I
the
had an
next one.
amazing
They're
time,
holding each
and I
other's
missed you
shoulders and
a
they're
lot.
kicking
In
their
fact, you
legs
brought your
up.
present, and I know that
It's
you're on
maybe
this
30 of
fantastic
them. I don't
being
know.
a
It's a
good
lot
boy,
of
and I
girls.
always bring food, and everybody
Yeah,
pretty sure
maybe
has
I'm
enjoyed it.
70
Yeah,
years
I
old.
was doing way too much that weekend.
I never saw
There's
anything.
food. Yes. Stop
I
it.
was
Go
never
out in the.
backstage.
I love you, dude. I just
There's
spent 2
something
hours in
sort
here.
of cool about whatever
There's
these
food down the
beings
other over
are
here is
that are kicking their
just from,
legs in the
like,
air.
I don't know. I feel like I need to be
Cool
like
with
a
this.
influencer.
What's happening here?
There is a bunch of
Yeah, this is good. What is this?
cream candles. So give that a sniff.
And
Good, I don't have to eat it.
No.
I also
It smells pretty good. I don't know if I want my whole house to
connection
smell
to
like
my-
it, but it smells
to
legit.
my
Like
I'll let my
birth
office know.
it gives you the cookies and cream vibe. But anyway,
Something
thank you
to
for having
do
me here.
with
Had an absolutely amazing
TV
time. Let's
in
get into it
Miami,
for Vegas.
and
And the most exciting
Howdy
thing
Doody show.
is the place that we stayed. In fact,
Kid,
talked
I
to
went
Daniel
there, I
already
sat
saying
in
that
the
if we
peanut
could make
gallery.
Chateau
So I'm
move to
seeing
Vegas
what
for
this
4th of
is.
July
So
next
this
year.
is
This is the venue.
being on
Let me just say
backstage,
this,
and then I'm in
my
front
wife
of the
and I have
stage. I'm seeing
discussed
what's
this.
going
We
on.
have
So
not
this is
really
like
further
just a
inquired,
part
but
of
we're
my
looking into
2
maybe
weeks.
doing
No
it as a
big deal.
cruise
For me
next
to
year.
go to talk to
Like
Carmine,
a weekend
you
cruise,
know,
a 2-day.
he's
I will
playing
tell you, our 10th
some
anniversary was done, and as much as I
military
loved
kind
it
of
and Brian
place.
had an incredible
I thought
time, I
nothing
missed
of it.
every moment of
And
the last several years we've all spent together. So I am on board with the
so I
cruise.
was
I will
used
be
to
the very
being
first
able
person
to
to sign up right
communicate
now.
with
And
these
that would be
people
a
when
way
they
we
close.
could
This is how we do it
entice
here.
listeners
You could choose
well.
this, you could choose that,
Absolutely, no.
whatever.
Absolutely so, without a question. So, if you're watching us on YouTube,
Randy,
following Mr. Mokele, you already saw
you
a
say,
little tease of what I want to talk
are you
about first.
concerned
The
about the
Skylofts
lag?
at
Or you
MGM
didn't
Grand
like
is
it?
where we
You
stay.
got
Now,
over it.
if you are one of those
That's what it
people that
was.
is not so keen on
And
Vegas
it
and
helped
whatever,
him
well, that's too
in
bad.
his
But
head
I didn't drop
against
a
the
dime
people
in the
that were
slot
bigger
machine.
than him.
I did no
He
no
was
type
making
of
a
gambling in
bigger,
any way, shape, or form. I just walked through casino floors. But the
than they were.
Skylofts at MGM Grand is where we were able to
Visually,
stay. Thanks
with his
to Jason
personality,
Ultimate Travel.
how he
If
talked,
you're
how he
familiar with
acted,
Jake's
how he
credit
wrestled.
card,
But in this
we have a
documentary
Sapphire
they
Reserve
just
with
did
them,
on
and so
him,
we knocked out some
he
points, and
had
we
some
actually got to
very
go
big
in
match
the
in
whole
WrestleMania
high
3.
roller lifestyle at the
And
MGM
whoever
Grand,
he
which
was
is at
wrestling
Four Corners of
with,
Tropicana
Randy
and
tortured this
Las
guy.
Vegas Boulevard,
Two,
and we're able to be in one
they
of
had
the only 51
a
suites on the 29th
pad
floor,
of
the very
paper,
top of the
like
hotel, with an
legal-sized
incredible
pads.
view of the fireworks for
Every
the 4th of July.
line is a
So,
move.
and it's a
And
bedroom, one
they're
bedroom suite. But the only reason I bring it up
this
is
is
we
3
didn't
pages
do anything
of
to do this
run
other than
here,
using
do
points
that,
for our credit
flip me
cards. And I
over
know a lot
here,
of people play the
flip me
credit
out
card game and
there,
the point game. So
you know,
it's
slap
definitely
my
well worth it. But
face,
as you
step
can
on my
see,
foot,
we
hit
had
me
an
in.
amazing view of New York across the street in the Cosmopolitan.
says, how
And if I
hard,
lost you because you don't know what I'm talking about, well, I'm really sad and need to go to
He's
Vegas.
working for
Right?
Randy.
But
He's just trying
all
for
those
this
things
to be
so
great.
amazing.
And they say
But we also had
this
so
is
much
his
that
best
we
match
actually
ever.
talked about here on
All
the
I'm
show
saying to you
with
is
What's Up
that
with Nick or this
this
week
is
with Nick
hard
Katie,
work.
15-minute foodie. We went to something we
I
talked
see
a few
him
weeks
at
ago
these
about
tear
that's coming up
shirts
in
that I
Chicago and
made for him.
Philadelphia.
Throw the
Which
glass
will
in
be
my
there's
house.
actually Netflix Bites
Crazy
restaurant,
stuff.
which is inside of
Just
MGM Grand.
I'm
And we got a
making
special
clothes
opportunity
for that
to try
person
out
to do what they
some of the
want.
food,
But
all
it's the same with Jimmy.
different episodes of television
Jimmy gets
and
what I'm
movies and
doing
film and
for
everything
him.
from
It's
Netflix
good.
properties, about
He
18
likes
different
it.
properties represented.
It's
And it's because
good.
a lot of times we do these pop-ups and they're
It's
not
good.
all that exciting. This was
this
delicious.
or
The red
got
bite,
something
green
from
bite,
like
which is
a
probably the most
garden
fun,
in 2
was
weeks.
you wheel that you
Can
spun,
come,
and it had from
something
Switch Games, it had the
so
like red light, green light, it had that. You actually got the statue on your table
he's calling
to
me
play
up
with
to
it.
Oh my gosh.
And you had the spin wheel, and you had 3 different sauces to choose from. The
He just
green was
wants
like an
new
herbaceous,
clothes.
very chill
He
and mellow,
wants.
and a
He'll
ranch.
take my
Yellow
one,
was
Tony.
a
Yes,
little bit
we'll sit in
spicier,
the front
and then
row.
the red
Yes,
one, you're
we
spinning
have a
out the
tape
sauce up. So it was a
dedicated
whole, our own
song
version
to
of
us.
red light, green light.
What it says,
But it was great because we really don't get that opportunity. You can check out Mr. Mo Kelly right now.
All I'm saying to
Daniel's
you
got a
is
little bit of a
that
fly through of what happens for Netflix bites. It's a beautiful
if you
space.
take all the
Everything's well
emotion out of
curated
it,
for you to get get your Instagram moment in. And the best part of it is it's not crazy breaking the bank price. You think, oh, this is going to be insane. It's going to be $200 a person. I think Brian and I got another about $35 each. What? Ridiculous. That's not count. Right. I was going to say, it's not counting the cocktails, which they actually have some really awesome mocktails. Because if you know me, I don't drink. Brian does. I'm the built-in DD. And even the mocktails were really fun, and they were all themed to it. One of the cooler things was something if you followed
Susan likes a
blind, they actually had like a blind tasting of some different food items and different cocktails to go along with that series from Netflix. So that's something that's cool. If you're looking for something a little bit closer to home, because we do not have Netflix rights, or we don't have a Netflix house coming, we have the pop-ups in the past. You want to go over to the Egyptian Theater in Hollywood, because that is owned and operated by Netflix, and the front store there actually has some really cool vignettes from Wednesday's TV series and from Stranger Things, some photo ops, and they always start changing these things out on a regular basis. So I highly recommend checking out here a little bit closer to home. But then also the 4th of July fireworks there, nothing like Chateau Lima. I will tell you, you cannot beat that vantage point. Absolutely. But being able to see them shot off from the top of the Augustus Tower at Caesars on the Strip, also Resorts World, they had it over in Red Rock Canyon, they were all over Plaza in downtown. You can see it, Mr. Monkelly, on YouTube, a little glimpse of a friend of mine who was going, so that you're able to see exactly straight across from what it looks like. But it was great. I mean, it was a smaller, more intimate thing, but we were able to watch it from 2019 on the MGM Grand, and that was probably one of the coolest experiences we've ever had.
I'll try a few. You understand the silliness of
it. The cool things for the sphere. The sphere is insane up close, and I will have pictures and video for you of inside and outside.
I'm just feeling like everybody else. And I got my favorite actor or actresses or singer or whatever. That if I gotta go make clothes for whoever the thing is.
And SoFi, you and I know well, of all of the pro NFL stadiums.
Isn't that just
it literally is this massive globe that you go in.
The nature of humans, or the nature of sexual beings? They attract to the dominant alpha, the number one, the person who's going to protect them.
Beautifully, sound, and everything else, to be able to really thoroughly enjoy it no matter where you're sitting. So I'm going to say, there's those times you're like, there's not a bad seat in the house. This genuinely does not have a bad seat in the house. The seats are all set up to move with you. You can have, there's smells, there's smoke, there's water. It's very much the 4D experience. What's really cool, coming up, we're just a few weeks early, we may be going back. We'll see. The Wizard of Oz has been remastered for the Sphere, so that you're able to actually have a full orchestra that has performed the entire score from the original film
situation.
And they remastered it to be specific to this immersive experience. You'll be surrounded by Oz. When you have that transition sequence from black and white to color, you experience it physically in person. So absolutely wild. Backstreet Boys are also going to be coming up there here soon. Insomniac, if you're familiar with them, who do a lot of like the Tomorrowland raves and everything else, they have a special partnership coming up. So it's just one of the.
Have you ever had a long-term girlfriend or anything like that?
I know we got to take a quick break, but I got so much more to fill you in on.
Well, let's hurt you.
Never someone that you could
lap everywhere in the iHeartRadio app, Mark Ronald with the news.
Settle down with and have children with, maybe that's where he found something much more shallow with all these teeny boppers.
Started yesterday afternoon and stays in effect till 8 p.m. Thursday. The South Coast Air Quality Management District.
I wish I could empathize with his problem, but I can imagine putting myself in his shoes.
The 80,000-acre wildfire in San Luis Obispo County is now 55% surrounded. Evacuation orders and warnings stay in place. The warnings in Kern County
after a year or two.
Fires burned
You got to select one or two.
Yeah, Michael Douglas says he's in no rush to end this
and they're
extended
here because they hear you're a billionaire.
From the Czech Republic. Douglas says he hasn't done any new roles in 3 years after 6 decades. Special
does this or that, whatever the thing is.
Looks like a small big
after a while, you
405
go,
in West LA.
well, I like the sex.
That's like Southtown just before Olympic Boulevard.
If you're in that line just because you're a billionaire, you're almost disqualifying yourself.
So you'll see a heavy ride back until about sunset. And as you travel on the 101 heading southbound next.
So what did you transition into doing what you're doing now?
Boulevard, and it clears up approaching the 110. And we have a work zone on the 605 southbound in Santa Fe Springs. That's from the 5 to the 105. Right lanes off limits there for roadwork until 4 a.m. with Southern
change the
California's
fonts
most
around and
accurate
stretch
traffic
the fonts
reports.
and
I'm Pedro Moreno.
the patterns and all
Hey
that
there,
stuff.
history fans.
iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast.
It's called American History Hotline,
And
where you ask the question,
What is political technology?
in the process, I bought a program called Painter,
Marilyn Monroe having an
400
affair.
virtual
American
brushes,
History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
and I started to paint.
This is such
Now
a
a year
ridiculous
goes by,
story
I
that
show
we
it to
tell
you, I said, what do you think?
ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
You know, we're all friends, you're supposed to
iHeartRadio
tell me you like
search
it.
American
Look me in
History
the eye and
Hotline
say,
and listen
you're
now.
right.
iHeart is
Keep your day
America's
job.
#1 podcast
Meaning it wasn't
network.
bad,
Open the free
but it was
iHeart
nothing
app
to
and
die
explore
over.
podcasts
And
like
then in
this.
time,
almost every drug
just
investigation
evolved
in America
into,
is based on a
I'll show
confidential
you 5
informant.
pieces, we'll take a break.
People with their own troubles.
Is it on your
See a
website?
path forward
Yeah.
by telling
What's your website called?
someone
Michael
else.
Braun.
Michael
The
Braun
CI system is based on blind
Aiden,
trust.
pull it up.
It can have
Aiden, pull it up, dude, man.
I'm Dugan Arnett, investigative
Yeah, I can
reporter
imagine.
for the Boston Globe
I mean,
Spotlight team.
jumping
And I'm
from
gonna bring you
doing what you're
inside
doing,
this
creating
secret to the
these
story of one
extraordinary
city at the forefront
outfits,
of
outfit
America's
designs for
growth.
people into, did you just one day just quit? Or did it?
No.
Disappear if I do something
Playing with the
Lie.
computer,
They just lie.
after a year, it starts to get cool.
better smarten up.
And
I don't
people
want
are
to go
going,
to jail.
wow,
You didn't
that,
want to
you
be able
know,
to rap.
making
Not around here.
videos.
This
We
is
get into
Spotlight,
art galleries.
Snitch
She gets me into an art
an
gallery.
investigative series from the
They're
Boston Globe.
selling me
Listen
art.
on America's #1
It's just
podcast
really
network,
cool
iHeart.
outdoors.
Open your free
I'll
iHeart
give
app
you the
and
old
listen
man.
now.
Oh, this sounds like a
iHeart is America's
schlep.
#1
Nice
podcast
schlep.
network.
Schlep. What are you
iHeart
talking
app and
about?
explore podcasts like this.
She,
Welcome to Chloe and
I
Wonder.
don't want to deal with all these schlemiels.
Meals. So
Wanted to
she
take it away from a different life.
gets me into
I
the
know for
outdoor art show, which is
that it was
correct,
her
meaning
who sold
you're getting
us
to see the
media.
people.
I'm willing to sacrifice anything in order to put love at the center of my life. I feel how drinking affected me.
I think it breaks them so much more than you forgave them. Every week, I'll sit down with fascinating guests.
I believe you're worthy of love and you deserve love.
It wasn't nearly as bad as what I went through emotionally with the pregnancy I had with my daughter. For real conversations.
Hello, world.
Straight up.
Michael Braun is a legendary fashion designer, best known for making flamboyant stage clothing for pop culture icons such as Jimi Hendrix, Bob Dylan, Hulk Hogan, and Macho Man
This is a
Randy
window
Savage.
into my world.
If you've ever seen a wrestling video of the Macho Man wearing a crazy outfit, it was made by Michael Braun.
Podcast network.
On this episode, Michael details his very close relationship with Jimi Hendrix
It's me, Katie
and
Nolan, here to
the
talk to
psyche
you about
of Jimmy,
my new
and the way he
podcast
thought,
called
and the way he
Casuals,
communicated.
starting January
It shows these
It's
handwritten
a sports
letters that Jimmy
podcast,
would write
but
to
for
him all
people
the time.
who don't necessarily
This episode is
consider
a gripping look
themselves
into the
as
creative mind
listeners
and
of
business
sports
mind of someone
podcasts.
whose day job was making
Regular
wearable
people
art of the world's
laughing
most
about
prominent
sports
superstar
and not
performers.
screaming.
Without
I mean,
further
we might
ado,
scream, but
please
it's gonna
welcome
be about
the
something
marvelous
very
Michael
silly
Braun.
and not
Brother.
about something as serious. We're just not gonna take it seriously. It's making sense. You guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays and Thursdays, if you're feeling froggy,
1, 2, 3.
go ahead
Hi,
and click
Michael.
that follow button.
How are you
Because
doing,
it's
sir?
unclickable.
Beat Danny.
You can always
It's
click
awesome
like
to
it
meet
if
you.
feel like that was a bad decision. It's not like I get it.
What an amazing life you had.
But if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode.
Is,
And
from
that's
your
ideal,
point of view,
because it's gonna
amazing.
be
It's
good.
just the same
Oh,
old
it's gonna
thing
be
to me.
good.
Listen on
And,
America's #1
The thing I would
podcast
say at
network,
this point
iHeart.
is that
Open your free iHeart app.
people
and listen
sometimes
now.
freak out over this. You met this one, you made clothes for that one, you made art for this one, whatever. And what I would say to you is that it's just
Tomorrow on the Conway Show, a
destiny,
major
karma
closure
working out,
announced
whatever.
by
I'd
a
like to
major
tell you
Southern
how
California
it's
institution.
BS.
It's
This is
something
just
of an
fell
incredible
in
thing.
my lap.
It's a
I was
temporary
born
closure
a
for the
certain
summer, but
way
it's
with
significant. Details
minimal
tomorrow.
talent, just art. And all the rest of the stuff in life, other than putting out the garbage, which I'm good at, I really is making art. For 33 years, I had clothes for rock and rollers and wrestlers. But it just fell into my lap. You know, I was racing sailboats
What's up with Nick Polly?
and small sailboats.
Want to do some shout outs really quick to the Momigos
Since
in
I'm
the
a
chat
little
room
kid.
because everybody's asking questions and everything
Long
else and
story
wishing
short,
happy anniversary.
I
Thank you so much.
sailboat
And compliments to me on my
to
light.
Florida,
I guess I'm looking
1966.
unusually good with my ring light, so thank you, Daniel,
Race.
for that one. But Yeah,
I'm
pictures
just working on the
don't
boat.
do the Sphere
It's a
justice.
lazy look.
Unfortunately, I was looking at Monet. It looks like you were hoping that the Wizard of Oz would be coming in its form as I described for the Sphere. It's only made for the Sphere, so it will not be coming to Southern California, even though we have similar theaters here. And then somebody had asked, Aaron had asked specifically, would the Alphabet Mafia and the Wizard of Oz have so much connection in it? It's actually Wicked and the Alphabet Mafia. And if you missed the description from last hour with Tuala and Mo and Mark regarding Superman, you should definitely catch that podcast because that pretty much covers exactly the same reasoning why Wicked connects with the Alphabet Mafia so well. So, all right,
Where did you meet the topless dancers?
It was dry, but it's absolutely worth it because you can moisturize and heat air conditioning the entire time and have no idea of the heat. What was the temperature? 99 to 106, which in very dry. So for me, I mean, Palm Springs is worse because there's usually a bit of humidity with that. And I'm definitely not going to talk about Florida because that's just too much humidity. How for knowledge,
regular bands are playing
what's the summer
top music.
The summers are hot and sweaty.
The place is filled up
so
with men and
Vegas
women.
is hot and sweaty,
And then
but
there's two girls
anyway,
without the
we
shirts on.
had
dancing
ticket
to each
shows
song.
because you go to Vegas, right, to check
One
the
of them
shows.
took a
We
liking
did
to
see
me.
Calm by Cirque
She
du
said,
Soleil
I need
at
a place to live because
the
I can
Jim
live
Grant,
on the
which has
boat.
been there for over 20 years, which is
And
wild to think that a lot of these resident shows have been there.
in the
Cirque du Soleil,
process,
which is out
I
of,
meet a lady
I believe it's Montreal,
in
it's
the
out of
club.
French Canada.
We
It
start
has a
going
French
out.
Canadian background anyway.
Her name is Tony. She's my
Cos is
business
at
partner
MGM
for
Grand, but you've got
33
Boa
years.
Bellagio, so many things,
And
absolutely
very
incredible, and they do
talented
come
with clothes
regularly. In
and
fact,
very
Echo was
talented
just
with running
here at
business.
Laguna Hills Mall, and you were able to check that out. Unfortunately,
all
that's
the
the last one
paperwork
that we had
stuff
in the winter and fall and
and
winter last year.
ideas
We
behind
had
it.
Cruza
Meaning
over
she came
at
up with
the
an
pier in
idea.
Santa Monica, so they always are coming through. So that's an opportunity that you could be able to catch the show.
Making
But
clothes
Spiegel World
get
is not their
half down.
competition, but they do a very different job, a much
So,
more intimate job
I'm making you
of
$100
providing
pair of
burlesque
pants. You give me
situations.
$50.
A
Now
little bit
you're
sexier, a
invested.
little bit more vivacious, if you will.
And
But
Macho
still,
Man
all
towards
the
the
artistry
end
in a much more
of us
intimate
making
space.
clothes
We
for
attended
him
Atomic
added
Saloon
$10,000
at the Venetian.
Meaning we're making
Amazing,
huge
absolutely
amounts
well
of
worth it. They have
clothes.
just opened at the Disco, which is a
You know,
brand
I'm
new
making an
experience.
outfit a week.
And there's
You know,
also
and
the
so it
Dinah
is
Ross attached to that one.
800 to
Obviously, Dinah Ross is the
$2,500
kind of the patron, if you will,
He's
a
wearing
patron
them,
saint of the
you know,
restaurant. So that's a
sometimes.
really
Some
cool
of the
opportunity for you to do.
outfits, there's
We
no
also
pictures
tried
of it.
Pakistan, which is a
Hundreds of them,
nightclub
pictures
out of
of it.
MGM Grand.
And
We
this
actually
is
went
year
and got
after
special
year after
invitation
year.
to do dim
But
sum with
that
them. And it was amazing, like just to be in a
Tony,
nightclub with all the vibes
business
and all the
partner,
music,
had
and it was obviously a little bit
a babysitter
quieter, but
and a
we did
3-year-old
something that was
son.
delicious.
And whatever the
What else did we do?
babysitter
Oh,
heard
I
you
will say
say,
this, and I did not tell this to Daniel, so you don't know all
so
about
we
these
once,
details, but
because
we went to
poor,
the world's
he
largest
heard us say the
dispensary
word
for
flank steak, or
cannabis,
just the word steak. I
which is
don't
like
know.
world's largest. It's like 150,000 square feet. It's called Planet 13. I
He
had to go.
wraps it up,
It may not
throws
be
it in the
that large.
garbage,
Trust me,
goes
there's a lot
back
of
into the place
embellishment that goes on.
closed,
What
comes
was
back
very
to the
unique
house
and cool
with
about
the
this one,
steak
beyond the fact
in
that
his
there were at
hand.
least 100 bartenders,
You know,
bartenders that were there to walk through and explain
Look, I
things
got
to
the
you.
thing, you know. And
The
he
cooler
heard
thing,
us
if you've
in
ever
his
been
sewing
curious
machine.
about marijuana, I've never been
I
more
had done some
educated in my
sewing
life.
before
A lot of times, if you go to a place a little bit closer to home, you're going to get a good deal, and you're going to have your bud tender. Yeah, man, that kind of concept. This was not that
Because I didn't
experience.
have money
In
always
fact,
for
Marjorie,
cool
funny
clothes
enough, not
that we were
related to Bill
available
Handel, but
for
Marjorie was
So,
our bud tender, and she was
long
incredibly
story short,
knowledgeable
we're
and so
playing
much
this
information
game.
that she was able to figure out what strain you wanted and
He
give you the
hears the
background and
word
how you would
sewing
make you feel and everything else.
Oh,
But
he's working
inside of
out
Planet
the
13,
will.
they actually
He
have a
steals,
speakeasy
put
that
this in a
serves you
sentence.
cocktails and food
The word
that are
steal and
infused with
goodwill
THC or
together. He
CBD.
steals from
And
goodwill.
they're incredible. I
Sewing
have
machine
not
brings
had
it
a
back.
cocktail since
We start
2017 when I
ordering
quit
clothes
drinking,
and
but I
clothes.
did have an old fashioned at this event.
And
It
now we're
tasted
going out
identical
each
to the
night.
best, most
So
high
we're
end
to a
old
club
fashioned. Just
that
had a
was
little
on
bit of a different
34th Street,
experience
Fifth
attached to it.
Avenue,
So it was incredible. It was absolutely delicious. Had the best time.
and the
But I
people
think
freaked
because
out.
I
So
really
this
like
is
to learn a lot about
1968.
things.
There's
I
only
mean, even
pin-straight
though I
clothes,
don't drink anymore, I'm
looks
still a
really
neophyte. I still like
clothes.
wine and
People
learning
see
about
this
wine
stuff
and everything else that way. I love spirits. I'm still your go-to sommelier if you have questions.
Now
If you need a bartender, I'm really good with mixology. But I just like to be educated. It's so cool to go to a space that has so much knowledge about the different,
band that's playing
different dispensaries and
in this
different operations around the world,
I sell
who was
5
developing
shirts for
out marijuana and
$18.
everything. So, in fact, I had no idea it was
I
all
showed
that.
them money.
It feels so much more like we grew up in Southern California, where it's like you just knew the guy down the street, you would just go buy some.
It's almost $100.
Now it's
We're
such
rich.
a different business. So
Think about
that
it.
was the incredible time we had in
So,
Vegas. To wrap things up a little quick here, I
just
want to
led
do
into
things that are
that.
closer to home that are
Now,
going on for us that
some
have just started. So if
months
you're looking
after
for
that,
something this week or this weekend,
moron,
you've got
male
the
ego.
Shakespeare, the
got
free
that?
Shakespeare in the Park that's been happening
I say to
all
Tony,
started back on the 25th
clean the house.
the 31st of
I'm going to
August.
bring back the
This is a
vanilla
$3.99
fudge. We had a
situation,
huge hit.
and there are 2 different William
which was
Shakespeare
a
productions
Supreme
that
song.
are
They
being
did it in a
presented right
psychedelic
now.
way.
It's Love
Said I'm
Flavors
going to bring
Lost,
back
and that
the
runs
fudge.
through the 27th of
They're
July,
playing,
and then the 6th to
I
the
think it's
31st of
30
August will
in
be
the South.
Dr. Faustus,
There's
and both of those are happening
place.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So Wednesdays through Sundays at 7 p.m. and it's free, and that's the biggest thing. It's very cool. So if you want a
Military
really unique, special way to get an initial introduction to
like a
Shakespeare, that's a great opportunity. Also, the Lost in Dreams Music Festival is taking place in LA this weekend.
We're military,
Passion
that's
of the
just a
Masters
big
and Festival
thing.
of the Arts in Laguna Beach is underway.
I
As
go
well
there,
as the
I
Sawdust
follow
Arts
the drummer,
Festival.
Carmine
And
Adams,
so
who was
everybody's
in
kind of recouping from the 4th of July, like we've already talked about, but there's still a
follow
handful of things that you can do in and around the Southland.
Dread.
And I can always find all this information
At this
say
video
I'm
with
on
Nick
the
and
wrong
Nick Paleo on
stage
social
close.
media. You can see a tour, as Daniel was showing earlier in the
made
show,
the mistake
of
of saying,
exactly
where
what
do
that
you
skywalk
get
looks
close? And
like
he
at
said,
the
Ashbury,
Grand.
Carnaby
And I've
Street,
also got all sorts of
and
other
the
tours
village.
and so much more to share with you
I
and for
said,
you to
but
enjoy
this
on
is what we're
socials.
making. What I have is way better than what you did.
Yes, in fact,
I said,
I
you want to
think
come
Wendy had a
to
cake
our
or she had a
house
decent, and I
at
feel
the
terrible
3 of the 4 guys came
that I
here
wasn't there for that. So, and I know
everything
somebody
that
else's
remotely
anniversary is coming up real soon here in
and we could all do it. And then they wear it on Ed Sullivan, which is the show
about that.
live Sunday night,
We'll probably just
8
maybe
to
go
9.
to Morton's
Big
and
deal.
just have a dinner.
All kind of
We're
rock and
real
roll
big on
people
not making a
played
big
that.
deal.
Anyway.
But I think we should go to the Sky Room
Now-
Beach and we can do the 4 of us and celebrate. But that's just me, and we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. But that's a story for another day. Thank you so much. Again, check me out this week with Nick and Nick Paleo
You
King
know,
on social
freaks
media.
out over the
And I will
vanilla
catch you
fudge.
with What's Up with Nick
Close
next
the
week.
rules.
It's later
Unbeknownst
from
to
Kelly K
me,
by 8640 live
there on
everywhere
the
on social
road
media and the
is a
iHeartRadio
little
app. Mark
guitar
Ron with the
player
news.
who's come from England.
LA County
named Jimi
government
Hendrix.
departments have been directed to improve health
He
care
was from
access for
Seattle,
illegal
but
immigrants in
he was
need
in
of care.
England. Now he comes to
Supervisor
America.
Gilda Solis
He's
says
on the
federal
road
immigration
again.
enforcement
This is
actions in the
before
county
he
have discouraged many
explodes.
people from showing up to doctor's appointments.
Jimmy
Hospitals throughout the county, including
says to
LA
Carmine,
General in my district, have
where'd you get the
observed
clothes?
significant
This is one
increases
sentence.
in no-shows
Carmine says,
and
our
appointment
friends in Florida, I
cancellations.
didn't know we were
Motion
friends.
approved by the
Meaning,
board asks for
we made
increased
clothes
access
for
to
him,
virtual and
but we're not
telehealth
hanging
medical
out.
services, as well as
Not
prescriptions
that I
to be
wouldn't,
sent by mail.
but I'm just saying, he says
Biological
our friends
males
in
can
Florida.
continue
I
to
go to
compete
see
in girls'
a record
sports in
producer.
California.
The Trump administration wants to ban
First
transgender
Avenue
athletes
South.
from competing in girls' sports, and last month
Almost
told
the
California
66.
education officials to
And
restore
the
any
first
prize won by a
There's Abraham
transgender athlete to the
John.
next place biological female athlete
Snoopy
or
versus the
face
Red
legal
Dad.
action. The administration says California is in violation of Title
Skate.
IX, but in a two-line response issued this week, the California Department of Education's lawyer said they don't agree. Jason
I take
Campanoni,
all the clothes
KFI
and go to
News.
his
The
office.
Transportation Security
Small
Administration says it's getting rid of the
And
requirement that airline passengers
show him
remove
the
their
clothes.
shoes in some security lines.
He
Nico
says to me,
Melendez, who used to work with TSA, says it's
I'll
time for
tell
the
Jimmy
20-year-old
about it,
policy
but
to
I'm not
go.
going
I think
to
technology is
you
one
on to
factor in
Jimmy.
allowing the
I don't
change,
want to
but
upset him.
it's
For
about
being
knowing
some
who's
emotional
getting on
guy.
these planes.
You know, it's
So with
nothing
Real
to me.
ID, we know
I'm
who
not
these
getting
people are.
into this.
Policy was enacted in
You
2006
call me
after a
Sunday
failed
afternoon
bomber had
4
explosives
o'clock.
hidden in his shoes. Melendez says he
Sunday
now
afternoon
wonders when the rule
comes.
against liquids over
4 o'clock.
3.4 ounces
Dial
will
his
go
number.
away. Southland weather from
Picks up the
KFI.
phone.
Mostly clear tonight. Some clouds later.
Believe
Lows in
this.
the low 60s.
Jimmy
Sunny
gets
tomorrow
off
with highs around
plane.
90. 100 or
Says
higher in the
where the
valleys, 80
clothes
and IE, and mid 70s at the beaches. It'll
Okay.
be about the
So
same Wednesday,
all I'm
or just a
saying
little
to
bit
you
hotter
is that
Thursday, then drop a few degrees
you
Friday
could
through the
say,
weekend.
you know,
It is
in the
75 right
language
now.
of our
Burbank
time, it's
71 in
oh, you
Orange.
were in the right
And there's
place
some
at the
clouds
right
on the 605
time,
at Santa Fe
or you know,
Springs.
just luck or whatever. It's just
That's heading
working out.
southbound
It's
from the
just
5
sad.
to the
Crazy.
105. You'll see the right lane coned off for road work there.
Now
That's
we end up
scheduled until
making
4 in
clothes
the
for
morning.
Jimmy.
Another work
And
zone. This one's in
back
Long
to
Beach,
the
710
beginning
northbound
of what I
from
was
Del
trying
Lamo
to say,
to
and
Long
that
Beach
is
Boulevard.
that
The right lane's off limits until
so you
6
have
in
this
the morning.
person that
And the good
has
news,
a
if you're on the
little bit
405
of
southbound, that's in West LA,
creative
just
talent
before
for clothes, for
looks like
art,
the 10,
for
a stall
two-dimensional
debris has
art.
been cleared from lanes there. Traffic has
But
recovered.
that's where
It's
his
Southern
brain is.
California's most
If you say
accurate
to
traffic
him,
reports.
Listen, I need you to be my lawyer.
Devastating
I
Texas
committed
floods
this
impacted
murder. Here's
countless
$1 million
residents.
in
Families
cash.
have lost their homes,
Yes, I'm going to pay you.
communities, and lives have been
They're going to
shattered.
hang you. I
Children
got no
are still
ability to
missing.
argue
Relief is
whatsoever.
urgent. The Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country
none.
has launched the Curb
So,
Flood Relief Fund
all
to
I'm
support
saying to you, I'm
response, relief,
accepting
and long-term recovery
how the
efforts.
game
All
is
donations
going
will go
because
directly
I'm
to
forced
trusted local
into it.
organizations to
So
provide
you
food, shelter, health care,
Designing
and help.
and making
Join us
clothes.
today and
Is
donate
this
to
more
the Curb
of a
Flood
thing that
Relief
you're
Fund
doing
at
just to
communityfoundation.net.
make money and survive, or is this more of like a passion?
And I'm ready for you today. I'm checking in on you.
Both.
Morning meditation. Check.
The
Dressed and ready to
survive
work
thing,
out. Check. Check your blood pressure yet? And check.
we're all
Great job, Mom. And about those gold earrings. No, ma'am.
carry some
Now
kind of
more than ever, it's
survival
important that we protect our hearts
mentality
and the
with
hearts
us
of those
as
we love.
humans.
Monitor your blood
And
pressure daily and help each other
Me
stay
hearing
motivated.
that my
Rally your squad to
people
take
were
the online
killed a
pledge
lot
at
in
releasethepressure.org. Brought to you by the Release the
that
Pressure
my
Coalition and
grandmother
the Ad
walked
Council.
a year and a half.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Get to
Discover
America
a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Raised to categorize the Mayday and an eyewitness report of a mid-air explosion is about all that is known this morning of
a
the British
man that lived
Columbia air
across the
disaster,
street
which
from me
yesterday
for a
claimed
while
52 lives.
in Tampa,
I
right
really
near
want
the
to know what
stadium,
happened. And it
shows
makes
me
me
a picture
extraordinarily angry. It is
of
always
a
my biggest
raft.
secret.
And in the raft was his wife, his
Gambler on
parents,
plane
his 2
insured for
kids, and a dog,
$125,000 jury
and a little motor. I mean, this is not, this raft is maybe twice as big as this table, maybe. And I'm telling you, I'm a sailor. I wouldn't go across a pool that's 10 feet long and 6 inches deep on this thing.
Nothing.
And he comes from Cuba to America because he's looking to save the lives of his family and make them better. And he's driven by this. So I want to eat lunch and dinner at least.
From CBC
So
Podcasts
I'm working.
and CBC's
I need
The
to make
National,
money. But
hosted by
I have a
me,
natural
Hannah Manson,
ability
and Johanna
to make
Wagner.
crazy stuff
Investigating
that
the
people
largest
love.
unsolved mass murder
So
in
I
Canada.
put those two things
Canadian
together.
Pacific Flight
I mean,
21.
This was not
It's how I'm born. I'm built that way. This is not, I wasn't like killing myself to
All on board.
Listen and follow
get
this.
Still, those were the guys we were. It's right off. You're like, but I'm still. Those were the guys we were. Still out. Those guys. Well, everybody does that. Everybody's like, save my money, not my guys now. Yeah, I got a great guy. Yeah, I got a great guy.
how to make patterns.
And my guys were good back then. I thought they were great. I just, at the end of the day, it's just, it is what it is. Royally fucking. Yeah, it's what it is.
Surgery. How to keep them running. Where to buy them. One of these things is a
It's right off. You're like, but I'm still. Those were the guys we were. Still out. Those guys. Well, everybody does that. Everybody's like, save my money, not my guys now. No. Yeah, I got a great guy. Yeah, I got a great guy. And my guys were good back then. I thought they were great. I just, at the end of the day, it's just, it is what it is. Royally fucking. Yeah, that's what it is.
I'm not talking about just robots that people control. We're talking about fully autonomous humanoid robots playing soccer.
The dye didn't stay in it, the way it was
Zero
washed, all that
human
crap.
intervention.
It's meaningless.
Each team had 3 active humanoid robots.
I'm shocked, my friend.
Playing 2 10-minute halves with a 5-minute break.
You got some other place to put your mind, you know.
And even made real-time decisions using AI and sensors.
Doing that thing.
Cameras, and we're showing it to you right now on
painting
YouTube.
art in the
Cameras
computer.
and optical sensors allow them to
And I'm
detect the
making
ball
small
from
pieces
up
and
to
huge pieces.
65 feet away.
Hiring hookers is illegal?
No,
All right.
meaning I'm not drawing
Get this is a
palm
thing really
trees.
abstract. They
It's
also
abstract.
recognize
And people
teammates,
buy over it and say,
field
how did you
markings,
get this?
goals,
And they
and
say, how
opponents.
did you go from making
And if you look at
clothes
it, they
to
don't
doing
necessarily
this
move
abstract art?
as fluidly
You
as
know,
a
I'm
human
saying
being.
it's the same thing.
but you
I'm
can
painting
tell.
a human
And we talked
on
about
a
this
stage
boxing a couple
with
of weeks ago.
patterns,
You
fabric,
can
sewing
tell this
machine,
will
or whatever.
probably be the future of
That's
a
what
lot
I'm
of
doing.
sports as we know it.
This is the exact same thing,
Especially
except
when you
no
talk
one's saying
about,
to me I got Madison Square
robotics,
Garden in a week and a
AI,
half, and it's got to be
gambling,
blue, and it can't be more
And
than
then you
$2,000
have
or
a sport you're not
$1,000 or
worried
whatever.
about injuries
Or
per se. You're
Jimmy
not worried about
is
contracts
saying to me
of players.
in a letter,
Far more economical. You're not worried about
anytime of labor disagreement until they become self-aware of one particular world.
Right, because I was going to interject, and I apologize for interrupting, but first of all, watching the video, these bots are up in each other's face, and they're being taken away on stretchers. Like, you're not watching on YouTube right now, you can see it. Oh, there's a lot of talking into it, but the question that I have is, so we are so worried about doping with existing athletes. What happens when you have robotic athletes involved that can be reprogrammed? Like, what does that look like?
There has to be some sort of limitation in the way that you have NASCAR where all the cars are within certain
magazine where I use
of course, with any type of
in the letter he says,
competition, folks are going to try to cheat. Of course, and the old saying is if you're not cheating, you're not trying.
Right.
But
in the meantime, Velcro just came out. You never heard of it.
The future of sports as we know it.
For sure.
Because
just came out, and they only made it in white.
You don't have to be a multi-billionaire to own
you
a
and I have on our heads.
No, that's true.
He calls them
you
ear
don't
goggles.
need to have access
just
to
how he talks.
a full
stadium
arena about the size of a high school gym.
Really? Yeah. Wow. Could I make this up?
I guess not. That's pretty amazing.
Specifically,
so
it's a very different realm.
What I'm saying to you is that he knew
I was laughing at that too.
Clothes that he showed him in the beginning.
They all were walking like I
would make clothes every 3 to 4 months. Send them a whole wardrobe, shirts, pants, jackets, gloves, armbands.
It's really, really impressive. But I think that's it. I'm really curious to see how that plays out specific to what you've described. So that's not
unusual.
So
at one point,
how someone can take
this
something
episode
right
of the podcast is brought to you by
what the future is going to be.
For a long time, I've had trouble sleeping through the night, and I literally tried everything: supplements, smoking pot, meditating. And at the end of the day, all my stuff was just a band-aid. Roblox actually fixed this problem for me with their super high-tech lenses. Blue light from our phones and computers actually damage our eyes and lead to digital eye strain. You get symptoms like blurred vision, headaches. Worst of all, you can fucking sleep. Unlike other blue light glasses, Roblox are backed by science, and they're made in an optical laboratory in Australia. Most other blue light blocking companies are mass-producing their shit in China with no understanding of how light impacts health. They have over 40 frames prescription, non-prescription, and even readers. I keep mine literally right next to my computer all day, every day. I even use them on the podcast. The podcast that I do late at night, I always use these. You can actually wear these things, not like a freaking cheap. But look, you get your energy back, sleep better, block out all that unhealthy blue light with BlueBlocks. Get 20% off by going to blueblocks.com/concrete. BLUBLOX.com/KONCRETE for 20% off. This is the code concrete at checkout.
Necessarily immediately
shows
translate.
Me we're in the Sheridan Hotel downtown Tampa.
We had robot
it's
wars,
towards
we had all sorts of
and shows me a screen that instead of being small,
they're filming it now in Las Vegas. Just like they have the Formula 1 things that are in Las Vegas now. It's insane that Las Vegas is still that yourself.
Yes. How does he cut? He cuts it from the armpit to way out here, way this much. You'll see hundreds of pictures on the net of this. And he's using, and then 6-inch ruffles along the edge.
Which is hilarious because I'm like, so
his spine, his fabrics, his silk chiffon, and then all other kinds of silks and stuff. But his spine, his fabric, in St. Petersburg, in the fancy ladies' fabric store. He's walking in with hair out to his shoulders into a thing that only women go into. Men aren't going to buy fabric to take the fabric to their seamstress to make a gown for their whatever party that they're going to show off. So, all I'm saying to you is that Jimmy,
now you can't
he
say running
knew
or vibrating.
without any words
that you
that
try
I
to
got
do
what he
a
was doing.
play and out of
I'm starting to make close for him. He's freaking out.
your
He loves it.
imagination.
But that was Jimmy always
actually
more.
In an era of
Money means nothing to him. He doesn't even know what you're talking about. Never heard of money mean nothing. You know, it's past money. Way past money.
So you guys never discuss money?
Never. Never.
Once.
Never.
Hilarious and
no, he would just say, go to them and get the check or,
how did you figure out how much to charge him?
now you're at Tony Ackerman.
Right.
So
And
Tony,
even though, you could have fun with it,
in the early days, we could come up with a price. Here's, crushed velvet pants. They didn't have
it's like you're in a
crushed
cartoon
velvet
or a
most days, so we
film,
crush
and
it
it's just
ourselves,
the
and
same.
we're doing
Trying to
covered,
imagine how I would have
covered
responded to
buttons,
that
and
when I
he's
was a
wearing
kid,
his
when all we
pants
had
at
was,
Woodstock.
Lincoln Logs. In the winter, we had snowballs.
fussy pants, so the pants are tight to the knee.
Those
Then if
old
you look from the
toys, I think, are
side,
just hilarious.
that
They
it's
are,
coming down
because
like
I
this,
grew up
then it
playing
gets
with
wider
Legos
as it
and
comes to your
director
foot,
set.
so
Did you
it's
ever
going out to the
I
toe
director
of your
set,
shoe,
Legos
and then to
obviously,
your feet.
Legos, yes.
But then they had Connects, which was kind of like the late 80s, early 90s.
Sees
Oh,
what
well,
he's doing, just wants more.
Let's be real, 2025 grown-ass men play Legos, so
He knows
Mark
these
Bronner.
people. He
Anyway,
knows Tony. He knows
I
Michael.
don't know, do you own any Legos, Mark?
They're
I'm
just
not into
about
Legos,
making
but
clothes.
quite a
They're
number of my
that's
nerd friends
no
are really
thing that I
seriously
don't
into those
need
expensive Lego sets, and they look
whatever
forward to the new ones when
autographs
they come
or
out.
I mean, you can
nothing
invest in them to the point that there's a market for them. Yeah,
Just
they're
as an
collectors. Items, and
aside,
people trade them and everything else like
says
it's
to
a
my
stock
little
market situation.
Italian
Yeah, they're not cheap
business
either.
partner. This is maybe
No, good job for Lego. I wish I had bought stock, or my parents bought stock when I was a kid.
I wish I kept all my Legos. I gave them away.
How so you know? I
Women
still
are
have a
having
trash can
sex
from when
with
I was a kid.
I had
just to say they had sex with you.
Yeah,
I wasn't in the room with
because I bought all of them, and I would usually.
He's talking to her because he can talk to her as a human.
I'd be watching Tom
And
Hanks,
he's getting something
whatever
off
the
his
movie was,
chest,
you know, Ghost
which is a
of
hurt.
Mr. Chicken or whatever it was.
And he
I
says
would
to
sit
her,
in
when you
front of
have
the
sex
TV,
with
the
just a
family
hand,
TV,
say,
yes, the
that's
living room,
Jimmy Henry.
family room, and
I'm
put the
26
Lego,
and
the
I'm
latest
moron.
Lego set together, and would
So
take me
my
most of the
reaction
day.
is, well, if
I'm
there's a
watching
problem,
TV
me and
and
the
also
boys can
doing
help
it.
fill in the
And that
blanks.
was like kind of family time because we'd all be watching the movie in one room together. Imagine that. That doesn't happen anymore.
That is why I was going to say. Because now, if you're all in the same room, you're all on your mobile devices, and no one's talking to each other. It's like, well, they cohabitate, yeah.
I grew up in an era where we had a family dinner where everyone ate
Meaning they just want a
together.
piece of
Yes.
goes when he says to me in this letter,
that time is never
dear
going to
couple,
come back. But
I
I'm saying I
need
can be
clothes
appreciative of
espresso.
the fact that yes, there
Send
was
whatever
a
you
family
have
time
immediately.
where we all sat down and ate
Dude, who the hell do you
together.
think
And you
you're
have TV
This
trays.
is Mike. I
TV
just sent you
I mean,
a whole wardrobe.
not just that, but I was like, at least when I was younger, I remember we could
Then
not, except for with
Mike
special
figures out
permission,
what's
go
going
into
on.
the
What's
television room
going
and
on
eat at
is
the
that
table.
girls
Yes, we had Swanson dinners.
Yes.
And everything.
Number two,
That's some
he's
childhood
splitting
right
the
there.
clothes. I'm
There's
using
nothing
silk
better than like a
and
Swanson
rayon
Salisbury
brand
steak dinner.
velvet that I'm talking about in
When
this.
you put aluminum tin and put
So,
the Hungry Man
Rayon?
Rayon.
Send those
How do you
to
spell
that
that?
Peter kid. Oh, I want
All
no part
right,
of it. Well,
well,
don't say I
okay.
want
You're
to
asking
do
the
it
wrong
now.
person about spelling
Like
anything,
15
but that one I
grams
knew.
of salt.
That's nice.
Yeah,
So,
and
yes,
that
yes, yes.
like,
So,
peas and carrots mixture.
Rayon
The
velvet,
potatoes which never
when
frosted.
I'm
Oh,
making
oh,
tight
And
pants
it had this,
for
like,
a
fake
rock
butter
and
on
roll
top.
guy
Those potatoes were not
who
potatoes.
They were like powder.
Yes, it was like
drops
powdered
his
milk. It was like
ass
that. You were eating
down to the
asbestos.
ground,
That's
holding
why
the
we're
torn
surviving
from
so
it.
long now, Mark. Because we're well preserved.
This rayon velvet is meant for a proper lady's gown. End of story. This is not rock and roll. It's nothing rock and roll. But now we're back to the thing about that we were talking about
Like it's an insult. Here's the latest from the KFI
knowing the
24-hour news from
specifications of
firefighters
all
that
these
stopped the
different
spread of brush
fabrics.
fire along the
So
5
rayon,
road in the Castaic area. Started around 2:30 this afternoon.
different colors
Grew
run
about
different
47 acres.
ways. That's number
Southern
one.
California's
From
fastest
perspiration,
ducks
from washing.
waddled for glory
You know,
at the
you
28th
could
annual
give
Wiener
somebody a rayon
Nationals
shirt
at Los Alamitos
that's
Race Course.
red,
The winner
you
gets
know, and it's a
$1,000 for the
drummer.
title of
His
fastest
body's
wiener
gonna
dog
be
with
red at
proceeds
the end of
benefiting the
It's
Seal
not rayon.
Beach Animal Care Center.
That's bad.
Races start at 6:30 p.m. with the championship
Anyway,
at
all I'm saying to
9:15.
you is that
And
rayon,
North Carolina
at
Governor
the
Josh
end
Stein
of
is touring
its,
parts of the state damaged by
as you
flooding.
start to
Tropical storm
stretch it
Chantel
to
dealt
its
10
end of
inches
its
of
life,
rain
it's just
Sunday in a
split.
very short
You
time,
just split, you don't
causing
have a
the
foot
All
long
River
split in
flood
the thing.
crested at
It was
32
splitting
feet.
the
3
pants.
people died in the
I
flooding.
never
4
knew this. He
tornadoes
never says it
occurred
to
at
me
the same
ever.
time.
He just
Now we're
says in
heading
the
to a
letter,
stalled big rig on
try
the
to double
710 in
stitch the
Long Beach.
pants. That's what he's saying.
Southbound at Pacific
Now,
Coast Highway looks like
just
it's
as
been
an
cleared out of
again,
lanes now. All lanes have been reopened as they were all shut
maybe
down for
4 or
a few
5
minutes.
years
Your
after
drive is slowly recovering from about Willow Street. And if you're on the 405
Robin Trower
southbound
did
in
one of
Irvine,
those
that's from
really
University to
known
5, the right lane's coned off for road work until 5 in the morning. Northbound side of the 405 from Culver to McCarthy, you'll see the 2 right lanes coned off, and that's for road work until 5 a.m. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Marino.
Cool.
You've got enough for your music, but what about your favorite morning show, sports team, or live local news and weather?
Anyway,
There's an app for all that too. iHeartRadio. Download the #1 app for radio, the free iHeartRadio app.
For dinner,
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a
one of
healthier
the
planet.
guys,
Less than
was a guy
1% of
named
water
Gary
on Earth is
Stickles.
drinkable, and
This is
humans are
Jimmy's
using it
roadie
faster than
from
nature can
the beginning.
replenish it. Reduce the amount of water you use in the bathroom by taking shorter showers and
got to
turning the
do
water off
whatever
once
it
you brush your
takes
teeth.
to
Brought to you
save
by
whatever the
iHeartRadio Earth
situation
and the
is that's
National
going on.
Environmental Education
With whoever
Foundation.
is working.
To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own
setting up the
community, go to
microphone. His
iHeartRadio.com/.
whole life is devoted to,
The free
let's say,
iHeartRadio
Jimmy,
app
who
is
just
number
got a
one
car
for music,
accident,
radio, and
or did
podcasts
this,
all
or
in one.
got caught
Discover a new
with that,
podcast
whatever
from our
the thing
library
is.
of hundreds of thousands of titles.
Parachute should
Here's
go
an iHeartRadio
That's
podcast
a way
for
of saying
you.
it. Parachute says it all. So, Jerry's there with us, and he says that, or he tells this story, that Jimmy,
Investors want in.
The most important idea of the year.
Because people believe in psychedelics.
You were meeting them at dinner or something.
yeah, so Jerry Stickles is there, and he tells this story that Jimmy is playing a gig in Seattle.
But there's the dark side.
It's a revolving stage.
What is this?
Jimmy
Right.
drops his
I
ass
just
down
want
to the
people
ground
to see what I see.
with his guitar in front of him, splits the pants. They throw him an English Union Jack flag. Okay?
That a lot of people
He ties it
get hurt
on him like a diaper, 2 knots on his hip. That's the way I understand it. I never saw a picture of it. And the cover goes on.
From New York Magazine.
All I'm saying to you is that that's why Jimmy's saying to me, try to double stitch the pants. You know, as the years went on, I learned that you can't use this fabric on that human being.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Oh, Jesus, could you imagine
Your iHeartRadio
seeing that happen?
There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Xfinity customers. iHeartRadio is available free on Xfinity X1 or on Xfinity Flex. The easiest way to access iHeartRadio, just press and hold the microphone button on your Xfinity remote and say iHeartRadio. And you'll be taken directly to the iHeartRadio app to listen to all your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts right on your TV. Plus, check out Xfinity Ambient Moods to set your screen to beautiful photos and videos paired with hand-curated playlists from iHeartRadio to set the right mood. It's the screen you watch the most in your home, and you never knew it was one of the most popular ways to listen to iHeartRadio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
This is Mike over here. We'll be talking about poetry. I'm into, being masculine.
Films have been as successful as The
You're not being
Godfather.
silly.
Francis Ford Coppola's gangster epics set a new standard not just for movies about the mafia, but for movies in general. Although, if you talk to the people who made it, The Godfather's prospects for success were far from short. In fact, before its release, they were pretty bleak.
They said, we're finished, this is over. There's really not going to work. The judge got rid of those guys. It's just that.
Then Leave the Gun, Take the Pill.
Price
My
Mary
co-host
or
Marcio and I strip back
all
the
those
varnish
kind of
of
songs
movie history
where
and talk to never before heard from sources
he's
to get
talking
at what
about
really made the
you can see
process so
happiness
arduous.
staggering
Leave
on
the Gun,
down the
Take the
street.
Cannoli is based on my co-host Mark's
Footprints
best-selling book,
dressed in
Same
red. He's
Time. And on
telling a
this show, we
story
call upon his years of
from his
research to
point
help
of view,
unpack the
his
story
mind.
behind the Godfather's
He's talking
work from
about
start
this,
to
and
finish. We sifted through
he
innumerable
knows
accounts,
that this
many of them
is like
conflicting,
very
to
shocking
try to get to the truth of
to
what really
society.
happened.
Meaning,
Leave the
on
Gun,
the
Take the
phone with
Cannoli
him
features
once,
new and archival interviews.
calling him
Francis
from
Ford
New
Coppola,
York. I mean, I'm in New York with him,
Robert Evans,
calling Tony, and I'm saying,
James
what
Caan,
about this, what about that? We were business that we had to do at home.
Al Ruddy.
Mom says, I got a call from these Italian guys.
Tony sends her regards or her love or whatever. And Jimmy says, tell her I'll meet her in the next world and don't be late.
Many others.
This is Jimmy.
We still aren't entirely sure
his
what's
song,
true and what's not, but we can
He's
promise that
living
our
in
10
another
part
place
series
that
gives
you and I
everyone who
can't
is
imagine.
involved a
You
chance
get
to
a
tell their
clue
side
of
of the
it
story.
by his music.
Listen and
He said,
subscribe
this
to
is
Leave
some
the Gun,
cool
Take
place.
the Cannoli.
But
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
back to sort of
Free iHeart app and listen
Yeah,
now.
good. Talking about his personality.
640.
Personally, some of the most talented people that I know or ever met have been
On
very
the next Bill
socially
Handle
awkward.
show, RFK Jr. takes on
I wouldn't say
Eminem.
he's socially
A
awkward. I would
colorful
just
clash
say
over food
introverted,
diets.
quiet,
Colorful,
shy,
yeah, it worked. That and more coming up at
very
8:30 tomorrow
well-mannered,
with Dr. Jim
and
Keeney. That's on the next Bill Handle show.
Okay,
he
if I answer,
knows how
this is Kelly
to
coming up in just moments. Will be Coast to
get
Coast
through a
AM.
situation,
My friend
whatever
George North,
it
who
is.
joins me right now with the
Meaning,
preview. Good
you
evening,
know,
sir.
in
Oh,
his
Mr. Kelly, how
hotel
are ya?
room
I'm doing well.
in
Still trying to
downtown
kind of
Tampa, Sheridan,
recuperate from this
there's a
holiday
paper
weekend.
bag on the
Keep pushing, my friend. We're going to talk
little
about some
table.
folks with criticalhealthnews.com, and then later on, we're going to
clothes,
walk
and
on the
taking the water,
paranormal side of
this and that.
hosting those.
Always enjoy that.
And this
Can't
is
wait.
the first time we're
We're doing
meeting,
dreams
and I
next
say,
week. I'll tell you the date.
Please
let's
let me
figure
know.
out your
Thank you so
size,
much, George.
try these pants on.
And before we
Me,
get
I
out
can
of here,
just
I
look at him
want
in
to
1
just circle
second
back
and tell you what
real
size.
quickly. I
Give him
know
the pants,
that
walks over
Superman
towards the
movie,
bathroom.
the conversation
There's one of those
surrounding the
thin
movie,
tables
I don't even
by
have a
the
final
bathroom.
thought tonight.
And he
That
takes
movie,
off the
that
scarves that are
conversation
tied
is going
around
to
his
loom
waist.
large
This
for
is
the
like a
next
2-minute
few
job.
weeks.
He's got
And
knots
it's going to
of
be
scarves
around
around
like
his
political
waist and
football.
around his waist. Just what he's doing.
It is not as
Just what he's wearing?
overtly
Yeah,
political.
yeah,
I
over his
suspect that
pants.
would be it.
He's wearing scarves
some
and he's
people
tying
want
the
to make
scarves around his knees and, all
But
that stuff you see. Anyway,
Superman has always had a
takes it off,
political
lays it on this
theme
table,
running through it.
takes the pants, goes into the
Always.
bathroom.
And I know we live in a time
2 minutes
where
later, he
everything
comes back out
is outrageous. Everything makes us
with his
so
original
angry.
pants on.
Everything is
And he's got the
unacceptable.
pants that I gave him to try
Everything
on.
we need to boycott.
He says, make them all like this.
And I know that
Meaning
the
he's
calls
saying,
have already
don't measure
started
me,
for people
don't
to
touch me,
boycott this
whatever.
Superman
Make
movie.
them all like this.
Let me put it like this.
Meaning he's shy.
Superhero movies are your
And
thing.
those
You go
pants
see.
fit him, but
If they're
these are
not your thing,
pants.
then it wouldn't have
And
made
they're
a difference
tight
anyhow.
partially
If
because
you're
they're
going
seen
to
down
a
the front
movie
and back,
for some
and I
level
can
of
get away
affirmation,
with
be
it.
it
Meaning we're
political
getting
or
known for
otherwise,
this look
then you're not
of
even in
these
the right
pants with
headspace
buttons down
to
the side.
enjoy anything.
But all I'm
If
saying
you're a
to you
student
is that
of media, student of
he could get
movies,
through a situation later on in
then
that
you would
day
know
after
that
he
everything
played.
that is
Now,
on your TV,
myself,
everything
you
which has
know,
been in
a
the
few
movie
other
house,
guys and
has been
girls or
on some
whatever
level
back in his
political.
room after the gig,
If you grew up
you know,
watching television in the
first being
1970s
rolled,
and did not
we're
know or
smoking it,
realize or
half an
understand
hour goes by
that
and
everything that
everyone's
Norman
looking
Lear
around
put
hungry.
on that screen was
Someone takes out a piece of paper and
political,
tries to take an
then you
order.
just weren't paying
You
attention.
want a burger from
If you're a
whatever
fan of Mel Brooks
downstairs
as a
or
producer or a movie director
fries.
and didn't know that he was
The
putting
first person tries to
his
do it, they can't write,
politics,
they can't even
even
spell
though
their own
making
name,
fun of
meaning
politics
they're
many
too high,
times
second
in
person
his
too high,
movies,
third person too high.
then you just
Finally,
weren't
Jimmy
paying
says,
attention,
give
or
me the
maybe
pad.
no one pointed it
Takes
out
it.
to you.
Yes. You
If
want
you
a
thought that
burger,
you
you
were
want a
watching a
medium,
Rocky
you want
movie and not
fries, you
looking
want
at something
this, you
which
want
was
Coke, you want...
abjectly political, then
He
you just
had to
weren't
have
paying
been
attention. Now
a
it's
waiter
just
at
that
some point in
everyone
his
wants
life,
to
or he
focus
knew
in on
about
the
this stuff.
messages
He
found
wasn't
in
ashamed of
these
it or
movies.
anything like that. This is
They've
what it took
always
to do
been
the
there.
job. He says, give me the
Always
paper,
been
and he wrote right.
You can't even watch a movie like
They went and
Aliens
got
and not
the
understand
food,
that
was
there are
that.
overt
But all I'm
messages
saying
about
to you is
capitalism and corporate greed.
It's a very
And
natural
the
person.
military-industrial
And that's what's
complex.
coming
That's
across
all
when he's
in just
telling me.
alien off the top of my
Don't be
head.
hesitant to take
Maybe you weren't paying
make
attention.
something, anything.
Maybe
You're
now you
fancy.
are paying attention, and
As
all
long
of a
as
sudden you
it's
realize,
specially made
oh
as
my
well.
gosh,
He's telling
there's
me, Mike,
vegetables with
go
this
for
meal.
it. Just
It's
go and
not
enjoy.
all
Just go and
fattening.
enjoy. Don't worry about the money.
That's what I
Don't worry
think
about
it
the
is, to
time.
realize,
Don't worry
wait a
about
minute,
Jimi
there's some
Hendrix.
healthy
Don't worry
stuff in
about
here
anything.
too.
Just go make
I
some
didn't
art
pay for healthy stuff.
and then
I
send it
paid
to
for fast
and
food.
make a lot.
And you know what? That's okay.
So
If you cannot
all I'm saying
separate the
to
two,
you is
if
that
you can't
this
separate what the director's intended
is a
message
lesson
was
in life.
from the enjoyment of a
He's
movie,
just another person.
that's a you problem. That
With
really is a you
all the
problem.
things that you have,
Because
you
it's
have a
always been
different set
there.
of talents and a different
Now
way
you're
of
just
operating a
looking
little
for
bit.
You're
But
looking for the
and obviously a
proverbial
very
monster
different
under the
destiny
bed.
so far
And
in
now
your life anyway.
When all of a sudden something
But
scares you,
all I'm
you
saying
think
to
the
you is
monster
that
is real.
he,
No, it isn't. The
you
monster is
had to
always within your
communicate
head.
on a record.
Okay, if I am
You had to
640, I'm okay.
communicate with some fool that's making his clothes in Tampa. You know, it's a
KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. More
so there's a
stimulating
beauty
talk.
to
LA
just
goes to
being
zero to the
natural.
ice
That's
rink.
really what he was.
Mark
You know, where a lot of us feel as though,
multiple cities in
you know,
LA
I
County
can't be
have joined a
natural.
lawsuit filed by the
I gotta
ACLU
play
against
this
the
part.
Trump administration.
The suit known as
The
Vestas
culture is
Bertolo
telling me
versus
it's proper
Noel,
or
Homeland Security
cool
Secretary
or,
Kristi Noem,
you know,
seeks to
whatever.
prevent the federal
You know,
government from
and
what
he's
the
saying,
ACLU
go
calls
for it, Mike.
unconstitutional
You know, do
immigration
what you
stops
do.
and raids LA City Attorney
That's why he chose you.
Soto says immigration
So
enforcement
going back
actions
to,
likely have sowed chaos and fear.
This is
you were
our
shipping all of these outfits to him wherever he was. How many outfits were you making?
The county is joined by the cities of LA,
50?
Pasadena, Santa Monica, Culver
I would
City,
say
Ventura,
maybe
Montebello,
20.
Monterey Park, and West
Yeah.
Hollywood.
And there was, and some of these women were just stealing them from him, and he had no idea.
California as the
No,
temps
he
go
had
up.
an idea. He
The
knew he
South
was stealing.
Coast Air Quality Management District is calling for a
But
multi-day
the women
extreme
would
ozone
queue up
event through Thursday.
to
That
be
means
with
lots of smog.
Right.
Air
You
quality
know,
is
let's say
expected
we're
to
in the
reach the
hotel,
unhealthy
we're
sensitive
doing
groups level in
clothes,
several
or we're
areas.
hanging out
Include
afterwards.
Pasadena, Emmett,
People
Corona,
are coming to
Lake
the
Elsinore,
door,
and
knocking on the
Coachella
door.
Valley.
I
The
want
air
an
quality is
autograph. I
expected to
want
be
to meet
unhealthy
Jimmy,
for
whatever.
everyone in the
You know,
Santa
and I gotta
Clarita
say,
Valley,
listen, we're
the San
working.
Gabriel Valley,
You know,
the San
do what you
Bernardino
gotta do.
Valley,
But you only
and
got
the
5
San
minutes to get it
Bernardino
done.
Mountains. Mark Mayfield, KFI
And
News.
The Coast Guard says it stopped a boat
some
from
of the
smuggling
girls he
3
let in,
migrants into the country
one
off a
girl
beach in San
that he
Diego.
let in,
The U.S.
that Susan
CG says
knew.
they intercepted the 3 who were
The
aboard a
next morning,
16-foot
she
vessel
was there
on
for 5
Friday.
minutes and
A
left,
release
whatever. The next
issued
morning,
early yesterday
she's
shows
there
the
when
Coast
we
Guard
come.
crew
He and she
pursued
had
that
spent the
vessel,
night. She came
engaged
after we left
fire,
late,
and then discovered
and then
3
she was there in the
undocumented
morning.
immigrants.
Is this in
along
Tampa?
with the boat
This is in
operator.
Tampa. And I'm not saying there's
Taken into
anything wrong
custody.
with this
Bill
girl.
Farrar,
I'm just saying
KFI
to you
New problems
that this
popped up in the
is,
depopulation of Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall.
Board of State and Community Corrections.
if I say to you, well, here's 500 girls, they all want to sleep with you. You go, that's a little overwhelming.
Many in the facility were
Can I have
delinquent
2?
to very changed.
No, 3? You know,
Right,
you know,
right.
I mean, can we stretch this out over a week or
How long
a
do
month?
I have?
Yeah, long. But I mean, and I'm saying to you, and you can hear him say it in between
President Trump has
songs,
appeared to
where
publicly
he's
express
saying,
irritation with Vladimir
this is dedicated
has
to
wanted
the
to
girl in the
negotiate an end
7th
to the
floor
war in
with the red
Ukraine using
underwear.
his
This is the
relationship
girl
with the Russian
with
leader,
the
but it's becoming
chrome
less and less likely.
knee pads. You know, you'll hear it in between the songs that he's
Efforts to
talking,
broker a
just
peace
thanking
deal have come up
people
short as
or
Russia
talking
steps
to
up its
people or saying
attacks.
whatever's
And
on his
officials in
mind at the
Texas say
moment.
more than 160 people
I
are
like
still
to
missing
thank
from
you
the
for the last
devastating
3
floods
years.
over the weekend.
He
This woman in Kerr County is one of many community members who say
said
they want
3
to help with
things to
recovery
me
efforts.
about
We're
that.
all very broken.
One of
here.
which is, I don't know how much
What's
longer
keeping
I'm
us
going to be doing what
strong
I'm doing.
is we are the backbone of this community.
What is the context of this? Like, are you guys?
This is out of nothing.
You guys are hanging out, eating dinner. What? You're
We
traveling.
were walking. I think we were
Mostly
walking
clear tonight with
somewhere.
some clouds
I
later
said, I
and
don't
lows
know
in
how
the low
much longer
60s.
I'll
We'll have
be
sun
doing
tomorrow and highs around 90 in LA, 100
First
or
of all, I
higher
don't
in
like
Valleys,
this.
AB, and IE,
Second
and
of all,
mid-70s at the beaches.
I
The
don't know
same
what
or
it is.
slightly hotter Thursday,
Third
and
of
then
all,
dropping a few
I'll
degrees
do
Friday
what
through the
Mike
weekend.
does.
It is 70 right now in
Mike's
Brea,
not very
67
smart.
in San Clemente,
Just
69
shove
in
it under the
Koreatown,
carpet. Let's
73
forget
in
it.
Agora
Blow it
Hills.
all.
Live from the KFI
Then he
24-hour
says,
newsroom, I'm Mark Bronner.
I don't know how
Listen to the
much
Stephen
longer
J.
I'm going to be
Klubeck
eating
podcast
clothes.
wherever you get your podcasts. This week with Cory Booker. What's the best place to reach new customers for your business?
Third thing, I
Wherever
forgot
they
what it
are.
is.
And that's
About
exactly where
5
you
or
can
10
be
years ago.
with iHeartMedia. We
He
talk to
knew
our
the end
listeners
was coming.
everywhere, from the
Okay?
car to the gym to the kitchen.
And
your next customer is
he
listening.
was saying
And not
to
only
me,
can we get your message to your audience, we can also show you how
and
it's working
he
in
was
real time.
here
That goes for broad brand
in
messaging
St. Pete
and targeted
for maybe
hyperlocal
4
influencer campaigns
days
alike.
just
Start
before he
growing
died.
your business today
Really?
at
Yeah, just before, 2
iHeartAdvertising.com.
weeks before
That's
he died, or weeks before he
iHeartAdvertising.com.
died, let's say.
In the
He had
podcast,
played the
United
highlight
States of
prime
Kennedy,
time in
2
Miami. He went
Kennedy-obsessed
there.
hosts with
He brought him
contrasting
back. He
perspectives
stayed at
take a deep
this
dive into the Kennedy
place I'm
family's
telling you, the
impact,
Blue Room,
good
which
and
was a
bad,
motel
on
that they
American
just
culture.
recently
This
torn
week,
down
we're
on
talking about
34th
Teddy
Street.
Kennedy
But my
and South
point is
McQuinlan.
that
There's the official record, and then there's a lot of other theories about what happened
I
that
knew
night. And I
what
have
was
my own.
coming.
Listen
And
on America's
you
#1
know, he's trying to
podcast
say it
network,
to me.
iHeart. Follow the
Not
United States
listening
of
to
Kennedy
anything he
and start
says.
listening on the free
And
iHeart Radio app today.
he's
This is Joe Cordell of
very
Cordell
Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
1455 Breezy, San Diego, CordellCordell.com. You probably think your 401k is safe, that it's growing,
Morrison's
that it'll be enough for your retirement.
So,
what if it's not?
proper people
Here's the
in
truth. Your
St.
401k was
Petersburg,
never
this is
designed to make you wealthy.
1970,
It was built to shift
1969,
risk from corporations to you,
1970.
leaving your money exposed
So
to market
you
crashes,
go out, and
inflation,
it's a
and
proper
uncertainty.
place to go
But now Americans are
with the
taking back
family,
control
with your
with
wife,
real assets like
Parsons
gold. Noble
Cafeteria,
Gold
and you
Investments
line
has
up
helped
and you say, I
thousands
want
protect
that, I
their
want
future
that,
by converting part of their retirement
and the
savings
people
into
have got
physical gold,
spoons and they put it on
so
your
they can
plate,
stop
put it on
worrying
your
about the
plate.
market and
And
start
now,
sleeping better at night. Talk to Noble
Jimmy's
Gold
first in
today
line.
and
I'm
learn how
second.
safe
Tony's
and
there.
easy it is to roll over your
Elena.
401k into a tax-advantaged gold
People that
IRA
spoon in the
without
third
penalties or
food
headaches.
say to me,
Visit
with their mouths, but
NobleGoldInvestments.com
not their
and get your
voices,
free wealth protection kit, including a step-by-step guide to get started. That's NobleGoldInvestments.com. It's time to get your money out of the danger zone and into something real.
Help the planet with a tip from iHeartRadio. Education doesn't just take place in the classroom. There are many ways children of all ages can learn about sustainability and the environment at home. Visit
so all I'm saying to you is
iHeartRadio.com/earth for a list of resources,
go to
activity
Morrison's
guides,
to
and
eat, you know,
that are
or if
educational
you
and
go to
fun for the
any
whole
club
family.
anywhere
Brought to
with
you by
them,
iHeartRadio Earth
they
and
always
the
invite
National
him to play. They'll
Environmental
always
Education
play,
Foundation.
always,
To find more
always.
tips for
You know,
smarter,
he may say,
sustainable
I
living,
need
or
this
take action in your
guitar,
own
or
community,
turn the
go to
amp around, I want it to be louder. You know, you don't know what he'll say, but
iHeartRadio Earth is
he's
here
looking
with
to play.
little
This
tips
is
for a
where
healthier planet. When
living
dining out or
his
shopping at the grocery
his
store,
heart, or
ask for sustainable seafood. By
Jimmy,
choosing
myself,
sustainable seafood,
Tony,
you can
and
help
a few
reduce
other people
overfishing,
are watching a
bycatch,
movie
loss of top predators, illegal
on
fishing,
television,
and other harmful environmental impacts.
and it's a
Brought to you by
movie about
iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education
wolves
Foundation.
that
To
raise a
find more
baby.
tips for smarter, sustainable living, or
Okay?
to take action in your own community, go to
And
iHeartRadio.com/earth.
we're watching it, and the wolves are
Hey
raising
there,
a
history
baby.
fans.
iHeartRadio brings you a brand
They
new
might be
history podcast.
It's called American History
so we're
Hotline.
watching
Where you ask the question,
and we
what is
see
political
the
technology?
glance over to Jimmy. Jimmy's playing air guitar.
And American
In his
History
hand,
Hotline
he's
gets
playing
to the bottom of it.
I'm so
with the
glad you
music
asked me
in
this
this
question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves.
This is where his head is at. He's real story.
Open your
You know,
free
then he realized
iHeartRadio
we
app.
see
Search
what
American
he's doing.
History
You
Hotline
know,
and
and
listen
then
now.
he starts tuning his elbow. You know, and he makes it into a joke. But all I'm
Alright,
saying
if you're
to
building
you
your
is
perfect
that
summer playlist,
all
just open
these
the iHeartRadio app because we've got all the summer vibes you need. We have every
Macho Man,
playlist
same
and
thing.
station you could
These
want for
people are
cool days,
totally
road trips,
taken
beach
up
days,
with whatever
all
game
of it.
they're playing.
Plus,
It's
Hollywood
100%
Radio
their
is
beat.
now on iHeartRadio. Yes,
I mean,
the
Macho
part
Man,
you know and love has its own radio station. So
Miss
yeah, your
Elizabeth
summer soundtrack,
complained
we
about
got it
this.
handled.
The
Explore
store
the
complained
latest.
about
Open the
it.
free
Where
iHeartRadio
they're
app
getting
and see
clothes
what's
on
trending
this.
now.
Our iHeartRadio Music
This is
Festival
like
presented by Capital One is back in Vegas.
It's a
Home
huge
Arena,
house.
September 19th to 20th,
South
streaming live
Bay,
only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage.
And 2 acres of land, 150 feet from the center line of Bayshore, is now servants' quarters. 6-car garage and servants' quarters. Well, servants' quarters? What are you talking about? You heard it. It's 1927. That's what you did. You had servants and you had a place for them to live. So we're using this as our shop. It's a concrete floor, 30 by 30 foot room. Upstairs is an apartment to rent. There's long rooms on either side. One room is just a cutting room. It's a huge table, very long, that we're cutting down. And all I'm saying to you is that playing the game with Randy, all the girls complain. My way of saying it, he's never off, ever. He's working all the time, day and night. This wears people out because they're used to having off time. He never heard of off time. He doesn't even know what you mean by off time. This is a very hard-working person. And the other funny thing about him and who he close for is that he has no visual sense whatsoever. So I'm not saying it as an insult or a compliment or anything. It's just here's a statement of fact. He doesn't have this. You say to Michael, can you spell? Michael says no. He's not born with that. you know. And can he write down a telephone number twice? Probably not. He's got to really look at it very, very carefully. And hopefully it's an 813 area code or 727, so he's got the first three numbers. But this is not his thing. He's not born with this. He has to really work at it to spell something or... I mean, Susan is tortured, I have to say. How do you spell gone? And so it's G-O-N-E, but it looks wrong to me. You know, this is just something in your head. So you got something great over here, you got nothing over here. So you're doing the best you can with the parts you got. So Randy comes to me. I get a call. First of all, I'm not watching wrestling. I don't know about wrestling. I know it's on television.
Let's pause for a second. How far after your relationship with Jimmy, obviously he passed away and you stopped working for him, what was it like? Well, first of all, what was it like when you found out Jimmy first passed away? Where were you and how?
I was sleeping. They came and woke me up and they said, Jimmy's dead. So I'm new at this game. I'm going, what are you talking about? He was just here. He was here a few days. We picked him up in Miami, brought him back, took him here, took him there. I mean, I'm not getting it. I'm saying, what do you mean? He was just here. I couldn't get it. And then they said he was in England, he died, he overdosed, or whatever they think it was, or, you know, he's dead. Then I had to try to absorb this, but I had lost my birth mother at maybe 4. So I was forced into learning, hey, people die, people in your family can die. This is how life goes. Deal with it. And from there to this day, I have maybe 5 mothers. Meaning, in my mind, I think they're mothers to me. You know, my father married, after my first mother died, a lady from Canada, beautiful, raised me and all that stuff. In my heart, she's my mother. But we had a beautiful, phenomenal maid, that's what they called them in those days, named Arlene, black lady from Brooklyn, Brooklyn Dodgers fan, you know, so I could only love the Dodgers. I loved Arlene. This is my mother. I mean, she took care of me. I'm a little kid. End of story. You know, I love Arlene. It's nothing to even say here. Words don't do it. And the beauty of that is that you're learning how life goes, what you're getting, what's meant for you. This is a lesson you got to learn in life. People can die. You can love anybody. If you want to love them special, we're going to tell them, or they're going to play the part of being your mother, and then you get triple love or quadruple love, you know, whatever the thing is. I mean, there's a lady that I know to this day that lives in Texas. That's my mother. She's younger than me. I know, Michael, what the hell is wrong with you? Somebody says, this is your mother. They said it to me, you know, maybe 40 years ago. I treated her that way. She's married to a friend of mine, you know, but in my mind, she's my mother. If she tells me drink echinacea tea, then I'm going, oh, I don't drink echinacea tea because my mother told me to. You know, I'm just telling you, this is how the mind works. This is a wild thing. And about Randy, he calls me on the phone. I had made for Hulk Hogan. He made close for him. He was a bass player in a local band in Tampa called Ruckus.
This is how long is this after Jimmy passes away?
I'm not going to answer because I'm really bad on time, but I don't know what to say, but probably not terribly long.
And are these guys, are these stars, like people like Hulk Hogan, are they reaching out to you because...
No, this is what's going on. This is what we're doing for a living. There's, let's say, in the eastern United States, or the middle to the eastern United United States, let's say there's 200 bands that is made up of people from 18 to 35 years old that go around and play 2 weeks in this club, 2 weeks in that club, 2 weeks in that club, anywhere from Indiana and Illinois and all those kind of places, all through Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida. So they come and play 2 weeks. They hear, oh, there's some crazy people that make wild clothes that make Jimi Hendrix's clothes, if you're into name dropping. Oh, they make clothes for whoever. They go through the whole thing, share. And so they come for clothes, would make them clothes, and they needed sometimes matching clothes and what fit their music, whatever they were doing. So we're making clothes for them, and just this band comes, it's from Tampa, called Ruckus. There's a real tall guy in the band. I don't think anything else. We just make the clothes. End of story. He's the bass player. Then he becomes a famous wrestler, unbeknownst to me. He started in Tampa. They were rough on him physically. He went to Japan. They paired him with a Japanese wrestler and put his name or the name of whatever they were on the lunch boxes for the little kids in Japan. He was a big star. Now he comes back to America, and this is at the time Vince McMahon, who owns the WWF, now it's the WWE, but WWF at the time, he's now taking all these individual sections of the country and making one television show that does, it's not
for him with Ted Turner, right?
I don't know who.
Before the WWE, before Vince McMahon took over. Vince McMahon's seen.
First of all, Vince McMahon that you know now is third generation. His father did wrestling and boxing promoting in New England area. So New York, Connecticut, New Hampshire, whatever that. He, with the help of Hulk, supposedly, put this thing together where they brought all the wrestlers together and started to do shows on television.
Right.
I don't know about this. I just know that I have a remote and I go around and I see sometimes these people doing the wrestling thing. I got no interest in this thing. But I hear, he calls me on the phone one day and says, listen, I'm going to be on Johnny Carson. I need clothes. Can you make me some clothes? So every day, can I make you clothes? Yeah. He lived in South Tampa when he was living with his parents, and we made the clothes for Johnny Carson, and then ended up making, more clothes for him.
What was the outfit he made for Johnny Carson?
No idea.
You don't remember?
No, I don't know. A shirt and a pair of pants, but I don't know what it was.
Wasn't it all denim? Aiden, can you look up Hulk Hogan, Johnny Carson, find a picture of it or a video of it?
I don't know. I don't think so. I would doubt that it's them, but God knows. He may have been on Johnny Carson with a denim outfit.
Maybe a different time.
Yeah, maybe it's a different time. But in any event, now I get a call from somebody, I don't know who this is Macho Man. I don't know. And I get the call, I pick up my phone and it's Macho Man says, hey, Hulkster told me, make me some clothes.
Good impression.
The Hulkster told me.
The Hulkster told me, in his heavy voice. I have no idea who this person is. I said, well, we saw every day. Come on, come tomorrow. We're here noon to 6. Give him the address, whatever. Next day comes with Elizabeth, and he's got little shorts that have 3 stars across the front, and then maybe 2-inch lettering across his tush, this Macho Man. I said, dude, I'm not making shorts, and I need real estate. I need it from the ground to past your head, but I'm not making shorts. This is not what I need. You asked me to make clothes. I'll make you some clothes, but this is not it. Anyway, he couldn't get to that. He says, well, I made a lot of money with this and this and that, and he wants capes. I said, dude, I'm not a cape guy. You come to me and you say, listen, I need a gown. My daughter that's getting married, it's $20,000. I'll pay you. And then we got the bridesmaids. They're $15,000. You know, am I going to take your money? You know them. Yes. B. Roman numeral 2. Michael, he doesn't wear dresses. He doesn't think about dresses. He doesn't think about weddings. He has no idea what you're talking about. This whole women's wedding. I got nothing. I'm nobody home. But I could go buy Myra and Bride. I could just look at the picture. I could go draw the thing. I'll make the first one, and then the sewers will make the ones after that. The story, here's your $20,000 gown. But you're not getting the best from Mike, because Mike has no idea what you're talking about. I mean, none. So Randy, I make him a few outfits, just get him started. Now he comes to the shop again, puts his head down. He says, you can make anything you want. Kiss of death. Say to someone creative, do whatever you want, and not even put a price on it or a time, anything, something. You can do whatever you want. I make him 5 outfits. And it's him telling me the story. I make him 5 outfits, and he tells me he wears the one that he really likes. He never told me he didn't like anything, ever. Which he had to have not liked something, or didn't get something, or didn't realize something was as cool, you know, that I thought was cool, and it turned out that the public thought it was cool. He didn't think it was cool, then he got into it, and he liked it. So now tells this story that he got the 5 outfits. He wears his favorite outfit on Monday Night Raw, and that's the second week, third week. Now we're up to the 5th week. He doesn't say he wore the outfit that he didn't like, but it's the 5th week. It's the purple outfit with the chains. I say, okay, I'm listening to the story. And he's trying to paint a picture for me. Purple outfit with the chains. He says, put on the outfit in a separate dressing room. I walk out of the dressing room. Now I'm in the main room where all the boys are. They're like old ladies who play mahjong as wrestlers, meaning you can only lift weights, you can only travel, you can only lift weights, travel, and wrestle so much, then the rest are just gossip. You know, so-and-so did this. You know, you got 20 guys sitting around a room with nothing to do. They gossip, and this is before cell phones. So they just gossip. He walks out of the room, they all turn back. Wow, where'd you get that? That's great. Let's go. This is the one I didn't like. I thought this is nothing. He's freaked out. Now he's walking down the aisle, down the corridor, and tells me, Vince McMahon's coming the other way. Vince stops me and says, what the hell is that? That's great. Wow, where'd you get it? I was going, now I'm really in trouble. Now Vince loves it. Now he tells me he's standing in the opening to walk out to the ring. He walks through the opening, they put the spotlight on. He said it really pops. This is his word. It really pops, and he really gets over. He does well, right? Connecting to the audience that really got over, brother. Exactly. And all I'm saying to you is that he was telling me he has no idea what the hell I'm doing, but go for it. And another time, meaning I'm making probably 45 outfits a year at $800 to $2,500 a piece. And everyone in the documentary on A&E said Randy was really cheap and he wouldn't buy a cup of coffee and this and that. I never mentioned money. I just told him, Tony came up with, get a deposit, so we got the $4,000 deposit to begin with. And that worked for a while, and then she said, you got to go up to 10 grand, I might get another 6. Whatever she told me I would do. I mean, she could see this thing from a outsider's point of view. This is strictly business. You said, how do you know the price? When we first started to talk, she and I made a list. How much fabric is in there? How long did it take to buy the fabric? How long did it take to design it? How long did it take to make the pattern? How long did it take to cut it? What was Vera's price to put the thing together? How much time to paint it? How much time to make the pattern for the painting? Macho Man, Macho Man, Macho Man. How much for the glitter? How much for the paint? You know, on and on and on. And so we go through that long list of stuff. Listen, when I first started to fool around with computers, that Susan's fault totally. So you're talking about 1996. And so I made this piece of paper that you would write in. Took an hour and a half to cut it. It took this much to buy the fabric. This is what the fabric cost. Here's Vera. Here's whatever. Anyway, as we're doing it, we're figuring out that this is what's going on. But then we also said, Tony would sometimes say, does it look like it's, you know, $2,500 or $2,000 or $1,000? I'd say, it comes out to $1,500, but it looks like it's really, you know, 12. Or it comes out to 12, but we should charge $1,800. You understand what I'm saying? But it all meant nothing to him except to say, he says to me, in the shop, we're alone. It's a 30-foot by 30-foot room, concrete floor, as I said, there's thread everywhere, fabric everywhere, clothes being made, patterns hanging, fabric on rolls, under this table, under that table, hanging on this shelf and that shelf, whatever. It's just, there's nothing fancy. It's just business. And his point of view on this game is that we're doing the best that we can. He sees that we're making a huge effort. He says to me, it's out of nowhere, I'm small. I'm a big mouth, as you see, and I'm looking around like, how do I answer this question? His arm is bigger than both of my thighs together.
Right.
What do I say?
You mean he was short?
You figured it out. See, I didn't figure it out. I didn't get this. I don't know what he's talking about. I'll just leave it alone. I say nothing. Then, like a week later, WWF comes to wrestle at the University in Tampa. I go there, I go up into the balcony, and I look. What are they seeing? Meaning, I'm trying to see what is the audience seeing. And I'm taking pictures of every outfit we make of Remedies. I tell them, go outside. I take a few pictures from the front, from the side, from the back. Meaning, I want to see ink on paper. What does it look like? What does this outfit actually look like?
Wow.
So
He's this is so absurd.
Said the right thing.
I mean, it's amazing the amount of just creativity that you put into this. Where are you coming up with these ideas? Like what?
Hold your thought 1 second. So continue.
He said he's been taking glucogel. It's gone away in 2 days. I'm telling you, George, that.
So what I'm saying to you, we're going to come back to this thing, but where was I?
Hold on, pause 1 second. I'm going to turn the AC back on.
Okay.
Popped off. Yeah, so when you like hold these up next to your microphone, I believe they'll be in focus and you can see them on the camera. And when you're referring to.
Okay. All I'm saying to you is that I'm trying to see what the audience is seeing with a virgin eye. Meaning, I'm just 18 years old. my friend says, well, I got free tickets to go to wrestling. Let's go see it. Or let's sit down and watch this thing. I saw it on TV. What is it? What I'm saying back to you is that I'm trying to get to the place that
Me was terrible.
see this thing.
I got indicted for spies over TTF. Yeah, when the FBI came to get us, they found drugs in the house. Oh, what do you mean they found drugs in the house? Listen. Remember I told you the killer was to put cameras all over the house? When the FBI came to the house to get us, we got them on tape planting drugs. You have the FBI on tape planting drugs? Absolutely. I'm fucking tired. You're fucking kidding me. This gives us a lifetime pass to rob. Absolutely. 25 fucking years these motherfuckers have been breaking my balls. So we got them on tape? I got them on tape. Nikki. Listen. I'm proud of you. And I'm going to do everything I can to get you kicked upstairs. All right. All right. The long tassel. I'm going to go back and let you get back. FBI on tape.
So let's go back. You got to remember about where we were. He's wearing glasses. I say, well, let's put some crap on the glasses and make it crazy with the Macho Man. So I started putting all the stuff on the glasses and the glasses. Then he says to me, listen, they made me the Macho King, and I got to wear a crown. And he doesn't like it. Okay. He says, I need something else for my head, but I don't want to wear this crown. I said, fine. We go to Ybor City. There's a proper men's hat store with every kind of hat you could think of. English bowler, just all kind of things through history. Every kind of hat you could imagine. And there's cowboy hats there too. I said, the shape of the cowboy hat's good. Let's see this. So we try this, try that. Now we end up with straw hats. I'm buying them by the dozen in his size, and I'm painting them. And I'm having them covered with fabric. I'm doing all kind of crazy stuff. Or I'm painting them and then I'm making a band that goes around it. But what I'm saying to you is that the other wrestlers, let's say Jake the Snake, he's got one snake, one costume. That's the deal. You see it next year, it's the same thing. Randy, you're seeing some crazy stuff every single week. And it's fit this character. You can't say why, I don't give you the words, but it fits this character. And I'm making the clothes, and he's getting over with the clothes. When he's saying to me, I'm small, what I'm saying to you is when he came out of that dressing room, now he's with the boys. If the boys are standing up, he's just what you said, short, compared to Big Show, Andre the Giant, whatever. Oh, they're all forward. So, but his personality is much stronger than theirs.
This girl is beautiful. What are you talking about?
Where he's living in that place. This is not, he's living there. And his mother, his proper Jewish mother, who comes with him sometimes, the mother and father come.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
How old was he when you guys were there?
I don't know. I'm bad on time. I have to sit and think about it. I got no opinion on it.
Right.
But the mother comes, and she said, and brings the dog, and the father's there, whatever. He's having to come like every 2-3 weeks. They want to see what he's doing or whatever. The mother's the one who came up with the name Macho.
Oh, really?
Oh, really? It's a proper Jewish lady, and she says to me that he, as a high school kid, would get up really early in the morning, go practice.
Watch my body. Gilbert was a cameo.
I don't know, but and then he'd come back home, clean up, go to school. But he was so intensely into this and didn't fool around with the girls. He was working the whole time. Now and again, a little bit with the girls, but he was working hard. And I'm saying to you that Miss Elizabeth and Gorgeous George both complained. No day off, no. I mean, he's out of balance. He's working hard. And you'll hear this at times from people who are very accomplished at what they do. Daryl Hall, you could say, well, there's 50 great songwriters here, 50 great singers, 50 great guitar players, or, arrangers, or whatever. Why has this guy got 30 songs that the whole world knows, and this guy's got 2? This one works on. That's what Daryl is. And it's his nature to work hard. He learned it from his parents. The same Macho Man learned it from his parents. Go and break your ass, work hard. This is life. This is what we're telling you to do. And he did it. You're saying, where do these things come from? I'm saying back to you, in my shop, I get a telephone call. Hi, this is such and such advertising agency in Connecticut, Stamford, Connecticut.
Sir, did I just interrupt? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. You want to waste the time on anything you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that. Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by the disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released, never going to see the light of day. To him being an agent, I have no knowledge about that. I can get back to you on that. And the minute missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive, but the evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every night, they redo that video. It's old from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night. And that's it on Epstein. Sure, if I have the
It's a great point. The point is that
what if he doesn't want to pay for this outfit? Like, you were never worried about that. You had an infinite pay for this.
Forget that. Yeah, so now we're talking about freedom to be creative. And the freedom is that you're making close with the Macho Man. The work is how many outfits can you come up with in a year that are cool. Not, he never told me anything like something in his life, ever. Didn't even hint at it, like, this is not up to this. And he would put on outfits. We had a mirror leaning up against the wall. He put on the outfits. There's a jump chair, comfortable foam next to the mirror. Elizabeth would sit in it. He'd come out of the dressing area, come over, look at himself in the mirror. He says, "Oh, I'm going to wear this to WrestleMania." You know. Now he goes. Now one of the third outfits. He says, "Wow, this is cool. I'm going to wear this to WrestleMania." You know, Elizabeth would just roll her eyes. I'd roll my eyes. You know, there's nothing you could say. It's his way of just saying he thinks it's cool.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying back to you is that from the beginning, I said to you, he has no visual sense whatsoever. So he's wearing the wrong pants, wrong shirt, wrong jacket, wrong glasses, wrong hat. Dude, what are you doing?
Oh, you're not pairing the shit up properly.
Exactly. And I'm saying to her, or Gorgeous George, only put in his thing stuff that matches. You know, you can't do this with him because he doesn't know. He's not thinking he's making a mistake. He's just thinking, oh, this is Mike's crazy clothes. Let's put them on and go. You know, and then he'll throw the glasses into the audience. He'll throw the glasses on the ground. I made an outfit once. They were wrestling in downtown St. Pete, right by the water. And they threw him in the water. Brand new clothes I just made with boots, cowboy boots, all hand painted, salt water. I'm a sailor, baby. You're ruining my clothes. And then I got to go, my clothes, you made them. You sold them. They're somebody else's clothes. He can do whatever he wants with them. But all I'm saying to you is that where was my mind on this? My mind was, let's go buy fabric and we can make a cool outfit for Macho Man. I start to spend time with my wife, Susan, 1996, and I'm painting on his hat, on his shirt, on the back of his jacket, on the left and right leg of the pants, Macho Man, over and over again. I don't know what the word font is. I know there's all different kind of lettering, and I didn't realize they're called fonts. Okay, they're called fonts. I learned that. And she says to me, listen, I'm going to lend you a computer for the Christmas vacation 1996. And you can learn how to change the lettering around. Stretch the lettering. That's all she told me.
Right.
You know, so she gives me the computer. You know, I learned how to do it, stretch the lettering, and I start to make off, which I'm still doing to this day. Do outdoor shows, or dozen shows in the state of Florida. And you can see the art on my website, michaelblanc.com. That's BRA. So, here we are. She gives me the computer. I learned how to stretch the lettering, do the whole deal with it. I'm making the patterns, and I'm hand painting Macho Man, all these different ways. I don't know anything about a computer. If the computer, I think it breaks or something, I just put my hands up and I start yelling, it's broken, fix it. You know, I didn't know you had to marry tech support, but you do. I'm just warning anybody out there. If you want good tech support, you got to marry. But my point is that, again, I was just led to this woman with a computer that comes with all this crazy stuff.
Yeah. Is that how you made these? Were these helped out by the computer? Can I try them on?
No, yes, you can try them on, by all means. No, I just hand paint them. This is not a computer.
So explain to me, was it his decision to paint the sunglasses, or was it your decision?
It was his decision. Dude. Ooh, yeah. Go. Put them on.
Good.
Try these. So this is double-faced tape that I learned about double-faced tape from sales. I put together with double-faced tape and so on. And this is holographic glitter. That's hand-painted. That's just eyeball. There's no computer to anything. That's just an eyeball.
And this was complementary to an outfit that looked just like this.
That went with,
Okay.
Madness.
Okay.
Yeah. And you'll see it on the net. This is not rocket science here.
CDs. I think I've seen it. Oh yeah, there's no problem seeing through these.
And
you would think
and
it'd be
so
hard to see through them because of all the paint.
exactly. And your eye to your brain fills in what you can't see. Your eye just fills it in. It's just unbelievable because everyone says, well, with those glasses, I couldn't walk across the street.
Right.
I'm saying,
right.
You could write a letter in these places.
Oh yeah, totally.
Oh yeah, totally.
Oh yeah. I could drive down.
So this is a script that I rewrote. We're just playing ourselves. I played ourselves, but I don't like the wording here. Like the word, like angry, uptight, jerk. That's not who I am. You know who I am in real life. Yeah, you're great. So then, like you're doing this thing, you're being like, what thing? What thing? You say thing. What thing?
This is just tape, right?
I'm being like a rapper. Do we not speak like when there's cameras not around? Do we not have a friendship? Right. So. What are you talking about?
It has a backing.
DVD, right? And then I just drop your mouth like a little baby bird. You take it, and then you just... It chills me out. Okay, so at what point do you want me to chill? You know what? I don't like the way this is going. You see this? Your words, you see this? This is called walking off the set. Did that hurt you hitting the chest? Now, why I'm here is I'm walking off the set, so I'm not here. Now I'm playing that character. That's what I like. Angry guy. Hell yeah. Flavor's Angry Brothers. That's perfect, man.
Johnny's Burgers on the window, rub it down, and you got it. So I'm using their technology. I figured out how to do it. Some of it I did in the computer, but a lot of it is just
pure CBD. This too is pure spectrum.
Partner. I adapted and had the same print of this zebra-looking bush. It's on his belt. This black jacket, black pants, this
good news, guys. I know everybody has their ideas for marketing with pure spectrum. I got some friends in the biz. I'm pretty sure. And I'll be covered in pure spectrum oil. And at one point we'll have them all squeeze me, and then they push, and I'm shooting up in the air. Yeah. And then the crowd is cheering for like 10 minutes, you know. You take the sunglasses off, and then they start. When you pop up out of the middle of the ocean, around you will be like a shark. It'll look like sharks. Like sharks are like puncher biting at you and badass. Like fuck sharks, you know. That's kind of for the thing to be like I'm above everyone. Pure spectrum comes in and dominates the entire CBD oil industry. We get a bunch of dubs, and on the dubs are white. So we red paint. We write CBD oil, so they're just generic. We release the dubs, right? And then they're flying, and then you release eagles, giant eagles. We're gonna get those Patagonian golden eagles.
It's in two parts, and the two parts are A. You're making so many outfits, you don't have that much time to think. So think, worry, criticize yourself, whatever. You're going to buy fabric, cutting up the fabric. You're trying this way, trying that way. You're telling Vera, do it this way, do it that way. You know, Vera sometimes she doesn't get. I'm writing a note. Do this, this, and this on this. She doesn't sometimes understand Michael what the hell he wanted. She does something else. Maybe it's cooler. But in general, there's no time to do it. You're just trying to make cool clothes. Each week, each month, you're trying to use all the parts. So we're talking about holographic glitter on, these here. Or you're talking about these are painted, and some of the stuff is painted, and then the glitter's put on top of the paint. I don't know if any of it's here. These are rhinestones that are glued on there.
So once you kill the goats, you can spray paint pure spectrum on the eagle.
on the underside, you get a cab of the falls. And you ever see what eagles do to doves? It's amazing. It's a massacre. They just come in, and bite the heads off. So I think that would send a very clear message that there is one winner, one dominance, one overlord. Your Spectrum, the eagle of CBD oil. So I'll get an eagle guy.
So Brendan looks like Aaron Hernandez. So maybe the commercial he opens and he's like, I'm not Aaron Hernandez, even though everyone thinks I am. And when I need CBD oil, I reach for Pure Spectrum CBD. Again, I'm not Aaron Hernandez.
You in the UFC ring, everyone knows you're a phenomenal UFC fighter, and you're against really anybody. And then as they're punching you, as your head hits the canvas, every time it hits the canvas, we compile the audio. Because you usually, when you hit the canvas, I don't know if you've heard yourself, but you go like, it's like a look, and we were able to make it so it sounds like CBD every time your head hits the canvas. So as you're getting pummeled in the background, you hear Pure Spectrum and then CBD.
All I'm saying to you is,
walk me through this idea again. So, you know how the CBD industry is like the wild mushroom. You never know what you're going to get. I live in Pure Spectrum. You know exactly what you're going to get. So I ride into this lawless, like, old country town. Right? I'm representing Pure Spectrum on the ship. I'm one of the big, burly horses, really a brown horse. And then all the townsmen, they circle around me. They just all gather around because they represent the other CBD owners. They don't want me in there. Okay, but I'm real. They're bad guys. I'm good guys. They have guns. I'm good. They have guns. And they take them out. I hear one go, "Hey, sick cowboy, we don't want you kind around here." I say, "Is that not a fact now?" And he goes, "Get on out of here." I go, "They don't want Pure Spectrum." Why would they? Why would they? And then they're all around me, and they're like, "Make your move, boy." And then I see one girl come out of the bar. She's like, "Don't hurt him! Don't hurt him!" And I'm like, "Thanks, sweetie, I'll take it from here." And they draw their guns. I'm like, "Are we doing this? Not up in here, y'all." And then I go, they're just all laid out. And then I'm like, "Damn, that was sick, man." And then I get on my horse. I'm thinking slow motion. As I'm on the horse, right? Like I'm going, and there's like smoke, and the town's blowing up behind me like this. And then my horse is going up. Yes, no, they were here doing the shooting. Because I heard one girl in the saloon go, "Oh, that's a sick ass cowboy." And I'm like, "You right, sweetie." The town's, and then in slow motion, it's like, and then I'm looking like super slinky, and then even my horse in slow motion goes. And then I look at the camera, and I go, "There's only one pure CBD in this town, and it's Pure Spectrum, partner."
This is just an act. This is showbiz. I couldn't get it.
You do? I know. This makes me want to use Pure Spectrum, you know. What do you think of the mustache? Is it too much? No?
Yeah, back then didn't understand that it was all set up.
I didn't like any modern music at all. Some horrific thing. I couldn't tell you. From 50s music, 60s music, early rock and roll, Chuck Berry, whatever.
Were your parents, when you were young, were they supportive of your creative endeavors? Were they telling you just to do whatever you want, do what makes you happy?
No, they sent me to military school. Then they see my sister gets me out of that. That's 3 years of that. Then the last 2 years of high school, I'm in a very proper boys prep school, Connecticut, you know. And, you know, one of the teachers that I had was a real bright guy, English teacher. He said, "You should get a job as a barber." He knew I cut hair. Meaning,
when you say that, that's a compliment. That's such a compliment. It's the same thing. I've had people go, "Sean doesn't write his jokes." There's no way. They come to the show, and then Mark Tony has to, thinks you have someone writing jokes. Like, damn, that's a compliment, dude. They think what do they think? Chris Rock writing? Chris Rock writing? Chris Rock writing? Who's writing? I'm like, oh man, that's dope. But I'm like, what? That's ridiculous. No, dude. Hell yeah, man. Fuck yeah, you seen somebody else doing that? That's dope, dude. That's great. I mean, it's a good show. It was so good. You think somebody else is writing it? Hell yeah, dude. This is great. This is fantastic. So with Jake, same thing. Exact same.
That was artistic and for stages.
Alright, so what is this? Yeah, so this is a script that I rewrote. We're just playing ourselves. But there's something. But I don't like
to all exotic sewing machines, buying sewing machines, buying fabric. You know, there's an art to that. I mean, and so I worked hard at it, but it just doesn't fit into the normal, you know. He grew up and he became a lawyer and he defended whatever kind of people, you know, speeding tickets or, you know, whatever it is, you know, just beyond. My father sees that he can't do much with this kid. And even my sister performed the same thing. In a different way, but the same deal. My father arranges for his son that he can't get to do well in school or listen to him. He sends him to the Midwest, Wisconsin, to be in a training program. He invents this training program in Hamilton Beach because he's making stuff for them. He knows the guy that's the president of it. So he says to the guy, listen, you know, have my son be around there for a few months, and then we'll send him to your advertising agency, let him stay there for a month, and let him go with the PR people for a month, you know, that are taking care of the chef that just left the White House or whatever. So he knows what is the game to be making electric car noise. How does a big business work? How does an advertising company work? How does a PR company work? How does this go? So the guy does it because he's no way to get out of it. You know, you got Mikey's opinion. Yes, he doesn't talk much, thank God. So, you know, we'll put up with it. And so I learned, okay, this is what the advertising business is about. This is what PR is about. This is what manufacturing is about. I'm going to all the business meetings with the boys that I'm supposed to know what they're doing. All I'm saying to you is just let me know I don't like this at all. The military school told me, you don't want to be involved. It's not a fun thing.
You got to look under a lot of skirts. A lot of people said it that way. You got to see a lot of people don't understand what it's like to be in those different worlds.
And I was backstage as a child, maybe 6 years old, maybe 7. My mother preferred dogs to humans. And my father would bring home people to do business in this big fancy house, the proper people and all that stuff. And my mother, in the first 15 minutes, she would say, I prefer dogs to humans. You know, I mean, she just dropped the bomb like, I'm not into you.
Great icebreaker.
Exactly, great icebreaker. She had in my house, my whole childhood, between 6 and 10 dogs in pairs, show dogs. So from tiny dogs to big dogs, but in pairs. And so I'd be around all these dogs all the time. And I'm just telling you, she's into show dogs. End of story. So the guy that's showing her dogs, the handler is what they call him, he works at Radio City Music Hall. He is the stage manager at Radio City. So my mother gets me in there. She says, okay, go backstage, go with him. And, you know, now we're standing, and the Rockettes, the girls, kick their legs up in the air, beautiful girls. So they're hooking up, and then, you know, one gets on to the next one. They're holding each other's shoulders, and they're kicking their legs up, and there's maybe 30 of them. I don't know, it's a lot of grades. Now, maybe I'm 7, 8 years old, I'm going, and it was funny because I was never backstage. There's something sort of cool about whatever these beings are that are keeping their legs in the air going, something cool with this. What's happening here?
It's making me feel funny.
Yeah, this is good. What is this? And I also had some connection to my birth mother's family. It had something to do with TV in Miami, and they were doing the Howdy Doody show. I was a little teeny kid. I went there. I sat in the peanut gallery. So I'm seeing what this is. So being on backstage and I'm in front of the stage, I'm seeing what's going on. So this is like just a part of life to me. It's no big deal. For me to go to talk to Carmine, he's playing in some military kind of place. I thought nothing of it. And so I was used to being able to communicate with these people. We make clothes, this is how we do it. Here's, you can choose this, you can choose that, whatever. Randy, you say, well, are you concerned about the elaborate? You got over it, is what it was. And it helped him to compete in his head against the people that were bigger than him. Meaning he was making a bigger, stronger statement than they were. Visually, with his personality, how he talked, how he acted, how he wrestled, but in this documentary they just did on him, he had some very big match in WrestleMania 3. And whoever he was wrestling with, Randy tortured this guy. 2, they had a paper, like legal-sized pads. Every line is a move. And they're rehearsing this is 3 pages. Run here, do that, flip me over here, flip me out there. You're going to slap my face, step on my foot, flip me in. And the guy says, how hard Randy worked on this. He's working for Randy, meaning he's just trying for this to be great. And they say this is his best match ever. All I'm saying to you is that this is hard work. And I see him at times tear shirts that I've made for him, throw the glasses away, do all kinds of crazy stuff. This is him. I'm making clothes for that person to do what they want, but it's the same with Jimmy. Jimmy gets what I'm doing for him. It's working for him. He likes it. It's good that he can contact this fool in Tampa and say, I need more of this or more of that, or you got something for me, I got Madison Square Garden in 2 weeks, can you come? Would you come? You and Tony, can you come? So Tony and I are going to go to Madison Square Garden. You think he's calling me up to invite because he wants Tony and Michael? I ain't come. He just wants new clothes. He wants. He'll take Michael and Tony. Yes, we'll sit in the front row. Yes, we have a tape dedicating the song to us. What it says is dedicated to Michael and Tony. But all I'm saying to you is that if you take all the emotion out of it, it's just business. It's making a product that's working for these people. You could say he's working hard, you could say he's talented, you could say he's not talented, you could say anything you want about it. It's just business. And I was taught that because that was one of the lessons in life for me to learn. Everybody freaks out and they say, when we started to do the outdoor art shows, Susan writes a bio. Born here, went to school there, made clothes for her, and it's, 50 names or big names. Did you meet Jimi Hendrix? I said, oh, no, we did it through the internet. He didn't have it. They couldn't believe that we ever met him, and I said, Macho Man, was he like, all I'm saying to you is that people put these entertainers on some pedestal, some special place. These are humans, and they're not treated like humans. The more the thing is, the less anyone could be one-on-one with it. Back to, women are having sex with you just to say you had sex with your genders. You never thought of this in your life. I never thought of it. Once it goes down, I'm going, you mean these 13 girls that are lined up here that just want to have sex with me because they heard I make clothes for Jimmy? This is why? Well, I'll try a few. You understand the silliness of it. But it's a sad part of humanity that I was forced to see. Meaning I'm just a human like everybody else, and I got my favorite actor or actresses or singer or whatever, that if I got to go make clothes for whoever the thing is, I'm going to.
Why did that make him sad? Why would that make you sad?
Okay,
isn't that just the nature of humans, or the nature of sexual beings, that they attract to the dominant alpha, the number one, the person who's going to protect them?
Okay. The answer is yes to what you're saying, but he was hoping they'd like him for who he was. Just Jimmy. Not because he sold 10 billion records, or not because he was the best guitar player in the world. None of that. Or that he wrote phenomenal songs. He wanted them to like just Jimmy. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't go on, that this is not a need-based situation.
Why are you calling me, Audrey? And why are you calling me from a weird number? Because my phone got like, I have a question. You remember that one time we set that car on fire? Tell us. Hey son, I'm stoned.
Never someone that he could settle down with and have children with, and maybe that's what he was looking for. He found something much more shallow with all these teeny boppers bouncing through his hotel room.
Exactly.
I wish I could empathize with his problem, but I can't imagine putting myself in his shoe. So, I don't know.
But if there 15 were lined up each day, after a year or two, you got to select one or two or three. You got and they're here because they hear you're a billionaire. They're a billionaire. He's a rich guy. Oh, we'll have it take some time with him. Or he's rich and he does this or that. Whatever the thing is. After a while you go, well, I like the sex, but
if you're in that line just because you're a billionaire, you're almost disqualifying yourself, you know what I mean, for something serious.
Exactly.
Wow. So how did you transition into doing what you're doing now?
Susan lent me a computer, as I said, in 1996, so I could change the fonts around and stretch the fonts and make the patterns and all that stuff for lettering that I was doing by eye and by hand. And in the process, I bought a program called Painter, 400 virtual brushes in the computer, and I started to paint. Now a year goes by, I show it to you, I say, what do you think? We're old friends, you're supposed to tell me you like it. You look me in the eye and say, yo, Mike, keep your day job. It wasn't bad, but it was nothing to die over. And then in time, it just evolved into, I'll show you 5 pieces. We'll take a break.
Is it on your website?
Yeah. Yep.
What's your website called? Michael Braun?
MichaelBraunArt.com.
Aiden, pull it up.
Aiden, pull it up, dude, man.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I mean, jumping from doing what you're doing, creating these extraordinary outfit designs for people into, like, did you just one day just quit, or did it?
No. I'm playing with the computer, and after a year, it starts to get cool. And people are going, wow, I want that. Can you make me one of those? We get into art galleries. Susan gets me into an art gallery. People there selling the art. Then she says, we need to do outdoor art shows. And I give her the old man, oh, this sounds like a schlep. And schlep. What are you talking about? But she...
I don't want to deal with all these schlemiels.
So she gets me into the outdoor art show, which is correct, meaning you're getting to see the people respond to the artwork. They don't care about you. They just care about, is this something I want to give this guy money for? They don't care if they don't like my flip-flops or my jeans or whatever.
They just care if it's going to look good in their living room.
Exactly. And so we're making art and it's selling. But to me, it's the same thing. It's just a creative process. And the beauty of making art on the computer is that there's no... First of all, there's no one saying I got Madison Square Garden in 2 weeks and I got to have some great outfit, or I got WrestleMania in 10 days or whatever. So that pressure is gone. Or don't spend, it can't be more than $1,000 or $2,000, whatever. The other thing is that as I'm painting...
Yeah, that's interesting. The biggest difference is your clothing work was all commission, and this is the opposite of that.
It's the opposite of that. Not to say that some of this is commission, but they say, I want that piece, but I need it 6 feet tall, and it's got to be red. People say that to me, and I'll do it. I'm not saying it always works. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But my point to you is that I'm free to make the art at the gym. Whatever takes you there. Don't be hesitant to take and make something, anything to your fancy, as long as it's specially made as art. Here, I'm saving the file at 50%, 70%, 90%. And there's what I call the Stephen Stills effect, meaning the day you make the thing, Stephen Stills wrote this song, Love the One You're With. You think it's wonderful. A week later you're going, wow, you see that it was too blue, or the lower right corner is just not doing it. I don't know why, but it's not. So with the computer, I can then change this into, let's fix the lower right corner, or let's make this blue thing that the person wants in red, let's do that. So the freedom of trying this or trying that, or changing the proportions. This was fairly square, now we got a long, thin horizontal piece, or a long, thin vertical piece. I mean, it's just wild. And the people, you get to see what's going on in an art show. They don't care about Mike at all. They just walk and they look at the back of the tent, the sides, inside this and that. They look and they just have on that one. They don't care where did you go to school, what was your idea, what was your inspiration, and how did you ever get to this? They just go, wow. That's all. End of story. You don't have to talk, Mike. You can shut up. You don't listen to your crap.
How does that make you feel?
Oh, it's fine. It's great.
You're not connected. You don't have any sort of emotional connection, attachment to your art, to the stuff that
so all of it,
none
flows because I did it so many hundreds of times. You say, well, now you see this thing on an album cover, you see this thing on television, you see this thing on the Macho Man documentary, you see this art piece that these people wanted it 90 inches wide. I tell them, well, just go put your tape on the wall and tell me how wide you want it. The guy emails me back 96 by 30 or something. Just some huge thing, Meaning, he's not thinking it's huge. He's thinking, I put the tape on my wall. That's what Mike told me to do. I saw the sample of what he was talking about. He emailed it to me. I saw his work. I just loved it. I want this piece. He made it a little greener, or he just stretched it for me. And now it's this size. It's fine. what I'm saying to you is that there's a percentage of people in an art show or selling clothes or wrestlers that love it. Some people got no idea what to do. Some people says, and they're entitled to it. It's just part of life. And so I'm just making clothes. You know, some of them sell. I'm just making art. Some of it sells. Some they're looking at me like, you know, meaning I do things mostly where it's a series. I might have 5 of these. I might have 20 of these. You know, I'm trying this, I'm trying that. Let's make it green or blue, or let's change the format of it. Let's do this, let's do that. As I'm doing it, I'm thinking, maybe this will be better. Sometimes I got to be away from it a day, a week, a month, or whatever. Or I spent all this time, I spent 2 months on this series and did it all different ways, colors and shapes and formats and whatever. You know, I like it, Susan. She says, it's all right. Nobody else. It's nobody. Or somebody that worked for Rush Limbaugh. He and I liked it, and that was in the world. There's 2 people. You know, it's a funny deal. So, but that's just part of the game. So back to the thing about making the clothes. You're just making them all the time, and you've been beaten into the fact that some of these clothes they'll think is wonderful. Some they're not going to like. Some they're going to tear. They're going to rip. They're going to go into the salt water in. You know, somebody's going to throw the glasses. You know, it's just part of the game. It's, you know, it's different than what you think it's going to be if you don't know anything about it. But Mike, as soon as Mike tells you that here's the game, here's how it goes, you're gonna paint 10 pictures. You know, 3 are going to sell, and 7 are going to just walk by. Like they're looking to go with the baby in the stroller, or they're looking to buy jewelry, or they're looking to buy, you know, plants for their backyard. What's happening here? You know, you're just doing the best you can with the parts in front of you, but it's not personal. They don't care about you.
If someone came to you and wanted some sort of special suit, crazy design suit, would you do it for them?
I'm not sewing anymore.
Not sewing anymore?
No, I stopped in 2001, thank God.
So no more. Put that behind you. That chapter of your life is closed.
I did it. I would say I did it, and I'm very glad to do art on a computer. It's a very clean thing to do. I'm not involved with any people. I can change the thing. You know, if it's not so good, I enjoy it. And the other thing I'd say that's sort of strange is that
there's something like really unique, and there's something about a piece of art you can buy that you can wear wherever you go. There's something about that that's different.
For sure. And people got exactly what you're talking about, meaning they're not educated in this at all, and they were very happy to get one-of-a-kind pieces. Because they're asking for it to be a certain way. I'm making pants, jeans with buttons down the side, and button fly, and, you know, denim, lined, and top stitched, and lace, and this and that. You know, I'm glad to get it. And they're talking this day. They bought this.
There he is. How you living, pimp?
They're still talking about it. I got this outfit. I still have it. You know, we got over big time with it.
Why are you exhaling? Are you getting high? Well, what is the vaping from your? What's in your? What are you smoking? What is that? What is that? Yeah, I do know what hookah is. Okay, so you're smoking hookah. Okay, what is shisha? What is shisha? Okay, so it's tobacco. All right. Because hookah is the type of pipe. All right, are you ready? Of course it is. I think you wait. I literally think you wait your whole fucking day. Wait till your battery gets to like 3% and then come in here and want to play. Yo, pimp. Yeah, you look great. Are you looking to get your dick sucked or something? All right, are you ready to play 501 Pro Double Out? Okay, sounds like a plan, dog. Charge your phone. All right, do whatever makes you happy, big man. All I know, dude, like it would be really hard for them to see. You'd be like really small. Maybe in the future they'd be able to zoom in, but as of right now, everybody in the future is just waiting on you to accept the invitation that I sent you. There you go, big man. All right, Zoo. It's 501. It's 50. All right. Would they understand that you have the knowledge of how to accept an invite? There you go, big dog. Oh, dude, Zoo, that was really bad. Wow. Zoo, impressive. Zoot, I just got 80 points. I just got 80 points. Zoot got 20, 19, 1. 40 points. I just got 60. 20. 5. 20. That's what I'm talking about. 85 points, baby. Zoot, you need to make a comeback, son. Zoot, I'm starting to increase my lead. What'd you say, pimp? Uh-oh, Zoot. Zoot, the wheels are starting to come off. Zoot, look at the lead that I've got on you. That was bad. But I'll take it. All right, Zoot, that was okay. 41. Not great. There you go, Zoot. Zoot, look at this lead I have on you. Triple 20. Triple 20. Triple 20. $20. 20. 20. That was good. I'm going to end it right here. This is for Puff Daddy. Got it. That was for Puff Daddy. You're done, Zoot. You're done, buddy. Charge your phone because this game is over. That was pretty good, though. But you're done. Dude, I'm starting to get better than you. Zoot. I'm starting to become better than you. Zoot, what are your thoughts? You are what? All right, big dog, come back when your phone is charged. Good grief. Easy there, Charlie Brown.
was a couple named Lance Bear, and his wife lived in St. Peter's, a sax player in a band, keyboard player, songwriter, had a daughter, had a baby, whatever, in the 70s. And she became a sax player that's known. Mindy Abair. A-B-A-I-R. She calls me on the phone. She says, listen, I live in L.A. I mean, and I obviously remember her. I live in L.A. The guy that makes my clothes, I showed him a pair of pants that he made for my father in the 70s. And I need them to be altered to fit me. Tell me he wouldn't touch it. He never saw anything like this in his life. It's the mechanics of it, the whole thing. It's another place. So I said, when you come to Florida, come. So I took the pants apart, put them back together, whether you could fit her and all that. And she wore them on American Idol and all that, and took all kind of pictures of them. But all I'm saying to you is that, do I know how to sew? Yes. Am I glad to do a job like that for no money? Yeah, of course. But my point is that this whole emotional thing about seeing it on television or on the album cover, it's not there. It may just be me. It may just be me. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe how I needed to see this whole thing in order to get through it. If I was spending time, this Jimi Hendrix outfit, I didn't like the way it looked, or Jimmy ripped it, or the audience didn't like it, or they didn't use it for the album cover. It's a different place I would be in. Maybe,
I mean, it's also the most tremendous, incredible marketing you could have had for yourself. It's you potentially would not have been as successful if you were if Jimi Hendrix wasn't an international superstar rock and roll musician. You know what I mean? Like,
my story is, I said, well, if you're making clothes for God in those days, you're just saying, well, I'm making God's clothes, and so, that's, no one can say anything. They say, you just name drop them,
Just put a fucking floor up, gang sign. And bark at motherfucker.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas. Arena September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
iHeartRadio is the #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
2 miles from the last spires of Newtown lies the South River Forest. In 2021 and 2022, the woods became a home to activists from all over the country. I found a struggle worth fighting for. Gathered to stop nearby construction of a massive police training facility. We named the cops. There, in the forest, we built it differently. The forest occupation and things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other. Until one day, approximately 9 o'clock this morning, law enforcement
you understand what name dropping is, and some Nashville musician, I can't think who it is, he says, yeah, Paul McCartney told me I shouldn't name drop, some kind of thing like that. He was making a joke. I mean, it's a big deal, but you're saying you made clothes for Jimi Hendrix, or this guy that I'm taking you to made clothes for Jimi Hendrix. But on the another side of that thing is that everybody with eyes saw that we were making clothes that was around town. They saw it. So the pimps started to come. In the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, they started to come and make clothes for them.
In this area?
In this area, pimps. So we're making clothes for them. Well, I know about pimps. I never met a pimp before this, but I got an education. It's beautiful. Meaning, these are guys doing what my grandmother was doing. She's trying to survive. They're trying to survive. So, the story was, I'm making clothes for a guy named Joe. I call him Pimp Joe. We make lots of clothes, and it's all good. When Joe brings someone to the shop, another pimp, he says, as he introduces that person to Michael, he says, he's all right. What he's saying is he's all right with what we're doing. He's all right with our skin color. He's all right with whatever. He's not making any judgment. He's making clothes. You want clothes? You want that.
I'm doing just fine. Thanks. You had an Asian girl compliment your body last week.
And when he was 19, he went to New Orleans. Prostitute saw him and says, come on, I'm going to teach you how to be a pimp. You're going to be my pimp.
What?
Exactly what? Exactly what. I mean, she knew the game. She knew this guy looked the part and could act the part. Taught him how to be a pimp. He comes with the Cadillac and the Dorado and all that stuff. Anyway. So we're making close one. We're friends. We're laughing around. Now, I don't see Joe for a few years. I don't think anything of it because they move around. They go up north. They do this, that. I don't see Joe. Now, car pulls up to our shop behind our house on Bayshore Boulevard, South Tampa. Two guys get out with suits. I'm just telling you, nobody ever came to that shop with a suit on. Dude, what are you doing with the suit? It's just, there's no reason. It's not that it's against the law, it's just not a reason. These are music people, these are wrestlers. Suits, no. So they come in. He said, we're with the FBI. I said, let me see the thing. Let me see the sticker and the badge and all that. I never saw this. Meaning, here's Mike. Mike's not doing anything to break the law. Not because he agrees with the law, disagrees with the law, or anything, or that he wants to break the law. He's just into peace of mind. He doesn't want to be worried. They're going to come and arrest me because I was speeding over here, or they think I robbed the bank, or you think I'm this or that. It makes no difference. I don't care. I did nothing. You want to listen to all my phone conversations and see all of whatever wrote on the computer. You'll die of boredom. In the story. I'm warning you. So they come in. I get them to show me the badges. Oh, this was so cool. I wish I had pictures, but I don't. So they show me the pictures. They say, do you know Jolie Sanders? I said, no. They take us the mug, big fat mug, and they open it, going. Now we're on page 20 or whatever. I said, well, yeah, it's Joe, Pimp Joe. I know him. When did you see him last? I don't know. I'm really bad on time, but maybe a year and a half, maybe 2 years. I don't know. He was stealing mail. He went to jail. Stealing mail. They're looking for him again for something. So the same thing. I don't even know what. They leave. Now another year goes by, maybe 2. And again, I have no tape. I'd be on time. Now Joe comes. I said, Joe, what's happening? The FBI came here and all that. It was great. I got to see the badge and everything. He says, said it was a white boy crime. They taught me, white boys taught me how to steal mail in the beginning of the month for some kind of thing. You know, people get checks in the mail, and you just sign them and you cash them. Whatever. I mean, I have no idea what I'm talking about. And that's what he said. Sometimes you get some kind of checks at the end of the month over the counter. And he goes to jail for this thing. But all I'm saying to you is that he's just a regular guy trying to survive. I mean, that's why he's doing this. I'm not saying anything about legal, illegal, and what it taught me was he's no different than Jimmy. He's no different than Macho Man. Everyone's doing whatever they do as best as they can, whatever their destiny is, however the thing works out. And it's nothing to criticize them about it. It's nothing to say it's wonderful about. It's nothing. It's just, this is Joe, this is Jimmy, this is Macho Man, this is Miss Elizabeth, they're just people.
To you, they're all people. To you, they're all people that walked in your shop and you wanted to create something.
Yeah. I mean, and above my shop, where we made the clothes, was an apartment. So we rented to a couple that we know. The lady's a singer. The man is her manager and is connected with all the R&B groups. He knows about this. He brings two guys with him, and it just shows him this is what Mike is doing. I mean, these people aren't just shooting these kind of clothes, but he brings them in the shop, and the radio's on, and whatever's on the radio, they can sing harmony with whatever. I don't care what it is. They can sing harmony with it this fast. As it's going by, they can sing. Who is it? It's two of the Pips. Gladys Knight and the Pips. Rainy Night in Georgia. This is them. Exactly. Oh, wow. Meaning, I'm going, wow, these guys can really sing. This is a wild thing. I mean, and I know nothing about it. I'm not a musician. I don't know about that part of it, but I know that these guys were there in a happy place with singing background music, and these were the Pips, you know, meaning, exactly. But I think the other thing about you saying about all the clothes for Jimmy or Macho Man is that I see him so much on the internet and on movies and things and album covers that it's just a part of life. It's just, you know.
It's something that you did.
Exactly.
Something that
exactly.
I find it so interesting that how you were able just to treat it like a job, to treat it as.
I almost didn't have time for, and that was the destiny to show me that these are standard issue human beings. Everyone. Don't judge anybody. Be kind to all of them. Be a human being. You know, this is, you know, that's why Joe is saying it's all right. You know, he's saying, I mean, nothing. Jimmy knows that I'm concerned about the clothes. I'm working, you know, I'm trying to make some cool clothes for him. That's what he wants. Not because he's Jimi Hendrix, because this is what I do, and this is who he is. Meaning, I told a story in this documentary that I recently on A&E documentary on Macho Man Randy Savage, that as I'm making the clothes,
breaking the balls for making me cook. If my mom was alive, I live around the corner. I'd be rubbing her feet, breaking the balls for making me cook. Right or wrong. If I had a chance to be with my mother again, I would dump my girlfriend. Not worth the aggravation. I told my mom 8. What's the mortgage? 12. Here's 9. I lived downstairs like a doctor, which means, you know what a doctor means, Doug? Means when you wake up, you know what you wake up to? Mom with bacon, 2 eggs, toast, just how you like it. Drink the coffee, great, before it gets cold.
And she's standing there at the pot.
Right there, like as you're pissing. And she's telling you about the weather and what happened. And what happened on the table that's busy. And Mr. Mailman got cancer. That's what it does.
You don't need any apps. When you got a mom,
you can jerk off in the bathroom, nobody bothers you. She's just happy you're there.
Yeah.
At that age, it gets to a point with mom and dad where they don't give a fuck. They're just happy that you're there. nighttime, you know what? You can't bring them in. And you can't disrespect them and get high. Now, I gotta get, who gives a fuck? I'll take a walk. How old am I? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But think about because I haven't had a mom in 30 years. So when Lee goes, yeah, she's are you fucking kidding me? All these assholes paying rent. How are you?
Expecting him to make notes. That's what I did. And there's no more to it. There's no romance to it. It's business.
Did you cross the line, Christine? Are you letting your feelings creep in?
I gotta go fix that buttonhole issue. These buttonholes aren't right. Or I need, 1,000 pearl buttons. Where am I going to get them from? I got to fly to New York and then go to New Jersey and find someone that's making, 1-inch pearl buttons. And I'll buy segments and ship through it and not use the bad ones or whatever. So there's just so much of time that is eaten up with the actual work of the thing that you get away from side ideas of this person's famous out of town or this person went to jail for whatever. Or, these are all just humans. I learned this as a little kid. So I got this kind of mother, I lost that one. I got this kind of mother, I lost that one. I got Arlene. Arlene's a different God with me. Oh, and even now the thing is on television. The foyer where the television is, so she can watch it because she's a devoted fan. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm saying to you that I love this one, I love that one. I mean, I'm on my 5th mother. Do I love them all? Yeah. Do I listen to them? Yes. I'm telling you, this mother that I have now that's younger than me, she tells me to do this or that. Or buys me echinacea tea that I gotta take it. It's insanity. It's just ridiculous. And the poetry thing that I talked about, where I'm thinking, I'm not into poetry. What are you talking about? And I realized what Jim is doing is poetry, and that he's doing it in a phenomenal way, or Dylan's doing it in a phenomenal way. Just.
Did you ever save any of the letters he wrote you?
Oh, I'll email it to you. You put it on.
You still have them?
I have a letter. I'm going to send it to you.
Okay. Are they on your website?
What you crazy lady? All right, so we're here.
It's written on telephone memo pad. So it's a pink pad, and it says on the top, and this is obviously from the very old days, it says, so-and-so called at such and such date at such and such time. Here's the subject. They want you to call them back with this information, and they're available at this time or that time, whatever. And the other side of it is just blank. So that's where he's writing. Dear couple, do this, do that, or shirts with odd sleeves. So all I'm saying to you is that
there you go.
Lower right-hand corner is it.
Okay. Maybe you could punch in on it, zoom in on it, Aiden.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah. Send it to me. That's really good. Now you did stuff with Bob Dylan.
We met Bob Dylan at what's called Curtis Hickson Hall. Now it's just a park. They took down the building. We had a girl that was around in the day calls me and says, listen, I'm at Clearwater, whatever it is, I don't know, some hotel on a huge piece of property, very old building, wood building. I'm with Bob Dylan, come show him close with him.
The Jack Tar Hotel, Scientology building?
No. This is wood. It's a big piece of property. It's the largest or oldest wooden structure anywhere in this part of the world, or some kind of, you'll find it. Yeah. And so we go there, and he's just finished painting this is my guess, 4x8 sheet of plywood. He painted it. It's a painting. He's laying on the floor, laying on his back in the sun, looking at the thing. Very quiet. He now starts to, the band is rehearsing in this huge dance hall. It's big wood. And there's nobody in the audience, just myself. Guy that was with me, I think Randy Edwards was with me. And one of the guitar players from the Rolling Stones who died soon after that. I forgot his name. Anyway, we're standing there, they're playing, they're practicing. Bob is outside, now I'm outside, and there's a porch, or a thing that goes around the edge of the building, an 8 foot wide. Bob is sitting on the floor of this, leaning up against the building, and he's whittling. He's got a knife and a piece of wood. He's whittling. And nobody talks to him except they walk over, they lean over from the waist, they say whatever they got to say, and then they walk away. No one, he's not talking to anybody, I'm just telling you what's going on. Now he goes over to the stage and he starts to play with them. They got a very young violin player girl that's supposed to be phenomenal. And they're playing. And he says, stop.
Okay.
He says, this, you don't know this part, or this goes like this, and they try it again. He says, okay, now forget that one, blow it off. Meaning they're not doing that song because she's not playing it right, whatever. I mean, and they're just playing off the top of their heads. There's no sheet music or anything like that. Now, I show him a denim coat by Tier Meats. This is used denim from Goodwill, carefully cut up, ironed, padded shoulders, lined in velvet coat with ribbons on it. He did a lot of ribbon coats in those days. He sees it, thinks it's cool, and I forget exactly how the thing goes. He takes it, and I think then it gets given back to me later on. He doesn't have it. And I think he just buys some scarves and stuff. But this is a quiet person. Our experience with him at that time, I mean, there's maybe 50 people in all those bands that are playing with him. Rolling Thunder Review was the name. So I'm with a girl that worked with us, in Jordan, and she's so blown away by this Bob Dylan, she couldn't even stand next to him. She had to walk back as he walked to me, and we were talking. She couldn't handle it. This is more than she could deal with. This is Bob Dylan again. This is like God to her, or some kind of, whatever. It's crazy. So all I'm saying to you is that the expectation of that person is, let's do business. You've got some clothes, you've got some art, you've got some whatever the thing is, let's do that. I don't need to come around you to tell me I'm the most wonderful guitar player, songwriter, art maker, whatever that there is in the world.
We're just doing business. Well, thank you so much for your time, Michael. This has been extraordinary. Just some of your stories are fascinating. Sorry, what were you going to say?
First of all, you're most welcome. Second of all, if any of your boys and girls listening got any questions, they can email them to you and I'll try to answer.
Yeah. How can people listening and or watching this find you and get a hold of you? And
so there's a website. There's a website that is called michaelbraunart.com, and it's got the art on it. It's got I think Jimmy's letters on it, but maybe Susan tried to bring it up and it's not on it. But there's all kind of things like that. But it just, my email address is on there. You got a question or you got a thing or whatever you want to know about. This piece of art, can you get it bigger or whatever.
There's your business card and you put your phone number on it.
Yeah.
Call Mike.
Call
Michael.
Thank you so much for having us.
Michael, it's been a pleasure. I very much enjoyed these past 2.5 hours, and I'll see you in the next world. I'll be later.
What happens when the immune system is activated, you go into an emergency response, cause constriction of the cardiac, which is the blood vessels, or the respiratory vessels, bronchi. And asthma is one of the digestive health issues. That's very rare. You don't have a combination of asthma and digestive health problems. I'm sure you know that. Digestive health issues, because they go together. What happens, as I said earlier, is toxicity gets in the blood.
Hello, world. Today's guest is Jihi Bustamante. Jihi is a former covert CIA intelligence officer. Specifically, she was an operational targeter whose job was collecting intelligence against one of the highest priority threats to U.S. security. Jihi operated and carried out intelligence operations with her husband Andrew in Latin America, East and South Asia, Europe, and the South Pacific. Jihi and Andrew have one of the most fascinating podcasts called Everyday Spy, where they discuss the espionage tactics they've learned in the CIA that also benefit everyday life. Without further ado, please enjoy this podcast with Jihi Bustamante. Jihi, is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
Bustamante. Thank you for doing this. I've really been looking forward to talking to you. Your husband is one of the most fascinating people to talk to as well, and I love listening to your guys' show, Everyday Spy.
Thanks for having me. I am excited, but also nervous to be here. So I see Andy as like the cooler one.
See him as the cooler one?
No, Andy is the cooler one. I am pretty sure.
Yeah, I've been listening to your guys' podcast all morning, and it's so riveting. Especially the stories about how you guys met in the CIA and everything. Well, go ahead. Don't let me get ahead of myself. For the people that don't know who you are, explain a little bit about who you are and what you're doing.
Okay. My name is Jihi Bustamante. I am married to Andrew Bustamante. We were both CIA officers. That's where we met. We met on orientation day, basically. I was a targeter at the CIA. So there are different types of targeters. There are what I think a lot of people see in the movies are kinetic targeters, like the military guys who literally target a person to drop a bomb on the drone. There are targeting analysts, who are people who find those people and analyze where they might be, or where they might be, or who might be around them that's also targetable. But I did operational targeting. So I was given instructions, we want to know, this is the intel, right? Like, this is the intel that we have a gap in and we have to fill. So my job was to fill that gap in our intel and then identify the most likely people that we could approach to give us that intel, and then put together an entire like dossier on them, so they could be approached, so they could be bumped, so they could be approached, so we can make friends with them, and then convince them that telling us their secrets is the best thing for them.
So I asked your husband this the first time he came on the show. I'm going to ask you the same thing because I'm interested in your perspective. But what, in your mind, are the biggest misconceptions of the CIA?
So funny story. I never intended to work for the CIA, so I am probably one of those people who have like huge misconceptions in the beginning. I applied to the CIA on a whim. I was actually looking to join the Department of State or any other federal government agency. It was my last year of college, and I was at a job fair, and I walked right by their booth, and my applications to the federal government were going, and nobody had called me back, and I was getting worried. I said, you know what? I was like, last ditch like effort, I'll apply to the CIA. Like there's an application online. Like I didn't stop to talk to them. I was like, oh, those CIA people. So I get a call back after I apply, and every step of the interview process, I had these misconceptions where I was like, I am not a James Bond. I am not a liar. I don't want to do this shady stuff. I am not comfortable with overthrowing government. So every step of the way, right? But every step of the interview process, I'm meeting these people. They're just like you and me. They're very talented people. They're very intelligent people. And I start to learn more about the agency and its mission. So I think that a lot of the misconceptions is that the CIA is like a dirty place, right? That people without morals work there and they do dirty, sneaky things, and we're working, like black ops or doing, not cool black ops, but like overthrowing governments and manipulating people into doing things they don't want to do, and none of that is not true, right? Like people just like you and me work there, really intelligent people doing really incredibly important work. Like intelligence is an absolutely necessary part of government interactions, right? Like when you're at high level, I mean, even at low level, honestly, different types of intelligence, but on a government level for sure, intelligence is crucial. Diplomacy is fed by intelligence. You can't have diplomacy without it. You won't be successful at diplomacy without it, in my opinion.
Now, what was your perspective, your outsider perspective before you actually got in?
So I was a social worker before I joined the agency, and I was working with refugees and asylum seekers primarily who were being relocated to the United States. So my vision of what the CIA was before I joined was purely from the movie. Really cool gadgets, and everybody knows how to kung fu. Like everybody knows 5 languages. Everybody was cool and good looking, and it was really. I'm a huge fan of James Bond, so I really was like, this is the agency. Once I got there, I realized it's a diverse place, and one of the biggest things that really hit me when I got to the agency is how many different jobs there actually are. So all the movies are about the exciting case officers, right? James Bond, the Ethan Hunt. But you get there, and there are HR people, there are people who clean the waste baskets, there are cooks, there are analysts, there are mechanics, there are graphic designers, there are yes, like there's a print shop there. People work that, like there are IT people. So it's just like any other. It was insane, like how cool it was to walk in and to see the seal and get past the guards with your special badge, and all of that felt super cool. But you walk in and it's cubicles and people doing like a plethora of different jobs, like any other business, like any other government organization to keep it running. You just happen to work on things that are super cool that most people don't know about. And that's what I enjoyed the most was kind of having this insider.
My co-host Mark's best-selling book and title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind the Godfather's birth from start to finish. We sift through innumerable accounts, many of them conflicting, and try to get to the truth of what really happened. Leave the God Taking Only features new and archival interviews with Francis Ford Coppola, Robert Evans, James Caan, Jimmy, which will come next. Suggest you like to voice you up and drive around the block. Now, buddy, I said I got a call from his dad. It was a lot of trouble. Talia Shire.
Everything was a very arduous chess game.
Many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who is involved a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Only. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. The free iHeart Radio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like iHeart Comedy, clips from today's top comedians. I learned about Tennessee. I learned about Tennessee. I learned about the states that touched us in case they attacked. Greatest of all time. Try something different. iHeart Comedy. When they're gathered, we like to gather information about you, and then we hunt you. Open the app and make iHeart Comedy a reset now.
iHeartRadio earned this year with a new way to enjoy our beautiful planet.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so excited to be speaking with you again, this time on a topic that's very dear to my heart. Specifically, we're going to look at the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz. I'm delighted once again to be invited to speak to the amazing students of the Ashkenazium, an institute that is in Budapest, Hungary, a little later this summer. And so these videos are kind of like my advanced preparation and research for the course I'm going to teach today. Last year, if you recall, if you visited my site before, I gave a big survey overview of the entirety of Ashkenazic history from its origins, let's say in the 9th century, right up until the 21st century. For this year, however, we're going to focus in a little more deeply, and we're going to look at the birth of Ashkenaz. We're going to look at its rise from very, very humble beginnings in the 8th and 9th century and take it right through its heyday until its decline in the 13th and 14th century, when the Jews of the traditional core region of Ashkenaz would make their way primarily to the east, to the regions of Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and then, of course, there's another chapter in the 19th century who make their way in large numbers to Western Europe and to the Americas. We're going to be looking at a population that was always very small, as you can see from this chart here. At their peak in 1300, there were about 450,000 Jews living in the region of Ashkenaz. These are based on population guesstimates, very, very rough to get good numbers for this period of time, but they're based on excellent historians, the great scholar Whitmire Baron and the great Kenneth Stowe, who wrote a book called Alienated Minority, from which I took these statistics. And that means that the Jewish population of Ashkenaz was about 1%. If you look a couple of hundred years later, just before the Great Expulsion from Spain in 1492, the Jewish population maybe grew around 0.1%. So we're always talking about a very tiny fraction of the population, but nevertheless a very, very significant one in so many ways. But for our purposes today, we're going to look specifically at the very beginning to try to understand what is Ashkenaz, where is Ashkenaz, what is it all about. So first of all, let's try to understand, where does the name Ashkenaz even come from? So if we look at period sources from around the year 1000, we see that the term Ashkenaz is bandied about. For example, the Chuvot of the Gaonim, this is a collection of responsa written by the great Babylonian rabbis associated with the latest period of the Talmud of that era, basically answering questions that come to them from really around the known world. Rav Hai Gaon, one of the greatest of the Gaonim leaders of the yeshivas, this one in particular is the Dita, not too far from Baghdad. He has a phrase in one of his teshuvot, his responses, that reads, from all the lands, from Yemen and the east, and from the north, and from the land of Ethiopia, or the Kush, and Ashkenaz, doesn't define exactly what Ashkenaz is, and then France and Spain. Now, the position of the word Ashkenaz gives you the sense that it's somewhere between Ethiopia, which is like in Eastern Africa, and France, which is in Western Europe. So that's not especially helpful at giving us a sense of where Ashkenaz might actually lie. Rashi, the great commentator, is somewhat more helpful. For example, if you look here on his commentary on Deuteronomy chapter 3, it's verse 11 here in this citation, but in, for example, the King James Version, if you care to look up yourself, it would be verse 9. The verses are sometimes counted differently. There's a passage there which refers to Mount Hermon, which is in the north of the land of Israel. It's the only place where you can get any skiing in Israel, but it is amazing that a tiny country in the Middle East does make it possible for people to ski. So anyways, this Mount Hermon, which the Amorites call Senir or Shenir. So what does that term Shenir mean? Rashi helpfully says, Ushele. That word Senir means actually snow in the language of the Ashkenaz. And in fact, in German, the word Schnee, which sounds a little bit like Senir or Shenir, is in fact the word for snow. He also mentions Uvoshon Kna'an, and in the language of the Canaanites, and this is obviously not referring to the Canaanites of the Bible, but the land in Europe that medieval Jews used to call Canaan, which is basically Bohemia, Moravia, the Prague region, or the Slavic language, they call the word for snow snake. So in other words, again, this time about a topic that's very dear to my heart. Specifically, we're going to look at the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz. I'm delighted once again to be invited to speak to the amazing students of the Ashkenazium, an institute that is in Budapest, Hungary, a little later this summer. And so these videos are kind of like my advanced preparation and research for the course I'm going to teach there. Last year, if you recall, if you visited my site before, I gave a big survey overview of the entirety of Ashkenazic history from its origins, let's say in the 9th century, right up until the 21st century. For this year, however, we're going to focus in a little more deeply, and we're going to look at the birth of Ashkenaz. We're going to look at its rise from very, very humble beginnings in the 8th and 9th century, and take it right through its heyday until its decline in the 13th and 14th century, when the Jews of the traditional core region of Ashkenaz would make their way primarily to the east, to the regions of Poland and Lithuania, Ukraine, and then, of course, there's another chapter in the 19th century when they make their way in large numbers to Western Europe and to the Americas. We're going to be looking at a population that was always very small, as you can see from this chart here. At their peak in 1300, there were about 450,000 Jews living in the region of Ashkenaz. These are based on population guesstimates, very, very rough to get good numbers for this period of time, but they're based on excellent historians, the great Salo Ritmaya and the great Kenneth Stowe, who wrote a book on Alienated Minority, from which I took these statistics. And that means that the Jewish population of Ashkenaz was about 1%. If you look a couple of hundred years later, just before the Great Expulsion from Spain in 1492, the Jewish population maybe grew around 0.1%. So we're always talking about a very tiny fraction of the population, but nevertheless a very, very significant one in so many ways. But for our purposes today, we're going to look specifically at the very beginning to try to understand what is Ashkenaz, where is Ashkenaz, what is it all about. So first of all, let's try to understand, where does the name Ashkenaz even come from? So if we look at period sources from around the year 1000, we see that the term Ashkenaz is bandied about. For example, the Chuvot of the Gaonim, this is a collection of responsa written by the great Babylonian rabbis associated with the latest period of the Talmud of that era, basically answering questions that come to them from really around the known world. Rav Hai Gaon, one of the greatest of the Gaonim leaders of the yeshivas, this one in particular is Medita, not too far from Baghdad. He has a phrase one of his teshuvot, his responses that reads, from all the lands, from Yemen and the east, and from the north, and from the land of Ethiopia, or Kush, and Ashkenaz. Doesn't define exactly what Ashkenaz is, and then France and Spain. Now, the position of the word Ashkenaz gives you the sense that it's somewhere between Ethiopia, which is like in Eastern Africa, and France, which is in Western Europe. So that's not especially helpful at giving us a sense of where Ashkenaz might actually lie. Rashi, the great commentator, is somewhat more helpful. For example, if you look here on his commentary on Deuteronomy chapter 3, it's verse 11 here in this citation, but in, for example, the King James Version, if you care to look up yourself, it would be verse 9. The verse you sometimes pronounce it differently. There's a passage there which refers to Mount Hermon, which is in the north of the land of Israel. It's the only place where you can get any skiing in Israel, but it is amazing that a tiny country in the Middle East does make it possible for people to ski. So anyways, this Mount Hermon, which the Amorites call Senir or Shenir. So what does that term Shenir mean? Rashi helpfully says, Ushele. That word Senir means actually snow in the language of the Ashkenaz, Russian Ashkenaz. And in fact, in German, the word Schnee, which sounds a little bit like Senir or Shenir, is in fact the word for snow. He also mentions Uloshon Canaan, and in the language of the Canaanites, and this is obviously not referring to the Canaanites of the Bible, but the land in Europe that medieval Jews used to call Canaan, which is basically Bohemia, Moravia, Prague region, or the Slavic language, they call the word for snow Sni. So in other words, Rashi is specifically locating Ashkenaz in a region which seems to be German-speaking. Okay, that is much more helpful and gives a sense of where Ashkenaz really is. Now, the term Ashkenaz, however, just before we get to the geography specifically, the term Ashkenaz really goes all the way back to the earliest parts of the Bible.
At one point, how amazing is that? At one point, they painted characters onto the board, such as parentheses, semicolons, and dashes, in order to expedite as he's spelling out this is a parenthetical statement that was taking extra time. So they came up with this like psychic keyboard shortcut, sort of turned the keyboard into a kind of psychic typewriter, really. This book was actually published. It was published by a pretty well-known New York publisher named Mitchell Kennedy. And the Harper and Brothers, which is, the original, started out with college, publishing company with the three Harper brothers and Mark Twain.
For example, in Genesis 10, Noah has a grandson named Gomer, who then has three sons. One is named Ashkenaz, the other two are Rifas and Gogarma. But Ashkenaz here is specifically mentioned as a descendant of Gomer. Now, once again, we don't know exactly where this Ashkenaz specifically lived, but the idea is that the way medieval Jewish thinkers applied this placement to Ashkenaz is they thought, well, okay, there's a people who are descendants of Ashkenaz. They have to live somewhere. And so they chose that region in central Germany to essentially refer to the Ashkenaz. That's how we get this name Ashkenaz. So now we see that the Bible specifically identifies an individual named Ashkenaz. We assume he has further descendants. They have to live somewhere. But where exactly would this land of Ashkenaz be? There's one more hint, also from the Bible, this time from the book of Jeremiah. there's a discussion in the verse 27 of chapter 51 that says, "Assemble kingdoms against her, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz." So we don't know exactly where Mini is, but Ararat, of course, is the famous mountain upon which Noah's ark landed, and that's usually identified as being somewhere in Asia Minor or contemporary Turkey. So that would mean that Ashkenaz, if it's somehow located near Ararat because of its proximity in that particular verse, it would be located somewhere as shown in this particular map here. Now, many other biblical scholars have outlined different places in the Caucasus region, further north, and so on, but we really don't know exactly where the biblical land of Ashkenaz actually exists. However, what we can say is what Jews later defined as the land of Ashkenaz, not necessarily connecting it to those specific peoples. Ashkenaz refers specifically to the central German region of the Rhineland in particular. This is the region where we would see, beginning really in the 9th century, although there's much earlier evidence of Jews living in that region, we're going to see the rise of a Jewish civilization that would derive very heavily from Italian origins, and before that from Middle Eastern origins. And then they would grow to a significant size, some half a million. Then later in the 14th century, the population would largely move to the east as a result of both pressures driving them out of Germany and France as well. So, number of expulsions, rising anti-Semitism associated with the bloodline of the post-Restoration, and then riots after the Black Death of 1347-49. And they will essentially move to the east, where there is a vacuum, an economic vacuum drawing them in, because their skills with finance and commerce in particular are very much valued by the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, and they will find significant homes there where they will flourish. Later, when you get to the modern period, they will eventually make their way not only to the land of Israel, of course, in the late 19th and 20th century, but also to Western Europe and to the Americas. That is really what Ashkenaz is. Ashkenaz refers to a people. It's a sub-ethnic group of Jews, and they end up in the Middle Ages ultimately becoming the dominant population of Jews worldwide. But it would be a mistake to put Ashkenaz as a specific place or locale. Ashkenaz really is a way of living. It is an imagined country to which millions of Jews have belonged over the centuries, and it's going to be my privilege over the course of several videos and to a live audience in Budapest later this year, God willing, to discuss the birth of this unique, fascinating community and to tell their story. Thank you very much for watching.
Right. Major obsolescence. However, not all property was destroyed. Because of you and all that stuff, you were told the story of how I think it was destroyed. So we know that the properties have remained one because
let us continue our discussion with a quick look at the population status of Jews in the Mediterranean basin before the Big Bang. So have a look at this map here. This is basically what the basin looked like at the fall of the Roman Empire at the end of the 5th century. Right? You've got all kinds of little sort of countrylets filling up most of Western Europe. You have the Byzantine Empire in green, which is largely the Greek-speaking eastern half of the Roman Empire, and this is before the Muslims will come on the scene in the 7th century. Ashkenaz is located here in the north, in the Rhineland. That's the heartland. Of course, we will have a lot of Ashkenaz in larger France. We're going to speak about that in the next couple of lectures, but the heartland is really the Rhine River valley, places like Bill, Mainz, Speyer, Worms, places like that. Now, there were Jews in this region in the ancient period. Amazing, for example, there were apparently Jews from the region of Turea, which is the northern part of Israel reaching into Lebanon and Syria, today's map. The Turean soldiers were sent with Roman legions out to this part of the world, and distinct gravestones have been found that seem to have belonged to people who belonged to this movement, and therefore were mostly Jews. I got a longer discussion of these amazing tombstones in another video, but we have a sense of a very, very tiny population in the northern part of Germany, a little bit larger population perhaps in the south and Provence that we'll get to soon. But there's no way to tell if there was any sense of continuity between these tiny, isolated populations, which may not constitute communities. They were probably attached to settlements, and we simply don't know if there's continuity between the Jews living in the region in the first, second, fourth centuries up until we get to the rise of really in the 8th century. So, and it's really important to note that Ashkenaz was like the Oakensville, to use the Shalom writing, was so far away from everything. The great centers of Jewish population were primarily way up in the east, in what would be Persia, the Mesopotamian region, the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, places like Baghdad, the great yeshivas of Sura and Pokemita. That's really where most of this is happening. There's also a small Jewish population in the land of Israel, and of course there are a lot of Jews in the Greek-speaking part of the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire. And there are Jews who are living in the Peninsula since the 2nd century before the Common Era. So that's really where we've got lots of larger sections of Jews living. And you have this trickle of Jewish migration that goes across the coast of North Africa, setting up in many places, of course, Egypt, but also in Libya, today Tunisia, and then all the way up to Spain. We don't know a lot about the sizes of these populations because the Jews left very, very few records of their presence there, particularly in Spain. If you were to judge, however, church records, Jews were like everywhere. I'll talk about that in another lecture. Basically, this is where we have a scattering of Jews throughout European places. One really important place, however, deserves more of our attention is the region of Provence. You can see that Provence is located here at the south of France. It's where the Rhone River meets the Mediterranean, and it's right at the border in the 5th century of the Visigothic kingdom and the Proto-Byzantine kingdom. Now, this is extremely important because the Visigoths, I have another whole lecture dedicated to them, and we will after occasion. But these are basically a population of Romans who were originally Arian Christians, A-R-I-A, and they eventually converted to Catholicism in the late 6th century. And with that conversion came a ridiculous number of anti-Semitic decrees. For about 120 odd years, the Jews in the Visigothic were incredibly persecuted, were chased from town to town, suffered from all kinds of forced conversions, which was going on with tremendous frequency in the region. And there's quite a good likelihood that many of them, though we don't have any of the Jewish records themselves, but it's quite a good likelihood that many of them made their way over the Pyrenees and into Normandy and to the Frankish region and to Ashkenaz as well. We know in particular one fascinating legend that is actually repeated in several sources, so it certainly may have some basis to it, that a Jewish king rose in the city of Narbonne, largely because of his instrumental role in holding back the Muslims later on in this time period. There are many scholars who feel that the entire episode is legendary, but nevertheless, even if it's a legend, you do get some sense of the complexity of the situation, particularly when the Muslims become involved and there will be a conflict between Christian and Muslim. So anyways, this is where Jews live, basically, by the time we get to the birth of Ashkenaz, and that's what we're going to look at in the next video. Where did these Ashkenazi Jews actually come from? Thank you very much for watching. At this point, we should really answer the question, where did these Ashkenazi Jews actually come from? So first of all, we have a literary tradition that basically dates from the 12th century, so several centuries after these communities were founded, that the earliest Ashkenazi Jews were made up essentially of Jews from northern Italy. Rokeach, which was a very important rabbi who lived in the 12th century. We'll return to him and his work when we talk about the Hasidic Ashkenaz. He describes his family history, which appears to be supported by other sources, as having originated with the Hieronymus family leaving northern Italy and coming to the region of Ashkenaz. There are all kinds of additional legends about invitation from King Charlemagne and so on. Those may perhaps be discounted, but we'll return to a discussion of the later video. But what's especially fascinating now is how modern genetic studies have contributed to our understanding of this literary account in a manner which means that it seems like it's really quite incredible that that's exactly what happened. Let me look at two studies with you very quickly. This article describes a rather disturbing discovery that was made during the construction of this shopping center in Norwich. While working on the foundations, they came across this medieval well, and the things piled into the well were human bones. They were exhumed and studied. Why were so many people thrown down in the well at the same time? Clearly was not a normal burial. There's evidence that some of them may have been killed before being thrown into the well. Scholars suspected that these may be the victims of a riot associated with a crusade in the 12th century. In fact, that turned out to be the case because with modern genetic analysis, these bones were shown to actually belong to Ashkenazi Jews. In fact, with this DNA evidence, they were able to even reconstruct what some of these people must have looked like, including the children who were thrown in the well as well. Some of the DNA also indicated red hair, blue eyes, for example, but they were all very close related to contemporary modern-day Ashkenazi Jews. So this means that, at least in England, in the 12th century, we have some dated remains that clearly indicate the presence of Ashkenazi Jews. But it doesn't tell us much yet about the actual origins of those Jews. That was left for a much more complex study related to a cemetery in Erfurt, Germany. Now, unlike the remains that were discovered in Norwich, where people didn't know how they got there, who they were, and things like that, a much better sense of what happened in this city in Erfurt, Germany. Here is a photograph of an excavation of a site that was discovered in Erfurt, Germany, which was correctly identified as a Jewish cemetery. And several scholars, led by S. Waldman from very prestigious institutions, approached some rabbinic authorities for permission to study these remains, but normally in Jewish thought and Jewish practice, it's forbidden to disturb the remains of the dead. They have to be reinterred as soon as possible and so on. But they were able to get permission, for example, to look at the teeth, which were already detached from the body, which did not have the same status in Jewish thought. And they studied the bones of the people buried in this particular 14th century German establishment, and were able to determine some amazing things with contemporary technology. This is, by the way, an article that did in 2022, so staged by these. And what they were able to identify is that these Jews in Erfurt were the product of a genetic bottleneck, which is something that corresponds quite closely to the literary accounts that we have of the time in the Ashkenazi. This is basically how it works. I'm going to give you a layman's interpretation because that's really all I understand.
Somebody do it on your face again. Oh my god. Does it feel good?
On the left, you have
What's your favorite part?
first Roman Jewish war.
This is good. Projector with stress rest the body and somebody do it on your face again. Oh my god. Does it feel good?
Looking at
What's your favorite part?
Some of whom may have converted. We certainly have conversion stories. For example, the story of Ruth, Mary, and Boaz. We have more recent events, such as the conversion of the European people. In the last lecture, we talked about the Interracial. These are people who entered the population of the Jews through various means. conversion or other things. Then you have a big disruptive event after the first Jewish war, the second Jewish war, in the year 135, the popular where Jews are shipped off to the Italian peninsula. Many of them as slaves, so you have the founding of a significant population of Jews in the Italian. There, you have the same phenomenon of Jews marrying with non-Jews through the rabbinic conversion process, much more likely at this point, but also you can imagine all kinds of relationships.
Hi, everybody. I wanted to take a quick second to say thank you.
Then when you get to the 9th century, you have that story that we began our brief lecture with, where the Rapeh describes a small group of Jews led by the Colonimus family making their way to the Rhine. And largely with that small group of Jews, originally from the land of Israel, moving through the Italian peninsula and then right up into Ashkenaz, that's where you have the foundations of the community. The Erfurt remains were discovered, were dated to about the year 1350. And one of the most fascinating things about this is that the Erfurt remains do not support the so-called Khazari thesis. This is a rather bizarre thesis that suggests that the majority of Ashkenazi Jews descended from a huge mass conversion that is said to have taken place in the 8th century in Eastern Europe, north of the Caspian Sea. It's a whole fascinating discussion of what exactly is the nature of this conversion, if it happened at all. But what we can say is that these Khazarian Jews, if they existed, are not related to the Ashkenazi Jews found in Erfurt, who are incidentally very closely related to modern Ashkenazi Jews. So if you look at it on a map, it looks something like this. This is also, by the way, a genetic map that shows the migration patterns of Jews. It looks a lot like what we saw in the previous video. So here you have basically the Jews looking at number one. They're of Middle Eastern origin. They're taken to Rome and they make their way up to number two, which is migration to Europe, particularly to Ashkenaz. There are also admixtures with 4 and 5. Those are Jews who make their way across, of course, North Africa, and then from Spain, from the Visigothic era into Western Europe. So there are traces of these Sephardic DNA as well. And then later, as we shall see, in the 14th century and beyond, you have a large movement of these Ashkenazi Jews to Eastern Europe, Poland, Lithuania, and so on. What about the DNA? The status of the DNA in the Erfurt remains shows that they have Middle Eastern DNA about 50 to 45%, and about 45 to 70% of their DNA is actually Italian. That is both the South and the North, suggesting that the reason for the physical appearance of Ashkenazi Jews being somewhat distinct from North African or other Sephardic Mizrahi Jews is likely because of the admixture of those Italian Jews. So that's basically the story of how Jews got to Ashkenaz, where they came from. We're going to continue with some more discussions of their status, legally, their economy, and so on. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue our discussion of Jews and Ashkenaz by looking at something called Jewry. What exactly is Jewry? This is a term that I believe was coined by Rabbi Rothschild a short lecture to distinguish it from Jewish law. Jewish law is a term that's used to refer to, the great of Jewish law around jurisprudence. What's recorded in the Bible, the Mishnah, the Talmud, and the Shulchan Aruch, the codes, minorities, and so on. That's Jewish law. And, typically, Jewish students spend a lot of time studying Jewish law. Jewry law, on the other hand, is the study of laws which regulate Jewish behavior, so to speak, from the outside. This is an instituted body of law that has, some ancient sort of antecedents like the Theodosian code and things like that. But it really begins to develop in Germany, in Ashkenaz, the period that we're discussing. So we're going to spend the next few lectures looking at Jewry law and trying to understand exactly how this is. Let us take a little bit of time to break ourselves out of our 21st century mindset, which is especially prevalent for those of us who live in democratic societies, which are, generally speaking, what we call a rash, or a society which is governed by law. We have this sort of mindset, I grew up with, I'm sure many people grew up with, that the law is kind of like this body of thought. It's written down and it applies to everybody. The idea is, if you live in a particular place, there are laws that you and everyone else must obey. This is enshrined in this statement, which actually has a Jewish root. The phrase, the law of the land is the law. Amazing. Dina de Din, which occurs in the Talmud, trying to figure out exactly how Jews are supposed to behave. In Persian culture, the argument made by the Rabbi Rothschild is law, the land is the law, and Jews have to conform to the dictates of the local society. We also have this phrase, no one is above the law, right? Which means to say, and again, it's a very modern democratic one, to say that when the law is written, whatever exactly it means, however it gets written, it applies to everybody equally. Now, all of this is not at all true for most of the medieval period. How so? Medieval law is based not so much on territory as it is on person. That is, the law applies equally depending on your status as a human being. Where do you live in the ecosystem of human society? Are you a nobleman? Are you a slave? Are you a churchman? Are you a Jew? All kinds of different things will have implications for which set of laws apply to you. And we have several overlapping sets of laws that are called to bear. For example, there's still the vestigial Roman law, even though the Roman Empire has been destroyed in the West, right? The Roman Empire, the Western Roman Empire falls in the 5th century. The Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantium continues on, but Ashkenaz is part of the leftover territory of Gaul, which is under Rome. So there's still some sort of vestigial people to whom Roman law applies that would apply to Jews, because from the 3rd century on, Jews are Roman citizens. On the other hand, you have classical feudal law in which there are all kinds of bizarre things like trial by ordeal, trial by combat, the way you figure out who is right, who is who can survive terrible catastrophe. For example, two claimants are arguing over something, and they say, well, we believe A is probably correct. B, if you want to prove your innocence, you must reach into this boiling pot of oil and take out this ring. If in fact you are innocent, then you will be protected by the gods, or by God, and that will protect you. Two of you, we don't know who is right, fight it out, and God will protect the one who wins, or prove ex post facto who is exactly in the right. So these are kind of weird systems of laws that have a lot to do with personal status, and whether or not you're in a conflict with someone who belongs to a different set of laws, that can make a difference for how a trial is conducted. To make it a little simpler, don't think of laws as rights. Everyone has like an inherent sense of Bill of Rights, and the law protects those rights. No, law is all about privilege here in the medieval world. Law has to do with what privileges apply to you specifically based on your religion, your gender, your age, your status as a free person, as a slave, your class or your peasant or something. All of these things are all meshing together. And now we have to ask the basic question, which will run through the next few lectures: where do the Jews fit? What exactly are the Jews in this complex system? So we're going to look at that in just a second. Thank you very much for watching.
But his style, but I also think he's a very replicable style. You know, there's certain authors that it's not, you know, they care.
One of the most important things to understand about medieval society, as we attempt to understand the role of the Jews in Ashkenaz, is the notion that medieval society was corporate in nature. Another word that we use to describe this is feudal in nature. And it describes people not as individuals reporting to a general authority. The king doesn't reach down and get involved with every individual citizen, just like in modern society, you know, the president can say, hey, what's Abraham's social security number? He tap it into the computer himself and he'll see my dental record. So that's kind of how we deal with these things. In a modern society where there's no space between the president of the society and the individual citizen, theoretically. But in medieval society, it was not. People were organized in groups, sort of like castes, sort of like classes, but not exactly. And they had mutual relationships with each other, mutual responsibilities and privileges vis-a-vis each other. So let's look at a very rough, sort of primitive schematic of feudalism. So you begin with, you'll see that you have at the top of the slide, you have the king. And then below that king, you have a series of nobles. You have the dukes and who knows what else. And then at the very bottom of the society, you have the peasants or the serfs. Note, by the way, that I make all these boxes the same size, but we're building more accurate to portray them as a really flat triangle, which had a massive amount of peasants at the bottom and a much smaller class of nobles. And the idea of feudalism, at least the way in which the king and nobles sold it, is that the way that the society evolved was because the peasants, you know, they wanted to farm, they wanted to like live their lives, do their things the way they normally do, but they're constantly being attacked by these nomadic, you know, horse-mounted mongols and things like that. So they needed someone to protect them. So therefore, the nobles selflessly said, "Hey, don't worry, we will be full-time protectors. We will go into harm's way to protect you." And then eventually they the leader out of that.
Did you give him the $60? $60. Yes, I said there's $100 on the fridge. When Jeff stops by, give 62. Oh, give 62. What you think I said? I thought you said get sexy for her. Boy, did I get sexy. So what did he do? He freaked out. He was like, what the fuck are you doing? Hey, did our neighbor stop by? Who, Jeff? Yeah.
As we should see when we talk about the Crusades, what happens when the society becomes a little too top-heavy and there are too many people demanding taxes from the arts and activities to go around. Well, we'll get to that when we talk about the Crusades. But that's basically the idea of how feudalism works from a secular perspective. It is mirrored somewhat in the organization of the church, which has, at this point, now we're talking about the Catholic Church, of course, is well before the Reformation. You have the Pope, who was at the head of the king-like function. He has a whole series of clergy, archbishops, cardinals, lower clergy, all the way down to individual Christians. And the Pope and clergy act in a way in which they provide, you know, acts of salvation, confession, communion, and all kinds of things like that. In return, Christians provide tithes, Christians provide tax money, sometimes in the form of labor for pay, but it's the same kind of feudal structure. And if you're paying attention, you may wonder, well, wait a second, who is actually in charge of the whole thing? This was a really important question for the medieval period, and the kings and the popes argued about it. This was especially the case when it came to the Jews, because where do the Jews fit in any of this? The Jews are certainly not kings and popes, although there was one family actually produced one of the popes, but not after baptism. And then the Jews are not the nobles or Christian clergy, and the Jews are also urbanized, they're much involved in commerce, which we'll talk about later. They're not peasants, they're not regular Christians, so they don't exactly do the Jews fit in this strict system. That's part of what we're discovering. Thank you very much for watching.
She uses this board, and her primary contact is
as far as we can tell, if we discount the kind of legendary information, the vast majority of Jews who made their way up to Ashkenaz in the 7th, 8th, 9th centuries were basically migrants, lots of them coming from northern Italy, primarily for the purposes of economic opportunity. The Jews had a unique set of skills. Although they were still quite involved in agriculture, and we'll speak about their agricultural efforts in another class, they're very skilled in trade because they are literate, they are numerate, they have lots of contacts with Jewish communities all over the known world. So a lot of reasons why they have a lot to do with being sort of the yeast of trade. They can start trade going, they have lots of far-flung collections and so on, and with their literacy and the numeracy, and also an interesting kind of loophole in Christian doctrine, which we will also explore later, they're able to engage in finance and to extend credit. So there's lots of reasons why Jews would be wanted in a particular territory. But bearing in mind our overall discussion right now, which is Jewry law, and the idea of the law as privilege rather than a right, what exactly do you do with the Jews? Where do they fit in that feudal structure that we discussed in the last video?
Welcome. How are you?
Which varied from place to place.
What's up, Ishan? Ishan, I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway. In fact, you were the last person on earth with whom I wanted to speak.
Now, this is probably,
Look at this athleticism, though, Ishan.
I've never seen anyone so fucking athletic. Was Rudiger actually issuing these privileges for the very first time, or was he stating a reality and hoping to attract more Jewish settlement? It's hard to say. Maybe we'll get into greater detail later, but for now, the introductory paragraph is quite interesting. Rudiger, who is a bishop, but he is acting here in his feudal capacity as the Lord of Speyer. He writes, "When I wanted to make the village of Speyer into a city, I thought it would increase the honor of our place 1,000-fold if I were to bring in Jews." Wow, sounds so nice. Flattering, right? And then the charter goes through a whole series of things that Rudiger will do for the Jews if only they move in there. Again, it's quite possible that they lived there before, and this was kind of like designed to firm up the relationship and intentionally backdated. But let's read what it says. First of all, Rudiger says the Jews have the right to have a separate walled neighborhood. He explicitly refers to the right of the Jews to self-defense, and that the wall around their community, kind of like those gated communities in Boca Raton, is designed specifically to protect the inhabitants. He says the Jews have the right to engage in commerce in city limits right up to the Rhine River, and he specifically says the wharf as well, which means that they can engage in river trade, which is extremely important. And note that you might be thinking in the 21st century manner, like, well, what are you talking about? You can go, you can move into a town, and then you can open up a business. No, not like that at all. This is a medieval society where businesses are controlled by guilds, and not everybody can become a shoemaker. You have to, spend time. First, you have to be accepted as an apprentice, then you have to fulfill a number of years as an apprentice, and then you have to go to a place where you're allowed to set up a shingle on your own. People just can't start a business on their own. They have to have legal rights. Or I shouldn't say the word right. They have to have legal privileges, right? They have to be granted this privilege to do so. Rudiger gives the Jews the rights to establish a cemetery. Very important, right? Jews need to have several institutions within a reasonable amount of space. Cemetery is one of them. They will not be charged a head tax on guests, meaning if the Jew is traveling from place to place and shows up in Speyer, they won't be held up at the gate saying, hey, you're not one of our Jews, you're not allowed in here, or you must pay a heavy tax and so on. Lots of places, many centuries into the future, actually, will ban Jews from traveling through their places, or will set like really artificial limits, like Venice had really artificial limits on how long a Jew could remain on the island and so on. He says, Rudiger says that the Archiesynagogus, which is a term meaning the leader of the synagogue, has the same authority among Jews as the mayor of Speyer has among Christians. It's very interesting. Essentially, he's saying you guys can run your own affairs with your own leader. And he specifically stipulates that the Archiesynagogus can actually judge cases, again, according to Talmudic law, because they're judging within themselves. We'll speak a little later about what happens when you have a Jew and a Christian in a legal suit. What happens then? Where do you go for redress? He specifically says that Jews may employ Christians as nurses or as servants. This was a very hot issue for at least 200 years. We're going to talk about that later when we look at how the church viewed the Jews. And also, Rudiger says that they're allowed to slaughter their own cows for their own consumption, and they're allowed to sell the non-kosher parts to non-Jews. This is a very basic Ashkenazic practice, that the sciatic nerve in the thigh of a cow is forbidden to Jews. If you read the section in the book of Genesis where Jacob is wounded in his wrestling with that mysterious angel, it says specifically in the Bible that for Jews no longer eat that sciatic nerve, or that particular, I'm not sure what exactly it is. Gid Hanasheh is what it is in Hebrew. So removing that particular sciatic nerve is very difficult, and it's much more convenient, and has become widespread Ashkenazic practice to simply take that whole section of the cow and sell it to non-Jews because it's too hard to remove that nerve to make the rest of the meat kosher. So he says, no problem, buy that meat from you. He outlines some responsibilities of the Jews. They have to, for example, pay a certain amount of money, coined in Speyer currency, to compensate the church for some of the land that was used for the cemetery in particular. And they are in charge of guarding their own walls, so the burden of protecting them does not fall on the city as a whole. But when you look at the entirety of this charter, it's actually pretty attractive, and you can see why Jews would say, hey, there's actually a place for us here. We have a nice carved out niche for our privileges. We can live and work here in security. And in fact, this is, during the period of the golden age of Ashkenaz, certainly before the Crusades, at which point things begin to go downhill. But for now, I hope you enjoyed watching this video, and thank you very much for watching. One of the most important people who did research on Jewry law, in fact, I believe he coined the term Jewry law, is the great historian Lido Kish. A fascinating individual who was born in Prague, and he taught at the University of Halle until the Nazis forced him out in 1933. He taught for a little while at the Jewish Theological Seminary in Breslau, but eventually he left Europe for the United States of America in 1935, and that's, of course, how he survived the war. He did tremendous studies of Jewry law in Germany, and we're going to look in particular at something called the Sachsenspiegel, which is 12th century sort of codification of customary law in Germany, which was his life's work for about 20 years. He ended up, when he came here, he published in 1949 a remarkable book, The Jews in Medieval Germany. This is a brick of a book. It's really, quite dense and absolutely fascinating. But I want to point out to you one fascinating thing that I just came across. On page 66, he buries this, and it helps me, think about the heroism of previous generations of historians. We really got to just look at this for a second. So, what exactly did Kish do? The thing about medieval law is that, you didn't have like a single code that was like repeated over and over and over again, and people said, well, here's our central code. We did have some of this in the Roman period. We have the Theodosian Codex and things like that. But what you do have is a very important collection called this Sachsenspiegel, of which there are other versions of it. And it was written in the 12th century, in which this writer basically tried to collect what he knew about the customary law of the 12th century in certain parts of what would be today Germany. It's actually quite fascinating. There's a lot of stuff about Jews, and I hope to spend a little more time talking about it shortly. But as this Sachsenspiegel spread, many municipalities said, hey, we really like this. Let's incorporate it. Well, let's change this a little bit. Let's change that a little bit. But we'll basically keep it. And so it sort of reverberated throughout the regions. Perhaps the most famous iteration of it is something known as the Magdeburg Recht, the law of Magdeburg, which was a particular city that established a version of the laws that were codified in the Sachsen-Spiegel. Now, and this had lots of implications for Jews, as we shall see in a while. So what Guido Kish did in the 1910s and 1920s is he went all over Germany and went into local archives, local town halls, and show me your oldest records. And he painstakingly went through all of these old court cases, thousands upon thousands of them, and noted how they were related to the Sachsen-Spiegel, to be able to write up a massive compendium on how law spread throughout Germany. Huge amount of effort. Then, of course, in the 1930s, when the Nazis came to power, they confiscated all of his papers. He just mentions this, by the way, in passing on page 66 of his book. By the way, I worked on this for 20 years, and then the Nazis just took it all away. After the war, he writes, because this book was published in 1949, he tried to get back some of his documents, but it was all gone. He did know, however, that the Nazis did publish 2 volumes based entirely on his research, without any attribution to it, because, of course, he was a Jew. So what goes around comes around, however. The entire institute that had stolen all those materials was heavily damaged in the last months of the war, and everything was lost, the entire institute, all of their papers and things like that. But what's kind of fascinating is that, Kish was primarily working as a German legal historian. But he's also a Jew and also interested in Jewish history. So as he went through his material, he would make a separate set of notes specifically about how do these various legal decisions reflect upon Jewry law. And he ended up collecting a tremendous amount of material, which he didn't turn over for publication because, he was working, this was his side gig, so to speak. But he was able to save those side notes and then come up with this massive book, The Jews in Medieval Germany, a study of their legal and social status, which has proved to be an incredible resource for students of medieval law and the Jews. Absolutely fascinating. Thank you very much for watching. Let's resume our discussion of the legal status of the Jews by looking at a different charter. This one composed about 100 years later, 1190, by the Emperor Henry IV, considerably larger and more important figure. And what this particular charter is especially good at, much larger than what we looked at in 1084, is that it specifically points to a new status that Jews would be developing over the centuries while they're living in Ashkenaz, that of servi camerai, sometimes called servi camerai regis, which means servants of the royal chamber. And what this refers to, we'll get into a lot more when we talk about the economics, is that the Jews became, in terms of the system of privileges and legal status, it became sort of like the possessions of the king. And this was exceptionally useful to the king for economic purposes. Again, we'll get into that in a separate lecture, but somewhat irritating to the church. So let's have a look at this particular charter and what it refers to and what the implications are. First of all, there's a really interesting preamble in which Henry IV says that he was approached by certain Jews led by
Duck, Grey Duck.
Who we see at the very beginnings of Ashkenazic civilization, and later they assumed important leadership positions in Ashkenaz. They come to the emperor at Speyer, and they ask for his protection. Right? We talked about feudalism and the idea that the higher classes, nobility, and especially the king, protect the lower classes, and the Jews, not serving in an extensive serf-like capacity, and therefore producing tithes of their produce or taxes from their produce, and not serving like knights and physically defending the territory. Like, what exactly do they have to return to the king? Well, it turns out they actually have a lot. We'll get to that. We'll get to the economics. So at any rate, the king graciously says, yes, I will provide this protection. And once again, this may be sort of like a confirmation of a much earlier kind of status that organically evolved in the relationship between the Ashkenazi Jews and the state. Or it's not impossible, but it could even be a de novo. That's unlikely. Most of these things you see, elements of it earlier. But at any rate, what does the charter actually say? So first of all, Emperor Henry IV says, no one, neither small nor great, neither free man nor serf, will presume to attack or assail the Jews, right? They live under his protection. You mess with the Jews, you're going to mess with the king. And so noblemen and local peasants, if they want to get mixed up with the Jews in a way that's detrimental, the emperor will protect their status. The charter goes on to say that no one will be allowed to seize Jewish property illegally, including their land. This, by the way, speaks to the widespread misapprehension that Jews were not allowed to own land in the medieval period. And in fact, while there are some places where this was the case, the vast majority of Jewish history, Jews were allowed to own real estate. It just turns out that it may not have been a very wise investment in the Middle Ages, particularly because there's a lot of expulsions. You can see that the Jews were expelled from France 3 times in 1 century. I mean, that's ridiculous. And so, it's hard to run with holding on to your house, right? So, therefore, real estate turned out to be not necessarily the best investment for Jews. At any rate, the charter goes on to say that no one can seize their property, neither chattel nor real estate. And what happens if someone tries to do that? Well, first of all, they'll have to pay what the Bible would call a kofar payment. That is a double payment. So if a man were to steal $100 worth of Jewish property, he would have to pay the Jew back $200 for being caught. And secondly, he would have to pay £1 in gold to the treasury. So in other words, it was definitely in the interest of the state to enforce this, because then the king would get that £1 of gold for every theft from a Jew. The charter goes on to say the Jews have the right of free trade. They were not to be charged any tolls. So in other words, if Jews are traveling from region to region, which is something which is really important for the growth of trade, they used their easy pass to get through all of the turnstiles, and they never had to pay any tolls. The local authorities would never be allowed to billet soldiers or other people in Jewish homes. This was, interestingly enough, one of the reasons that the American Revolution happened, because local New Englanders were very upset that the British were constantly billeting, meaning like housing their soldiers in private homes. Now, there's a really interesting section here about what happens if a Jew is caught with stolen goods. So this can happen in 2 ways, I think. First of all, it's possible that the Jew is involved in illicit activity, as the offense, right? Where someone steals goods. Let's say John steals the household pots from Peter, and then John sells them to a Jew, and the Jew puts them in his store to sell to, let's say, Leon. But before Leon comes to buy them, Peter comes and says, hey, these are my pots. They were stolen from my home. Right? So that's definitely not a good thing. You would think that the Jew should exercise some due diligence to make sure that the pots are not, in fact, stolen. But maybe we'll get into that when we talk a little bit more of the economics of it. At any rate, if he bought it in good faith? Meaning John said, these are in fact my pots. I did not steal them from anyone, and the Jew pays for them in that case. So Peter has the right to take back his pots. But here the Jew, I should give the Jew a name, right? Let's call him Abraham. Abraham paid for those pots. So what happened? It's interesting to note that this phenomenon must have been significantly common, that it merited being included in the charter. So under these circumstances, the charter says that Abraham, the Jew, who bought these goods in good faith has the right to be paid for the value that he expended for them. And furthermore, the Jew would be able to take a regular oath to say that, yes, I paid for them based on good faith that John had said they were not stolen. So it's interesting that the Jew's oath is accepted here. There's a lot more discussion later about specific oaths that were required of Jews to take because they were not trusted. But this particular charter of 1190 seems to give the Jews quite a bit of credit. The charter goes on to a different direction to say there will be no forced baptisms of children. And again, like the last case, the idea that this would be sufficiently common that it would be raised as a concern by Columnists and others for the emperor is suggestive of the kind of challenges that Jews have. We'll talk about that a little more when we discuss the church. But what if it happens? So what if a child is taken from the Jews, kidnapped, and then baptized? So as we shall see, the church regarded those baptized children as in fact Christians. The church, especially in the upper levels, like the Pope, Gregory the Great, and others, specifically said it's not permitted.
Well, it was kind of a very strange perfect storm. I was doing a sitcom on ABC called Whole New Ballgame, which was put up by the producers of then the series Coach, which you think back, remember, was a very successful series with Craig T. Nelson. And they wanted to do a pair of a series that they could move along with Coach, and if they had to move around, they'd take that series with them. So they would lock up a full hour of television programming. Well, they ended up moving the show, Coach, around a little bit, moved our show around a little bit, and we never found an audience. So halfway through the season, they called and said, "Don't bother coming to work, we've canceled the show," which is the way ABC and all the other networks do it. And so I went out to dinner that night with my manager, crying in my beer, trying to take the cancellation as personally as I possibly could. And every day was off. And said, "We heard John's show got canceled, and there is this guest star on the show this week. I don't know if he'd like to do it, but it's a really funny, weird character that he could have a lot of fun chewing up and spitting out with the scenery." So I said to my manager, I said, "Tell him thank you, but no." And I said, I'm licking my wounds over the cancellation of the series today. And I said, I don't really want to go guest star on somebody else's show. And in truth, I had never really watched Seinfeld, even though at the time it was the number one show. Well, come to find out, the following morning, I get a call at about 10 o'clock, and my manager says to me, "Get out of bed. I never called last night. They're waiting for you over there in an hour." So I ended up going over there, and there I was at the table read, and Seinfeld being the most disorganized show on television, they only had half the script written. And sure enough, by the end of the week and through the taping, Elaine was working for the J. Peterman Company, and I had a job. Everybody looked at me and they said, "Well, welcome to the cast." But it's funny, I learned a lot, because the second I finished that table read.
Okay, let me ask you how.
When we discuss the legal,
let me ask you how.
Note that
going over there and
find our discussion.
Let me ask you how.
And I had a job. Everybody looked at me and they said, "Well, welcome to the cast." But it's funny, I learned a lot, because the second I finished that table read, I picked up the script and I walked away to an area that was secure. I called my manager and I said, "This is the number one show on television." I said, "It's not funny." I said, "It's not funny." Now, what I didn't know, and it took me a while to learn, was that it wasn't Golden Girls funny. It wasn't a show that your job was to set a joke up and deliver a punchline. Set the joke up and deliver a punchline. It wasn't the way it was. Seinfeld was funny because everybody played their scenes like it was Streetcar Named Desire. Everybody was so passionate and over. I mean, it was like Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf? It was like Richard Burton and Elizabeth Taylor going at each other tooth and nail. That's what made the scene funny. If you played it for the drama, it was funny as the comedy. And that's something that not a lot of people realize, and it took me a while to realize it as well, that I had to play it as a drama. And that included, you know, the intensity of J. Peterman for his, you know, miswanderings around the world and his river markets that he was always traveling to in search of an elusive swashbuckler and what have you. But I had to learn a new style of comedy, and that's what made Seinfeld different.
You were right all along. Since the Jews were there originally, since the Jews possessed the ancestral tradition, then the only way that new tradition of Christianity can be validated is if its originators were able to say, yes, in fact, we were wrong, we were right, let's move on to this new faith. This is a complex kind of theological relationship that is really baked into Christianity. It's not nearly as strong in Islam. Islam developed a couple of notions that allowed Muslims to regard Jews who were kind of like their intellectual grandparents rather than their spiritual parents. And so there's more of a distance with the Jews. There are similarities, but it's very important to Christianity. And in fact, it colors much of Catholic relationship with the Jews and with the state of Israel to the present day. But for now, how is that expressed in reality? So according to St. Augustine, basically, the Doctrine and Witness says that Jews must be preserved, but they should not be preserved in an elevated state. In other words, if the whole idea is to keep the Jews around in order to reinforce Christian belief and to validate the credibility of Christianity, then it doesn't make sense if the Jews are, obviously engaged in a lot of consumption that is conspicuous before their neighbors. If you have a Christian peasant walking down the street and he sees, 12th century, a Jew driving by in a Bentley or something, he says, wait a second, how come I live in a mud hut and this guy drives a Bentley, right? So the idea is that the Jews have to be sort of, repressed so that their success in material realm is not expressed to the outside world. This is seen in many different pieces of legislation. The requirement of Jews to wear a distinctive humiliating badge, restrictions on their movement, their settlement, their economic activity, and so on, much of which is really antithetical to what the king and the state is trying to do, which is to expand Jewish privileges because they bring in a lot of money. The economics are going to be discussed very soon. So this is something that's sort of like built into Christianity. We see it repeated several times throughout medieval legislation from the Church Canada. Now, where this is perhaps most strongly seen in canon law with regards to Jews is a whole bunch of legislation that specifically bans fraternization between Jews and Christians. We see it in the Council of Elvira in Spain in the 4th century, where the Jews and Christians are specifically banned from conducting meals together and to drink wine together, things like that. Note that Jews, by the way, are also engaged in pretty similar kind of legislation. Jews from the Talmud, for example, the ban on drinking wine touched by non-Jews. We'll discussion about that. So the idea was to try to keep them separate, or that both Jews and Christians could maintain their distinct traditions. The Christian legislation seems to be very concerned that Jews will, in fact, affect Christian belief and will erode it in a very significant way. So we see a lot of these kinds of things. It's also fascinating, by the way, to know that they have to pass laws like Christians are forbidden to attend Jewish religious ceremonies in synagogue, something that apparently was quite popular in St. John Chrysostom's Antioch and elsewhere. Now, but when we move to medieval Europe in particular, besides the fraternization issues, which will receive a lot of attention in the 12th century and the 13th century as the church grows stronger. One of the things in the early period that is especially important, as we discussed in the last video, is the idea of slave ownership, and specifically slaves who become Christians. One of the most important voices on this is a bishop named Agobard, who is based in Lyon, which is on the Rhone River in France. And Agobard was absolutely furious with the notion that Jews, who are supposed to be like in a demeaned state, according to the Doctrine and Witness, should own Christian slaves. Now, Agobard was not against slavery per se. Everyone owned slaves. He wasn't trying to change the institution of slavery. What he really objected to was the idea that Jews who should be in a lowly state should own Christians, and they should, Christians should be forced to do what Jews tell them to do, not in a regular employment arrangement, but in a slavery arrangement. So he offered, for example, to compensate Jews for any Christian slaves that they might own, which threatened the social order. We see that Emperor Henry IV's charter specifically forbade this because slaves could say, hey, I'm just going to get myself baptized. Agobard will pay off my debt to the Jew, and then I'll be free. It's a great way out. So the state specifically wanted to stop that because they wanted to keep the social order the way it was. They wanted to keep the Jews making lots of money, and losing their slaves at a moment's notice could make a huge difference. We should also note that Agobard's offer was not quite as generous as it sounds because its currency had been devalued in his lifetime, and he was offering to pay the gold value when the current value of slaves was actually far higher. So at any rate, Agobard wrote a lot of things. His disciples wrote even more things, which tended to be increasingly anti-Semitic, and slavery was one of the main issues that we included. But it's also important to note that there's another phenomenon going on that is especially expressed in the strange story of a church deacon named Bodo. I'd like to talk about him a little bit because it's just so fascinating. His story is he was born in 814 to an aristocratic family. He was educated from his childhood in a monastery, and then he showed some talent, so he was moved to the imperial court. Very scholarly, groomed for high office, and then something weird happened. He asked for permission to go on a pilgrimage to Rome. He was given that particular privilege. On his way, he changed his journey. He went instead to Spain, converted to Judaism, grew a beard, married a Jewish wife. The whole thing was absolutely fantastic. Now, this was like a
special thing that I'd like to show you.
It was like a
And it is
scandal. And what was even worse is that Rocky was insane.
Can you turn up the volume?
Just in a regular hotel room. Just a regular hotel room, but there's one special thing that I'd like to show you. And it is
when it comes to
Can you turn up the volume?
This is especially true because at this time the church
just in a regular hotel room. Just a regular hotel room, but
they have been working with a Latin translation of the Bible for a very long time. It's called the Vulgate. But as scholarship developed, we had to like, can we really rely on this Latin translation? It would be nice to know what the actual Hebrew original said. Of course, if you want to know the Hebrew original, you've got to go to Jewish experts. And all this contact of churchmen and scholar Jews posed a risk to Christian faith. This is likely what happened with Bodo, who, by the way, took the name as an actor. So, at any rate, he engages in this extensive debate with this individual named Alvaro, who was apparently a Jewish convert to Christianity, and this was an explosive debate that had a tremendous amount of impact on the society. So much more to say about it, but I think this is illustrative of the tensions that erupted between Jews and the church in the 9th century in particular. You're going to have to see how this relationship will unfold over the Middle Ages. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, well, what do you mean? I certainly had a lot of empathy for Emily when I was kind of, because in the beginning I just wanted to tell her story, and it's sort of playing.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So one of the most important aspects of the development of early Ashkenaz is the remarkable attention that was devoted by these migrants.
Right now, nobody's going anywhere. It's on camera right now. She's been out the printer. She's been fine. We gotta get that outside of us. Make sure you don't need medical attention. Get your statement, and then we're gonna come and get her and get her service. Okay, we can do that at destination in Houston. No, it didn't happen here. And why is that? Because it didn't happen here. They're not gonna take you over there. They're gonna say you have to fly back over here to get it. So let's get on the plane. Commissioner's name up there. That's right. We can give you all the names. Sure. I'm the person that was served. You understand that? That's what we're coming in first. If you have any carry-on, you can think about it. We can divide it.
Not only to their organization, but to the society beyond it. Let's just kind of get a moment to look at what that change was. So in 1789, one of the major changes in the French Revolution was a way of looking at Jews who lived in France as actual French citizens, rather than sort of like temporary residents, people who are passing through for hundreds of years, living in exile from Israel. How were they to be dealt with in this modern nation state? So it didn't happen right away. The revolution occurred in 1789. But the founding principles of that revolution basically argued for the equality of all citizens of France, at least all men, at least all white men. But that begged the question: were we going to consider French women as citizens? They said initially no. Were we to consider French Jews as citizens? And that took a little bit more debate. But basically, in 1790, the French extended full emancipation to the Jews of Bordeaux and Bayonne, the Sephardic Jews who were living closer to the Spanish border. And that's largely because they were far more adapted to French culture. They were much more likely to be French speaking, to live in less tightly concentrated units, to have a broader demographic profile, especially economic profile, and so on. But the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine, on the eastern border with Germany, they were a much harder case because they spoke Yiddish, they tended to dress very differently, they were Ashkenazic and so on. But after a year, in 1791, they were also admitted. This resulted in a certain level of outcry from the non-Jewish populations of that region because all of the anti-Semitic regulations, which had restrained Jewish economic activity in particular, were lifted, and suddenly there was a rush of Jews into all parts of the economy that many other non-Jews felt threatened by. So they appealed to Napoleon.
See, if we could hear anything, this is a lot.
Well, why don't we ask the Jews themselves what their intentions are here? What's the major deliberative body of the Jews? There must be some kind of like hope, or must be some sort of Vatican for the Jews. And his advisor said, well, there isn't, at least not in the last 1,800 years since the Sanhedrin met. The Sanhedrin, of course, is the great court of the Jews that was destroyed with the Roman Jewish wars. Napoleon, in his characteristic way, said, that doesn't matter anything to me. I'm Napoleon. let us resurrect the Sanhedrin, and we'll have a representative body of the Jews of Europe, and they'll tell us how they really feel about citizenship. Are they going to be loyal to the state or not? This is a whole story we spoke about in another video, so we can go back to it now. But it was an amazing situation. Of course, the Sanhedrin, first called the Assembly of Jewish Notables, they knew exactly what Napoleon wanted to hear, and they gave him the answers to 12 questions that he posed. And he said, okay, after hearing these answers, I'm going to validate the situation of the Jews as citizens of France. More to say about the story, but if you look at this image, you get a sense of how Napoleon must have viewed it. Here he is, typically humble fashion, holding on to these tablets that say Loi on them, and he's lifting up the fallen maiden who represents Judaism. There is a positively biblical kind of background that looks on somehow a temple in the distance, the Judean desert, and Menorah, and things like that. The caption reads that Napoleon the Great rehabilitates the Jewish religion on the 30th of May, 1886. The Jews, for their part, although there were certain pockets of resistance who thought that this was very, very dangerous, and it would, in fact, be quite dangerous to the structure of Tehillah, they basically welcomed this affirmation of emancipation, and they printed things like this remarkable medallion that celebrates Napoleon's gift of emancipation to the Jews. On the left, you see Napoleon's profile. On the right, you see Napoleon, once again, not someone to fall for false humility. He's portrayed as God himself, presenting the two tablets of the law to a genuflecting Moses. Just incredible. At any rate, that's a major change. And what that means for the Tehillah is that ever since that moment, when Napoleon affirmed the decision of emancipation, basically Jews in modern states, it took about 100 years for the rest of Europe to come around, but Jews in modern states are equal citizens with everybody else, which means that the government deals with Jews as individuals, not as communities. It's not like the medieval period where the king didn't deal with individuals, he dealt with corporations, he dealt with the peasants as a whole, the nobility as a whole, the church as a whole, and it's a big change because now Jews have only a voluntary relationship to their community affiliation. If they choose, they may simply abandon the community and assimilate or simply choose not to affiliate with others into the general body politic. Everything now becomes quite voluntary as opposed to the medieval, the modern period where the Tehillah had actual coercive power, where it was an arm of the state where the king had vested in the Tehillah or in the Jewish community some authority to force Jews to actually behave according to his dictates. So that's kind of like the dark side of the Tehillah. On the one hand, it's quite coercive, and Jews were forced to essentially behave according to its dictates. This was a very salutary element of the Tehillah because it meant that it was very hard to assimilate. The only way to assimilate to the general population was to switch religions, to actually become Christian. That's actually a very high bar, and so very few Jews were simply willing to leap over it. Only with modernity do we have large-scale assimilation because it's possible to simply not affiliate with the community and float into a secular identity without necessarily converting. The Tehillah also had tremendous powers of taxation, and they could use the funds that they generated from the Tehillah to provide for a very expensive self-government, a social safety network that was really unparalleled in the age. It was not strong on the participation of women, as we shall see, but there were ample roles for women to exercise power, particularly at the grassroots level, and especially in kind of disruptive activities, as we shall see. Let's look at how this structure is run. So first of all, the Tehillah usually coalesced around a group of leaders called the Tuvei Ha'ir, literally translated as the good people of the city. This number was typically 7. It was invariably only men, and typically wealthy men, who formed this cadre. They were put there by a quasi-democratic election where all Jewish males, sometimes property holders, but not exclusively, would vote for the Tuvei Ha'ir. being a member of the Tubei here was, on the one hand, a great honor and something that was to be pursued, but at the same time, it carried tremendous responsibilities, not only in terms of actually administering the Kehillah, but also in terms of expected financial contributions. It's a lot like the structure of modern synagogues today. They follow very similar patterns. If you're elected to the board of directors, that is a position of great honor, and you should be proud of yourself. But at the same time, there are expectations that you will support the synagogue with your wealth, not only with your energy. The Tubei here would appoint a Parnas, who is literally the president. The word Parnas means a provider, and that might be the one who was perhaps the wealthiest among them, but he had the executive powers, and I can say he because these were men. They would also hire a rabbi, and the rabbi would be in charge of a beit din, or a court. This is one of the interesting factors of the Kehillah that is replicated again in synagogue formalities. The rabbi is, on the one hand, an employee of the Tubei and he can be dismissed. But on the other hand, he represents rabbinic authority that undergirds all of this system. So sometimes the Tubei and the rabbi are not in a kind of a dynamic where the rabbi will exercise a check on the Tubei and the Tubei because they write his checks, they will exercise a sort of balancing against the rabbi as well. The rabbi tends to be the most charismatic and populist individual in Jewish leadership, but he is nevertheless dependent upon the Tubei here for his financial well-being, and so the two groups tend to have a kind of a dynamic relationship between the two of them, which is not always cordial, but nevertheless stable. So under these groups, you have the Parnas and the rabbi both control Gabayim. This term Gabai, that's a singular, is used in modern synagogues today, and it's sort of like what's sometimes translated as a Bido, which sounds a funny word. Basically, a synagogue functionary who chooses who is given what synagogue honors in the daily services and things like that. In modern parlance, the Gabai seems to be a fairly low-level person, but in the Kehillah, Gabai literally means a collector or an enforcer. Both the Tubei through the Parnas and the rabbi through the beit din could enforce their regulation. For example, if a person, disagreed with his tax assessment, too bad, the Gabai would collect it. If a person insisted on refusing to appear before the beit din, so that the Gabai would come out there, then they would arrest him. They would actually impose corporal punishment upon him for repeatedly refusing to appear before the beit din. So they actually had real muscle. And this muscle was backed up by the king, because the king wanted the Jewish community to function effectively and to be able to hand over reliably the tax revenues that they generated by the various activities that the king had authorized, as we discussed in previous classes. So they had real power. It was a coercive organization in many ways. But here's the upside. The Parnas would set up a whole network of chevras. Chevra basically means an association, a group of friends, a chaver means friend, a colleague, a comrade, a group. And the chevra were essentially social service agencies that could serve a wide variety of purposes for the Kehillah. This is the amazing thing, that the Jews essentially set up their own localized municipal social service networks that represented a huge level of self-help that allowed the Jews, especially the poorer Jews, to rely on their community for support through difficult times. A few examples of the Chevra. Every community would have a Chevra Kadisha, literally the holy society. This was the most important of the Chevras, and essentially this dealt with Jewish burial, preparation of the dead, for burial, with wrapping and shrouds and so on. This particular Chevra was considered the most elevated of all of them, and belonging to the Chevra Kadisha was the greatest honor. It also represented a very difficult task, working with corpses to prepare them for burial. It was considered something that was reserved for people of high dignity and authority, and it was considered very important. Below that, you would have, for example, a Chevra Shas, which would be a committee dedicated to education, or the Chevra Bika Cholim that would deal with health and visiting the sick and so on. The Chevra Tomchei Shabbos, which would be a food bank. Sometimes these names would change from community to community, but all of them exist in a well-organized Orthodox communities to ensure it moves its way. The committee for Ozer Dollar, poor relief, for Hafnasas Kala, the preparation of weddings for poor brides, Ninat Tzedek, which would be travel and pure hospitality, Chevra Tehillim for purely religious purposes, like music songs, and all of these Chevras. Of course, it would vary from community to community, the density of the Chevras. Unlike the higher levels of peer leadership, these tend to be dominated by women. Women tend to perform a high degree of the volunteeristic tasks associated with the supporting the community, and they would receive funds from the taxation that was executed by the Tuvayer in order to make sure that their functions continue to progress. And with this remarkable social safety net, the Kehillah was able to survive. Now, it is important to note that there were a few options for appeal to the coercive nature of the Tuvayer that include, for example, sanctum disruption of prayers, which was kind of built in, and was something that could be used by women as well. That, for example, during the daily prayers, if a woman felt that her claim had not been adequately addressed by the Tuvayer or by the Beit Din, she could go show up in shul, walk into the men's section, stand on the bima, and refuse to allow the services to continue until she received assurances that she would be heard. This, of course, was subject to a certain degree of abuse. It was a fairly extreme form of sanctioned disruption, that nevertheless did allow many elements of society that did not have conventional power to be able to nevertheless make sure that their classes were there. And by and large, this Kehillah structure really functioned very well right up until Napoleon basically destroyed it with the destruction of the corporate nature of Jewish society. A lot more to say about what that actually meant and how it fell apart in other countries like Germany and in Russia. But even in today's American society, the Kehillah has a huge influence on admittedly voluntaristic organizations like in the modern city. Okay, well, I have a lot more to say about the Jewish community, but for now, I hope you enjoyed watching this video. Thank you very much for watching. Let us continue our discussion of the early Ashkenazi community by looking a little more closely at family life and at women's experience in particular. So one of the most fascinating sources we have for the demographics of family life in early Ashkenazi are the Crusade martyrologies that date from the very late 11th century and the early 12th century. The Crusades, which we'll discuss a little bit later, extremely important event in the development of the early Ashkenaz. There were a series of very horrific massacres in the Rhineland, which were memorialized by Jewish writers in a series of chronicles, which list in great detail the horrific nature of the violence and their tributes to the victims. That's where they're martyrology. Incidentally, we also have Christian accounts of these crusades that corroborate a lot of the horrific details of these massacres. But if we look at these martyrologies, specifically for the family data, the vital statistics of the families that are represented there, you get a lot more interesting information about how the Jews organize themselves as families. Again, it's kind of a weird data set because it's looking at lists of victims of families. And obviously, this is not the purpose for which it was recorded, but nevertheless, we can include some data. And I borrowed from the great work of Kenneth Stowe here, who wrote about this in his book, Alienated by Body. So, if we look at minds, for example, the chronologies list 168 different groups of people. 122 of them are broken down into families, and 46 are solitaries, meaning individuals who were killed by the Crusaders who were probably students or orphans not connected to other family members. So we have very similar data on Worms and that seem to be following the same sort of pattern. We don't have any kind of data like this for contemporary Christian families, which makes it difficult to compare Jews to Christians, of course, but nevertheless, we can see some internal comparisons. So what do we see from Marx? First of all, the marriage rate is close to 100%. Very high stress placed on marriage. That this is something that is an ideal for people who come of age. Surprisingly, however, the average family size is somewhat small. One would think, perhaps, based on looking at contemporary modern Orthodox families, which tend to be fairly large, these families in early Ashkenaz have on average only 2 children. And only 15% of those families live in multi-generational households. Now again, remember the data set is looking at people who are victims of crusader violence. Maybe there's some special reason why certain groups were able to avoid that violence and not listed in the martyrologies. But if we assume that it had nothing to do with the size of the family or the generational quality of the family, this seems to be a reasonable assumption about the nature of all Jewish families, not just those who were killed by the Crusaders. It might have a lot to do with urbanization and with the economics of family size in urban environments. Whenever Jews become urbanized, like all people, when they become urbanized, they tend to have smaller numbers of children, as opposed to rural economies, which are based on having more hands out in the field and having larger families is much more of an economic benefit. And it also probably relates to the use of birth control, which is discussed among the scholars at that time, specifically something called off, which Tosfos will discuss that. We'll talk about the Tosfos in the class. So the fascinating kind of insights, I think that their family size was actually surprisingly small, average of 2 children, and that these households were not multi-generation. If we look a little bit at the lives of women in the medieval period, there's so much to say here. I'm going to try and compress this into a very short space of time. There's one really important thing that really comes from the nature of how Judaism traditionally regards the activity of women. This requires kind of a chart to explain it. I think an easy way to understand how men and women experience Judaism from a very different perspective, a gender perspective, a sex perspective. The easiest way to look at it is to consider how the commandments are considered from the perspective of man versus woman. They are viewed differently. Basically, we can divide all of the commandments in the Torah and the rabbinic tradition, of which there are 613 according to the Jewish calendar. We can divide them into positive commandments and negative commandments. That is, those commandments which are thou shalt do, go out and do something, and those which are thou shalt not, refrain from doing something. We can also divide those horizontal axis as those which are defined by time. Go do this at a particular time, or do not do this at this particular time. And other commandments which are not defined by time, meaning that you must always do these commandments anytime, and you must never do these commandments during these particular times. Examples: a positive commandment, which is defined by time, would be the commandment to sit in a sukkah, right, which is an outdoor dwelling used only for the holiday of Sukkot. A negative commandment defined by time would be do not eat bread on the holiday of Passover. You can eat bread the rest of the year, but on Passover, do not eat bread. Right? So it's positive and negative defined by time. Now, not defined by time would be like honor father and mother. That is positive, it has no time limits. There are perhaps other limits, use of parents, things like that, not for our discussion today, but the commandment to honor your father and mother is always relevant regardless of time. And similarly, do not murder, once again, self-defense, war, things like that, but there might be exceptions, but do not murder is not defined by time. There's never a time when murder is accepted. Yeah. Discussing broad strokes, just to give you a point of this. How does this relate to women? The distinction for women is that women are exempt from one category of commandment events in traditional Judaism, those which are positive and defined by time, which means that a whole host of activities, such as, for example, going to synagogue to pray with is something which is positive and defined by time, because it's the morning prayer, the afternoon prayer, the evening prayer. Women are exempt. They still have the obligation to pray, but they don't have to be locked into a communal time structure. This obviously has huge advantages for putting women in charge of domestic tasks, such as child rearing, which do not admit to schedule, as someone who is multiple children. Parents technically no time commitment that is exclusive for child rearing. And so this would really emphasize the distinction between being active in the public sphere and being active in the private sphere. The private sphere tend to be women's domain. There are some exceptions, such as, for example, lighting candles on Friday night. That is positive. We'll light the candles. It is defined by time on Friday night. And it is nevertheless associated with women, before it comes to Passover and things like that. But in general, that is the overwhelming distinction for women and men when it comes to the commandments. And it led to a very different kind of experience of Judaism for women everywhere. I don't want to go deeper into this, but we should understand this in order to understand the distinction between men and women in the private and sphere. Economically, however, it's important to point out that since men were involved, Ashkenazi men were overwhelmingly involved in commerce, women were also overwhelmingly involved in economic activities like commerce, specifically when it dealt not so much with international travel, which would be more on public domain, but in terms of private shopkeeping, being money lenders. Many examples of very successful active money lenders because of the distinction between public and private being something that was open to them. Well, so much more to say, but let's stop here and we're going to pick up with the marriage plans the next video. Thank you very much for watching.
Offerings to the mermaids in order to, have a bountiful harvest at sea. So there are these symbiotic relationships that people can have with mermaids. It's not all about
Tight.
drowning, but there's just as many sort of they aren't necessarily.
Let us continue our discussion on the early Ashkenazi family and women by looking at the activity of Rabbi Gershom, Meor, and our Rabbi Gershom, the light of the exile, who had some very important to say about marriage that affected these Ashkenazi activity. So, Jewish women who, of course, married someone younger than they are today, it was not at all uncommon to have child betrothals, even in the single digits, although actual marriage tended to be limited to the age of 12 and up. I know that's shocking.
What you want to do is save hundreds when Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance. That's great, but can you ask your friend to...
Observing the so-called laws of family purity, which involved the visitation of a
Did you see Sebastian's wife doing a handstand on the edge of an infinity pool?
No.
I almost wanted to hit my wife and go, you can't do anything. You told Sebastian's wife, look at this. I'm having such FOMO, Tommy.
Yeah, well, you can take a vacation.
No, I can't.
Well, that's true.
I can't.
Probably a good time to mention that we both have huge obligations this summer that are going to take us away from vacations and anything else.
Obviously, we're trying to figure out our schedules for this summer. Tom's making a big movie. And I said to someone, they're like, what happens with two bears? We're like, we have no idea. I mean this for real. We don't have the kind of budgets where we can just go, let's take privates and meet each other in Austin.
No, it's crazy.
We're really kind of just trying to get it done.
Yeah.
I had a theory about this with comedy, actually. I think that I think that bubble has subsided a little bit. Yeah, well, you can tell that by our ticket sales. I had a theory about this with comedy. Actually, I think that I think the bubble has subsided a little bit.
Yeah, well, you can tell that by our ticket sales.
I get back from a short vacation to Tom and Bert planning their retirement. Tom's not taking the summer off, he's staging his exit. This is phase 3 of the master plan to quietly dip out of podcasting, become a serious Hollywood actor, and monetize all of his comedian friends through WireMate Studios on the way out. That's the business model now. Turn your friends into content, sell them back to their own fans, then disappear behind a paywall. Meanwhile, Bert's over here acting like this is just a scheduling conflict, like they're so busy with big projects this summer that they might not be able to record a few podcasts. These guys couldn't even be fucked to phone it in from a hotel room now. Here's the truth of it. They've both checked out. Tom and Bert are entering the post-comedy phase of their careers. Some would actually argue that they're still in the pre-comedy phase, but forget about that for now because this is their retirement arc. No more killing, no more viral Kool-Aid clips, just cruise control until their audience gives up and moves on to the next guy with a microphone and a half-functioning frontal lobe. Wait, am I that guy? Damn. And so the pandemic comedy boom bubble that Joe Rogan accidentally created by sneezing in Austin is bursting, and everyone knows it. Even Andrew Schultz, who literally made his entire career riding the algorithm wave, said it out loud on Flagrant. The comedy scene is bloated, the fan base is burnt, and the live show business is heading for a reset. But we'll come back to that later because while Tom and Bert are out there getting Harvey Weinsteined by Netflix executives, they're handing over the reins to Two Bears, One Cave to a couple of their comedy buddies. This is the beginning of the end. If you've been following both my channels here on YouTube and also over on Patreon, shout out to all you legends on Patreon, by the way, you'll know that this latest move from Tom and Bert perfectly fits into this timeline. Like, this shit is almost too predictable at this point. And Bert's completely lost in the sauce. He's in a full-blown FOMO spiral because Sebastian Maniscalco's wife is doing handstands on an infinity pool and wants to slap his own wife because she can't live up to his Instagram feed. Meanwhile, Bert's out here looking like the before pic in an Ozempic infomercial.
You know, I told you this downstairs, but I'm having real FOMO.
Yeah, for like parenting stuff.
Dude, Sebastian's in Corsica with his kids. His wife, did you see Sebastian's wife doing a handstand on the edge of an infinity pool?
No.
I almost wanted to hit my wife. You can't do anything. Well, Sebastian's wife, look at her.
It's pretty nuts.
She's doing a fucking handstand. Leanne couldn't even stand on the edge of an infinity pool.
Yeah, you should definitely.
Look at that. This is why Instagram needs to shut down. I'm looking at this. Now go to Andrew Schultz. Look at this. Look, they look great. Clean clothes, no stains, no ice cream stains. They're on a goddamn boat.
Yeah, that's awesome.
They're on a boat. She looks amazing. Girl, look at that little fun kid car.
Hotel du Cap.
Maybe we shouldn't tell them where we stand.
It's on the Instagram.
Oh, yeah, it's on Instagram. Now go to Andrew Schultz. Look at this. I don't know why this is all promo stuff. Get out of here. It's even two accounts. Oh, never mind. Oh, go to stories. Okay, look at that. Beautiful little girl in Ibiza, Spain. Look at this.
Oh, yeah,
just a bunch of New York Jews swimming in the ocean. Don't even care about Gaza.
Yep.
And then look at this. Great food.
Oh, yeah.
Look at cocktails in the afternoon. This is killing me. And then, of course, he's got a snorkel on. This guy doesn't belong in the ocean. But the fish, he's panicked. This is New York for you. He's like, I'm going to get the piranhas.
Scared.
The piranhas. Is that dove? Look at this. Everyone's young, beautiful. The kid's got a nanny. Kids taking a nap. They're partying balls. This is what comedy podcasting looks like in 2025. Two multi-millionaires sitting in a studio scrolling Instagram, venting their jealousy in real time. This isn't a bit. This is not satire. This is Bert Kreischer spiraling because Sebastian Maniscalco is younger, better looking, and more famous than he is. Hold up, they're both the same age? Fuck me dead, they're both the same age. Jeez, Bert's looking rough. He spends a full 2 minutes daydreaming about hitting his wife because she doesn't post thirst traps like Sebastian's wife, while Tom just sits there nodding like this is a totally normal thing to say into a microphone with the cameras rolling. Like, imagine being that deep into your own FOMO that you start resenting your own wife for not being Instagram worthy.
Bert's not just jealous, he's in a full-blown identity crisis. His brain has been completely scrambled by social media, just like Joe Rogan. Except while Rogan's gone full Facebook boomer, Bert's scrolling through Andrew Schultz's vacation photos like a real housewife mid-divorce. At this point, Bert isn't even a comedian. He's a pick-me girl with a podcast. The man is living in constant fear that everyone's having more fun without him. He's a human comment section, a pre-viral meme. Watching Bert navigate his Instagram feed is like watching that scene in Jumanji where the girl gets stuck in Jack Black's body, except Bert's fatter, sweatier, and less talented than Jack Black. And while he's ranting about nanny privilege and ice cream stains, we start to get the real reason this episode exists in the first place. Because underneath all the screaming and the screenshots and the FOMO is a quiet little pivot away from comedy. Tom and Bert are hitting pause on Two Bears, One Cave while they chase their dreams or clutch at straws. Just depends how you look at it.
But look at this. I'm having such fucking FOMO, Tommy.
Yeah, well, you can take a vacation.
No, I can't.
Oh, that's true.
I can't.
Well, actually, we both really have to stop soon because it's probably a good time to mention that we both have huge obligations this summer that are going to take us away from vacations and anything else.
I'm only here right now to film some episodes to get back to work. Shooting a television show for Netflix. It's called Free Bird. It's you can find the write-up on. I'm not going to tell you about it. I hope you enjoy it. Can you tell us? Can you say what you're doing?
Yeah, now I can. So it's such a. I've always said it's such a weird business. But anyway, so at this point it's already out. So I'm shooting a movie this summer. We're shooting in New Mexico. It's called El Tigre.
Obviously, we're trying to figure out our schedules for this summer. Tom's making a big movie. And I said to someone, they're like, what happens with Two Bears? We're like, we have no idea.
Yeah.
Because you're in New Mexico, I'm in Atlanta, and we don't have the kind of, I mean this for real, we don't have the kind of budgets where we can just go, hey, let's take privates and meet each other in Austin.
No, we're
really kind of just trying to get done.
Yeah.
And they're like, what's Tom doing? I'm like, well, something, and you know how I don't listen.
Yeah.
So now the story is they can't afford to keep podcasting while they're away over the summer. Really, these are two guys who've done entire podcasts while drunk on a boat after a 5K run inside some random party house they hired and literally during Bert's colonoscopy. They're known for banking episodes months in advance. They've flown across the country to do one-off recordings just to promote their vodka brand, but now suddenly they can't make it work. Come on, B. This isn't a money problem, it's a motivation problem. Tom and Bert don't want to podcast anymore, and honestly, fair enough. You can only fake laughter in front of a camera for so long before your soul starts to leak out of your ass. The mask slips, the shorts tighten, the road nicotine patches lose their edge. But what's funny is how they try to frame it like it's out of their control. Like, oh, sorry guys, we just physically can't keep podcasting while doing all these massive high-budget Netflix projects and movie shoots. Right, sounds super tragic, you poor bastards. What's even funnier though is who they've picked to replace themselves with. Because if you've been watching this channel for a while, you already know what happened to Brendan Schaub when Brian Callen ditched him in Austin, Texas. That's right, with a G. It resulted in the slow motion panic attack that Brendan's still suffering from. Schaub struggled to find a replacement and ended up with two guys who looked like they just got evicted from the comedy mothership green room. So he decided to start a new podcast with Jesse, whatever the fuck his name is. But Tom and Bert have pulled a complete reverse Schaub. That's right, I just invented a new phrase. They're stepping away from the podcast and it's immediately about to get better. They throw the keys to Chris DiStefano and Stavi, and suddenly the most tired show on YMH has potential again. Honestly, this is what fumbling upwards looks like.
So we were thinking that, you know, you have your show, I have this movie, we're both off the grid, so to speak. We want to keep podcasts coming out. So we thought a fun thing to do would be, why don't we ask some friends to do episodes for us?
Yeah, and we have so many great friends that do podcasts that are, either in Austin or New York or LA. So we thought it'd be fun for you guys to get in the comments right now and tag who you'd love to see as guest bears.
Yeah.
And then we'll read all of those. And then Tom and I are going to pick who we want and not care who you want.
Right. We'll see your suggestions.
We'll see them, but we aren't going to listen. I'll pick Chris Stefano and Stavi.
Okay.
That's it. You said, who do you want? And I think Chris Stefano is the funniest guy on the podcast.
Oh
ever.
my God.
Everything he ever says makes me laugh. He is so quick.
Should we call one now? I'll call Chris.
FaceTime.
Let's see here. Hey, handsome.
Hey, what's up, man? Sorry, I missed the call.
That's cool. We're doing a podcast. Look, it's me and Bert. We're telling the audience here that you're going to be doing.
What's up, Chris?
We're telling people that you guys are going to be doing some guest episodes for us. So everyone here is excited.
Yes, I'm pumped to do it with, I believe I'm with Stavros.
Yeah, perfect. I was.
I'm also happy to be on FaceTime with Bert Fresher and me.
Yeah, there they are. He's got fresh painted nails. He's real excited, dude.
We're going to send you guys 5 talking points we want to hear you guys talk about, and then you can talk about whatever.
Amazing, dude.
So instead of recording a few banked episodes like they've done 100 times before, Tom and Bert have decided to tap out and hand the reins to a couple of guest bears. And for once, they actually made a good call, because here's the thing. I like Chrissy D, I like Stubby. These are two of my favorite comedy podcasters, right up there with Tim Dillon and Mark Normand. They're fast, they're unhinged, they don't pretend to be the wise old elders of the comedy scene. They're just funny, which is more than I can say for these two jerk-offs. So while Tom's off in New Mexico trying to remember his lines and Bert's in Atlanta crying into a bowl of edibles, Chrissy D and Starvey will be injecting a little actual life into the two bears' corpse. And I'm here for it. It's the best thing to happen to that podcast since Bert started wearing makeup to hide his bloated red corpse. But somewhere in between the forced laughter and the nail polish fumes, something slipped out there. A momentary glitch. A Freudian slip, if you will. Bert starts rambling about the good old days about when we were comics. That's right, the past tense, the accidental honesty. He says it out loud, not as comics, not as working comedians, not even back when we started, when we were comics. Like it's already over.
You know what I was thinking? You know what's crazy? I don't know, this is a weird thought, but I was looking at like when we were comics versus when these guys are comics. And I feel like
maybe when we were comics.
When we were
new comics?
No, when we were their age.
Oh.
Like, whatever happened to the middle class of comedy?
Middle class.
Like the middle class. Like when we were like, how about this? Forget ages. When we were like 12 years in, 15 years in, 12 years in, okay? Everyone was doing clubs. Everyone was making $2,500. You guys were making $6,000. Maybe you guys were making $25,000. There weren't a lot of people making crazy money. And then all of a sudden, something happened with comedy. I don't know if it was podcasting, but the wage cap is just so far.
It's so enormous.
There's no middle class anymore. Like even like these guys are all doing arenas and huge theaters. Like the other day, on Saturday, on Sunday, I'm sitting in my backyard and I'm not working. You know, I'm having coffee. I have nothing to do on Sunday, and I open the New York Times app, and 3 of my friends are in the New York Times. They're all doing very, very big things, but they're not like 30-year comics. And we're not talking about Seinfeld. It was Shane, Schultz, and Dave Smith are all in the New York Times. Separately, Shane, I mean, I didn't read the articles, but I only read Dave Smith's article. I didn't read the articles, kind of, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know, if it's positive or negative, I don't want it to affect.
You don't know what the articles were even about?
It was about Schultz being, I really don't know.
Okay.
I really didn't. I mean, I kind of glanced over it.
Was Shane's about his show?
Yeah, but I think it was good.
Okay. And what was the Dave? This is a great story.
The Dave one.
Yeah.
He's America's foremost political journalist. That's what the majority of it is all about. He's like a political journalist now. Schultz is. So is Theo, and so is Dave. Dave's was a negative piece. Podcasters shouldn't be talking about politics. Podcasters shouldn't be interviewing politicians. Podcasters.
Oh wow, the remarkable idiocy. That's a pretty aggressive headline, man.
He went head to head with this guy on Rogan.
Yeah, that got a lot of traction. That was a huge thing.
Bert spends this entire episode bouncing between jealousy and nostalgia, like a guy who just found his college hoodie in a box full of divorce papers. You can almost feel it. The quiet panic, belonging. He's still chasing the high off that Rolling Stone article from 25 years ago, the one that kickstarted his whole career, back when being the party animal felt like a title, not a warning label. And now he's scrolling through his phone like a widowed frat boy, trying to convince himself that a FaceTime with Chrissy D counts as still being in the game. He sees Shane Gillis in the New York Times, and suddenly it's a therapy session. Bert Kreischer's name-dropping addiction comes off like he's listing the exes who moved on without him. And true to form, he doesn't read a single one of the articles. Not one, just headlines. This is Rogan levels of media literacy. He even admits it. I didn't actually read it, but I kind of glanced over it. Then proceeds to give a full-blown opinion piece like he wrote the damn thing. Bert's become exactly what Joe Rogan turned into 5 years ago. A guy who skims a tweet, repeats it on camera, and calls it a conversation. This is what it looked like when you're addicted to staying relevant but allergic to information. And speaking of that New York Times article, can we talk about Andrew Schultz? Because apparently he is now being framed as America's foremost political journalist. Like, how the fuck did this happen? How did you people let this happen? Who's tuning into Flagrant for political journalism? Schultz made his name wearing tight pants and posting stand-up clips on Instagram. Now he's the new fucking Walter Cronkite of YouTube. This guy's entire brand is cutting off his guests mid-sentence to crack a fart joke about the deep state. And somehow that qualifies as thought leadership. It's crazy, but it also kind of makes perfect sense. The comedy scene has become so bloated with podcasters pretending to be public intellectuals that even the New York Times can't tell the difference anymore. But speaking of public intellectuals, it's time for a Schultz epiphany about something that we've all been saying for a couple of years now. Better late than never, huh, Schultzy?
It's already a unique experience. Like, seeing people on screens is like nothing now. Now going to see someone live is like being what being on TV used to be.
Oh, that's interesting. So the live experience is not replicatable by AI. So we want to go do live things, but live is so expensive now that people are kind of like hesitant.
Lower your prices.
I'm not on a road.
That's smart.
Yeah.
Smart to not be on the road right now.
Why, is the road rough right now?
Yeah, it's not great.
So I wonder. I had a theory about this with comedy. Actually, I think that I think the bubble has subsided a little bit.
Yeah, well, you can tell that by your ticket sales.
Go check out Jonas and Chris on a road.
Go see Property Owner.
No, but I think there's a version of it. Like, I remember Shane and I were doing a show in Canada, and it was an outdoor show, and there was like 40,000 people. People were sitting on a bridge watching the show from the bridge, right? And I was like, yeah, this is the end of it. Like, it should never be this big. And it has to kind of come down. It doesn't mean it comes all the way down. But I think that, like, after COVID, everybody wants to be outside. They want to laugh. Comedy dominated the culture. The most influential person in the world loves comedy. And because of that, there's, like, interest in the people that he influences, obviously Rogan. And I think everybody got those experiences. And I think for a little bit now, they're just like, all right, we're cool. We saw 4 or 5 shows.
Yeah.
And then I don't think it goes away entirely, but I think there's a little bit of a reset.
100%.
It's gonna be a purge.
Yeah. You think it's purge?
There's gonna be some we're cutting the fat or whatever. Yeah, I just think certain comics are gonna whatever. Certain comics are gonna sustain. I'm just gonna see these.
So this is where we've landed. Schultz sitting on Flagrant having a full-on light bulb moment about the comedy bubble collapsing, and it only took, 2 sold-out tours, a comedy special, bait and switch, and a full-blown podcast industrial complex to get there. He says, and I quote, "The most influential person in the world loves comedy." Notice what he didn't say. He didn't say the most influential person in the world is a comedian, just that he loves comedy, which is true. Joe Rogan absolutely loves comedy, in the same way Elon Musk loves free speech, as long as he's the one doing the talking. And then Akash, bless his little heart, chimes in with his big prediction about there being a purge in the comedy scene. A purge from Akash Singh. That's like Brendan Shaw warning about shitty open micers. You're the purge, dude. You are the one being purged. But honestly, they're not wrong. The whole stand-up boom that Rogan helped inflate during the pandemic is finally running out of gas, and everyone's suddenly pretending like they saw it coming. Like this wasn't completely obvious from the moment every single podcaster started booking 5,000-seaters to recycle the same 5 dick jokes from 2019. Who knew that charging top dollar for low-effort banter and self-congratulatory stage walks would eventually lose its flavor? I mean, don't get me wrong, comedy's not dying, it's just resetting. The fans have comedy fatigue, the money's drying up, and even the algorithm is starting to check out. And that's a fucking computer. But for now, let's all enjoy this moment where the guys who built their empires on attention and overexposure finally start whispering the one thing they've never thought to say out loud. Maybe less is more. Remember, if you want to stay up to date on all the uploads, make sure you smash that subscribe. Then
how are you?
My second channel, Podcast Cringe Bites, and subscribe so you don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week.
Yo, what's going on? Long time no see. Very cool. What's good in your neck of the woods? All right. Did you get all that shit worked out? All right. Does it seem to be going your way? All right. Well, that's good to hear.
But what does Toastable do that's so unusual? Well, basically, they take an analytical approach where they say, okay, this is what it says over here. This is what Rashi says here. But if we go 600 pages later in the Talmud, you'll see something that apparently contradicts it. How can this be? How can we have a contradictory passage in the Talmud? And so they will endeavor to try and reconcile them or discuss that perhaps they're referring to different situations. But basically, they take a very holistic, analytical, critical approach that was exceptionally important to advancing the intellectual life of Ashkenazi Jewry, because it took the Talmud from basically a kind of a text that you would read and slowly absorb it to something which was really subject to searing investigation and held up to a very high standard of analytical rigor, and I think it had a major impact on Ashkenazi mind. Okay, let's stop here. I want to, in the next video, look at one of my favorite parts of Ashkenaz, and that is in the south, the region of Provence, which is far from the Ashkenazic center, but shares a lot of elements with Ashkenaz. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Thank you for coming back and watching more about this fascinating history of Jews and Ashkenaz. So today I'd like to look at the southern region of Europe, which is really only partially Ashkenazic. It's like the borderland region, the region of Provence. And it basically follows the Rhone River. That extends basically from Lyon down to Marseille. The port is at Havre. It covers the southern coast of France and the Mediterranean. This is why it is such a special region, because first of all, there's a certain amount of indigenous Talmudic culture, like we discussed in the previous class with Toastable in particular. That's kind of like a French school that's active in this region. But you also have a significant number of Spanish migrants who are making their way over the Pyrenees Mountains into this region, bringing with them a very different approach to Talmudic study, quite distinct from Toastable in a lot of ways, a great attachment to the legitimacy of the Girsa, the text itself, critical methods saying, well, this must be a typographical error, or some typographical scribal error, and things like that. And also some rather unusual wisdom from Arabic sources that they're familiar with. Aristotle, for example, comes into the region because of the Arab fascination with Greek culture that, of course, is familiar to the Jews in Spain as well. And then, as well, you have Maimonides influencing change, particularly in the period of Ashkenazi culture, that turns out to be a huge controversy. And so let's look a little bit at what's going on in Vermont, specifically in Maimonides. So Maimonides is one of the greatest rabbis of the period. He was born in Spain, but as a very young man, he and his family had to flee because he went through an unusual period in Islamic revivalism that was much more intolerant of Jews than previous generations had been. So he made his way across the coast of Africa. He ended up settling finally in Egypt, and he was pretty much set up in a Talmudic scholar, although he had also studied in a university in Tunis elsewhere, so he has medical knowledge. However, his older brother David died in a shipwreck, losing all of the family wealth, and leaving Maimonides and his mother alone. So Maimonides had to say, okay, well, that's it, I've got to go into some kind of business. So he turned to his mind to medicine, but he ended up becoming an extremely successful physician. He was actually the chief pediatrician of the Herod, and very much involved in the Cairo. He lived in nearby Fustat, and he's a fascinating individual. He's paradigmatic in the sense that he represents one of the greatest figures of Spanish Jewish culture, being both fantastic as a scholar in Judaism and being very active in his chosen field of activity, in this case medicine. That's something that happens quite a bit with the Spanish Jewish figures, not so much with the living figures, but at the same time it's quite exceptional. He was not afraid to disagree with lots of other rabbis, which sometimes got him in difficulty, as we shall see. So what kind of things did Maimonides write? He wrote several types of books. First of all, he wrote in his youth a very valuable commentary on the Mishnah, which we discussed in the podcast as well. He also wrote significantly in Arabic lots of medical writings, which are still valuable and studied today. He wrote many letters to far-flung Jewish communities giving them instruction, because early on he was recognized as really the leader of the Arabic-speaking Jewish world. And then he wrote a very fascinating philosophical text called The Guide for the Perplexed. I'm going to go into a little more detail about that in a second. But what's especially fascinating for our purposes is he wrote a massive work called the Mishnah Torah. Follow the lectures we just had a couple of episodes ago. We talked about the codifiers, so he was completely a counter and a codifier. He counted all the mitzvot in his Sefer Mitzvot, the Book of the Commandments, and then he codified all of them on a much larger scale than most other codifiers in this huge book called the Mishnah Torah. Massive compendium. And this became a huge hit. He wrote it in Hebrew, a fairly accessible Hebrew, unlike his Guide for the Perplexed, which was written in Judeo-Arabic and very philosophical in nature. The Mishnah Torah is really written at about middle school level, so it's quite widely studied to this day. Now, the controversy erupted around it. Once the Ibn Tibbet family settles in Provence, they start translating lots of Judeo-Arabic literature into Hebrew, making it available to French Jewish scholars, because the French Jewish scholars are not able to read Arabic. And a lot of it is like so valuable, like the great Muslim, the great African word, Chobos and the Babos, and they also translate Maimonides' Guide for the Perplexed. That gets in a lot of trouble, because there are a lot of French scholars who look at this and they say, oh my gosh, what is this tremendous respect he has for Aristotle? Aristotle is not even Jewish. How can we rely on this pagan Greek author and so on? They criticize Maimonides for being overly reliant on Greek wisdom. Secondly, they're really quite upset because he wrote this huge book and it has no footnotes. So in other words, there are all these controversies in the Talmud. This rabbi says this rabbi says the opposite, and Maimonides simply rules who he thinks is correct. And he has a system for deciding that, but he doesn't provide the background to the discussion. So people in Provence accuse Maimonides of being arrogant, whereas Maimonides' defense was he wanted to make this as accessible and as transparent as possible for regular readers who don't necessarily want to dive into all of the back and forth and minutiae. He wants to make it much much simpler for them. And they were certainly not expressing arrogance, although we did have a very bland stealing prohibition term. So what ended up happening in 1232 is that somehow the Dominican friars got a hold of Maimonides' books. It's quite possible that they were denounced to the Christian rule by Jews in Greece, and they were burned. And the incredible thing, burning the books of Maimonides. 10 years later, of course, the church would find that burning Jewish books is actually a positive thing. And it would be a much larger, high-impact burning wagon loads of Talmuds, precious manuscript versions of Talmuds in the year 1242. But this was all around Maimonides' works, which were now beginning to circulate in the And the controversy kept going for a while. Was it okay to study Maimonides? Was it not okay to study Maimonides? And eventually, the rabbis came to a compromise where they placed a ban studying philosophy until a person reaches the age of 25. It was considered a level of maturity for a person to study these things like Aristotle and Plato without being able to turn aside traditional Jewish. So that's basically the controversy that swirled around Maimonides in the 1200s. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us conclude our discussion in our mind Ashkenazic community by looking at a very unusual indigenous movement called the Hasidic Ashkenazis. They are a movement of thinkers in the 12th and 13th centuries who are especially associated with a kind of reaction to the Crusades. They tend to be far more strict and ascetic than many other groups, but they left a lasting impact on the Ashkenazi community, even though the movement itself happened to peter out, especially with the expulsions of the 14th century. So basically, we have to look at the Crusades to understand what Hasidic Ashkenazis. The Crusades were a movement that was initiated by...
Also, don't forget to hit the link in the description to my Patreon, where you'll find all my uncensored, longer form content covering Rogan Kill.
Neighbors, and allow Christian pilgrims to gain access to the holy sites which were controlled by the Muslims.
I could literally start immediately. I can start immediately. How you like that, dude? We on, baby. You notice my posture? It's the burger method. It's the burger method. Alright, dude, we're back again. Larry just gave us a countdown from the booth. What up, dude? How you been? Doing fine. How was the week? Week was good. How was our time apart? I just basically skedaddled after the last episode. I took off, hopped on a plane the next day. I was California living.
Oh yeah, I forgot you were out there.
Dude, it was awesome.
You're a beach boy.
I was Salt Life. Dude, I am Salt Life. Like,
first off, I'm Salt Life.
Dude, I'm telling you.
I am Salt Life.
Okay, but
there can be more than one Salt Life. I agree.
That's true.
But I am Salt Life.
Dude, I'm telling you, what? I had sand in my hair. I didn't wash my hair.
I got sand in the trunk of the cruise right now.
It wasn't your Salt Life.
Doesn't matter, dude. The beach finds me.
Dude, I love having sand in my car.
Oh, me too. Especially when it wasn't me and someone borrowed my car without asking. That's what I love, sand in my car.
No, dude, it was awesome, man. I'm jet skiing.
That's Salt Life.
Dude, jet skiing. Fuck, man. She was.
Did you rent a Jeep in Key West? Cruise through the town?
I mean, that's not bad.
That's Salt Life.
Did you have a sticker? If you can read this, flip me over.
Bro, did you get a bottle of rum and sit on a palm tree?
That's cool. That's Pirates of the Caribbean.
That is Pirate Life. I might be Pirate Life.
We can both be Salt Life.
All right.
I
I'm big into psychology, though.
Huh?
I call psychology.
That's fine. You can have psychology.
I call weed.
I'm a social worker. I call psychologist. I love that in social work school. They're like, psychologists think they know. It's like, that's because they genuinely know more than you. Would you please shut up? I read like half of there was the who was the big philosopher they would all read and be like, this is all you need to know. Fuck, what's the guy's name? He's French. Jesus Christ, no, Lemaire. He's French. He's a gay guy.
Is he alive right now?
That's a lot of them. I know.
Yeah.
I think Descartes was Italian, I believe.
Rene Descartes.
No, he was more.
Right.
No, he was. Hold on, I'll get this. He came up with the term the medical gaze.
But I thought he was a satirist, not necessarily a. Was he was Voltaire like?
He was a thinker. Yeah.
He was. Yeah, he was a philosopher.
He was a thinker. Okay, he debated Noam Chomsky. Or Noah Chomsky.
No.
Noah. The intern Chomsky, dude.
I don't know. I don't care. I don't fuck.
Well, they'll like they would.
A gay Frenchman debated Noam Chomsky.
Yeah.
Sick.
I didn't understand it. It was pretty unwatchable. But either way, yeah, they'll go and be like, they'll like read like a chapter of this guy's work and be like, oh yeah, psychologists think they know everything, dude. It's dude, I went to school for 2 years for this. We didn't do fucking anything.
Yeah.
But anyway, yes, you get psychology, you get weed. I'm just all Salt Life, dude. But you know, weed kind of comes with that for the most part. But like, I don't even think about it like that.
Salt Life and weed.
What?
Salt Life's more about booze and getting a Yeti cooler, filling it up with some suds.
To you, first off.
Don't you lecture me on what Salt Life is. Salt Life's about blacking out, pissing in the water.
Foucault.
It's about blacking. It's about not swimming until you have to piss, and then going waist deep and pissing.
Dude, it's about getting right to the beach. I set the stuff down. I'm a water bug.
Yeah, you are.
I'm a water bug, dude.
You are a bit of a water bug.
I'm a water bug. I was in the water the whole time.
That makes sense.
Dude, it was one of those beaches too. The second day, obviously we went to the beach as much as possible.
Of course.
4 days. The second day, we were one of those beaches that slope down. Did you ever go to?
I don't like those.
Dude, I thought I did it, but it's so fucking fun.
Oh, you get some speed running in.
You get some speed running in. Dude, I was boogieing. I had a little boogie board.
Really?
Yeah, well, it was, I borrowed it, but, I still boogie.
I had your boogie board in my trunk for
that was my skateboard.
2 years.
Yeah, that was my skateboard.
Pardon me?
Yeah, there's a difference. I mean, whatever.
I'm not in. That's not Salt Life. Boogie boarding is like Salt Life. Skimboarding, not Salt Life.
Skimboarding, Salt Life is hell.
I'm telling you what Salt Life is.
It's extreme, dude.
No, that's all. Yeah, that's all extreme. Extreme sports.
Dude, I'm telling you,
that's not Salt Life.
If I had
Salt Life's about fucking pulling up, digging a hole, laying on your stomach, and pissing into the sand, so you don't even get in the water. You're just
Dude, I'm telling you what, if I had my skimboard on that decline, that would have been. I would have got sponsored.
Definitely.
I probably got sponsored.
Quicksilver.
Yeah, dude. Like Billabong.
Billabong would have been all.
Billabong would have
been all over you.
Yeah, Billabong would have saw me fucking skimming and been like, whoo.
Lemaire doesn't seem like he's very Salt Life.
Hey, Lemaire, you Salt Life?
I don't really know what it means.
Yeah, exactly. You seem more like freshwater life.
Yeah, I don't like beaches.
You seem like pond life.
Well, it is a nerd thing to not like beaches. How long has that been the case?
Like my whole life. I think I like swamps. I do like swamps.
Exactly. I knew it. I knew you were a swamp thing.
You're swamp life?
You're a swamp thing, dude.
So you like a nice bog?
Yeah.
A nice humid bog?
Real Shrek, dude. Absolute Shrek.
So what happens when you go to the beach that makes you, I can't, again, I'm all Salt Life, so I know people are like, I hate the beach. I'm like, I can't fathom, like, what bothers you about it?
Well, I'm a fat. I've been a fat my whole life.
That's all right, dude. That's when you have to shine at the beach.
Yeah.
You have to be fat at the beach.
For sure.
What are you talking about?
No, I'm not trying to look like a baked ham. I'm not out there.
All right, you save the jokes for the table over here. You just answer the questions.
Yeah, man, you gotta get.
That is sad. Are you high right now? God damn it, dude.
You seem like you're like hours after high when it's just pure, just like. Ugh.
You seemed a little, you got like sad.
You can tell in his face now. You can't tell in his eyes, but after Lemaire, if Lemaire smoked weed hours for the podcast, he shows up and he's just like. His whole face is just on break, dude. It's just like.
That was me yesterday.
That wasn't real.
Oh. Did a show in Jersey. And then it was party time.
Really?
I mean, it was.
Mr. Colbert?
No, there's a new Mr. Colbert. He was the king of the good time.
Really?
Yeah. I was king of good times.
What were you up to?
Just bouncing around, chugging beers. They had these like Oktoberfest giant mugs.
Yeah, cool glasses.
And I was like, dude, watch this. I'll chug this whole thing. And DeRosa was like, no, why would you do that? And I was like, nobody can stop me. It was like 3 beers. And I was like,
Towards the end, I was like, it was so hard. It was terrible. It was terrible.
What kind of beer was this?
That was a Miller Lite or Bud Light. Respectable. But it was fresh out, so it was freezing, very carbonated. Cold
Bud Light's good.
It is very delicious, but that's a tough chug. Especially, and there was pressure on. I did it in front of the waitresses at the staff, so they knew.
Yeah.
So like, that's a guy I would like to sleep with.
Instant blowjob.
No. But then all day, dude. Yesterday, that was one of my worst hangovers. In a while.
Like a straight Bud Light hangover.
Yeah. One shot, no drugs, no narcotics,
just
no pots,
cigs,
some cigs.
Yeah,
actually, yeah, a lot of cigarettes.
You wouldn't have as bad of a hangover,
bro. That's a myth.
It's not. Dude.
Oh, while you're hungover to get high?
No. The night before. Soon when you're drunk, you're sitting there and you're just being like, looking at one eye. Just eat a bunch of edibles. Just start plugging them and just start smoking a bunch of weed. Dude, you wake up the next morning. You might wake up in the middle of the night extremely high and disoriented and be like,
that's what happened. I did that once. You left that bag of gummies at that casino. True. And I munched the whole bag. And I woke up in outer space.
So is that when you and a friend woke up?
Me and our best friend, Mecky,
who cannot be named, dude.
He who backstabbed us and abandoned the cast.
Yeah, that's when you guys woke up in utter darkness.
Oh, I forgot he was there.
You guys were in the afterlife.
Totally.
You woke up in a windowless hotel room, completely pitch dark, stoned out of your mind. You might as well be like another planet.
It was. I forgot he was in there. He was like, Shay. I was like, oh. Yeah.
That's like, you know, for Power Rangers, that guy's head disappears and starts talking.
Yeah.
You guys were Gordon.
What's his name? Gordon.
I think it's Gordon.
Zordon. I was gonna say Gordon.
It's Zordon. Yeah, my bad. I was busy fucking ripping curls and shit when I was younger, dude. I don't remember the names.
I don't remember Power Rangers.
Dude, I should tell you, this is actually kind of funny. So we were.
Oh, this is here. Pardon me.
No, I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry.
I apologize.
It
is indigenous people. As you know, Noah is a friend of mine, and he's 1/16.
True. Sorry, no. I'm sorry for talking over shit.
Sorry about what we did, Noah. Thanks for the fucking pad, though. Sweet pad. No, this lady thought this guy and this girl thought your plan worked. Smoke a little weed, you'll feel a little better. All right, blacked out lady, front row. Yeah, did I tell you this? No. This is crazy. Front row, blacked out. First off, before my show in Connecticut, a guy got stabbed in the park across the street. Bridgeport is hell.
You were warned that it's like a motherfucker.
Yes. Guy got stabbed in the park like right before the show, so there's cops and shit. Show starts, this couple in the front row is blacked out. The dude seemed okay. The girl was gone.
Yeah.
So right when I get on stage, they like stood up to leave. And he first when they got up right away, he was like, "She's wasted." He did that. And I was like, "Sweet." And then he like tried to walk her out, and she walked straight back into a wall. She literally walked straight into a wall, and it was just like, "Holy shit, this lady's hammered." So they leave. I asked her if she was trying to get on the Hogwarts Express. Not a big deal. I mean, that's the type of stuff I riff. Not a big deal. But then they came back in like 5-10 minutes later, and it was like, what happened that you're back? Like, you're not going to be able to make this. I saw you can't walk. And he was like, gave her a little weed. And I was just like, oh my God. That is insane. To be like, oh, you're blacked out? Here, hit this blunt. We're going to go back in.
It works for me.
She hit the blunt. Yeah. And then she was sitting there. I was like, you're going to be so sick. Like, if I was blacked out and someone was like, smoke weed, I'd be like the spins, it would be the worst thing in the world. So a minute later, I'm talking, and I just look down, and she's like, just throwing up straight down the front of her shirt. Jesus. Trying to like pretend like she's not. She was like, and she was drinking sangria. It was like this purple mess that just fell out. Oh.
That's a sad girl.
But she was in the front, and so no one else could see it.
Sure.
So it was just me, like, holy shit, that lady's throwing up. Like, this is crazy. And I was just making fun of it. I mean, trying to sneak and throw up in the front row. Like, no one's looking, just like.
But she was probably pretty dressed up, too.
She was.
Because girls get pretty gussed up for the comedy.
They always
shoot outfit, and you're just like,
oh, no, she didn't go in. She just literally was like, straight. It like looked like someone just opened a faucet, and it just liquid just fell out.
Yeah, it's what my baby does. They just go like, and they just spit.
It was exactly like a kid throw up. It was just.
Oh fuck.
But what was great was there was a cumpleaños next to them.
Was it really?
Yeah, a little Hispanic happy birthday going on at the table over. I was like, man, she's throwing up.
Welcome.
She tried to sneak that. The lady was like,
How are you?
I missed the first one. So this lady got away with throwing up once. Unknown, just a quick like, just straight onto the floor. Incredible.
Oh, must have stunk, dude.
Oh, and I was talking about it with Soda, and he was like, they put that was like girlfriend astronaut training. Like that girl had to sit with her boyfriend to watch like a podcaster. Get smoke a blunt. He's like, I'm not gonna miss my favorite podcaster. And she was just like, and then fucking swirly chair. G-force. Yeah, G-force.
Damn, dude. Well, it's like I can't. Everyone's biochemistry is different. I can't have caffeine. If no one believes me, if I drink caffeine at 10 in the morning, dude, 1 in the morning, or 10 a.m. The next night, I go to bed at like 10 o'clock. I'm just like.
I think no one believes you because that can't be true.
It is, dude.
No, but like the caffeine will leave your system.
Depends on what kind of. Everyone has different. What is it called? Enzymes to break down caffeine. I think there's 3 types. One of them is just like.
Sounds like you've done your research.
I have.
I yield the floor, dude.
There's
part of me.
I Google everything.
Your book life, dude. I'm so life.
Dude, what do you think you bring on the beach? I haven't brought a book on the beach in a while.
What?
That's when you're the
That might be the least salt life thing I've ever heard. That's mom salt life. That's 100% mom salt life.
A nice deep cutes book.
Yeah, dude. Get a nice John Grish out on the beach.
I'm reading the latest Patricia Higgins Clark.
What are you, nuts?
I read Roots on the beach one year. I read the whole thing. From Chicken George.
Roots
Chicken George all the way through. Yeah, I read on the beach.
With your wife?
No, this was before. I was in high school. I saw it was there. I was like, oh, Roots. And I started reading it. And I was like, this is actually pretty engrossing. It's a great tale.
On the beach, you sat on the beach with Roots.
I used to go to the beach for like a week at a time. Dude, I sold right through. That book was great.
Nice.
But I learned the guy was a bit of a liar. Which is so funny.
Some horse feed.
Yeah, somebody was racist enough to be like, I don't know if that's true, and went back and
That's a tough level of racism.
Went to held his feet to the fire. But the problem is like the guy, from what I understand, was like kind of right, and the guy fudged a lot of stuff. But it's also like
I've gotten drunk enough to be that kind of racist.
It's also going to Ancestry.com and trying.
What I remembers, I think I got some drunken arguments where I was like, it wasn't as bad as they're making it seem. Yeah, it's a tough one.
But
it's a tough one to get the recap from someone else on. Be like, I don't think that's what I said. Like, yeah, it is.
Wow.
That's exactly what you said. I was like, well, that's not what I meant. I'm sorry. What was the thing you wanted to?
Yeah. So like, if you have like there's one where like there's people have like a certain kind of enzymes, and obviously this is like a continuum, but it's like you can drink a cup of coffee and immediately fall asleep. Or some people, like, caffeine doesn't have an effect on them. And then there's other people, like, normal functioning, where you have a cup of coffee and I go up nice and, lively, and like 2 hours later I go. There's a third type that's like, dude, after like something like 14 hours, it stays in your system. And the worst part is I drink a cup of coffee, I'm fine. It's something like when it breaks down, they must produce something else that, like, dude, when I go to lay down, I'll just sit there and be like, my heart's just like, oh. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, oh, fuck, I had coffee today. I'll just be up.
Wow.
It's crazy.
That is.
But there's also, like, my brother, if he's drunk, he smokes weed, same thing, spins, throw up, good night.
Which one?
Kevin.
Oh.
If I'm drunk.
I was hoping it was Billy.
Billy doesn't really smoke weed.
Yeah.
But he strikes me as a type who would spin out of control. If I'm drinking, it's just,
funny thing, yeah, he strikes me as someone without self-control.
No, who would spin out of like, it would smoke weed when drunk and just instantly be like, whoa.
Oh, for sure.
If I'm drinking, I have to smoke weed.
Crazy.
If I'm as drunk as this guy, dude, I've been doing this since college.
I've seen it.
Yeah, I'll drink like 340s. Be like, and smoke, like, compulsively start smoking weed, and it literally, like, times out the drunk part, and I can be like, all right, I gotta get home now, and I'll get myself home, and just be like, it's crazy, and go to bed. Dude, it's insane. But yeah, it's all, that's why people get edibles, they're like, this sucks, this didn't do anything. Same thing, I think there's, like, people who have different stomach enzymes who, like, weed just doesn't affect them when they eat it.
Those edibles kick in for me. Pretty good.
I have the light enzymes in this too, man. I get fucking wallets.
Yeah.
I get walloped, dude. I actually bought some edibles in California, dude. I think the TSA stole them from me.
Really?
I swear to God, they're right in that school bag right there. And my top zipper where I always keep my weed when I fly. Dude, I opened it up today. They were gone. Fucking gone.
That was TSA.
I think the TSA nicked me. They nicked me with gummies and I had a vape pen. What?
So yeah, yesterday was a complete day of rest.
So you were total Mr. Cool.
Complete Mr.
Sorry,
Cool.
you're king of the good times.
King of good times.
Yeah.
That's because I watched a Netflix show on Bad Boy Indian Billionaires. One of the guys is king of good times.
Was he really?
Yeah.
I mean, imagine. So he's a billionaire living in India. You can imagine. You could just literally have a whole party and just cut their heads off. If you're a billionaire in India, you're gonna invite everyone over for like a ball and just cut their heads.
Oh yeah. At the end of this, he goes, "Oh, I'm gonna kill all of you.
I'm gonna kill you guys.
Yeah, you guys get executed."
Nothing's gonna happen. Also, Bill Gates is gonna test the vaccine on you out here, and then I'm gonna cut your heads off.
Yeah. I've been listening to some NPR. Yeah. And all on my Spotify daily drive, I get they've thrown some news, a lot of liberal news, and they were talking about like the vaccines being held up a little bit due to health complications. I wonder what those are.
Yeah, I mean, I think
and it's like they're long term. Like people don't know how like they'll take the vaccine. You won't be able to see what the fucking results are for like months. To be like, what, deer legs grow backwards. Jesus, remember that? That was one of Bill Gates's whoopsies. I think people's knees started growing the other way. They walked around like those aliens from Contact. That's what it was. Here we go.
Here we go. Come on, dude. Don't forget about the Harry Potter. Trying to go to the Hogwarts Express, dude. That must have fucking.
Oh, it was great. The lady just walked straight to the wall. What'd you do? Hogwarts Express.
Obvious muggle.
Dude, I hit absolute home run that didn't get any credit at the Stress Factory in New Jersey. We did the show, Big J's show, and it's outside, so you're in a tent. I was like, I love doing shows here at the Stress Factory. The crowd's always intense. No one laughed. I mean, that's what I do.
That's like, that's like ahead of your time stuff, honestly. It's like when when Emerson, whoever his name was, Thoreau wrote Walden, and everyone was like, Walden? Thoreau? That guy fucking blows. He's an idiot, a loser. And then like 300 years later, they're like, it's actually a classic.
This is incredible.
They'll walk it back on you. That was your Walden, dude.
Perhaps it was.
You're going bust down an intense thing. Oh, now, yeah, man. That's next level.
People were upset. People were mad that I said that. It was like a crowd work show that's like very like raunchy. Son, let me tell you something. This crowd is intense.
What?
Just nothing.
Oh my god.
Anyway, so I was full Mr. Cool.
Sex test.
Oh yeah, I was like, this lady looks like me, and people were like, oh. People got upset.
You can't make fun of ladies at a comedy show that much unless they're hot. Make fun of hot ladies. A normal looking lady. Nah, dude, I'm telling you, I trashed a lady's gear one time in a pizza shop in New Jersey at like a real important gay kid.
Yeah, it's like a fight.
Dude, everyone, the whole thing turned on me. Everyone was like, fuck you, dude. Yeah. I'm like, all right, she kind of said I sucked, but I made fun of her shirt. I thought it was pretty evil. So, how was the crowd work?
The crowd work show was great. Yeah. It was good. It was fun. It was funny, though, that they were like filming it to try to sell it. And they like put me and Ari on it. Yeah. So, how the fuck do you think's going to buy this?
Oh, they're trying to do like a pilot?
Yeah.
Crowd work show?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's something you could do.
I also spent the day of rest. Yeah. I think I had 4 meals yesterday. It was crazy. Too. It was crazy. 4 meals.
So walk me through from when you woke up. You were like, because when you're hungover, usually like you lay there with your eyes closed and you're like, I think I'm good. And you open your eyes and you're like, oh.
This was woke up, forgot certain things had happened.
So you rushed back.
Yeah. Had memories, and then I shouldn't have driven. It felt like driving was risky, but I had to leave at like 10 because my Peloton arrived to my apartment.
You had to get back.
Had to get back for the Peloton arrival.
Did someone receive the delivery?
No, I didn't. I got back in time.
Gotcha.
Which is it's sad to have a Peloton delivered into a messy room.
While you're hungover?
Yeah, while hungover in like this exact sweatsuit.
Nice.
Just throw it behind the bed. Just put it on the other side of the bed. I was like, just move shit. I literally moved a pile of sweatshirts.
So your room right now is the bed and the Peloton?
Yes.
And your artwork, obviously.
And then obviously my sick artwork. Goya. Come on.
So
we got rid of this podcast. It's a little low. That's all right. We'll get there. But no, I watched
Adam Sandler's new Halloween movie.
Dude, I started watching that.
It rules.
It was awesome. I started watching that when I was in California, dude. It was fucking so fun.
It was hilarious.
It really was.
I couldn't believe it.
I honestly was going in with low expectations. I was being a bit of a hipster, and I was like,
everything he makes fucking
Sandler,
sucks.
same thing, dude. I was watching that, being like, this is fucking.
What are you shaking your fucking head at, dude?
Adam Sandler's a guy.
Oh, I thought you were gonna criticize us. I was gonna say it's like Adam Sandler is just like white people's Tyler Perry. Every black person must see like Little Nicky and be like, "What the fuck is this?"
They think this is good.
Yes, it's hilarious.
He is white Tyler Perry.
I also, while watching it, realized every character he's ever done is just a retarded guy.
I know,
100%. Like this whole movie is based on a retarded guy that like believes in Halloween. Dude, the movie's good.
I gotta watch the rest of it. I watched the beginning of it, and I was like, dude, how the fuck? So I'm thinking about him writing this, and I'm like, dude, they're just so funny. These movies are really formulaic when you watch them.
For sure.
But it's like, dude, it was so fucking funny in the very beginning, watching him just fucking on the bicycle, dodging
doing the tricks.
Dude, when he was a robot in the thing, dude, I was like,
this is incredible.
That was awesome.
Because that was like the first scene.
Yeah.
And then he started doing that, and I was like, because I was hate watching it as well.
Yeah.
I was like, let's check out this corny bullshit.
Yeah.
And I was with Tommy, and he was like, no, turn it off. And I was like, let's just watch it for a second. And then we did the robot thing. We were both like, just dying laughing.
Yeah, man, that was like, you just think of it too, like
instant classic.
I mean, if you think about a dude on a
People
movie
are gonna
set,
be so mad that we like it.
I don't care, man. You think about a guy on a movie set, and they're like, all right, go, do a take, and he was fucking hitting it with all the other machines. I'm like, that's fucking impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, the guy's been at it for a while.
And him getting scared. Oh, wait, did you even see him?
No.
Oh, dude, there's a line of that.
The guy hides in the thing.
And he gets scared constantly. That's part of his charm. He's an easy scare.
He did make the
That's
little
why he loves Halloween, dude. And the way he talks. Look, guys.
It's genuinely funny. I was watching, same thing, yeah, put it on. And then I started watching, I'm like, it's pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
Sandman's been
the best.
perfecting his craft, dude. He might be the best retarded guy in terms of Hollywood.
He might be the best at playing a retarded guy, for sure.
Doing it funny, not serious. I don't know if has he ever done a serious?
He has. He's got some serious ones where he also played a retarded guy.
Which one?
Like Rain Over Me. That was good.
Was it really?
Yeah, it was a guy who went retarded after his family died in 9/11.
Damn, really?
Who just sat in his room and played video games all day. Yeah.
Stop saying that.
Like he had headphones on. He was just retarded. They're like, he's worth a ton of money. His family wants him. He's like, I'll give it to you. All right.
If your family dies in a terrorist attack, you can't become autistic or the terrorists win.
Exactly.
You gotta stay.
You have to go
solo. You
solo.
gotta stay neurotypical, dude. Otherwise,
you have to solo. No, there was a line in that was like, most of it was like corny, funny. Like it was fun. It was a fun flick for everybody.
It was a romp, dude. KJ was one of the classics. KJ was
Kevin James
playing the cop. Who else was in there? I saw a couple.
Tim Meadows, hilarious.
Meadows in there.
Everything Tim Meadows does, I think, is hilarious.
Yeah, dude, that was a classic cast.
What a fucking cast.
They were the dudes who were the movie dudes before.
Which I was kidding, and this movie sucked. I was just trying to trick you into admitting you liked it.
Dude, I'm telling you, there's no tricking me.
The movie fucking rules.
I enjoyed it, and also too, I just watched the first episode of Lost in Space the other day. Fucking awesome, dude.
Which one's that?
It's just a show on Amazon, I think. Or Netflix, one of them.
There's a line in this Halloween movie of. So Ray Liotta's in it. You get to Ray Liotta.
Great.
He's just like a weird bully to him. Everybody just bullies this character. But Ray Liotta is at a funeral. Did you see that part? So his dad's dead or something. And so his dad dies at the beginning of the movie, and then you kind of forget about that character, and then you see him at a haunted house, like a fun haunted house, and he comes out with this young black chick, and they're laughing. She's like, "That was so much fun." He's like, "Oh my god, that was so much fun. It almost makes me forget that I had to bury my father today." Anyway, great joke.
Damn, I do this podcast with Pinnacle and us being like, Doyle rules.
That's it.
Did you ever see Wedding Singers? Dude, remember that part already?
This is it.
That's the thing.
We're done with politics. Now it's strictly under reviewing movies.
Yeah, well now it's just being like, oh dude, fucking remember that part of Wedding Crashers? That's like stock dudes who don't have original funny thoughts and would just wait for a funny movie to come out and just be like, yo dude,
I mean that's all we had. YouTube was not really out yet.
Vine. You know, there was no Vines.
Yeah.
There's no funny internet memes. All you had was I love lamp. You just have to say that. You have to say Anchorman quotes all day.
Yeah, it's all you could do is like wait, try to get pussy, wait till a funny movie came out so you could go to girls and be like, it's all rules. What are we talking about? Like all the boys know. Anyway, you want to hang out?
I'm like the funny one of the group. I do a lot of Anchorman.
I'm always thinking about this. When you take a dude who is just like not funny at all, and their options to get pussy at that point, it's such an uphill battle, dude. It's like you either have to become super wealthy
or gain power.
Gain power, which is wealth.
Yeah.
Or like the whole like if you're funny, you gotta fuck around. I don't know if it's like a persona people adopt, but like you have to like take that thing where you like get super wealthy and then like start telling girls, be like, I always get what I want.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh.
That's a tough.
I'm in my apartment. It's high. It's super high up.
Yeah.
I'm at the top floor. Let me eat your pussy. Check out this altitude. Like whereas you can just like wear sweatpants and just every now and again chuck a zinger and just cop a blowjob. It's pretty tight.
Who's you?
I'm saying if you're a funny dude. I'm saying
yes, I got you, dude.
Although it comes with crippling insecurity. Typically, people are funny. Like I don't wash my pants all the time.
No. I thought I was just trying to hide the amount of fucking blowjobs I'm getting.
You always get what you want to.
I always get it. Sometimes I gotta take what I want.
Come on now.
No.
Come on. I can't believe you're joking right now, dude. My fucking brother's in rehab for CBD.
What?
Yeah.
It's not just too relaxed.
Time for laughs. This is not a time for laughs.
Is it where his joints not inflamed?
No, dude. So he drives a bus. So CBD drives a bus. CBD has a tiny trace amount of THC in it. The hemp plant is legal. So in order to be a legal hemp plant, it only can have, I think, 0.3% THC, which, per gram of hemp is 3 milligrams of THC, which is enough to trigger a drug test. So it's like, but if you're driving a bus, say you have fucking shoulder pain, you can have like your eyes just closing on fucking Percocets and Xanax as long as you have a script, you can legally drive a bus. But if you happen to have trace amounts of THC, they're like, you can't do that. He was like, dude, this is fucking bullshit. Like, I don't do any drugs. I don't drink. I just take CBD oil. I don't want to take fucking, opiates, blah, blah, blah. So they were like, all right, we understand what you're saying, but for formality's sake, you have to go to a rehab. So he has to go to like not an inpatient. Like he has to just go and do like a program basically. Dude, so he goes in there. It's so fucking funny.
Jesus.
So for he goes in there for CBD, dude. Has to do a fucking thing. It costs God knows how much fucking money.
Yeah, he has to go like a patient first.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, what are those called?
In high school when I got called. What is
urgent care? Yeah.
No.
I was saying he has to go to urgent care.
It's urgent care rehab, and it's like this is how social work works, where it's like. Everyone's writing these grants, and someone's like, "Here's $50,000," and you're like, "Ooh!" and everyone just goes on to it, dude. So it's like he shows up, and he's like, "Hey, yeah, my job's making me go here. It's for CBD," and the lady's just like, "These things happen. Come on in." And they're just like, we're getting fucking
so embarrassing.
10 G's. I mean, he's like, whatever, but he's not as embarrassing as going in there for like fucking smoking meth and shit. At least he can go in there and be like, "Look, I have to be here."
Which is what everybody says.
True.
I'm not like one of these fucking CBD.
So it's like you go in there, they're trying to keep it a little safe now because like you have to go for one orientation in person, and then you get to Zoom. But they have this set up where like
doing Zoom rehab for CBD.
so
you can drive a bus.
Jeez. So the first day he was there was an in-person orientation, but there are people who are Zooming who are on screens. So it was like him and like 4 or 5 other people, and then there was a 60-year-old black dude on a screen, and they're all the ladies are all right. Everyone, we're gonna take a break, so like cut your camera off, whatever, and we'll come back. The dude cut his camera off, didn't cut his mic. So he put the fucking old guy while they're on.
Sounded like Lil Wayne was about to come on. He started lighting up.
He started fapping. So they're all in this room. My brother's in IRL. He's there in real life in CBD rehab with other people who have to do heroin and methamphetamine. And you're like,
no.
Everyone's like, it's his dog. There's no way he's fat. My brother's like, that guy's jerking off, man. And everyone's like, no, there's no fucking way. And you just hear the guy go,
oh shit. They heard him.
They heard him come. No. And then
They try to play it cool and come back on.
So he has no idea anyone heard this because he's not in the room with anybody. He's just on his Zoom screen. So the ladies are everybody come back. And he's like, oh, what's up, y'all? How was everybody's break? Everyone's like, what the fuck?
Oh my god!
You just fucking came. I mean, dude, in the guy's defense, he's like a 60-year-old dude. He's on Zoom. Either he's right near the porn, or he's like scoping hot babes on Zoom. He's like, I gotta grab one now. This is too much.
Yeah, I can see how like a Zoom with strangers would trigger you into thinking of like cam girls.
Yeah, exactly.
That same. Yeah.
Pop
Next thing you know,
dude. And then like they're all in there. They're all in there.
Just like a hard.
Fuck. Oh. So just comes on Zoom. Oh my god. And he was old enough too, where you almost feel bad because you don't know how to use it. Especially if you like spent your life like chasing everywhere in your family, you can't call your nephew anymore, your niece. Like, hey, how do you like work this computer?
Fuck.
So he's isolated himself to the point where he's just like ripping loads.
He's doing Zoom rehab.
He doesn't have any fucking.
He's jizzing. Oh my god.
Yeah, dude. I mean, this is when people talk about the pandemic and like the cost of like isolating everybody. Dude, it's just like one of them. You get a guy who's just like could be there in person.
The guy should have jerked off in the bathroom. He should have said, "Excuse me, I'm going to go to the bathroom at the break." Oh, yeah, you hear me? That was loud shit.
It'd be nice if you hit like a nice James Brown, where it's like,
yeah, honestly, he's like, damn.
Remember the video we used to play where it was the guy? It was an old black dude cream pieing and like an older white lady. He's just like, yeah, that was. My brother told me that today. That was just absolutely delightful. Man. Just catching an old guy coming on Zoom. It's like, what's up, y'all? How was y'all break? How's everybody? Okay, now, everybody.
Yeah, still trying to play it cool, just being a cool older black guy.
Okay, now, everybody. How's everybody doing here?
Yeah. Little Forrest Gump. You remember when he sat outside, imitated that dude coming in Forrest Gump? Your brother should have done that too.
But yeah, man, so he has to go through CBD rehab so that he can reclaim his job. It's a sweet gig, dude. You work for basically 3 hours a day. You get paid pretty much.
What's SEPTA? I don't know if you're
No, it's a school.
Is it school bus driver?
Yeah.
Is it rehab? Oh my god. This is bad.
It's a good gig, dude.
Yeah. But arguing I should be able to have some fucking weed in my system. I'm driving these kids.
I mean, the thing is, if you take CBD oil, it's non-psychoactive. And it just happens to leave. The thing is, if you roll up...
What would you say if you got if you tested positive for weed? Wouldn't you be like, CBD?
There he is.
Well, you could.
How you living, pimp?
If they were to really...
What'd you say, big dog? Very cool. Like somebody was just watching it. What was it? Does the thought of you come through my head? I don't know, probably half a dozen. When anybody comes in really late at night, I always think it's you. So that's probably a few of them. And then when you come in, and then yeah, but he comes in here for longer periods. Like when he comes in here, he'll be in here for 8 hours. And okay. And then when else do I think of you? Whenever I hear anything about Australia, and I talk about you sometimes when people ask, what games do you play? I say, I have a friend who comes in, and she and I play every night. We play a game. They have another friend who comes in most nights, and he keeps me up all night, and we play. And then I tell him what games we play, and so I do think about you. Not not like an unusual amount, but I do think a lot of times whenever anybody comes in here and it's late at night, I hope that it's you. I'm like, oh, please be Zoot. I'd love to play Zoot right now. Please be Zoot. Please be Zoot. Please be Zoot. And then the person comes in and if it's you, great. If it's not, like half the time it's somebody who doesn't want to talk. Like a third of the time it's somebody who doesn't want to talk. A third of the time it's somebody who's just being an asshole. And then a third of the time it's somebody that's really cool. And that's tight. So are you ready to play? Yeah, well, I'm in the middle of a game right now. So just mini golf. No, you're not. Don't start a game. What hole are you playing? What's up, big dog? Yeah, but we don't really think of Australia that often. No, I would say it's actually pretty good. Um, so like whenever America goes to war, Australia goes to war. Like most of the time, it has a lot to do with like the British relationship. Um, I nothing. If anything, America just takes it over. Like there isn't something that's really popular in another country that's like really popular. I guess like Italian food is really popular from Italy. I guess like that you could do Mexican food. Um okay, so I guess like Mexico has some stuff, but like if it gets popular enough, America just takes it over. Okay, so like what's the most popular thing in Australia? I would say, or that is in America, I would say it'd be surfing, but surfing is really like a Hawaiian or Polynesian thing. So that's not like an Australian thing. Australian rules football. Literally, I've never met anybody, I think, in my entire life who's ever talked about it. So it's not like that sport's popular. Rugby, but that's not an Australian thing. That's more of a British thing. Um, Crocodile hunting, like or whatever, like that's like a thing in Florida, but like nowhere else. The only thing Australia has mentioned, America, is in the. All right, I mean, even then, that's like a really vague reference. It's not even a popular movie. Um, I mean, I know it seems strange, but the biggest connection I've ever had to some kind of Australian phenomenon was the Women's World Cup, which I know you didn't really follow, but it took place in Australia and New Zealand, and I got super into it. I watched every game, and um, well, I shouldn't say I watched every. Wait, did I watch every match? I watched every match that I could, but it was like I was so fucking into this sporting event to the point where I could name all the players on the American team, and I could name some of the players on the other teams, including the winners, which is like Sweden, and they had a super hot team. Um, and I mean, I could even tell you like Australia did really well. Australia made it to the round of 16, I think, which is like a record for Australia. So like, but like no one else. I didn't ever talk to any Americans about it because it was like, if you tell somebody you're into the Women's World Cup, they're just like, what? They don't like soccer is the like maybe the fifth most popular sport in the United States, maybe, and a women's version of it. And the fact that it was taking place overnight, nobody watched it. When Americans think of Australia, they think of the same shit, the exact same shit. They think of koalas, kangaroos, boomerangs, Foster's beer, even though I know that's not an Australian thing, but they very much think of everybody in Australia drinks Foster's beer and eats at Outback Steakhouse. And even though neither of those things is an Australian thing, it's just the stereotype that has gained prominence. They think of sharks a little bit and crocodiles, and then the meme culture. There's been this meme culture of all this shit in Australia that's really like gonna hurt you, and that would be like all kinds of snakes. Your spiders are fucking giant. Specifically, even though it doesn't hurt anybody, what's that? It's like a big daddy long legs. What's it called? Is it hunter spider? Huntsman spider? Right. Right, but huntsman spider. Have you ever seen a huntsman spider? So those freak people out. Magpies that are like a bird that like will kill you. You, dude, it's arachnophobia. It's fear of spiders. People just don't like spiders. Yeah, but it's just creepy crawly, and people don't like that. Dude, are you gonna accept my invitation? You're just gonna jerk yourself off. Oh, I imagine so. I definitely imagine so. But it's just people don't like it. It's scary. Um, they think of the desert or like the outback. They definitely don't think of the Gold Coast. They think of the city. They think of Sydney Opera House. That's like the big thing they think of. They think of they don't know about Perth. They have maybe heard of Melbourne, but that's just because of perhaps like the Beanie Baby that was named Mel. They know about yeah, but they don't know about them. They know about who's the girl who played Barbie? They know about her. They don't know that ACDC is Australian. They think it's British. They don't know any of your food. If they've actually like met an Australian or been to Australia, they know about macas and they know about Hungry Jacks, but that's about it. They don't know about Do you know what Ayers Rock is? Zoot. Okay, so they know about Ayers Rock, maybe. That's like the only thing, and the Great Barrier Reef. Those two things are the only things about which Americans know about Australia, um, from a landscape thing in the outback. But they probably don't know about Ayers Rock. That's like if you know a little thing about Australia. Okay, then they know about oh, I should know the name of this. What's the highest point in Australia? Yeah. You don't even know it. It's called like it's Mount something, but it's not that. Yeah, I can't think of the name of it. So they don't even know that. Um, that's it. They 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 don't know anything about that. Um, okay, they know. Um, I would say probably 50% of them think that New Zealand and Australia are like the same country. Um, they know even less about New Zealand than they know about Australia. They know, um, right? The they know about the Tasmanian Devil, the cartoon. They know about the Tasmanian Devil, but most people don't know where Tasmania is, and they certainly don't know about Hobart. That's true. I talk about the Tasmanian tiger like every day. It's one of the things I mention when I talk about the extinction. They talk about, let me think. Okay, Aboriginal people, but they don't know anything about them. I don't even know anything about them except they like, right. I know they know about what a shot, Zoot. What a shot. Zoot, that was a 10, 9 out of 10. Zoot, that was great. Yeah, I would say like less than 10% of people in the United States know Canberra is the capital because they just think it's like Sydney or anything but that. They don't know that its own state. They don't. Cool story, man. They don't know about. They know it's really hot. They don't think there's any part that's cool. Which, aside from like Tasmania or Darwin, is basically kind of true. Oh, get in. This will be the biggest comeback in the history of the game if I win now. They know. Oh, I hate this hole.
This represented really a lifeline in Jewish civilization as a whole, because the Jews had sort of evolved to a point.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of. Oh, don't hit me. It kind of sucks though, because the only livable, inhabitable parts are like in the peripheral areas of the country. Like, you can't go anywhere inland; it will kill you. It will literally kill you to cross it. Like, you can walk across the United States, and while it's really hard, you could do it. It's not like impossible. But oh, come on. Jetty? What a shot, Zoot. What's a jetty? Like a jetty is like a. I don't know. When I think of a jetty, I think of like a something having to do with water. Uh, what is it? What is it though?
Period, right up until like a third lecture.
Like an isthmus? Like, I think of a jetty and I think almost like a small peninsula.
Beginning of the second century, and as you can see, it's a massive empire that stretches all the way from England throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, right out until the region of Persia. And as you can see from those that I've sort of added here, and these are to scale, you get a sense of where the large Jewish communities are and where the small Jewish communities are. There are significant square communities in Rome and in Egypt in particular that existed prior to the disaster. Jewish wars.
It's a wharf or pier. No, we don't call it. We don't call it that. We call it a pier. If you were to refer to a jetty, very few people would, but we call it like a little. It's like a little peninsula that goes out to the water. Yeah. Okay. So, but they're not really that common on the West Coast. They're more common on the East Coast. In the South. Okay, Americans, like Australia doesn't have its own kind of cars, does it? Oh, the Subaru? But that's Japanese, isn't it? Yeah, nobody knows that. I was going to say Subaru. Americans think that Subarus are Australian because of the Outback. Subarus are seen as a lesbian car, though, in the United States. A Honda. Oh, what a shot. Honda. It's a no. Well, I've had a Honda Civic, Honda Accord. Um, Americans think of when they think of Australia, they think of Nicole Kidman. Even though Mel Gibson is American, they think he's Australian. They think, what are those three brothers? Uh, Liam and the Thor guy. What's their name? What's their name? What's their name? What's their name? Right. Right. So they know them, but they don't think of them as like excellent action or anything. They don't think of them as anything great. They
This is a map that gives you another.
yeah. They think of Kylie Minogue. They don't know anything about her sister. Right, that's the other reason why they know him. But even still, most Americans don't know that. That's the only reason why I knew him, though. They think of boomerangs. 19, that's good. Dude, we tied. We've never done that. Good win, man. They think of, they don't know anything about your politics. Like nothing. Like that. No one knows. No one knows that. They don't even know that. His name is, I don't know. They changed. It was the Indian guy, and now it's the British guy again. They don't know that. They have so many that it's just like we don't pay attention to that. Same with Canada. Even though they don't change as often, we have enough trouble keeping track of American shit. They think of, I don't know, dune buggies a little bit. Do you have dune buggies in Australia? I guess that's something. They think of, I know I said magpies. Wow, I had to check out. What else do they think of? Oh, dingoes. Dingoes. They definitely think of dingoes. That's like a big thing. If I had to name like all the animals that we think of, it would be snakes, crocodiles, dingoes, kangaroos, koalas, Tasmanian devils. Spiders. All right, we're gonna play 501 pro double out, Zoot, and I'm gonna destroy you.
It takes the text of the Mishnah, which is itself kind of like an amplification of the biblical text.
History books want you to think it's Winston Churchill, but he was kind of evil with what he did in a lot of places. People want you to think it's Thatcher. Some people might want you to think it's Margaret Thatcher, but she's kind of a bitch. There's that guy. Who was the mayor of London with the wild hair? I forget his name. Honestly, we don't pay. The only one I really remember is Tony Blair because he was around for the invasion of Iraq. He was a douchebag though. He fucked a pig. Well, you're definitely not wrong. But you are sucking dick. Why are you sucking so much dick? I think you did. I think your answer is more appropriate. Yeah. Zoot, why are you behind so many points? Zoot, did you know I just busted?
Is permitted to stand in line for second portion. But they just took down the sign. But that just gives you some sense of what it means to study the Talmud and the Mishnah that it's Jewish exercise.
That's what you just said.
This was created in the land of Israel in the 4th century, long after the Roman.
So, do you see the scoreboard?
The difference between this and the much larger Babylonian Talmud is that you had this huge diaspora population living in Babylonia. And over the next century and a half, they're reading the Jerusalem Talmud.
So, do you see the scoreboard?
Questions. They're developing slightly different answers. They're also interested in somewhat different issues.
I'm going to end it right now.
The cultural laws apply there. We don't necessarily apply in Babylonian and so on. The Babylonian Talmud generally considered the more authoritative.
What'd you just say? That's not what you said. You said stop being poor. Why do you think I'm poor?
Other houses of worship, such as the church, are modeled created by the synagogue.
Okay.
The term itself.
Well, I just beat you. So. That's correct. All I know is that you suck dick at mini golf, but more you suck dick at darts. You used to be pretty good at it. Why aren't you good at it anymore? Zoot, you used to be good at darts. Now you suck dick. What changed?
This one is attributed to Otis, the son of Aitos, who was an artist in the this in a synagogue, and it basically talks about how he, as a representative of a long line of people who were simply built the synagogue and guest room, chambers, plumbing, all kinds of things like that. And synagogues, especially after the destruction of the temple in the year 70, which represents a huge change to Jewish ritual. All of Judaism was so focused on the temple and its rituals in Jerusalem.
Zoo, why did you change from being good at darts to sucking dick?
Transition to synagogues was essentially something that replaced, at least in some form, the centrality of the temple, allowing Jews.
You want to play darts again? Well, dude, charge your phone, dog.
Here, for example, beautiful synagogue zodiac that was found in Tiberia, 4th century. You can see from the mosaic that they're still commemorating harks back to the temple with all kinds of elements like the incense shovel and the menorah and the Ark of the Covenant that all refer back to the temple, and as well as the shofar and the Etrog, which are, of course, part of the holiday season. You have these beautiful mosaics everywhere, including not too far away, it's Alpha 6th century, kind of a more primitive style. Beit Alpha also has this dramatic rendition of the binding of Isaac, which is described in the book of Genesis chapter 22. And we have synagogues like this, like Gaza, and so on. And these synagogues dominate the landscape, particularly north, right up until the 7th century, when we have the advent of Islam. This map says a lot about what happens to the world in the 7th century. This new faith that emerges from Saudi Arabia.
But it's also, I mean, okay, that's one thing, but it's also like, dude,
I'm sure a little bit of weed in a bus driver's system is at least to their fucking word.
It should be mandatory, but it's also like, the problem is that
if you're sober doing this,
I could legally, true.
How about bus ladies, dude? You ever get some bus ladies?
Yeah,
there's a ton of bus ladies.
Yeah, well, they're
almost always bus ladies.
Are you talking about like back in the days, like the old
school bus?
Yeah, there was mostly.
I think it was always just lesbian ladies.
For the most
part, in my hometown, if you were a lesbian, you did get shunned from the community, and you just had to be a bus driver.
On the bus, that was it.
You had to be a school bus driver
for sure. That was the treatment, dude. It was like we had a lady who pretty much, it was all ladies actually. For the most part. The lady who was like our usual bus driver.
It's crazy because you'd think like, it's an awfully big bus for a lady.
She did hit a fire hydrant once and knocked it off. Yeah, water shot everywhere. Later found out, through the bus driver grapevine, now that I have access to bus driver gossip, she was on opiates. Yeah, she was on opiates. She's on. But you can go get a prescription to Percocets as a bus driver and be like, fucking like half your eyes closed on Percocets.
That can't be true.
Yes, you can, dude.
There's no way you can actively take Percocets and drive a bus.
Yeah, you can. If you have chronic pain issues, you are by law. You couldn't say like, hey, you can work this job, but you can't take X, Y, and Z on a like for the federal government, you're allowed to take any prescription medicine you want. Now, if you work for the CIA, they might get into it.
The side effect of it is you can't operate machinery. So I think they would be like, you can't take it and drive.
I'm pretty sure you're able. That was his whole case. Like, dude, people can take prescription medicine. You can take fucking. I think you can take it, but you can't take too much. Dude, think about the dudes when I was I guess they were like testing these dudes, like machine operators and shit. They're all on Percocets.
Yeah, illegally.
No, I think you're totally allowed to be because we would go get drug tested to work in hospitals. And I would go fake a drug test in the fucking hospital, little club or whatever, dump it in. And then I would watch a guy who also drug tested who would just fucking pop pills. He's like, I got a prescription. He was an operator. So again, correct me if I'm always open to,
yeah.
Because I'm not into literal truth. I'm just more of a functional truth guy.
Matt, I hear you.
Obviously.
But could you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Just talk to this hand. Talk to that hand.
Why would I talk?
Because you're being a punk. Why am I being a fucking punk? You can't take oxys and drive a school bus.
You can take not Oxycontin maybe, but you can take Percocets. You're gonna guarantee it.
I don't know. I've seen people take perks.
You could be a cop on perks. You could be a cop. I swear to God, you could be a cop on perks and like all kinds of shit. I would argue like a fourth of cops are on psych meds, to be honest. So it's like you can take Xanax. You're telling me a cop can't pop a Xanax and go to work? Like, dude, you'd be surprised how many of them are popping a fucking Valium heading to the station.
Yeah.
So you know, it's your legal medicine. I don't think they're legally allowed to be like, oh, these are your medical issues, therefore we won't give you this job. If you have chronic pain, you have to pop a couple perks. You have to pop some pancakes and syrup, bro.
Yeah.
They're not going to hate on you for that, dude.
They should. They really should.
You would think.
You would fall asleep.
I mean, dude, I could be on like a dick shriveling amount of Adderall and just go work for the government. And they're testing units again.
Well, Adderall wouldn't fuck you up like driving or anything.
That would fuck me up. I got kicked out of a concert on Adderall. I tried to jump.
Just Adderall?
Yeah.
What'd you do?
That was when I tried to jump to the low. I was at a Beastie Boys concert. I tried to jump to the ground level from my level. Got tackled by security. Dude, it's so funny when the couple times I've taken Adderall, it does the exact opposite. Where it like, you know, they say like it helps people's impulse control. If you have ADHD, you take Adderall.
Oh yeah.
When I take Adderall, it's the total opposite. It's like I'll like see something. I'll be walking down the street and see like a can of soda next to like a bunch of people eating. It's like kick that can. I'm like, okay. Boom, and I kick it. I'm like, whoa, my bad.
Really?
I was drinking too. That was the thing. So drinking Adderall for me,
yes.
Like, oh my god,
it's
a disaster.
Yeah.
That was the night I kicked out the Beastie Boys concert, lost both my shoes, and had to walk.
But you were drinking at the Beastie Boys concert.
A couple beers, man. I've drank a bunch of times. I never did anything that crazy. It's when I'm drinking and you hit me with the Adderall, because it's like I have drunk thoughts that are just bad ideas. And the Adderall just gives me the energy to be like, let's go, bro, on the hop. You got this. It gives me like this weird confidence that I shouldn't have while I'm that drunk.
Yeah.
I can't, dude. I can't fuck with it. It's crazy.
Oh, it just makes you talk like fucking nonstop.
Yeah, it's fucking insane.
Yeah.
I think this might be one of the loading things. Let me see something. Hello? Very good. Better hang up. I caught one of them voters. I caught one of them the other day on phone. Started hitting them with my theories on the two-party system. Like, we don't care who you vote for, man. Just who you vote. It's like, dude, you do. Stop.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, for real. You're telling me there's non-partisan.
Yeah, if people are like, you need to vote. It's like, I'm not going to vote. They're like, if you don't vote, that's pretty much like voting for Trump. It's like, all right, so you need to vote Democrat.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I could go literally vote for Trump, but I'm saying I'm not going to vote.
Yeah.
You know? And then they're like, oh, you can't do that. That's like voting for Trump.
I don't understand the humongous boner that people get for this. Being like, I'm going to wear the sticker, I'm going to show everybody, blah, 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 blah. It's like, I don't know. I'm reading the Denial of Death. Dude, it's such a good, I like read it for a little bit and put it back down.
What's it about?
It's about how most of our, and I haven't finished it yet, but it's about how basically most of our deepest insecurities and our kind of like the personas we build so that we can kind of like go out and function in the world. We typically build on like a lie, or like we like restrict what we pay attention to so that we don't freak out about the fact that we're just like floating through space and we're going to die. So like we'll be like, well, I'm a Republican, and so like when you're younger, you know, you just kind of build a bunch of like a personality just to kind of defend yourself from like the overwhelming terror that's like existing in the universe. So you start to kind of try to like build an identity. And they're saying that, like, you know, there's not two types of people, but there's people falling into like somewhere in two camps where it's like there's people who, when they, you know, they kind of come of age and they're like, they see the options presented to them by the society they're in, and they go like, I'll take up one of these parts and I'll be in this, and I'll be. Then there's other people who go like, fuck this, fuck all of these things. I want to exist. I want all of this stuff to exist. Yeah. I want to do everything at once. And, you know, kind of talking about how like the average cat is just like an animal. Like animals run on instincts, but human beings can think and reason. So the average human will like kind of like have their nose down in like the standard stuff of like football, you know, like TV, politics, sports. And like they're saying like when the average cat like lifts their nose from like their regular pastures and starts like to contemplate like their place in the universe, they're just like, it's pretty good. Yeah. And I'm not doing it justice. It goes into like deep psychoanalytic stuff. It's pretty fucking tight.
What was it called?
Denial of Death. It's pretty tight. You would like it.
I might deny death.
Dude, we all do. I mean, it's
I know. I mean, I might like actively start like publicly denying it.
Yeah.
It's not real.
It's not real.
That's COVID.
You've been here forever.
Government's lying.
Dude, don't get me started.
All I can remember is being here forever.
I heard that. I don't think we died.
I don't think shit was going on before.
True.
All I remember is from 1992. That's when the world started.
You're born in 92?
No, I was born in 87.
I was born. Oh, when you came.
Born in like 88.
When you came
December 87.
I don't believe I was born in 86 at all. I don't even believe I was a baby.
I don't think I was a baby.
I emerged as a 5-year-old, dude.
I think I was timeless and I got hit in the head in the 80s. I don't know. Whenever I was this big.
Yeah, for sure.
That's all I remember. Just being this size forever.
Really? It's pretty tight.
All I can remember is being my exact size.
I was actually thinking today about buying. Do you remember when you first got money? Like the first time you got
2 years ago.
No, I'm talking about like
the first time the Patreon started doing well.
I'm talking about your first like contact with any kind of currency.
No, I don't.
I remember getting $5 when I was. I mean, I think I got through the ferry hook a couple times. When I was 8, I worked with my dad for like a week. I was holding a can of nails so he could build a fence, and he gave me the one man's here. He gave me $5 for like a week's worth of work. I read like in my universe. Remember with penny candy? You go into a store and there would just be like bins, and you would be like, dude, I'm gonna get a gummy shark, and they'd weigh.
I was just talking about this. They still have that in Spain.
Do they really?
They like have that now.
Do they?
They're just catching up.
Dude,
they have like gummy shark stores.
You go in and it's so funny thinking about.
Was it you and me talking about this? Because I was munching those. I was like stealing them down the aisle.
Could have been. We may have been. Yeah, we may have been somewhere.
Did we just talk about it last episode?
Did we talk about gummy sharks? Well, I don't believe
Life's not real, dude. I barely believe that.
Dude, I had an Inception
episode tonight. Not in the last episode. It never happened.
Dude, I was like thinking about this when I was 8 years old. I got $5, and dude, like the feeling of immense power I had, because all I spent money on was just penny candy.
Yeah.
So my head, I was just like, dude, it's gonna be fucking.
My grandma gave me $100 one Christmas, and I was like, we gotta buy a Dreamcast. Actually, it was 1,000. She won the lottery that year.
$1,000?
She won the lottery that year and gave everybody 1,000.
Damn.
And I was like, my parents just took it. I never saw it. Never saw it. And then as the years went on, that 1,000 was brought down to like 20.
Okay.
Good for her.
They taxed it.
She
You're
started
living in a socialist regime.
Absolutely. My grandma went full fucking Mao.
Damn, dude.
We overthrew her this year. Now she's dead. That's how she died. There's an uprising. There's a coup.
But yeah, I was thinking about.
I was like, I can get a Dreamcast. I mean, a G. I think it was in like 5th grade.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Never got it.
I got $300 my junior. No,
It's fucked up for my parents.
Take it.
I mean, it makes perfect sense.
Well, it's
Can
also.
you imagine it being like your son, like a 5th grader, having a?
I would take it. I would take it. Same thing.
Yeah.
I'd like. There's no way. What would you possibly do with it?
Yeah.
Like I got $300 when
I could have got a Dreamcast. They should have given me a Dreamcast.
True.
And then spent the rest at the fucking Knights.
Should have revolted at the night. You think it all went to the night?
That all straight went to the
They
Knights.
probably just bought you shit you needed with it. So they were like, "No, dickhead, we're not spending this on money."
Yeah.
You should have got emancipated over it. Like my parents stole $1,000. I'm out of here.
I should still try to get emancipated.
Could you file?
I wonder if you can. How old
I
can
think
you
at
be?
like 24 you can file to get emancipated. That'd be so fucking funny.
To just be like, legally, you're not my parents.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
went like as a gag. As a gag, I got emancipated.
Just change your last name legally.
Hey, sorry for the quick jump. We had to edit. We just, had to edit something there. I just started to talk about like my family. I didn't want you fucking freaks bothering my sweet family. Also, Wood called.
Yeah, it's kind of perfect. It was perfect time.
It was perfect time. We had to let the Woodman in. We had to bring him in. He brought a can opener, I guess.
Look, I apologize. You trying to fall on the sword. But let's say what really happened. Lemaire started freaking out again, saying COVID wasn't real, like he did on the last.
Oh, I forgot Lemaire.
Yeah.
You missed out on one of the episodes.
Yeah, on our Patreon, Lemaire was all like, "Dude, this is crazy. They make people like afraid to like let the air touch their face. This is so stupid. We shouldn't have shut down the economy." And I was like, "Lemaire, people are dying. What the fuck?"
And yeah, Matt was like, "We need to shut down the economy. It's a bold move for your personal choice."
Yeah, I was like,
I can't believe it.
Yeah, Lemaire started saying how like the case fatality rate was like only not 6 times worse than the flu, and it was like, well, they fucking estimate the flu. They only really tested like 20,000 people, but then they're like, well, from that number, we'll like say that maybe 22 million had the flu, but with COVID, they don't base it off the estimate. I was like, Lemaire, just knock it off.
Yeah, Lemaire, come on, man, you're out of your element.
This is serious, all right? Lemaire, look, the United States government, I know you don't think this is true, but they always have cared about super old people. This whole government is set up to protect those who we've abandoned in nursing homes, dude. If you don't think so, you're a fucking asshole.
Yeah.
Don't bring that shit to me. Remember when we invaded that country one time and we thought there was weapons of mass destruction? It turned out they weren't. and they're like, oh, sorry about that. We kind of fucked that up and just went and killed a bunch of people for no reason. It's not like that at all. So knock it the fuck off.
It's different this time.
Yeah, they're good now. They
fool me once. Fool me can't get fooled again. Yeah, we've done that like 9 times.
I don't know if you noticed
a lot of times.
But the news organizations are owned by billionaires who have your best interest and that of the elderly at heart. So come on, please don't bring that junk back on this podcast. Thank you.
Thank you, man. And we're back.
We're back.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you trying to cover for me.
I remember, last week I tried to step in when you guys were doing battle.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know if you got that, but Matt's clearly the one saying.
Yeah.
Was this on the Nate episode?
On Patreon. All I was saying is if, like, I let my experience be the judge of how I think about things. Because at the end of the day, it's impossible for an average person to figure out exactly what's going on. You just watch the news, and, you just believe one thing or you don't. That's kind of how you rock. Until, like, people start quoting the numbers, it's like, dude, you can pick one study of anything and be like, oh, here's what happened. Until there's, like, a meta-analysis of, like, oh, here's all of the data. People just don't have that right now. But
I'll tell you what, dude.
What?
Something munched my hand last night.
Yeah.
Dude, you see that? I think it was a mosquito bite. But it itched like crazy last night, but now it hurts like a fucking bruise. I got munched. Secretly, I got munched by the bar. No, this was middle of the night. I got munched by like what we can only hope was a mosquito.
True.
Instead of a spider.
It might be the next outbreak, dude.
Could be a bad spider.
We're gonna have a mutated spider outbreak next.
That'll get you in trouble.
But yeah, that's what I was saying to Lemaire. I was just like, jumping right back in. All I was saying is
let's talk COVID.
If you stop watching the news, you wouldn't be afraid. As afraid because your direct experience. There's not like.
Well, you wouldn't know.
Dude, we've had flus. We've had flus that are. I'm not like I said. I don't want anyone to get this, but it's like there was a flu where it was like the same, like a 0.03 case fatality rate. We had 2 of them, like the 50s and 70s. Ask anyone who has lived through that how it was. We didn't know.
Yeah.
So it's like again, it's bad. It's not a good fucking thing because they wipe a ton of people out. But like, we can't let the air hit my face. That's what Lemaire was saying anyway. And I was like, Lemaire, dude, mask up.
That's what I thought, dude.
I mean, we're bad boy bubby status where we're like going outside and we're like, go outside. It's like don't spread it. Don't get it.
Although it is. I will say that this is very annoying. Like, I'll go do a show and somebody will be like, take your fucking mask off, pussy. Yeah. I'm like, no, I'm around. There's 4 shows this week. I'm going to be around 400 people. I'm going to wear a fucking mask.
For sure.
And if you come up to me to be like, yo, let's take a picture, please wear a mask.
Yeah, well, that's
very annoying to be. I've like gone out of my way to avoid it.
Yeah.
And then I'll be at the bar and some dude without a mask will like walk up to my face and go, like just breathe straight into my face. I'll be like, hey man, chill, how are you? Like with the mask on, they're instantly like, I don't fucking have it. I'm like, I know you don't. Dude, relax.
I mean, yeah, 400%.
So,
but it's like what they could do is say, all right, that guy should be able to go do his thing, and then if you're like, hey, dude, this shit's terrifying me, I don't want any part of it, I don't have like my immune system's not set up for this shit, dude, chill, go hop on the dole, go get paid, but let the boys who want to work with them go do the fucking thing. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, it's equally dickish to be like, take the little pussy.
Well, no, nobody actually. I will take that back. Nobody's been dickish towards me, but they will like jokingly be like, "You pussy."
Well, yeah, it's just something.
I understand. I'm sure they're happy to see you. Like, yeah.
It's just something. It's nice to call someone a pussy about that. Yeah. But I mean, when I see someone driving in their car with a mask on, my honest thought is like, pussy. But then again,
I've accidentally done it a few times.
I've done it too. I've come out of a store and been driving like, fuck.
Yeah. Everybody's driving, laughing a bit.
When you're driving your car, did you keep it on? Did you take it off?
Took it off. I absolutely took it off. Took it off quickly.
Yeah, me too.
But you kept it on.
I'm on it the other way. Like I thought someone was gonna die. Like I was in the hospital. I'm like propaganda the other way, where I'm like, damn, dude, what's he gonna do?
So,
I heard that windbreaker shift.
So imagine you heard the windbreaker.
Yeah, I heard the windbreaker there on Lemaire. I thought he was excited to have an ally. He was about to jump back into this fight.
My mom actually was
I know you're saying. Why would he wear a fucking gym teacher?
The noisiest possible material.
Why would you be wearing a fucking windbreaker to work sound?
He wore swishy pants, I think, the other day. He was the last person that hated swishy pants.
Totally, Capo.
Fire ASAP. I do wear switching pants. Yes, I wore them yesterday.
She's so shy.
Jesus. What type of jacket is that? Don't mute your wife. Leave it on. Let's live in the shade. 6 years in the way. People listen to this at work, man.
Yeah, so, what were you about to say, Leonard?
Or even though I was alive for the
Yeah, I saw that. I caught it.
It's quite the hot dog. Remember the fight
Yeah,
on the
Lemaire.
beach being really...
We've been saying it's crazy to see the transformation of Lemaire in the last couple weeks. Maybe because I wasn't around him. For a while, I didn't know he turned into such a hot dog. He was a hot dog. Facial hair's new too, right? You had that at the Rose when you fucking wore the lady shoots? No. Facial hair is nice though. Yeah, facial hair seems like a very humbling gesture to work for.
So
have you eaten pussy?
No.
You shouldn't do that.
Well, then quit hot dog. Quit hot dog. It's for me. Yeah, but you're hot dogging like you're eating a bunch of pussy. No. You gotta start hot. You gotta eat pussy and then hot dog. You're fucking high stepping down the sidelines right now.
I think you can hot dog.
Hot dog is zero pussy hot dog.
Hell yeah. I think that's fucking powerful.
Zero pussy hot dog. It does sound good.
We had the whale man. I'm thinking about the whale man that came to our school.
I remember the whale man.
Yeah, we had a whale man. The guy came to our school. I don't know how he lined this deal up. This guy with the ponytail was like an expert on whales. He would go to Catholic schools and be like, I should go talk to your school about whales.
You're gonna need to know about whales.
He was a secret neo-Nazi as well. That was the other thing too. Confirmed by my boy Shotski, who said he heard him spitting on the church steps and he was a Satanist and a neo-Nazi. But I know, I've talked about it before. I don't think I'm all there. But
You do. He was trash.
I mean, the fact that, again,
it's incredible that a guy was a whaleman
and he would go
at a Pennsylvania school to be like, hey, kids, let's talk about marine wildlife. All of you are going to be like accountants. Damn.
And I don't think he was an actual marine biologist. I think he was a dude before the internet who just like read one book on whales and everyone was like, you're an expert.
That's what you had to have. People were Wikipedia. And there would just be one guy in town you got to be that guy. Yeah, who's the whale guy? We got to call the whale guy.
Whale man. We had the whale man and we had
the whale man.
We had the whale man and we should start doing like a Carl Malone impersonation sketch on the show. That'd be great.
True.
Maybe one of us will dress up.
Maybe go full blackface. Anyway, then work late night. Anyway.
Oh my God.
But Lemaire, you're gonna let my man here dunk on you on the COVID. Where was that courage? Remember last week when you had a bunch of courage? Now this week, Matt's gonna come in here and dance on
My
it.
main point was, again, if you stop watching the news, you wouldn't be as scary.
Yeah.
Scary. The news is what's hyping everybody up right now, dude.
That was not your main point.
What was my main point?
It definitely wasn't that.
That was one of my top points.
Your main point was one of my top points. I think your main point was we shouldn't have shut down the economy.
Exactly.
That was it.
Exactly. If you let your experience be the judge rather than just being like, what did you say, Don? You okay? I'll be good. And then all of your relationships are based off that. Dude, again, once you get out of the quest for literal truth, way easier. Because you're never going to prove anything right now. There's always conflicting information outside and within you because you're in your head at some point. You're having both perspectives on some level. Otherwise, you're not thinking. That's what thinking is. It's like, here's the thing. Oh, maybe not. If you just shut off the maybe not part, you just become, basically an automaton.
You can't turn that maybe not off.
That's what people don't want to
I got a strong maybe not.
Everyone does. If you're paying attention, people are like, I'm a Republican. It's like, yeah, but within you, you do have a part of you that argues kind of the other side. When you're like, we can't have the board, we can't have kids coming over the border. Whoa, come on, boy. Can't have kids coming over the border, blah, blah, blah. Can't have kids. Well, dude, they have, when people defend, they'll have, kids who are, in tinfoil blankets over the border. And people will be like, should have came here. That's what you get. But it's also like, all right, well, maybe we can fucking make it just teeny bit nicer. And in their head, they're probably like, is that kind of fucked up? No, it's not. Shut up, dude. If you were in your friend circle, if you guys were all, a certain political persuasion, and you're just like, I don't know, I think it's kind of fucked up. They're like, shut the fuck up, dude. So it becomes more about kind of keeping your social interactions in check versus an accurate picture of reality. That's all I'm saying.
Does this have to do with something called individuation, the process of individuation that happens in maturity? Do you know about this? Can you just tell me about this? I'm trying to learn about it.
Yeah, I know a little about that. You know, it's, if you can get out of the hive mind, it's actually a terrifying thing to do. But the idea is you're supposed to kind of think about what you initially want to do, what you actually believe, and try to pursue that as much as you can. This is what the whole Matrix thing of like there's a bunch of Agent Smiths who come up and they're like, stop doing that, stop doing that, stop doing that. So. But it's just really just figuring out what you're actually into, what you actually believe, and trying to be as honest with that as possible.
I go through spells like 20 minutes on YouTube where I'm trying to fix everything in my mind, and then there's like little words stick. So I was like, I have no other chance to answer this, so fuck it.
You can text me, so we done. Yeah, but I'm not like an expert. I know it's just the process of becoming your actual true self rather than your preordained social roles that you kind of take on and live out.
Is that when you have to regulate how much you yell at yourself? When you were talking about the two voices? You know, where you're like the one guy thinks this, and then what was it, the voice you said? Yeah, that.
Talking about Paul, you're like treating your thinking rational mind as a roommate.
Yeah, and then I'm trying to get out of it at this point in time because Shane didn't look at me. So I'm kind of so wait, what was it? No, you said soon, so I'm dying. What have you said? What was the thing you called? I'm not saying I'm any good crap. Look for help, dude. I missed the building. Yeah, I was like.
Yeah, that's the idea that your mind is typically trying to solve problems all the time. It's trying to it's trying to make your life better and better and better and better and better, and doesn't really kind of look at things as they are. Like, oh, this is kind of sweet. It's always like, well, this is sweet, but there's this thing, you can kind of drive yourself nuts. So that's the one thing you call your mind. You put your mind as like a different thing. You call it Paul or like Joe or whatever. So you're thinking like, man, this sucks, this sucks, this sucks. You can be like, thank you for your input, Joe. But and that's what I was saying before. In terms of literal truth, like you start figuring out, like, does this suck? Do I suck? There's no way you can ever figure that out. But you can say, like, functionally, does it work if I just ignore that and do the thing I'm supposed to do? The answer is yes, dude. That's what functional truth is all about. So, but yeah, if you're looking for literal truth, the best thing you can get is a bunch of people who disagree with you, and then you just make like a covert bond to like never disagree with each other on a certain level, and it's just that. People come in like, well, actually, you're like, fuck you, you motherfucker.
Yeah, so echo chamber shit.
Yeah. You know the deal. You know the drill.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't look. Come on, I don't want to hijack the cast. I have other.
No, I asked. He asked. Yeah.
I have other outlets.
This is good.
Thank you, bro.
I've been doing. All I'm thinking about is these two fighting. That's all I want.
True. Well, we could when we do the Patreon. I do have a thing I want to try with them. I went to California and I scored some weed goodies, so I'm going to have them. I'm thinking of some challenges we can do.
Oh, fantastic.
I have two
challenges,
two king-size cones.
I would say there's a pull-up bar out there.
Ooh.
That would be like a soccer game, dude. That might be 1-0. I think that's a 0-0 draw. And don't get me wrong, I'd be right there with you, boys. I'm not trash.
How many pull-ups?
Especially with my bug hand.
Dude, on break.
How you gonna ignore the bug hand, dude?
What, the bug hand?
I got fucking munched last night by possibly a widow.
I mean, that could have been a widow.
It could be a widow, dude. Yeah, because we had bed bugs 2 years ago. I remember, and I literally cannot stop thinking about these fucking things.
Really?
For 2 years. That's how. Did you ever get bed bugs?
Yeah, I told you I was in the hospital in Brazil. Well, first of all, I had fleas. That was horrible. I had a hostel in Brazil where they were like, I was like, why is everyone leaving? There's a 12-person room. I was like, why is everyone leaving? Like, there's bed bugs. And I was like, from the nursery ride? Like, the bed bugs?
I know, I didn't know bed bugs.
Dude, I slept in bed bugs for 3 days and then just went back to Philadelphia. Did you get
them? Did you bring them at all?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
No, we didn't have them in our apartment, to my knowledge.
In your apartment, it's the worst.
You see them jumping around?
You don't really see them ever.
You
never see them.
Yeah.
You gotta look for them with a flashlight in the corners of your bed and shit. But it's like this level of PTSD type shit that just never goes away.
Yeah.
I'm always looking for bed bugs now.
Well, you always, even in Philadelphia,
I've been a real bug guy.
You have a thing for little tiny bugs. They fucking freak you.
Yeah.
Dude,
get wrecked. Look at this thing, dude.
So you think the bed bugs, you think there was one lone survivor, one I Am Legend?
Yeah, dude.
That survived?
I think there was one Marcus Luttrell. Naturals Luttrell. I think Naturals Luttrell got me.
Let me see that. I'll tell you that's a bed bug, but
it's not a bed bug.
Nah,
it's not a bed bug. This thing is either spider or mosquito.
Yeah, a spider should have two holes.
No.
That's definitely not a spider bite.
Well, then how come it doesn't have one hole from a mosquito?
Could be something.
I think your spider hole bite.
Could be something with a board. Could be some sort of horned caterpillar.
It could have been. Fucking Pokemon.
Dude, you might have got rammed by a horned caterpillar. This thing woke me up how bad it is. Really? I was itching my fucking hand all night. And then I was like, what? I've never been bit on the inside of a hand by a mosquito. True.
It could be an ant bite.
Ooh. Ant?
Yeah, I thought ants had venom once. I'm embarrassed at this topic.
We got ants in the bed?
Possibly. Well, ants do. It's slight venom. That's why it itches.
No, they don't.
It's like mosquitoes.
Hold on, what about this fucking retard had something wrong with his eye, and he claimed an ant got in his eye.
And it was venom, so I thought it was like Daddy Longlegs.
I've never heard of
Daddy Longlegs have.
What was the
Daddy
answer?
Longlegs don't know. I just was attached to it after 10 minutes of telling you guys.
I understood the Daddy Longlegs. The Daddy Longlegs venom story is true. A lot of people believe that.
Okay.
About they have so much venom it can kill a guy, but they can't puncture your skin with their fangs. Damn. It's not true. It's not true, but that's a very common fucking lie. It's common enough that a fucking guy like me believes it. True. What's up?
I feel lies on top of that foundation.
And then he took the Daddy Longlegs legend and built it into ants.
Like everything has
in the eyeball.
And one day he had a fucked up eyeball.
Yeah.
I think clearly just pink eye.
I did get pink eye a couple times.
Yeah, I think it was 100% just pink eye. And he was like, what I think happened was, I think an ant was on my hand, and I went like this and smashed an ant into my eye.
Obviously got the venom.
He thought instead of just this was clearly fucking pink eye.
Yeah.
I think what happened was I picked up an ant and shoved it in my own eye.
Well, to be fair, did you try?
What was the actual? Was that close to what you thought it was?
That's exactly the math I was doing.
Yeah. And I had to. It was one of those. It had to be one of those. You don't want to call somebody out on a blatant you're wrong type thing.
I thought there was wiggle room.
But this was 100%. I was like, no.
Just lined up so hard the other way. I was like, God,
it would have been easy to. Well, it'd be. Try to stay on the mic a little bit there, Woodman. Try to get up on it. Yeah, there you go. Dude, so. How was Woodman sounding in the marriage? He fading in? You're not good.
I rock back.
The easy way to tell if you got an ant in your eye, if you got some sort of ant venom, you should try to shrink yourself.
And then get knocked out by a black guy in New York.
Knocked out? That was a good point.
Rick Moranis.
Yeah, someone finally got him back for shrinking those damn kids.
Yeah. I hate people playing with my damn kids.
I think it was that 60-year-old guy who jerked off on Zoom. Was like, Rick Moranis, you motherfucker.
Playing
Shrinking those goddamn kids. A science experiment's not worth it, Rick.
That's the devil's work. Can't be shrinking
and then the next one, you made him big. What the hell's wrong with you, Rick? You can't be shrinking over there. Shrinking your own kids?
Yeah, solid one punch.
Oh, dude, so
Dude, Rick Moranis, he's walking down the street in New York and some dude just suckered him and kept walking. Sick man.
Someone thought he was Woody Allen. I was like, pedophile motherfucker.
Under the scaffolding, dude. Rick Moranis has a bit of a bad thing upon top line.
Dude, of course,
he's like 60.
Under the scaffolding? Fuck. Every time I walk under there, I'm like, what if I can jump? He was probably looking up like, what if I can jump and swing? Just got fucking.
No, he was definitely walking. He was like, okay. Fuck, that's not gonna hurt you. Everything's fine. Don't be afraid of a black guy, Rick. God, what are you ready? No.
Yoshi reset. Yeah, I was trying to update something on my computer.
Nigga got that. His wife was like, honey, here's that motherfucker that shot the kid.
Let's go.
Son of a bitch now.
Soundclip is amazing.
They're in the motherfucking class, Rick. They're lost. Everything looks like a joke.
See what happens when you disrespect God.
This is karma, Rick.
It was. Rick took one.
Oh,
shit, dude. You just lay.
www.
He was in the hospital longer than Trump, though.
I feel like a comedian who had that down. There was a dude on his porch, like,
You didn't even enter me. You just asked for it. I thought he got that. I was finna be happy.
What is good? What is good?
Michael Jackson loves ska. What is good ska?
You think that guy was just like a grown-up kid who was just a knockout game veteran?
It was just like, I don't even see people anymore. I just see celebrity. I only knock out celebrities. Dude, if you wanted to, play the knockout game, you should only play it on celebrity. That'd be so funny.
Shut up, you got Michael Jackson.
Out like Brad Pitt just gets
Or
caught.
www.
That actually would make the
Michael
knockout
Jackson
game like
luxury.
people would like be like,
Withdraw
actually this is pretty good. It would make it more like
Yes,
just
come
one
back.
punch and like Harrison Ford. 92.
I heard if you get banned on Kick, they don't even pay you the money you earned in the month. Refresh.
What's your name?
Congratulations on being Kick partner. Withdraw one.
Say it 10 times, dude. You're so beautiful.
One of them's something.
Good lady who didn't get on there.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't get paid for that stream, maybe.
Kathy Griffin. That's all right.
Yeah.
We back.
Griffin.
Kathy Griffin.
Red hair from Rock.
Is it Griffith or
Jim, I
Griffin? Come
have
on,
$30.
man. Hold on. Griffin.
Yeah, I like that.
Damn, that's terrible. Woodman's in your ass, bro. Woodman's
I
usually
live
not.
in a basement that, like, I have to tie the fucking air conditioning and shit. I'm very sensitive to outside.
Woodman doesn't get it. He doesn't
When
get
did you
after
get
people like
kicked out
this.
of
He's
partner?
on your ass. And think how unlikable you have to be for a Woodman to come at you.
Hartman Billy Jeans, not my love H.
That's nice of you, what?
Yes.
Wood, you're a great guy.
Wood, you're such a great guy. Thank you.
What'd you up to, bro? So you had an ant in your eye. You thought you did. It's no big deal. You really did that. I didn't realize the whole camera. Cancel the whole time. That'd be sick.
I'm feeling Scum, you are a cantaloupe head ass nigga. Good morning. New cheesy underscore 4K. Hardman Billy Jeans, not my love
True. I can only buy off other fats. They're disgusting. None of them are 6'3".
True.
I bought my same shirts are from just 5'8" fats.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
They disgust me.
Some dude just ripping loads all over.
How tall are you? I'm just joking. But I did get your height. 5'8". As soon as I said 5'8", I was in my head. That might be Lemaire's height.
I follow Lemaire's fucking dark blue shirt he has.
Lemaire's just cool.
You know, that's sort of golf, Lemaire?
Sometimes when I look at this, I know I do wear suits. You donate on
Never once, right?
I keep everything. I'm not talking about one of those like a week ago at all. Get regular suits. I need to do something. Mormon Mills? Yeah, I was going to put Mormon Mills.
Yeah, they sell like I went there. I usually would go there once a year. I stopped doing this because of this incident, but I would buy like 6 pairs of sweatpants. I would go to Forum for like fucking like $4, so cheap. Then I bought 6 pairs of sweatpants. None of them had pockets. So I spent a winter just like holding my phone in my mouth.
Oh, it sucks.
Dude, fucking.
I just bought two pairs of gym shorts. They're sick. They're authentic Auburn, authentic Notre Dame basketball shorts, but they're too authentic. And neither of them have fucking pockets.
So you're telling me NBA players don't have their phone the whole time while they're playing?
They don't. Man, this thing hurts. You
think it's starting to pulse?
I don't know. It's not good.
Let me see that again. Let me see what that thing is.
That's definitely not where a mosquito would ever bite you.
It would bite you.
I've never been bit on the inside. I get munched by
mosquitoes. It might be a stigmata.
It's not swollen on it. Like deep tissue damage.
It hurts.
Like nerve problem.
Yeah.
No, you do have it out for little bugs, dude. You think there's little bugs yet?
There was a time Jerry walked into the green room at Helium, and I had like my jeans rolled up.
Yeah.
And he was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I think we have fleas." I was looking at my legs for fleas.
No, you see them immediately.
And then I finally saw fleas like a year later for the first time in my life. And I was like, "Oh, I'm fucking nuts. I'm nuts, dude." I keep looking for tiny bugs, which I think is like a form of schizophrenia, or like it's like some type of weird, like, it's a popular delusion. Early sign is like you're constantly afraid of bugs.
So in the denial of death, they talk about this. Like, again, the overwhelming fear and terror of like just being a person and being obliterated or whatever, that you start to pick these little weird problems that like you can like kind of triumph over, where you're like,
I can't triumph over the bugs.
I know,
I'm telling you.
but it's like bugs instead of like I'm like alone.
First off, if you don't think I'm
truly
entirely,
understands me, I'm gonna die.
If
My
you don't
body's gonna be destroyed.
I'm entirely focused on being alone in the universe. You're out of your mind. The bugs are just exactly what's. They're on deck.
So you're on the different side of neuroticism. I fall in this as well. That you've transcended all the social roles available to you, and then typically that comes with the person who, like, again, you say like the little humans as creatures have like sports, social roles, and like, you know, like, hey, you're going to be a good carpenter. You know, not saying there's anything wrong with that, but like people just get into those like, you know, here's TikTok on my phone, here's sports, here's the news, I believe it all. Then there's dudes who lift their head up from the pasture too long, and they start to be like, what else is out there? And, you know, that's, they say people bite off, a certain type of person who's neurotic bites off way more than they can chew, way more than they can chew. That's typically, you know, the stuff of heroes, I would say. They say neurotic are like heroes.
Absolute lies.
It's pretty funny to think about people just biting off way more than they can chew in life and think, why isn't this working?
Yeah.
Or they said the other side of that, people who just don't bite off anything at all. And then that's a whole other category.
You were talking about earlier. I had a couple friends that were not funny at all. Like, weren't even close to being funny. That's wild. Like zero.
Oh, dudes who just aren't funny.
Dudes who can't be funny.
Yeah.
I mean, my whole life. Yeah, like he wasn't funny. I knew a couple dudes that were just not funny. Every once in a while, they'll like text me trying to be like jokey.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, you suck at this.
It's like, what? Yeah,
you're not even close.
What am I reading here?
The worst is when people suck at it and then just hit you with a hard OL.
Oh.
You ever run into those? I'm like being mean to people. I'm kind of good at that. I think I'm good at being mean to people in a friendly way, without hitting people too hard, and then they'll swing back with something like actually mean.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Well, there's also a thing of like dude friendships, at least when I was growing up, that was like, some bitch, some pussy.
Yeah.
That was like a kind of like an accepted way to go. But you can navigate pretty well of like breaking somebody's balls, and it's still kind of like.
Yeah.
You can give people a needle. That's all.
I can also get locked into a gay relationship. We've talked about that. Where like, for some reason, the relationship's just like faking that you're both gay, kind of.
Oh.
And then you just get trapped in it, where it's like, all right, we gotta end this bit. This bit's kind of.
Wait, so what?
It's run its course.
How long have you been trapped in like a gay chicken?
I was in a slight gay chicken with DeStefano for a little while.
Were you really?
And he might not even know we were in.
Shout out.
I was with him today. That's why that's wearing that shirt. I got mad at shirt. I did history guy in early.
So tight. It's like when your dad goes to work and brings you something back. Like,
thanks, Dad. I'm gonna wear it right now.
I put it right on. Yeah. Oh, it fits. How'd you know his size?
I knew your size. Thanks, bro. That was hilarious. He was giving me shirts. He was like, what size are you? I was like, 2X. I was like, do you have any? He was like, oh yeah, our fans are fucking disgusting. And I was like, thanks. But I was slight gay chicken with him. I'm usually talking about each other's dicks somehow, like, because I know he has a big dick.
That's right.
I saw it. He showed it to me. Okay. Because it was gay chicken. He was like, look at this. I was like, oh, sweet.
He showed you his dick.
Yeah.
Flash, you're talking?
For a barbershop where it's got everything, but it's not hard.
No, I think it had to have been hard, but it was laying down.
So he probably got it Twilight
laying.
You get gonzoed out.
Boy, that thing.
Nice, dude. Good for him. I'm proud to be wearing this face.
You stuck with me.
Trying to this big dick energy to rub off on me.
It will. You were out California dreaming.
True.
That weather will plump you up.
Dude, I'm not lying, dude. It was so funny. I was excited.
Sagging.
My flaccid state was awesome, man. I mean, obviously, I was practicing white tantra, so like, you know, I'm pretty back.
You're not coming.
Not coming. I'm in Salt Life, so I got like the mineral contents like crystallizing around my bird and just pulling it down a little bit. It's fucking awesome.
Dude, I went to another mall too.
What?
I went to that aquarium in Mall of America in Minnesota. Sick. Bridgeport had a zoo in the mall.
More than one zoo in Bridgeport?
Yeah. Wow. One of them's in the mall. One of them just has, it's like the size of like the Gap, and it's packed with fucking animals.
So this is like there's a fine line between a zoo and just like a weird
It stunk, and there was like almost no rules. You could just walk into every single cage. You go into every cage. So I was in there with capybaras, dude. I was petting them.
For the what?
It was fucking sick. Yeah, he's high. Noah's high. I was hanging out with capybaras.
What's a capybara? You think a capybara might have licked your hand?
No. Capybaras aren't venomous. Ants are.
What is a capybara?
You know what a capybara is?
No.
You do. You've
I'm
seen it.
thinking it's like a goat.
It's the world's largest rodent.
What?
It's like a dog. It's like a dog-sized guinea pig. And that's what they sound like, by the way. They make that noise. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
You know that like guinea pig noise? I don't know how to.
I was a big guinea enthusiast.
Try to make it. What noise a guinea pig makes? Yeah.
It's like a low squeak. Yeah.
That's a capybara. You've seen those boys. They get rocked.
Come on now.
They're huge, dude.
You got to pet one of these?
I was hanging out with them. I was feeding them, but they are rodents. So they have like rat hair. They have like gross hair. But I was petting them. They're fucking sweet. But
you're a bridge.
I was at the mall hanging out. We were making like, I was like, oh, I'm going to buy some sunglasses. And then I walk in. If I see a zoo, I'm in. $1 million every time I see a zoo. And then as soon as I got in there, you could pay extra money to feed whatever animal you wanted. Each animal had food. Indoors, dude. There was eels. There was a whole fucking giant tank of fish with shark. There was a fucking shark in there. Fuck. In the mall. In the size of the gap. It was crazy. It was wild. Capybaras. They had like wild cats next to birds. All the cats were just going nuts trying to get these. It was a horrible zoo.
I mean, you got to pet a capybara.
I was petting a
capybara. It's like a Joe Exotic setup.
The first exhibit was just iguanas, just laying there.
No doubt.
And then there was a sloth.
Daytime.
There was a sloth. Sick. But no, the capybaras were the highlight. That and the wallaby. There was a tiny fucking. Have you ever seen a wallaby? Oh my! Did you get the goodness? Wallaby's like a mini kangaroo, except like fat.
Oh fuck! That's the other thing too, man. If you don't have enough, you can come up. If you just get a couple of weird animals.
Oh, that's the cutest kangaroo.
I see that thing. Yeah. Oh man, dude.
His bees are feeding it.
Did you buy food there to eat, or did you bring whatever?
Dude, that's fucking adorable, man. Yeah. You get to feed that thing?
Yeah.
Can you like give it like Mentos? Like, they get it.
Switch it up, Tic Tacs.
I was in there with
the capybara.
Me and the capybara. I was feeding them. They were on me, bro.
Damn, dude.
Is it as strong as goat is? Where like it's hard to move a little bit?
The capybaras were pretty easy to move. They were then I got to Phil farting. Why would you do that?
Oh, fuck.
The capybaras are top 5 right now.
Yeah,
animals. They're fun to be around. They're fun to be around.
You should seriously cop a capybara. You already got the Valentine.
If you can own them in Connecticut, you can definitely buy capybaras.
Dude, look, you can definitely get one whether illegal or not. No one's gonna break your balls about a capybara in the house.
They would, dude. Capybara? See their feet? They're crazy looking.
Really?
It's not a big thing yet.
Yeah.
Well, you know they can't get anything in the rodent family typically doesn't get rabies. They get a lot of other diseases, but I learned that from squirrels. So I had a squirrel in back then, and I wanted to take it.
I learned that from squirrels. You wanted to bring him in?
There was a baby squirrel in back there a long time ago, and I was like, dude, I'm gonna bring this guy in. And someone was like, oh, there any rabies? I looked it up, and I was like, yeah, rodents typically don't carry rabies. So I came out, and the mother must have.
Somebody tried to talk some shit and be like, you can't get that thing in here.
Yeah, it was my four roommates didn't want to live with a squirrel. So they were like, I think they has rabies. I'm like, no, I looked it up, it doesn't.
We had some squirrels at our old place.
Holy shit, the raccoon would come back.
Yeah.
Big fat guy.
If you sat on that porch, like 20 squirrels would come by. They did not stop running. That was great. That was nice.
Where
They'd be a little too close.
Encounter capybaras in the wild?
I definitely know the Amazon.
South America?
Yeah.
Dude, you gotta get one.
I think they're like the #1 food source. Yeah, everything watches those guys. Everything watches, yeah. Every nature documentary you'll ever see is just capybaras getting rocked.
Man,
you get one, we'll save it.
But you should see the baby capybaras. I don't know if you've ever, just smaller versions of the big ones, but like almost exactly proportional to. They're so fucking funny. I mean, you're gonna want to bring that up just for your own enjoyment.
How maybe do they grow too? How quickly do they go from small guy to huge?
Probably in like a year, I would say.
Everybody knows these guys rule.
Yeah, animal. I didn't know what the hell that thing was called.
Yeah, capybaras.
They look like a hamster mixed with a hippopotamus.
Yeah, That's basically exactly what it is. That's actually exactly what it is. And they're fat, little chubby asses, dude. I'm like, I'm fucking one, dude. I'm gonna get hot and fuck one of these capybaras one night.
That'd be tight.
When I'm being king of the good times.
Yeah, so what was the party?
King of Good Times isn't as good as Mr. Cool, but
King of Good Times
rules.
Yeah.
Especially if you're Indian.
What was the documentary like with these Indian billionaires?
It actually kind of sucked, other than the fact that he called himself King of Good Times. That's all. It was just he was trying to sell beer, and there was like prohibition in India, so he like started an airline with the same beer name. He like invented bars in India.
Did he really?
In like the 80s. It was late. Yeah, this guy rules. I forget his name other than King of Good Times.
How were they kind of chilling early?
The name of the beer was Kingfisher. Pretty sick. How were they chilling earlier?
Yeah, what were they doing without bars?
I don't know. They're fucking Indians. They're just sitting in circles. Sitting on. Just having like 3 dudes on a motorbike.
True.
There's shit like
there's
that.
dudes in India. There's a certain religion where there's these like kind of like monk type guys, and they smoke hash and vow to never sit down, like ever. So they try to stand as long as they can, and they like lean against the wall to get stoned. And there's like they lean against the walls.
Fuck, would you ever get stoned? That was your goal.
I read about it. There's a book called Shantaram where there's a guy who like I think it's like he said it's an autobiographical tale, but I think he kind of embellished a little bit. But he like got out of jail in Australia and went to India and ended up doing like working for like Indian crime syndicates. And he said he came across a temple of people who like they weren't allowed to sit, or maybe like they weren't allowed to sit like all day until they went to sleep. So they would just smoke hash and just staying up the whole time, like for like 18 hours. Yeah, that was the religion. It was like don't sit down.
Yeah, I always get annoyed when I hear this, like, monks do that type of shit. Like, vow of silence and shit. Yeah, beat it, dude.
Did you ever see the Whirling Dervish?
Yes.
That shit fucking rules. It does. Those guys just spin for like 3 hours. I've entered another world.
Now you're dizzy.
They don't even do anything like that. And then they just like spin around just for like fucking
like faint. Like, oh, it's God. I get more dizzy now. I don't know what happens. As a kid, I used to be not that dizzy. I was swinging my knees around. I get dizzy after like 1 turn. Dude, I like move my head. I'm like, your balance goes mentally. It's alright. We're getting old. Yeah.
That might be part of the challenge for your guys' challenge to obtain this week.
True. Who can whirling dervish longer?
You're whirling dervish?
Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be so easy to there. I think you might spin and put Noah into your orbit. Dude, I have a Peloton now. I can make fun of other people's physical shape. I'm pretty much jacked. Just having a Peloton in my bedroom,
all that matters.
Yoked. All that matters. Have I used it once? Nope. I mean, I got it yesterday.
I can't wait.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Yeah, let's slide.
Oh yeah, let's slide that page. Oh wait, before we do, if we're still talking capybaras, so I also please imagine 6 at the zoo. Oh my, that's all. Just imagine me like, well, yeah, what the fuck is this animal? I was like, oh, don't touch it. He's like, I'm not afraid of it, dude.
The squirrels go from porch. You would smoke cigarettes, and the squirrels get close and fall.
He's funny about it. He's got like just the way you see people interact with things.
These are like animals. I never really got that vibe.
I think he treats them like they're dumb people. So like this fucking idiot. You know?
I imagine his reaction was kind of like,
what exactly? Cool. Yeah, that was it. I was like, yeah, let's go in. Although he did enjoy feeding the eels.
True.
The eels had a fucking like a gumball machine, and in the capsules were chunks of fish that you would just pour over, and the eels would come up and fucking huge fucking eels would like fight each other for it, and they're terrifying. Yeah, eels are fucking horrifying. Although one of them was a fucking big face fish came in and snagged it. It was hilarious. He was just sitting there, fat lips, and like a long, I don't know what type of fish it was, but he was just sitting there watching, and the eels are stupid, so they were like looking for it, and as soon as he dropped it, the fat guy with the big face snagged it. It was great. I think one of the eels bit another eel.
Did they really?
They were pissed.
The thought of you in a zoo and a ball makes me so fucking happy.
It fucking ruled. It was so fun. And then, I mean, the wallaby was great. He had sharp claws. You held it too high, he would grab you with his claws and pull you down so he could eat. He was fucking incredible. And then he would chew at you. He would just look at you and just be like, oh man, he was great. He was albino. Really? He was all white. He had little red eyes. What a sweetheart.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, it was a nice day. And then O'Connor came and fucking.
What happened to O'Connor?
O'Connor met us at the zoo.
Did he really?
Mall zoo.
How was he at the zoo?
He lives by Bridgeport.
So he's been in the zoo 100 times.
Nobody's ever heard of the zoo at the mall.
What?
Of course he didn't know. Nobody knows. I think I got it. Yeah. I don't think that's real.
You might blow them up.
Fucking Aqua World. I think is what it's called.
Aqua World? Yeah. Who do you think owns the zoo? We gotta find out and get that guy.
How many animals got into the store the size of a gap? Yeah, it was like this kid was walking around with a snake. And I was like, holy shit, that thing's getting after you because this boa constrictor kept trying to go like up his neck. Like while he was talking, he kept like pulling it down. And I was like, you gotta take it easy on that.
It's like a pet shop where you can just look at the pets.
It was just somebody bought a wild bunch of animals, threw them in this one room. And was just like, all right, you can walk around, you can feed any of them, just $20. It's great.
Hey, that guy rules, man.
Yeah. That might have been the king of good times who put that together. That's like a very entrepreneurial, what's it called? Yeah, Sequest. What do I call it? Aqua Quest? Aqua World?
Dude, Sequest.
Aqua World might be the other mall zoo I was at in Minnesota.
Yeah, it might be Aqua. Yeah, that was water. That was
much more aquatic. This was, I mean, Tulsa.
I almost said that was all otters.
There's otters. There was otters. What? There was 2 otters just running around. They were great. The trainer's door went into their cage, so they spent the whole day just trying to look under the door crack, like screaming at the trainers to get food. Every single animal in there was getting fed nonstop. Because that's the whole point of it. You just go in and feed them. And these guys, all of them were fat as fuck. Every animal in there was just getting munched. They were just munching all day. They one capybara didn't even. There was 2 capybaras. One didn't even get up. I was in there. It was feeding time, and he was just. He didn't move once. And also, I was treating them. I thought they were like dogs. I thought they'd be quick. So the first thing I did was throw food at it, just hit it in the face. And I think it was retarded. I couldn't pick it up off the ground. And there was no one around. I don't fucking stick my hand out. I don't know how fast capybaras eat. Like, it was like genuinely, I didn't want it to fucking, And then I'm the asshole, Like I tried to, he was like, what, you gonna try to hand feed a capybara? You fucking idiot. Just like, I don't know.
So you put your big bees over here, get your hand in, I'm not gonna bite you.
That's literally exactly what I did. I was like, you go first, you're off one. I don't care. And he like stuck his head out, like, watch out, Brian. I was like, dude, I'm not afraid of these things. Yeah, bees are being indifferent towards animals. It's so funny. He did love the wallaby. The wallaby melted his.
I mean, you can't not.
Beezer's ice heart. No, just beautiful wallaby, dude.
I mean, bees are singing about phone games and cigarettes.
Just phone games, cigarettes. Looking at a wallaby. Yeah, that one's actually pretty cute. So we're gonna slide into the page. We're gonna talk to Chris Wood. Before we go, don't. Oh yeah, show the bounty.
This is the bounty. These are gummies from California from a shady dispensary.
That's what Lemaire and Noah are about to do.
Vape cartridge.
Oh, they're gonna get fucked up.
Big one.
Wow, that's a cool vape cartridge.
Double cup. King size.
Whoa, dude. Look at these 2 capybaras. The capybaras over there are getting hungry.
So this is the Stanley Cup. We'll do physical challenge. In between, we'll do physical challenge, mental challenge. We'll do physical challenges, and then we'll take the mental challenges on the Patreon. Winner gets all.
This 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th. Matt and I will be at Helium Comedy Club in Philadelphia. We got a live podcast the 18th. That'll be fun. Then, the 23rd and 24th next week,
23rd and 24th of October, Matthew and I will be at Hyenas Comedy Club in Fort Worth and in Dallas. And then, are you coming with me 10th and 11th to Zanies?
Is that in Alabama?
Yeah, the second one's in Alabama.
I don't think so.
We'll figure it out. November 10th, I'll be at Zanies in Nashville. November 11th, Huntsville, Alabama.
Yeah, my allergy. I'll figure it out.
Smell. I don't know if you got hit with that. I apologize if you smelled it. Good.
Also, check out Romas Men's Team, dude. It's a new project I'm doing.
Romas Men's Team?
Romas Men's Team. Something I jumped.
What is it?
It's something you do. We do it Mondays. Basically, call your shots and tell them here's what I'm going to do this week. Friday, check in, see if you did it or not.
Excuse me. Oh, nice. A little accountability. That was kind of the role of the church.
Basically, it's pretty tight. You call, dude, it's helped me tremendously. I'm like, here's all the stuff I'd like to do this week. Even if I do 50% of it, it's 1,000 times better than what I would have done. Usually, go to my basement and pull it up on YouTube. Like, I'm researching for the podcast. I'm looking at this thing. Dude, it's pretty tight. I'm a big fan. So, keeps it count. It's nice. Yeah,
What man?
She got going on.
They need to listen to
I have more presentations, a podcast where I talk about one thing a week.
He literally just looked at me and laughed because he knew that would piss me off. Like, he literally just wanted to watch me watch you go.
All right, I have a podcast. Episode 50's coming up. It's big for me. I don't know what the topic is.
It's going to be great.
We're good. Who wants
this Lito
band? People fucked up and read out loud.
I think the challenge will be they have to smoke one of these codes. They both have to smoke.
Good idea.
That'll be the Disney test.
Get them to read out loud. Get them somewhere.
We should get, you guys should both.
Get high right now.
These two fucking potheads, they crush these shit.
Dude, these things have keef in them, dude. These are pretty sure.
Alright, so will you guys get very high off that joint and then sit down and have trivia?
You gotta read out loud. You gotta spin around first, too. You gotta go all fucked up. You gotta ask you things.
Yeah.
He's so fucking funny.
Nice. Well, the Patreon's gonna be great. Patreon's gonna be better than that episode.
Well, maybe.
Definitely.
Well, I mean, that's
Kind of claimed up. He called me on second skin.
That had nothing to do. You picked it up. You should have seen it before. I was just staring at the fucking table.
Oh, I didn't tell you this before we go. We were jet skiing. I forgot to tell you this. We were jet skiing. Dude, our fucking, I had Brittany on the back the whole time, dude. Fucking
sweet. That's pretty solid.
Pretty hot. That's pretty hot.
Yeah.
Well, dude, I would ramp. Well, first of all, she's like, you're not allowed to go fast. I'm like, okay, whatever. We got out of the ocean.
Fast as you get.
Fucking ramping waves. And, dude, I would feel her. She's up against my back. And she's kind of gets my heart thing hot.
Yeah.
And she would just go, I'd feel her separate and come back. And I was just like, oh my God, if I fucking lose her. Dude, so like, she's like, I want to go in. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? We still have like 20 minutes left. Don't be a baby. Dude, so we shot my fucking, there were sea lions like 15 feet away.
I mean, there could have been some great whites out there.
I didn't know this going forward. So we're like maybe 20 to 30 feet away from the sea lions. We're on the thing. We're arguing on a jet ski. I'm like, I don't want to fucking go in. And then I'm like, fine, fuck it, I'll go in. So I turn left. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to turn right. And I fucking turn right. And I fucking wave. It's us. The thing was about to flip. So I just go, fuck it. I roll off. And she's holding on to me. So she rolls off too. So we're like in the middle of the ocean too. The shoreline is like cold Pacific Ocean. Yeah, bro. We have life jackets, thank God. Dude, I fucking in the ocean, hassled off there, picked her up, put her on the fucking thing, hopped back on. It's a 15-minute ride home, dude. Like back to the dock, total fucking silence. I'm like, I picked you up. You see that? She was just fucking sourpuss. It was so fucking funny.
That's scary. I'd be scared.
I mean, dude, I'm not a big fan of being swimming around in the middle of the ocean with like, deep in the ocean. But dude, it was like I knew she's like 20 times more afraid than I am. We flipped off this thing, dude. It was kind of funny, honestly. We both fell in. But, dude, that was like, we were fucking going like, I don't know how fast we were. We're like ripping waves. Just
you bailing on purpose.
Dude, we would have had a flip.
We gotta go.
Dude, we were like up. I would have had to flip the thing over from the water, which, dude, that would have been totally terror behind the wall.
That would have been so scary.
That would have hurt us. She would have instantly tried to start drowning. She would have like,
she absolutely would have.
100%.
Maybe at sea would instantly be like, I'm going to intentionally fake drown to make your struggle worse. Dude, I can't believe that's the type of guy I'm already becoming. Somebody who's just like, remember when geezers would be like, women stink. I'd be like, yeah, right, dude. What are you talking about? When I was younger, now I'm just like,
I'm just imagining, dude. I'm not even in a relationship, and I'm like being out at sea with my girlfriend. Oh, we don't need to have a girlfriend.
We ocean kayaked once. It was her idea. She went to ocean kayak.
I'm mad hearing that.
Dude, so I'm like, you sure you want to do that? And she's like, oh yeah, I love it. I'm like, I love it. I was like, oh, ocean kayak. I love doing riding the waves and shit. Salt Life. And
we're not solid. Adventure sports are not solid, dude. I promise. True solid is blacking out on the beach, and that's it. That's almost not good. No, solid. Yeah, sun up, sundown is blacked out on the beach.
Don't fucking
wake up in a front lawn made out of stones and Salt Life.
That's not Salt Life.
We blacked out on a front lawn that's fucking
alcoholism, dude.
That's Salt Life. That's Salt Life. I think Jimmy Buffett was up to it.
Smoked weed. He smoked weed. Jimmy Buffett did smoke weed.
I'm sure he smoked weed, but he says it in what?
Margaritaville.
Yeah, exactly. It's not called fucking Doberville. It's not called fucking Potboyville.
It's like you get credit for a jet ski rescue, like on your list.
Well, dude, when we were ocean kayaking,
flipped kayaking, it's over.
We were ocean kayaking, dude, and I would be steering, and she'd be like, let's head towards the rocks. And I'm like, no, what the fuck? She would try to steer us.
Oh, she was crazy back then.
She wanted to get off of the.
She wanted to get out.
She wanted to get as close to like a solid object as possible. But I'm like, dude, the waves will rip us into that. That'll fucking hurt. So she was pure panic mode. So we were jet skiing. She was in panic mode. There was times where I felt my arms turning from. She was trying to steer from behind with my arms.
She's trying to ratatouille you into the rocks. She's trying to steer you.
She's like, just start moving my arms. I'm like, that's what like you can't be. Dude, I let her drive for a little bit, and she did it for 2 seconds. Like, I'm on. Dude, we were fucking flying. Dude, it was awesome.
That is good.
Until we flipped. We stopped. Well, she was like, stop. We
so you thought staying on the boat or on the jet ski would have caused it to flip?
We were flipping. The jet ski was tipping, going more and more about the flip. That's why I bailed off.
But you bailed off. Why would that help?
Because it's like if I'm on
it, took the weight off the top or what?
Yeah, because it's like if the thing's tipping and then we're on it, we start leaning to the side.
I see.
So it was like this was like 3 seconds of reaction.
Yeah.
We're like, I'm like, holy shit, sea lions! You turn around, and we gotta turn around. And go, we start going up. I just went bailed off.
Yeah.
I was like, maybe it did.
It was a gnarly bail.
Totally. I mean, this is my sea instincts kicked in.
A gnarly bail.
For sure.
Yeah.
For fucking sure. So that was
Quicksilver might have seen that.
That was enjoyable. No, Billabong already had it. Alright, sorry.
That was fun. Yeah, great story.
It was fun. It was a lot of fun. Man, we fought about it for about 18 hours. Here we are. No, we made up.
They have no idea just the damage. It's just in a dude's head all day. It's just like, I can't believe I gotta have to have this argument.
I feel like you should have gotten credit for the rescue. Like, that's why I would say
3 days later.
Hey, let's go left. I'm gonna take a hard right and flip the thing. That's understandably.
The problem was, she's like, turn around. And I was trying to turn around. She's like, no, turn left. I'm like, what the fuck is the difference? It wouldn't have mattered, honestly. I swear to God. Dude, we go. You were
so credit.
This was a slow turn.
This wrecks the shit.
This was a slow turn, dude. It was so funny because I was going like, I just want to go in. I want to go in. I was like, oh shit, dude. We were fucking flying, and then as soon as I go like 5 miles an hour, the one
flipping one of those fucking things at sea, that would be very difficult.
It is. The guy was like, dude, you're definitely not going to flip it. It's really hard to do. And, fuck, dude, a little wave hit us in the right angle, and we were all. If we had that thing had flipped, she would have went face down and been like, it would have been instant. I'm drowning as smart as possible.
You have to be like, relax. You have to be like, this is holding you up, like, calm down. I'm drowning. Don't tell me to calm down. I'm not drowning. Calm, fucking relax. Babe.
I would have taken off I would have unbuckled my life jacket and just went,
yeah, you had the jacket.
I would have put mine on her and just like, boom.
Alright, let's roll. Yes, Patreon for the fucking stoner Olympics, dude.
Who will win? 300 milligrams.
Tex Lemaire or Noah. Who you got? Who you predict?
So wait, before we go in,
That's the events.
we gotta make sure that's. I think the main event should just be them getting very, very high right now, and then having trivia.
I think so. I think
In this break, we'll just work on trivia. Well, you guys will work on trivia. I'll play one round of Battlefield 5.
I'll come up with good questions. Yeah, I'll come up with some good questions.
Perfect. We got the guy from Oral Presentation. Exactly. What useless bullshit. A ton of useless bullshit. What a plug, dude. Yeah,
there we go.
Nice.
We'll come up with some trivia.
All right.
Nice. This will be fun.
Well, man, what year when was the Civil War? Please give it a shot. Don't answer no. Noah's eager. I just want to hear what the man thinks the Civil War was. He's laughing. Man, you didn't get the question. No, he threw me off. Oh, nice. Yeah. Pretty good. It's like 61 to 65. But still, I thought I was in my head. I was like, this is gonna be like 1910. You'd be shocked at how wrong people are on dates.
True.
But like, I'll fuck with my All right, we gotta go to the next one.
This is extremely important for Jewish history. This period is called the and what you're looking at on the screen here is
oh man, I love you guys so much.
I love you.
Here, dude, I fucking love everyone in this room. Yeah, it's everyone listening.
Memphis.
Yeah, we did. I like early. 12 o'clock is like the prime of my day, man. I feel great.
It's usually when I'm just waking up.
Really?
Yeah. Just
parting the crust. Just parting the crust on your eyes.
Another chance to be great. Every day I wake up just like, wow, another opportunity.
What time do you think Kings woke up?
Probably noon. Yeah,
I think they woke up at noon.
Definitely. Actually, no. Back then, probably everybody woke up like with the sun.
Yeah, like 4 and 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude,
So what do I mean back then, dude? We still have kings.
We do.
Kings today definitely wake up at noon.
They're just called billionaires.
Yeah.
People are like, well, I don't like them. It's like, welcome to being a peasant, dude. Yeah, we've hated them forever.
Yes.
People who have all the money, you're like, hey, fuck that guy. It's fine. They're just kings. I want people to get into billionaires, just being like, forget the politicians. Let's go straight to the billionaires. Like, dudes, what can we do for you? I'm a mercenary. What do you want me to do?
Like serfdom.
Let's stop pretending. Let's stop throwing geezers up against each other. Let's go straight to Bezos, straight to whoever else. Like, yo, you guys have all the money. What do you want us to do? Just be honest.
That is fair.
You're obviously ruling this country.
I don't even think we need to ask. I think they're just telling us.
Yeah, let's make go shit package. Give you $16 an hour benefits. Like, all right, thanks.
Sweet.
Appreciate that.
Sweet.
We get some more vacation. They're like, no, then we kill them.
I need to go to Sandals, you motherfucker.
I need to go to Mar-a-Lago, dude.
Set fire to his compound and run in there.
Well, it's got to be so hard to dethrone these guys now. If you're a tech billionaire,
set fire to a compound and then just the whole squad running in is great.
Yeah.
Like I would watch like any of those like embassy movies where they're like where people just storm an embassy. They all die. They all get like massive numbers of them get hit.
For sure.
Like at the gate, like someone with like a rubber machine gun.
That's what a general is. A general is someone who can find people who are like, look, guys, here's the plan. Like, you guys go in first, all right? And then we'll be in later.
Yeah, you go in there and get them.
You guys are going to drop you off first.
You're the true heroes.
Yeah. If you do it, we'll send you to community college for free.
But it's great. Like, all the time, like in like Black Hawk Down and all those, like it's just like a dude running and like spraying an AK and then sprinting and like just like wildly like, oh fuck. Yeah, baby. Big weekend.
Oh, dude, huge weekend.
Big weekend.
Dude, I'm fucking. You're grinding me out, dude.
Helium weekends kill.
I don't know how you even add partying to that mix. Just for me, staying up until 12 is enough to like completely fuck me up.
Helium weekend, that's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then we added a Sunday show. That was a 4-day bender, dude.
Yeah, man.
Yesterday was
party time.
Yesterday was a day of rest.
What'd you do yesterday? Where were you yesterday?
Complete day of rest. Me and Beezer.
So you've been crashing at the Beezers.
Last night, yeah. I had a hotel, and then last night.
Oh, I got you.
Last night, living room at Beezer's.
How's that sleep? What's the sleep quality?
Pretty poor.
Yeah, dude.
Pretty poor. So that didn't help, but I didn't lay on the couch all day.
True.
Which was nice. That's not bad. That's nothing to the bees. The bees is right there with you.
True.
There's 2 couches. There's an L-shaped couch. I mean, the bees is laid up.
It's a perfect setup.
From like noon until fucking like 3 a.m. It's crazy.
That house is specifically like set up, like, design-wise, for just 2 grown men to just recover from hangovers.
Yes. That's what it's built for.
It is.
It's like no judgment zone. It's no judgment zone. Really, that's why you don't want to come to my house. You lay on the couch for 12 hours, everyone's like, sweet, nice. No, I'm not going to your house. Having someone be like, let's go for a walk or something.
Sure, no, you can stay on the third floor. You can stay up on the third floor.
True,
I would just bring you a bowl of soup and water every like 4 hours.
That would be incredible.
Fucking awesome.
Ben and I,
Jackson on your bed.
I'd just be up in a tower.
There's a TV up there. Next time, just recoup. You'll just be left alone.
No, I can't have girl energy.
True.
I cannot have girl energy.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of girl energy in my house.
I need no women.
True.
Kyla also stays in her chamber.
You keep her
for 3 months. It's like we're space travelers. Some authority will like stir her through the house. I'm like, shut the fuck up.
Silence that.
Silence it.
Dude,
I just taunt the DJ the whole time. I think he's tired of me coming over. Literally, he just lays down like, what are you doing over there? Shut up. And then I just start threatening him with homosexual threats. I'm just like, dude, you better fucking start talking to me about
sexual
I'll come over there and give you a fucking oral cream pie. I got threatening with oral cream pie. He's just sitting there like, hey, dude, he's on his phone. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Although, BJ does love every fart. True. That's something that's enjoyable because I was hitting him yesterday.
Really?
Hit him out of the park, and every time he'd be like,
So not so much on the threats of homosexual violence, but on the farts, he's like, oh, nice.
The threats of, sexual assault. I was threatening, for about 10 hours, I threatened to sexually assault everybody in the house. I kept being like, yo, let's go in and hold Dorian down and fuck hit his face.
Well, it's funny when you're hungover, you are pretty horny.
I wasn't horny enough to take Dorian.
You weren't horny enough to take down Dirty Deeds.
No, I should have taken the deeds down though. I could just go in, forearm to the back, prone bone.
Choke him out with a snake. Take his snake and his own. You should tie his wrists to the bed with his own constrictor.
True.
And then fucking have your way.
I was thinking about going to a fart cream pie. Just holding his mouth open and a oral fart cream pie.
On Dorian's wedding night, you should do like the guy from Prima Nocta, just fuck Dorian.
Yeah, I do have a Prima Nocta rule.
You just fucked up on Damn, a gay like Duke must have been terrifying back then. Giving fuck your husband. You can't have my wife. And he's like pushing you down. I told you can't have my wife. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, fine. Have me if you will, but you won't have my wife. Damn, dude, a gay Duke taking Prima Nocto. I think it's called Prima Nocto. When you fuck the husband, it's called Primo Nocto. It's masculine sounding.
Yeah, true.
The Spanish language has to get together with that, dude. That pisses me the fuck off how they have gender language. Fucking
it sickens me.
I hate that. Sickens. They should go back. They should cancel all the dead languages, dude. Latin. Fucking bullshit.
It is bullshit. We are pretty much canceling all the languages, though.
For sure.
The rest of the world learns English.
Pretty much.
And they fucking better, dude.
Yeah, otherwise, yeah.
Otherwise, you can't do business.
True that.
When the American businessmen come, you better pay respect and speak their language. What's funny is the rest of they all like resent us for that. They're all like fucking idiots, can't even understand our language. We gotta learn theirs. It's like, no, you have to learn ours.
True.
Because we're the best.
True that. Yeah, it's like, yeah, don't learn it, dude.
Yeah, go ahead and don't learn it. See what happens.
See if I care. If you come to my country, I'll just angrily demand that you speak English immediately.
I'm gonna hold you against the wall. Like, you better speak it.
I'm not taking your burger orders because you're not saying it properly. That was funny when the cheesesteak place took a stand on, like, he was like, I know it'll be a good thing to drum up business. And he was like, goddamn Mexicans. And it was just like, oh, fuck, shit, backfire over there. That whole area he's in, it was the Italian market. And now they call it the Mexican market because it's just Mexicans down there with like little tiendas and stuff.
Nice.
And I saw throw that in a little vocab.
I heard it.
So yeah, the Italian market easily
taquerias.
Dude, the Mexican market crushes the Italian market. Sorry, I gotta say it.
I mean that's
the Italian market is just like, I got some fish. It's like a sausage shop, which is pretty tight. But dude, Mexican dudes came in and they're like, yeah, we'll make you a birthday cake for like 1/20 of the fucking price of it.
Yeah.
The pasteleria, bro. I'm full support of the Mexican market.
You've been a supporter. I remember you used to drive down there and get tacos pretty consistent.
I've been lads over Goomba since day one.
I'm in complete agreement. Lads are so much better than fucking Goombas. Goombas stink. Goombas are like mean. The lads are like, they're just
humble as hell, hardworking.
They're the best.
Yeah, the problem with you get an Italian dude and he tries to like Gamora his way to the top of every like phone calling place. Dude, he's like, what do I gotta do around here?
Yeah, so the cheesesteak guy just put up a sign one day, right? That was just like, better speak English.
Yeah. Yeah, he's also a dick. They were dicks. If you would go down there, there was like a very specific language. You'd be like, I need like.
Which one was it?
I think it was
Gino's.
Gino.
It was Gino.
I think his son got in trouble too about that. So
I think I knew it. Remember, was it his son that came to?
One of them came through and was like hooking up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's.
I think it was Gino.
Show. Maybe it was
or
Pat's.
Gino's son.
Pat's. Yeah, it might have been Gino Jr.
Whoever the like soft. He looks like he's a character on like Pawn Stars.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, that was TL. Yeah.
I think they all. I think it was Boss's weekend and like two different cheesesteak warlords.
I think it's not even like you could have like an impeccable diet.
Yeah, Boss didn't know why they were coming. Like he wasn't like boys with them.
Yeah.
Two different famous Philly cheesesteak dudes came through, would come in the green room, and then the second guy that came through, Boss is like, he just like was standing next to me, and he's like, what the hell are all these guys coming in here for? He wasn't like excited.
Well, if you own a cheesesteak place, you can have like the best diet in the world. But just being around the production of cheesesteaks and the grease and the fryers, it will immediately just evolve you into a Pawn Star. You'll lose your top hair and your hair will just grow long in the back.
You become a Pawn Star. That's what happens. It's like a hog. It's like a pig that goes wild. After like 24 hours, you grow tusks.
Oh yeah, it's nuts. Yeah, dude, you just lose weight. You get like one gold
gain.
Do they gain?
The Pawn Stars?
It's either fat or skinny. There's no middle ground.
True.
Either your like organs start to fail and like your body doesn't accept, your body just passes fat straight through your intestines. Yeah, dude, those dudes, man, if you're around like a fryer like that all the time, it fucks you up.
Dude, if I were to, I mean, it'd be impossible not to just munch
That's the other
cheesesteaks.
thing, dude. Yeah, dude, fries fresh out of a fryer.
Best.
And the fries, dude. You're eating a fry a minute every single day. You're like
walking by. I gotta get these Mexicans out of here, right? Keep fucking munching fries.
I really understand that guy. It's like, dude, you have two things on your menu. It's like, I don't know what type of cheese to put on it. It's like that guy will definitely not complain.
I remember that the first time I came to Philly, I was like a kid. Yeah. I was intimidated, big city.
Exactly.
And then you go to this cheesesteak place and they're like, what the fuck do you want?
Yeah.
Like, they're like mean about it.
Well, it's like, you're like, can I get a cheese? You mean a whiz with blah, blah.
I know.
All right, dude.
It's like,
nice cheesesteak language with four
it's like,
fucking
can I get it
words.
without peppers? It's like, peppers are written in. Yeah. It's like, all right, I guess I'll have peppers.
All right.
I was like 9. I was like, I don't want this. This is fucking assholes. They're the Goombas, dude.
That's what I'm saying.
Now you run into a humble lad.
Humble lad, dude. It's like, I get that on corn, no problem, dude.
No problem. I'll do whatever it takes.
Dude, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. You get people stoked on their fucking shitty sandwiches, dude. All of a sudden, busting into comedy shows, being like, "Here, I demand you acknowledge." It's like, dude, you're a pizza shop owner. Get out of here.
Yeah. Good.
I don't bust in.
Time we're giving these guys.
I don't bust into fucking pizza shops and go behind the counter. I'm like, "Hey, you ever hear my fucking podcast?" Hey guys, what's going on? I brought you
Yeah.
Here's my phone.
Yeah, we got some stickers. Here's some merch. Check out it's top 200 sometimes.
We should start doing it.
Every once in a while, it's like top 200 on iTunes. So check it out.
I just don't like when people fucking take down the lads, dude. No. Dude, it's like, if you ever work, especially you work construction with them, dude, I mean, again, I did demolition. You just like, they just fucking go. And you're just like, God, I love that you're here. They're like, I'll be like, you guys get, I'm like, here,
It'd be bad though if the lads ever turned on you.
They don't, dude.
They could though.
I mean, they could.
They do. If you watch like the news, if you Google, what happens when the lads go bad?
True.
Some bad lads, they cut your head off.
True, but there's a lot. They have a lot of honor, dude. If you're being a total pussy, they'll turn on you. Like they'll turn on you instantly. Yeah. But if you go down there, dude, you just like chill. You don't try to big time them. A lot of people try to big time the lads. You know, they'll act humble, but dude, behind the
they see right through.
I know a couple words of Spanish. I know. They just call you gay. They go back to doing their work. Yeah, I'm glad we got that sorted out, man. The Tony Luke's controversy from 2004.
Important for us to cover that. A lot of people, but yeah, dude, that Helium weekend, like,
oh my god,
full takes it out of me, like. And then the best was this is one of the first times like the squad was there, like buzzing around. Everybody was on their bullshit. That one over there, Mr. Life of the Party over there, Life of the Party Lemaire.
Man,
how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm good. I'm okay.
I think the best ass showing was Beezer's Thursday night. The Thursday night special.
Kicked off the week, dude.
So
The full moon, dude.
Oh, complete ass out. Thursday night, for show one, Beezer, these three girls came in that I was friends with, and one of the waitresses at Helium, well, no, I don't think she's even a waitress right now, but she was like, she jokingly was like, oh, great, Brian brought three people in. Just like, clearly just trying to be nice and like fuck with him slightly to be like, hey, Brian, how are you? She was like, oh, great, Brian brought three girls in, and he goes, I didn't fucking bring in shit. And he's bad. And everyone's like, yo, chill. He's like, no, fuck that, dude. He's not gonna fucking lie about me. And then he stormed out. He stormed out. Oh, that's great. Dude, the next day, he'd be like, man, you owe her an apology. And he was like,
I didn't get any points to anyone. Like you kept saying, I didn't realize he was even drunk. Because Beezer can be pretty drunk and really low key.
Thursday I wasn't that bad. So normally if Beezer's hammered, I'm right there with him. Yeah. So I got to witness the bees.
Well, Beezer is pretty experienced. He's like good at being drunk. So the only way you can tell if the Beezer's truly drunk, you got to get him in a lift. He starts doing like, what's up, dude? He'll start talking shit to the driver. Yeah, like, oh, fuck, he's hammered.
Oh, man, I forgot about that. He hasn't done that in a while. That used to be a calling card, dude. When we were, we all lived together. Beezer would hop in.
That's what I would know. I'm like, oh, shit, Beezer's late. Like, Beezer's fucking late. Like, what's up, dude?
Where are you fucking from? He'd go full Tony Lucas. He'd be like, yo, if you want to come in here, you better speak.
But yeah, I don't know.
He would roll the window down and like yell at somebody on the street.
Dude, I do want to film a thing of you driving around Drexel and Penn's campus and just reminding people to social distance
and to check their phone.
See students, like even when they have the masks on, like they're talking, just go around like, hey guys, come on, dude, we're surging.
Hey, do your part.
You guys back the fuck up, please. Stop being fucking
this
selfish.
is actually a POC neighborhood. They're affected the most, and right now you're being selfish.
Yeah, I was driving by a couple students. They all had their masks on. We're talking. I'm like, God damn, that'd be so funny.
That was like
hey guys, oh dude,
we would drive through Drexel and just be like, pardon me, could you check your fucking privilege right now? People would get so upset.
Hey, so dude,
pardon me.
I think that might be the hardest. That was like top 10 hardest ever laugh. Just seeing like a 23-year-old girl be like, what the fuck? And people would stop visually and be like, oh shit, what's my privilege doing?
Could you check your fucking privilege real quick for me? So drive off. So funny. Got him.
Like, hey guys, excuse me, check your fucking privilege.
I've just been stoked on threatening Beezer with oral cream pies.
Well, it was funny. I didn't know he was really even drunk. I thought you were just fucking with him. And then he's like, I didn't get in a fight with anyone. I'm like, no, you definitely got in an argument. Like, you spazzed on that lady, and he was like, I don't remember that. I'm like, oh, she were fucking hammered.
Yeah. And then he did apologize to her, and she was like, no, I don't care. I mean, she didn't care. She didn't care. But then when he apologized, and she was like, oh, I don't care. He was like, fucking Matt and Shane fucking lying to me. This motherfucker. So he thought we set him up. I mean, we did. He was heated for like 3 days.
Was he really?
Yeah, dude. The Bees was grumpy for a while.
He was heated up.
And then like day 2 or 3, he fucking went back to classic Bees. But for some reason, like Thursday, Friday, we had a salty Bees.
We're not gonna get a grumpy. We had a pickled Bees.
Every once in a while, you get a grumpy Bees just milling about. He's gonna be mad when he hears that. Don't fucking stop.
He is the best, dude.
He genuinely is.
He's so fucking funny.
No one else would do. Like, yesterday, I needed that day of rest. And just, there's no one else that would have done. Like, he literally just laid there.
He's an honorable innkeeper, dude. He just,
absolutely.
He's like, yes, there's vacancies, one sofa.
Yeah, vacancies.
There's one sofa and our crustiest blanket.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Bees is, they broke the mold here. They make the Beezer. He's last of a dying breed. Fuck, dude. I had quite the night last night, man. I know it's kind of disgusting when married people brag about their sex life.
Oh, no, dude, ew.
Dude, here's the thing, dude. A little glimpse into my world. So I'm laying there, I'm tired, dude. Because again, I got hit with allergies myself. So I'm like, I've been staying up late because of the shows.
Maybe we just both got COVID. Like, yeah, man.
Whatever.
Major allergy attack.
Yeah, but Trump told me not to be afraid. Trump told me not to be afraid of it, so I'm not getting tested. So I'm sitting there, and I'm I'm like, I just like to read my book every night before I go to bed. I'm like, it's like my favorite thing. I'm reading the Overstory, busting out some sick facts from the Overstory of the live cast. And, Bay wants to have sex, and I say, we'll have some, whatever, we'll have some sex. But it's funny, for a second there, I'm starting to get so old where I'm like, I really want to read my book before bedtime. So, dude, we have, it was fun. But this is the whole point. This is the only reason I'm telling the story. At one point, dude, I swear to God, I heard what I thought was a yes out of her, and I was like, I almost started laughing, dude. It was a deep yes. It was like yes, and I was like, so I was sitting there, just like, holy fuck, trying not to laugh. I almost got a yes.
You gave her that dumb dick.
I almost got a yes.
You knocked some autism into her.
I almost got a yes, dude. Or I was pulling it a little bit out, guys. Yes. But then, so I'm laying there. We're laying there afterwards, and she started fucking I was calling it my
telling you about our favorite dinosaurs. Just classic pillow.
She started petting. I was calling it my horsetail. I was laying with my back to her, and she started just stroking my ass hairs, and I'm like, get off my fucking horsetail, dude. So she sat there. Dude, that's when you know when you get a yes, dude, you get your horsetail petted. Ew. Just petting the horsetail, dude.
Horsetail hair is the grossest hair ever, dude. You ever accidentally touch your tate's hair? What are you talking about? It feels like it's been burnt. It's crazy.
Dude, it probably does get burnt.
Probably is. They probably did a sauna down.
It's like those microbes that what lives miles below the ocean? That taint hair, dude. It's the only thing that can withstand the gases.
Yeah, dude, primordial soup.
Dude, from your balls to your ass is basically Pluto's surface. It's totally unlivable.
Yeah, so
I got my horsehair petted, and I'm like, fuck, so I gotta
you gotta shave your horsehair. You gotta do something. If you can from behind prone horse.
Just fucking run her fingers through my horsehair, dude. So, what are you doing? Instantly, as soon as anywhere, her hands anywhere near my butt, I'm like, stop. What are you doing?
Yeah, of course.
Relax. Relax. Yeah. She's like, you touching my horsehair, man? So what are you talking about? And I was like, hold on a second, leaned over to my phone. I was like, oh, horsehair, I'll remember that. She's like, what are you doing? I'm like, nothing, I'm writing a note. I'll be here, just relax.
Horsehair is good. That's a good terminology.
That's what it is, dude. That's what I'm most creative at. After I just fucking after you so loud, dude.
After you've released,
dude, it was full. I was full. Not to compare myself to the uncle from Rewind, who was the opera singer. I was thinking about that too the other day, dude. Remember that show? Remember that movie I told you about with the guy who was molested? The top of the molestation was the fucking opera singer uncle, and it was dude, I was I think it was before I was going to the show. I was walking, and I started thinking about that movie, and I started thinking about that guy singing opera for thousands of people. You just fucked your nephew, and then you're like, it's fucking terrifying, dude. That's like Greek tragedy shit.
It is insane.
That's crazy. And then uncle calls you out, and you're like, fucking asshole. What's wrong with that guy? Dude, fuck you.
I didn't watch it. I watched the beginning of it, and I didn't. I couldn't get into a serious when I tried to watch it.
What do you mean?
I tried to watch the show you're talking about. I have not watched it.
Oh, you don't have to.
When I tried to watch it, I just wasn't in the mood at the time for something serious.
Oh yeah, that's very serious.
And I saw it opened with home video footage of pedophiles creeping around. I'm not watching this. There's too much.
You don't need to. It is a fucked up movie, but I got the mental image of that uncle just on stage, thousands of people, and he's just full heat.
Carried off the field.
Fucking just looking from the top, just oh, dude, I watched Terrified.
Beezer was watching Boardwalk Empire, so I watched that with him.
Yeah.
Nucky Thompson, the main character in that, it was a procurer of children for the old boss of Atlantic City. That was his, And this was, I saw it the first time, and back then, pedophilia.
Well, that's back when kids were fair.
This is back in 2015, so you could fuck kids.
Yeah, for sure. That's before fucking kids got political.
But yeah, that was.
Damn, dude,
man, he deserved to die.
What was that? Steve Buscemi was that?
Yeah, Steve Buscemi, which
Procure?
Can't believe they made him a mob boss. Just pretty bad at it.
Yeah, I can see that.
It was pretty bad. I thought that show ruled, and then I rewatched it.
That's kind of what mob bosses look like in real life, though.
Yeah,
pretty jacked up looking dude. So whenever
yeah, of
you
course,
see like Blow and then they show the real guy, you're like, oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, anyway, I mean that's literally everything they remake.
True.
They're like, here's the movie character, and then you look up who the people are. I did that last night. I watched James Comey. There's a thing on Showtime about Comey.
Really?
Who was the head of the FBI, and it's fucking sick. It's really good. Yeah. But it tricked me pretty well because I thought. Because I was watching it, and I was like, man, fuck Trump. Like this is, and then I had to remind myself, like, this is a show. But it kind of makes sense because, like, Trump kept calling him after he got elected and was like, how are things? He just kept, and like, oh, dude, they made Obama like a 24-year-old. It was very weird. Like, the people they cast for everybody, like, Obama was like a young 24-year-old black dude. Strange. Wait, why? What is this? This
he got teaser-fied to the. He looks old as fuck.
But then Trump came in. In the beginning, Obama and Comey meet up, and because Obama appointed him head of the FBI, and he was like, "All right, we can't be friends. That's how this works. President and head of the FBI can't be boys. We should separate." But then when Trump gets elected,
sounds like something boys would do.
True, and it is true. But then when Trump gets elected, he immediately is just like, "You're with me. You're loyal, right? You're very loyal." Like Comey, and he kept being like, Comey was like obsessed with the law, and he was like, I'm loyal to the truth. I cannot be like. He just kept doing it. And Trump was like, "That's great." Like, Trump, please. Really? And he did great. He looked exactly like him. It's pretty good. But
so they're already making movies about this?
Yeah, it's on Showtime. It's good. It's actually good. Wow. It was actually really good. But at one point, like, so just the way Trump talks off the screen when he's talking to people is how he talks. Yeah, like and I never even put that together. That's how he would talk. Like during a meeting, he'd be like, "Well, we did win the election," like just like bragging about like Hillary. She ran a terrible campaign. People said she didn't. Like while he's getting briefed. Yeah. And then at one point he calls this dude who was Comey's replacement, whose wife actually ran some political position for the Democrats and received $1 million from the Clinton Foundation. Yeah.
Well, they threw that in the show.
Head of the FBI. Just saying. But
wait, so they threw that in the show?
Yeah.
Were they throwing it in to be like, this is fucked up, or they were just like,
no, they were throwing it in to be like, so what? Like, who cares? It's not a big deal. They always do that. These fucking things. But Trump calls him the night of, and he's like asking, he's like, who did you vote for? Did you vote for me? To the head of the FBI. And he's like, I voted Republican every year my entire life except this year. He's like, oh yeah, that's great. Why don't you, your problem is it's your wife. Why don't you ask her what it's like to be a loser? Because she lost her election. She hangs up on us. It's like, goddamn, I wonder how accurate that is. She's just that big of a motherfucker behind the scenes.
Just call people?
Yeah, and like, they were like, did you vote for me? Did you vote for me? I don't know, it was making me laugh.
That is hilarious. It also is weird that that's already a TV show. Usually the things come out like 8, 5, 6 years later. But like rushing to production and being like, here, we're going to cover a current event and do like a,
But the whole thing was about like Russia getting him elected. And then it's like, what has Russia gained? Now that there's some time between now and 2016. Yeah. Like, what is Trump? An FBI, not an FBI, a fucking Russian. What did Russia get out of the last 4 years of Trump? Well, did anything good happen for them?
Well, from their
I don't know.
True. Well, if you read about the what the fuck's it called? Like the informational warfare, the idea is for other countries to like start dividing populations from outside, like find little things.
Yeah, they did cover that. They were like, they did split us in half pretty good. Yeah, that was nice. Pretty nice over there. Big win for the Ruskies.
I mean, every now and again, we'll have that.
So like Lena Dunham's, Alana Glazer, those types of girls.
Yeah, Lena Dunham.
Russian assets. Big time. Absolutely dividing the population.
Yeah, words that you're in Russian, you're like, I just want to make these guys fight, fuck each other over. But I don't know. I mean, then again, it's like, who the fuck? Who knows, man? But that is a bit, I do see, again, I've said before, there was a guy who came and claimed he started the AIDS thing. Like the government, the Russian guy he like defected. And he was like, "Yeah, that was us. We started that." It's like, "Fuck, that's fucking crazy."
Yeah.
But yeah, no, we're like, dude, we're propagandized into fucking oblivion.
For sure. Yeah, I know that.
You turn off the news and you're like, "What do I have to watch?" It's like, "Here's the James Comey story." And you're like, "Oh, sweet, thanks."
Yeah. And then like they're showing it to you as if certain things did happen. Like accusations, like they show flashes of Trump
and 2 prostitutes in Russia pissing on a bed. Like, where they're like, this did happen.
Yeah.
Like, here's the true story. And you're like watching it, and then like I'm sitting there like, oh yeah, that must have happened.
Yeah, of course.
You know?
Yeah, of course.
It's like, yo, it's in the movie. I saw it.
I mean, dude, they also, if you read another news source, they're like, oh, we've proved definitively that actually that whole Russiagate thing was a conspiracy, and in all honesty, Biden and his son actually did this, and then they're like, no, they were totally documented. So it's like you just have 2 alternate realities going on at the same time right now, and every now and again, everyone gets riled up and they see each other and they're like, let's fucking fight to prove who's. It's fucking religion. It's like back in the day, it was like God's this, no, God's that, and people would meet and kill each other, and then whoever won, you know. It's just it's their view of reality, and people are trying to fight to make it right. It's like,
I didn't realize the piss bed was on where Michelle and Barack would stay. In the hotel where when they visited Russia. Oh, that's where Trump was, allegedly.
Yeah.
And that's where he had 2 hookers piss on him on a bed.
And then
that was Michelle and Barack's bed.
What?
Which, as soon as I heard that, I was like, all right, this is coming. Very believable. Because he is a fucking monster. And then piss on the beds. Yeah, that was immediately, I was like, oh shit, yeah.
True.
I thought the accusation was he was just getting pissed on. I had no idea it had anything to do with them.
Why don't we hook presidents up to a lie detector test? It's like if they think I did something,
they make the rules.
True.
Like, no, it's like we're not doing lie detectors.
True. I mean, it would solve so many problems. It's like, all right, dude, put it on. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah.
Nobody would be like, oh, I'm cool. I'm fucking off of it.
Well, that's because they all lie. So neither of them, like Biden, couldn't recommend that for Trump.
True.
You know.
Yeah.
Then he'd be like, all right, call your bluff. We'll both do it.
Yeah, like let's just settle this one.
Let's just not both.
It's like, dude, I
mutually assured destruction.
Well, it's like, dude, I can't work in a hospital if I have weed in my system. But like, what the fuck, man? You guys can't take another test too, like to see if you guys are fit for this job?
Yeah.
It's bullshit.
I hear you, bro.
Fucking goddamn bullshit, dude.
Fires me up.
I was talking about on the live cast. When people are like vote, it's like I do think it's kind of a psyop, dude. Again, these are the people who are saying, you know, oh, we live in this like inherently unjust system that's dominated by these people with unimaginable wealth and power, and they use it to their own advantage to put other people at a disadvantage. And within this system they've constructed, like the Death Star, somebody left like this little weakness where it's like, if we just press the button enough, like, sounds like a giant Skinner's box, bro. You're in there just like, it's like, all right, dude, yeah, good luck. That's how I feel. I might be a little high on that, but it's like, oh, and this big Death Star thing that's been around, all we have to do is push the button, and it's like, I find that hard to believe.
I don't know.
Call me a fool.
I don't know though.
Yeah,
because they did get Trump. Enough people press the button to just totally get the guy nobody wants.
Trump button, yeah.
So I think voting might work in that case.
That's what that's what someone said to me before too. They were like, I used to not think it was real. Then they elected Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, then my brain, this is how I naturally think. It starts. It's like this is part of a multi-step process where it's like, you know, you really have the true like quadrillionaires who are like, all right, what do we want to move in next? All right, we want to move in like full social program and all this stuff. Let's throw them a wild card and scare them. Because again, remember, there was this whole thing when they tested the general public and asked, how many of you, like, do you believe that the government has your best interest in mind? And it was like 20% were like, yes. So 80% of people were like, no. And all of a sudden, it's like, now we're really scared. Is the government saving us? So again, this is just one way. That's one line of thinking I have.
Yeah.
Because, dude, it's like you had kings, you had this. And all of a sudden, you know, I don't know. I go back and forth. Because maybe it is. Maybe this is just the best people can do. But
what's funny in the show is, like, whenever I've seen a couple of these where they like the night of the election in a show, any type of show that covered this gets like very sad and serious.
Yeah.
Like this one cuts to it, so they're like talking about the election, and then cuts to the night of the election, where like James Comey's daughter runs into the house like crying, and the mom's sitting on the couch like. Oh, and everyone's just crying because Trump won. And then James Comey goes to work, and a lady's crying at her desk at the FBI. And I was watching her last night. Fire her. Yeah, immediately. She works for the fucking FBI.
For sure.
They're crying.
Yeah.
Get her the fuck out.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's also like, all right, so say that's real, right? I know. No, like, say that, because that is some people's reality, how they experience it. So it's like, all right, so you have this, like, monster of a president who's going to, like, blow up the world, and, you know, the United States is going to become, like, the fucking KKK or something or whatever, and you're freaking out. And it's like, so you want to stop that, and your response is what the left's response is. It's like, that's where I start to get weird and skitzed out, where I'm like, dude, if I'm strategizing, I'm like, all right, we need to get this guy out. Clearly, we got to start leeching some of his supporters. Let's start doing X, Y, and Z. Instead, they're like, this fucking idiot.
Yeah, they're so
like
dumb.
Yeah, so in my head, I'm like, it just seems like we're being inflamed from both sides. If I were strategizing, like, all right, how do we beat this guy? You can do a million different things. You start being like, all right, let's do this, let's do that. So, you know, so that's where I start to think, like, dude, it seems like people are being more pitted against. It doesn't seem like, if this is a functioning system, it doesn't seem like anyone's, like, trying to make it function. They're just, you know, we're just people who's trying to win for themselves, which... You know, maybe like, you know, where we had feudalism, we're like, a couple bugs are in here, maybe democracy, we're like, all right, maybe we shouldn't rest on people's personalities. Pretty easy. Yeah. Well, if you have enough people like you, then a gazillion policies follow behind you that nobody knows what they are. It's like, people are like, we get to choose. It's like, no, you fucking don't.
Yeah.
So, you know, sorry. I'm not trying to get on my fucking soap.
No, I don't care.
You know,
I was just liking the show, dude, the scene where Comey meets him for the first time, and he's like, all right, I'm going to debrief him, and I'm going to privately debrief him about the investigation into the prostitutes pissing on him.
Yeah.
Which the FBI was, like, looking into.
Like, hey, just
so you know, this is ongoing, just so you're not, like, embarrassed or caught off guard. And I'll tell you privately, but, like, the first time he sits down and talks to someone, Trump's just immediately like, it's great. Just immediately just nuts. And you see the guy's face, just like, fuck, this guy's fucking retarded. Trump's in there, he's like, great campaign, wasn't it? Wow. And then he sits down, he's like fucking with his tie while they're debriefing him. And then he's like, they lie, everybody lies about me. They all say I raped them. Do I look like I would use a prostitute? Like, just like, and then as soon as you see him, you know, it's a show, so it's fictional. But when you see him act like that, you're like, damn, that probably is exactly how he fucking acts, isn't it?
Well, we watched him on Howard Stern in 2004. He sounds exactly the same as he does when he runs for president now. As he's on Howard Stern's couch, a little raunchier, but he was like, dude,
like friends, not that great. Higher rate, we have higher ratings than Friends.
Dude,
it's like how he talks about the Democrats now. Friends.
Yeah, on the show there, it was like 2014, I think.
No, it was before that.
2000. It was whenever the Apprentice was #1 top running show.
Yeah, that's #1.
They made him do an hour and a half too, which, you know, obviously he wouldn't do 2, but whatever.
If he would do 2, he would have done 2. But yeah, they asked for 2. He said an hour and a half. They asked for 2.
He knows. But yeah, dude, they were basically, he was breaking down his salary and how he went to whatever NBC, whoever had him, and he was using Friends as his metric, and he was like, I mean, I'm better than Friends.
Yeah. It's like people like me. I mean, I'm not saying people.
Was that when Friends was on like his decline though?
Must have been, yeah.
Yeah, so he was doing
this was probably like 04.
He was watching season 18 of Friends and being like, Apprentice is way better.
And it's not even me, it's the ratings. It's the ratings. We only beat by the Super Bowl. Yeah,
but yeah, he was
good. Golly.
Yeah, he's a wild man. But yeah, watching him on Stern and talk like that, and watching the way he talks now, it's like, holy fuck, dude. That's exactly. You know. Then again, it's like, dude, maybe he doesn't hold any punch. Like, apparently he doesn't do drugs. Apparently.
Yeah, he doesn't drink or do drugs.
Yeah, you think someone would be like, I saw that motherfucker drinking. Like, you know,
he doesn't.
Yeah,
he would have been ratted out.
You don't drink, don't do drugs. You know,
just McDonald's.
There was Stormy. But, you know, you can fucking
ladies, bro.
Yeah. I guess that's his downfall, just the ladies.
Too many ladies. He's a ladies, man. Sure.
That means
he's so handsome. That's his problem. You know, he's too good looking.
What is funny, he had his whole like reality carved out for him in the 80s where he was like a ladies man. Everyone's like, yeah, you fucking ruled, dude. The world just changed on him. Then, you know, he became president weirdly, and he's like, I thought everyone fucking thought it was cool.
Yeah, he's done such a, like, they've done a good job of being like, people do lie about him. He does get lied on. He has been lied on.
People lie on his name.
But like, I could have sworn in one of the documentaries, he was like calling into the New York Times, like, Donald Trump's so handsome. And they were like, is this Donald Trump? He's like, no. Like, he would really do that. Yeah. Enough to do. We got to get off the board.
True.
Boy's out there working right now.
True.
He's trying to secure a victory.
I don't know. I don't think everyone I talk to who like watches Fox News just says like it's gonna be a landslide, bro.
It's gonna be a landslide.
Everything else I
Everybody
see,
watches CNN. It's gonna be a landslide.
dude, I've talked to like, oh, they set up a long map. So we'll see.
But it is, it's nice they put out this Comey documentary, or this show. They picked the right time. I remember I was in a meeting with FX. And they were talking about they were going to put out a true crime like OJ. Remember the People versus OJ?
Yeah.
They did it, and then the Versace one. So they were going to do that with Clinton and the Monica Lewinsky scandal. And then I get it scheduled to come out next year. And I remember literally in the meeting, you'll never be able to do that. That what? And I was like, you put out a show that slams Democrats in an election.
What'd they say?
Relax, dude. I noticed it's not coming out though.
Oh,
I did notice that.
That's so fucking funny. Yeah, I mean, dude, that's one phone call. They're gonna have to wait. Shelf that.
Yeah, put it out in December.
Dude, that comes out. Just funny. You see people being like, why did you start these nasty business deals that are, both sides are like, no, fake. Yeah, that's all fake. It's like, we're good. Anything you read bad about us is fake.
It's like fucking it's rough pictures. What you on it? Like his teeth and crack.
It's on drugs. It's just like drugs.
He's balling out.
Trey's having fun.
Partying out.
What the fuck's wrong with that?
I support it.
Why are we so against partying? That like,
why is everybody on his dick for what? For going to get $3 million from up there in Moscow and go crack? What's the fucking problem? It sounds like he's like James Bond.
He's just on options. Fucking St. Petersburg. We sent one prostitute to take him down immediately. That's what probably happened to the emails. It's like, my name's Biden, Hunter Biden, and then they gave him an oxy, and he was just like, they're like, oh, so here's all your damning emails. They took it right out of his tuxedo pocket.
I've been drugged again. One of the Russian spies. They put crack in my pocket. The blood from the M64 comes over. Remember you got shot and all that blood?
Oh my god.
Spy, dude. He's over there. Fucking like models. He probably woke up with $3
million and had a hangover his night before. He's like, did I fucking make a deal with the Ukrainian? Oh, dude, my dad's gonna be so pissed.
I fucking promised them all this stuff. Man, that's a tough hangover. Wake up and why the fuck do I have $3 million? What did I do?
He checks his email. He's like, fuck, dude, gotta kill someone. Imagine it's smoking meth and your dad's the vice president. The delusions of grandeur must be like, I mean,
dude, the second you hit that, you're like, my dad's actually even president. Shit, I'm probably gonna be president eventually. I gotta fucking get these teeth fixed, though. I'll tell you that.
I mean, it's a classic. I mean, again, you get like the Bidens have this weird like they're a really tragic family. There's like they have all kinds of weird archetypal shit. There's like the bad wayward son. There's the son who went like died.
Well, no, he didn't die in war. I think he came back and died of cancer.
Oh, for real?
After serving.
Okay. So okay. So he didn't have a warrior's death, but he came back.
He fought a battle.
That's what I'm saying. He was
with like brain cancer.
Really?
So go ahead, fact check that.
So you have a son who was just spying. He was up there.
And one was up,
One is spying.
King killed it.
Yeah, true.
So I was watching Bernie Mac. Or not, dude. Kings of Comedy had like 3 different bits where the closer was faggot.
Really?
Like that was like the punchline. They'd be like, little one, 6-year-old, we all faggot. It's like, oh man, these guys are nuts.
They did actually.
Punch them.
Yeah, what the hell?
But hit that joke like hard. I mean, it was
Kevin Hart was the first black guy that wasn't allowed to make fun of gay people.
He was.
Kevin Hart was the first. He was like, wait, huh?
Yeah. No, they got Tracy Morgan.
Then he faked that car crash.
True.
To get out of it.
True. That was an inside job. That was Hunter Biden. That had Hunter Biden written all over it.
He was just driving a limo to draw up some cash. His dad cut him off.
He's like, fuck this.
He's like, so if I smoke meth and drive, I can drive for 5 days straight. He's like, it's like $5,000 perfect. Yeah. Wow. Dude, people on meth go to work, dude. They just work for like 4 days and fall asleep for like a week. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah, it's good. It's not proficient at all.
No, it gets.
Day 1 and 2 of the work, probably incredible.
And you're the guy's like, dude, you work for 2 days straight. You're like, I'm sorry, I'm into this. I don't like what I'm doing. Yeah, you don't tell anything. Well, it's like you work for like 3 days straight, and then the lack of sleep starts to induce like basically psychosis.
Yeah, you start hallucinating.
You see, just basically you're like work for 3 days, and the world just all of a sudden you have 5 Grand Theft Auto stars in your head. You're like, I gotta get home. I gotta get home.
Checking the blinds.
Yeah, dude, for real. Yeah, you like work for 3 days and call everyone on your phone and be like, they're after me. And you're like, what are you talking about? I just worked a lot. Don't get me. You're like, what the fuck?
I've been delivering pizzas for 3 straight days. The government's trying to stop it. Papa John knows.
Dude, Uber had to set their policy up for meth heads. It would have been all.
Oh yeah, true.
Because you can only drive for 12 hours on Uber. They put the meth firewall, dude.
It was you and me at Williams Grove, where the dude was.
Oh, we would do 3
We went home and he was like, I've been driving for 24 straight hours.
He found a way. Well, I guess you could do Lyft and then do Uber.
Yeah, that's what he was doing.
Oh, dude.
Was that you and me?
Yeah, we were there. I remember that.
Yeah.
It's funny. I don't remember much of that car ride, but I do remember that guy. He was like, I know a way around it. I think I figured out.
Yeah, he was like, I've been driving for how long you been on the clock? That was definitely a you question. How long you been on the road, man? How long you been clocking? And he was like, I think it was like 15 hours when he said that. We were both like, damn, we were like hammered and high. Like, whoa, dude, that's crazy.
We were trying. I couldn't figure out how to get the app to put an extra stop in.
We were man, that was a struggle to get to the sheets.
Yeah, that was tough.
I had to fucking slide something under the table, dude. I had to Hunter Biden now. I made a deal with him behind the scenes.
You got a Hunter Biden. Here you go, bro. Fuck, man. Yeah, it is. Shit's fucking nuts, man. H Biden, baby.
He balls out. I need to look more into him because right now my base understanding does rule.
Bo had cancer.
Yeah, I did. Okay, thank you.
So Bo had cancer. Wife died hit by a truck. Hunter Biden still at large doing fat.
Gillis Farm corn cob truck. This is wild.
I mean, dude, you talk about a dude getting beaten down by life.
I think he had a daughter in the car with the wife. Dude.
Yeah, it was Bo's whole family.
Jesus. Wait, it was Bo's whole family?
Yeah, Bo's his daughter and his wife.
No. It was Biden's wife.
Oh yeah.
So like Biden's wife, then niece and nephew action?
No, it was Biden's wife and daughter.
2.
Yes.
So,
no nieces and nephews. Yeah. Nothing to do with Bo's children.
Son
married as a
son
fuck.
So I did put a tincture in their coffee.
Did you?
I offered the option to have a tincture. How is that thing, by the way?
It's pretty sick.
Hell yeah.
You guys getting hit pretty good right now?
Yeah.
Sorry, Noah. Yeah, that weed's really melting you out. I'm fucking fine.
So I gave the Stoner some coffee today, dude.
That's big. They have been buzzing. They've been focused. No one's laughed once.
True.
They had coffee. They're just normally they're high as fuck. Like, whoa, it's so silly.
Had to balance them out a little bit.
Yeah.
Damn, that's a fucking crazy life for this guy, man. You're like, hey guys, I'm gonna be vice. It's like
Diamond Joe. I'm the fucking man in Delaware, and then your entire family dies slowly.
Yeah.
For like 20 years straight. Everybody dies around you.
Phew. It's like the quick time Kennedys, dude.
Yeah.
It's kind of strange.
But I wish Biden was a little more cognizant, because then he could be the man.
Yeah.
But,
well, like they say in Matthew, dude, what good does it do for a man to gain the world when he loses his soul?
Who else said, what do you mean? How did he lose his soul?
Dude. Serving the Democratic establishment. Come on. The guy has his fucking fish to fry. He's like, I got some family stuff going on. I have to run. He's like,
That's 4 years ago.
Dude, if that all that shit happened to me, and you gotta run, I'm like, go fuck yourself, guys.
Yeah.
I'll send my son over to Moscow. I'll secure the bag. Buzz off.
Yeah.
Well, come on, man. Dude, you've been beaten down. You've been, like, basically the story of Job. And then they're like, get out there. I'd be like, fuck, you see what's going on around me?
Yeah.
My one remaining fucking kid is a drug addict. My family died all horrifically. And you want me to go fucking argue this guy? I'm not doing it. Fuck
you gotta go argue with Donald Trump.
For $250,000, I'm not doing it, man. I mean, obviously, dude. That's what I'm saying.
Dude, that's chump change to Hunter. Fucking 007, dude. That's nothing.
That is true, though. I don't want to slander this guy because I don't know him at all, but, you know. I just wanted to say that Matthew quote. That's all it has.
I know. That's why I was like, what does that have to do? I knew that's all you wanted to do. Of course I knew what you were doing. Yo, you would love. First off, I watched 3 fucking different series yesterday. Which I told you, me and Beezer were in the tomb. Dude.
True.
I was in the tomb.
That's awesome.
Beezer. Fucking Good Song or Good Lord Bird. It's about.
I heard that's good.
Bro.
Yeah.
Fucking rules.
I heard that's good.
John Brown.
Yeah,
he talks about him on the Civil War podcast.
What'd you talk
John Brown.
Oh, yeah.
He was the guy who he raided Harper's Ferry, tried to start a slave revolt.
He's a white guy, though, right?
Yeah.
I never knew that.
He's out killing people in Kansas. He's like, if you like slavery, I'm gonna fucking kill you with a sword, dude. He was nuts.
Damn.
Yeah. But the show's
a little ahead of his time.
The show's actually kind of funny. Like it's like kind of
In a good way?
To be, yeah, it's funny. It's actually very funny.
Awesome.
Yeah, like John Brown just being nuts is the joke. Like him going around like screaming Bible quotes and then like blowing someone's head off. It's not nice. This guy's hilarious. Awesome. But yeah, he yells Bible quotes. That's what reminded me of it.
That's what you do.
Just toss in one like that. You got a little bit of John Brown. You grow that beard out.
Come on, man.
Nice. You got the head Noah. The way he treats Lemaire.
No, I'll tell you what. There was a huge power vacuum at the live show. Right before the fucking, right before we like let Lemaire do a little stand up, which is very nice of you, Lemaire. You gave it to old Deej. You even won rock paper scissors. I'm singing your praises. You won rock paper scissors and said, Deej, you got it, bro.
Deej, you got it. You got this spot. Because Deej and Lemaire, they were a little salty about Gardini doing some spots during the weekend. That's pathetic. Don't ever do that again.
Gardini did fantastic.
Gardini crushed. Until you can follow Gardini, don't talk shit. Don't talk back.
You might have to have Gardini on, dude.
Gardini's the king, dude.
Youngster, dude. 23.
There's Lemaire.
Reminds me of my younger self.
I just know how angry that single Lemaire.
I see a lot of myself in that.
I see so much more of us. Every time I see Gardini, I'm like, this guy's going to be huge. He's probably going to crack iTunes top 200 every once in a while. This is the next big thing.
For sure.
But, so did I tell you him and Lemaire and Dorian got a little fucking snippy on the way out when they found out Gardini was in there?
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
No, I wasn't
green with envy.
I was green. I was like, what? No way. And then, all right, I was like, fine, because I love Sean. If anybody should get it, it should be a boy. Yeah.
Pretty funny.
One of my boys, I mean, not
I hear you. You weren't just like, it better not be a female comic.
Oh, that's what I thought you meant. I take back all that.
No, he was just like, it should be one of the boys. His friend.
Damn it, I was kind of like, damn, man, that was
actually,
good one.
Well, it ain't.
Yeah, we support male comics.
We always support young white male comics. But, no, Dorian and Lemaire got wind that Gardini was getting the guest spot. And I heard some. First off, good God, you two need to knock that fucking high five off. Him and Dorian have a secret handshake.
Really?
And they did it in front of it. We were all just sitting on the couch, and they came in and did it in front of everyone. Like, you ready to go? I was like, oh my God, dude, you two stink. And then they're like, Sean, what are you doing? You doing? He's like, yeah, I got a show tonight. They're like, what show are you doing? He's like, I'm on Shane's show. They're like, what the fuck, dude? They stormed out.
Going away, just choked his snake. He was like, fuck.
Big dork storm out like a fast walk. Two dorks.
They both did the Naruto blast.
They were furious. They tried to summon as many like anime moves as they could. They both started charging up. I was like, no, Sean's doing the guest spot. They're like, whoosh, whoosh.
Just that one fucking drop of water. Oh my God.
What do you mean that's not what happened?
No, I wasn't solely there because
I think the Deeds video was something.
Yeah,
I heard Deeds.
Deeds? No, Deeds was like.
Apparently, Deeds yelled Oh, he gets a fucking guest spot? I think that was the quote.
Yeah.
So that's stuck with
That
me.
is what DJ, yes.
But then on Sunday, we were like, all right, let's give Deeds the rock. Give him a guest spot up front. And I'll tell you what, he fumbled. He fumbled on his first carry.
No, dude, in his defense, he had the staff was like, we're so sorry for that mix-up. It was purely our fault because we didn't tell them, like, oh, by the way, it's not Lemaire coming up. They're like, yeah, it's Lemaire, but hey, guys, figure it out.
Yeah.
So they were like, welcome to the stage, Lemaire Lee. Dorian came out.
Dorian was
Lemaire, do you want to do this? I don't want to.
And my favorite was, I got a report from the Bees who over the moon that this was going on. He was so happy that there was a failure. And he said...
That's like Russia watching the Challenger.
It really is. It really was. And he said when they announced Lemaire Lee, Lemaire was in the audience and ran to the stage. And he said Lemaire ran by him like laughing while he was nervously laughing like, just imagine Lemaire trotting by you in the room, laughing. I didn't get to see it. I'm excited to see it. We're gonna put we'll put that on the live cast on the Patreon. That'll be up shortly.
Oh, so yeah. Should be ready pretty soon.
Should be ready probably.
He's trying to burn the footage as we speak.
That's like a wiener laptop, dude. You gotta get rid of that thing. Did he try to hand you the mic, or what happened up there? Tell me. I didn't get to see it.
We're up there, and he handed me the mic, and he was like, dude, you might as well go now. I was like, no, man, you go. And I was like,
so you guys did like, why did you run?
Because I didn't see him coming. So shit, I gotta go.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Were you high?
Yeah.
Was Deeds?
He had a puff, he had a toe.
Dumpers, behind the scene dumpers, dude.
That makes more sense to Deeds' story, dude. When you're stoned on stage, 3 minutes is a half an hour. Dude, you're like, get me the fuck over here.
Stoned on stage when you didn't know you were going on.
I know.
No one's there for stand-up. You're doing a host spot that's a very terrible spot. And then when they, oh my God, if I was high and they gave the wrong take, and then the other guy walked up to the stage, I'd be like, you want it? Should I do it? I know. I'd be like, all right, that's my time, everybody.
You get a couple minutes.
He probably did 2 minutes, but that'll be, that's a little sneak preview for everybody to enjoy.
That's pretty fun.
It probably doesn't look as bad as we're saying. Maybe it did, but that was pure chaos.
Well, when you're doing stand-up, you're like, oh, fuck, this is crazy. Yeah. Any dysfunction, there's not supposed to be any dysfunction. So they were like, we're so sorry about that. And then for that, something happened then where they also put out music because
they changed the music. They didn't. When they introduced Lemaire and Dorian came out, he was like, Booth, you had one fucking job. And it was like, oh, hot dog. Hot dog. Needs his hot dog. I
remember hearing that, be like, damn, dude. One fucking job that he just failed to introduce us. Like, oh, anyway, give him Matt Shane.
Also, I think it was the GM. I think it was the manager that was in the booth at the time. So big move, career-wise. They yell at the manager of the club. Be like, nice work, loser. Anyway, I'm about to bomb for 2 minutes. God damn it. Please book me. Dude, DJ Gardini is back there. Just not as easy as it looks, boys.
Well, dude, in comedy, the closest, dudes can never understand older chicks seeing hot younger chicks. As a comedian, when you see a funny dude who's 24, you're like an old lady all of a sudden, like, she's not that hot. Oh, she's not that pretty. She's not that hot. So when you're a little older, you see a youngster coming in, you're like, I can't believe you like her.
Yeah, for sure.
Stop looking at her.
Yeah, that's how I get every single time. Like Vulture came out with their top 20 up and coming comedians. I just read it like as if.
Then you go get plastic surgery.
Then I go get the tits, massive tits.
Dude, you were even trying to get into. I think it's called the what's the name of it? The phallic mother. I'm finishing the Denial of Death, and they just end with. I'm almost on the ending, but
they hit with
they're breaking down Freudian theory. They're trying to say it's not all just about sex and impulses. It's more about the fear of death is what really drives people. And they get into the symbol of the phallic mother, dude. It's so fucking there's female castration. There's castration anxiety. So dudes and people say it's not about losing your tongue. It's about realizing you're a finite creature. And you do this at 6 years old. It just terrifies you. But when you see back then you just peep your mom's vag all the time when acting. You're all taking baths and shit together. So you see your mom's badge. You see your mom's badge, you just sort of like, you're just blown away. Like, why the fuck doesn't my mom have a dog? So you're saying you get like tortured by dreams of there's your mom with a dog?
Wait, what?
It's the phallic mother.
Who's getting that dream?
It's a symbol of unity. I mean, nobody.
People get dreams of chicks with dicks?
Back then, yeah. Well, it's like, dude, it's an ancient symbol. And the idea is when you figure out that so there's,
dude, Freud sucks, dude. I fucking hate Freud, dude. Every single thing. No, every time I hear Freud, I'm mad.
Dude, it's not just him. These are ancient symbols, dude. The fucking hermaphrodites are ancient symbols.
It fires me up, dude. Talking about Joan with a dick. That's one.
What do you think she'd be sporting? If you did see your phallic mother, what do you think she'd be sporting?
It's Joan, based on her attitude. Hog. Actually, no. Based on her attitude, absolute teens. Walking around.
You think she'd have like a bird's nest, just like big pubes and a little teeth?
Yeah, a little robin tech.
Dude, this shit was fucking me up. It was like, as a little boy,
your mom would be domed out.
You think she'd be domed out?
I think your mom has big dick energy for sure.
You think so?
Yes. Yeah, as soon as I said big dick energy, I'm like, I'm a fucking bitch.
No, that's fair.
Dude,
I almost said it.
Yo, you should watch. I listened to this podcast.
I'll tell my mom about the compliment.
She's like strong. Your mom's like
pretty strong, yeah, for sure.
Fucking jacked dick.
I like to imagine her with something